on every front right now. NAP with no armor either, so easy frags for Virtus Pro. They should go through without actually losing a single player. Drawing the game at 5 each. NAP should be able to buy up again, but will they have the money for an AWP?
It does look like it. Alu will have money for an AWP, but I'm not quite sure what he can do with this. They haven't really been playing a very heavy mid game so far in this CT side. It seems like the AWP is more playing towards the A bomb site, and then they're trying to funnel them into mid. Virtus Pro fairly easily take control of mid, and they actually use it really well, but I think the point NIP is trying to make with this play is that they want to lock them down into mid, but not let them use it for anything, and it's just not really working out so far.
He is opening up as well in middle. Alu taking the first frag, but Taz is already down in middle, punishing Alu for the lack of defensive play. You know, he was not on the back foot yet. Just Taz getting the frag in the back of the AWP player for NIP. Now 4v4, NIP trying to close out the B bomb set with two players rotating over there. It is the right call to make right now. The C4 is over at B tunnels, and Pasha is on the rotation as well, trying to get some more manpower over B to clinch that bomb site. They have to battle it out with Exist though. He's the in-game leader for the Swedes, and he smoked off B apartments. Now he's backing off. He's really close by
he's
though.
Got a flash.
Yeah, he needs to flash at the exact right moment to get those frags, but Virtus Pro seems like they could turn around just in time. Now good frag by Bialy, opening up the B bomb site. He needs to close out Forest to actually get control of that, as he could prevent the plan from happening. Taz has no problem against his former CS 1.6 kind of
rival
co-player, and now it's a 4v2. The CTs need to save. They are on the back foot already.
Yeah, so good round by Virtus Pro, and it just shows how the Virtus Pro, the kind of steam train that we talk about all the time. Virtus Pro with the relentless aggression here, pushing up mid like that is not seen by many teams, and that was kind of the reason why it actually killed Alu Neo now with a great flash. I don't know why he did not see Freiburg there, but Taz, trying to see if he can pick up Get Right here on his way out of this round, but not quite, as Get Right is pretty much the hide and seek master, it seems. He's been not only doing a very good job at hiding, he's always been seeking this game, it seems, and it's just been paying off so well.
Yeah, but Virtus Pro is in control right now. Forest with the UMP, and Getright needs to come up with some serious hide and seeking if he wants to turn it around for NIP right now. On the other side, we have Alu closing out the B bomb set with the AWP, so the Swedes shouldn't have to worry about that department, especially as Virtus Pro is lining up on A with 3 players coming from A main, 1 from apartments, and Taz getting ready to push in. Get right though, seeks him out and gets that shot done. Neo missing that crucial frag, but Bialy is there to help his teammate out. Freiburg and Snacks with the trades. 3v3 as the terrorists stall on the push a little bit. They are not quite yet sure if there are any more CTs around, and that gives the Swedes a lot of time to rotate Alu into CT spawn. No nades left for the terrorists, so they need to find those kills without any smokes as they're about to fade away. Snacks tries to get himself into a good position, and he realizes that there is not enough time to get into the very back of the bomb site, so he's cut off from his teammates. If he doesn't get a frag, it is going to go very, very quickly in favor of NIP. They managed to reduce the terrorists to only 1 player. It is Taz, and he will go for the spray, but not hitting it. Actually, the CTs defuse him, and they will kill him as well. Alu with the HE grenade redirected. Heads up play to take Taz out on top of that. So 6-6, NIP are right back at it.
The funny thing about that round was that Snacks actually planted in a very uncommon spot. At least an uncommon spot when you don't have control of the bomb site. He planted on the kind of opposite side of Hotspot. Hotspot being the default plant spot. And that meant that it's very easy to actually lock that area down if you're playing from slope. But Alu with a very, very good shot on Pasha. It's the AWP duo going out, and Alu's winning it once again. So we've got a bit of a lurk here from Snacks up into the smoke. Getright actually putting a bit of spray through. He knows Snacks has these tendencies to lurk into the smokes, and Getright He's gonna pick a fight versus Bialy, but he is trying to see if he can make it just a bit more advantageous for himself. Alu in a very good position, misses the shot unfortunately, and a lot of information gained, but would have been better with a frag. Forest walking around in no man's land and gets caught, so Alu now watching into the CT spawn, takes down Neo as well, and everything's just escalating so quickly here. Freiburg gets taken down. Alu in a position possibly to end this round, but Bialy goes down in the end. Tries to elongate the round as much as possible, and he did do that, but didn't get much more from it. Just a single kill. Have you seen Forrester's kills? He's got 3 and 11. He's making a lot of mistakes here, and I think that is why the scoreline is as close as it is.
Yeah, Virtus Pro almost achieved what they wanted to already. 3 to 11 is certainly not the scoreline that Forest is used to be sitting at. Maybe he's going to make up for that on the terrorist side. Virtus Pro are opening up the round with some middle control. At least they are setting up for the middle control play. They have 2 players on top of that and Neo in the underpass. The CTs, however, need to hold on to this round. If they lose it, they would be able to buy up, but they would risk their economy for the last round of this half, which is going to be only in the upcoming round already. So this has been a very quick half as well. Virtus Pro didn't waste too much time on their executions. Now they only have 3 rifles, the Tech 9 and the Deagle for Taz and Pasha, and they just use them to hold on to middle for now, and they will try to make their way down there. Now,
so, a lot of mid control gained here from the T's, but they can't really use it for much. No one's peeking them, and because they've used so much time, they have been they have chosen to stack the bomb sites, and that is a very good decision. Exist and I think it's also Alu and Forest all locking down the bomb site. Forest takes out one, Exist takes out one, but all gets taken out, and this is just a round that's turned completely on his heels here.
3v2, Get Right and Freiburg coming in. They have a defuse kit, but no nades. So Neo has to hit a shot to close him down. Freiburg just runs into the crosshair. Quick reaction by him. Get Right comes back, but Bialy is there to win the round for Virtus Pro. Triple kill for Neo and double kill for Bialy. And you have to take into consideration that Pasha and Taz only had pistols opening up in this round. Virtus Pro should be really happy about this, especially as they won, in my opinion, already 2 more rounds than they are supposed to have on the terrorist side. What is your take on that?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Mirage is a bit of one of the heavier CT biased maps, and if you get a scoreline that's as close as this 7-7, I mean, it doesn't get closer, you're actually pretty much set already, at least if you are this close to the halftime. And Virtus Pro, I mean, still looking to pick up this final one. Forest going with just a CZ, and I mean, still on 4 kills. I don't know what's going on with him. It seems that he's not really got his head with him today.
Maybe he's Indian leader now. Why not he? Who knows? Next takes out the real Indian leader, Exist. Get Right answers back right away. So at least the trades are going the way of NAP right now, trying to hold on to this one, as it is going to be crucial. If they make it 8-7, they can stand a chance. Forest trying to get the peak, but Bialy hands it him nicely, as well as Get Right. 2v2, however, thanks to Freiburg, who's putting down his foot and says, okay, we've had enough. Let's keep the terrorists out of the bomb site at least. And the bomb is still on the loose. Pasha is close to it.
If Alu downs the bomb here, there's no way back into this round from Virtus Pro.
Yeah, he needs to watch out. Alu is on the back step. But yeah, now Alu has heard actually the bomb the weapon drop by Pasha, and he will send some blood trying to seek out the terrorists while they're pushing into the bomb site. Getting the frag is Taz, and now they should get the bomb plant at least, and after that they should be able to at least, you know, flash Alu down, delay him a little bit. He doesn't have a defuse kit, so they should be able to waste enough time for the CT to make the bomb explode, even if he clutches it. And which is not going to happen at all. Pasha with the nice headshot, 8-7 in favor of Virtus Pro. So they had some trouble at the start, but then they got back on track.
And it's a very wise decision by Virtus Pro of actually pushing the A bomb site. They know that it's likely that if there are 2 players left, they're gonna be 1 at each bomb site. Now this was not the case, as Alu is an A player, and he pushed from behind, but had Pasha actually tried to go back into the B apps area, he would have probably been killed. They would have lost that round, a very crucial round. It's very well played. I think it was a good read by Virtus.pro, knowing that they like to flank so much, and being aware of that, you know, the flanking capabilities of the NIP players. They decided to just go full on for a bomb site instead. A good decision, and saved them the last round of the half.
Yeah, heads up play and heads up calling as well. Has doing the calling for Virtus.pro, and he seems to have everything pinned down. Now NIP pins down Neo in window, already capturing a lot of space to move around. The CT's on an instant rotation, but the terrorists on the way to the platform already. They have 2 CTs in CT spawn. One of them is Snacks, and the other one is Taz. Holding on to that is going to be crucial for the CTs to make the retake happen. As Pasha pushes him through middle, he will dispose of exist, but Alu with the refrag, making it a 3v3 as Pasha. Now the terrorists are having good control. They have the good positions, but they give them away. Pasha is coming into Alu, and now the CT is in control basically, but they are down to low HP. They are on the defuse, however. Snacks is still on it, and he will not find it. Snacks will get the defuse in the smoke, as Gatright is unable to dispose of him, even though he was down to 6 HP. Virtus.pro win the round, and NIP is just not able to hold on to the bomb site.
I have absolutely no idea how Snacks did not die there. There must have been just the slight corner of a box blocking his face, because that should have definitely been deadly, but it wasn't, and Snacks lives to tell the tale. Not only that, he actually also wins what could be the most important round of this whole map, and it is very, very, very crucial. Snacks not done being helpful to his team, taking out the first player on the NIP side, and Neo see what he can find in mid, but so far not much.
Yeah, Virtus.pro should just take it slow, which they trying to do. Now they found the terrorists and they're trying to push them down, but a huge exchange by Bialy. Getting those 2 frags was really crucial for him. If he had gone down, it could have ended up really, really badly for Virtus.pro. Now it's down to Gatright with the Deagle. 10 HP left for him. He's going to go head to head with Bialy, and he already has 3 kills, or 2 kills in the back, making it 3 in the round and putting him to 19 frags in total.
Yeah, so 10-7 in favor of Virtus.pro, and they're also on the CT side, so this does look like dire straits for NIP. Bialy on 19 kills after 17 rounds. That is absolutely fantastic. And now the first buy round of the half, and if Virtus.pro take this, this could be very big. But look at this. Another thing that is very big is Bialy's play here, and Pasha's biceps as well. But Neo looking to see if he can actually find Alu there, but not quite.
Well, it's a 4v2, so the CTs should just well, they actually spotted the bomb, so they are venturing into middle to get Neo in position to get the terrorists, you know, to keep the terrorists from getting their hands on the bomb, which he's trying to do against Alu, and Neo will get the frag as well. 1v4, Exist is the only one. He's in Palace still, so far away from the bomb. 50 seconds on the clock. Theoretically, he could go there and pick it up if it wasn't for the 4 CTs that are standing between him and the C4 that he still has to pick up. It seems like the CTs don't know where he's coming from, though.
No, not quite. He's making his way into jungle, and Snacks is actually in prime position to get rid of him, but he's not watching his angle at the minute. But only 30 seconds left means that this round should be impossible for Exist, and it is actually predicted here by Snacks, and also the smoke thrown by his teammate. But Exist, I think he's just gonna make his way out here and try to see if he can come out of this with his gun.
Yeah, or maybe not so much, as he wants to face off again. Heading into middle was a kind of a suicide by biceps. 11-7 now for Virtus.pro. What would you do if you were NIP right now? Trying, you know that it's only 5 more rounds and the Poles have won the game. You're down 4 yourself, so you still have to save. But what to do in that save round?
I mean, right now it seems like they're going to see if they can take control of middle. It was something that worked very well for them in the pistol round, but this is much harder than just an ordinary pistol round as they're facing off against the biggest of the biggest rifles here. Snack's in a very good position to play this smoke currently. Doesn't actually get tanked through and tries to see if he can find an angle, but not quite so far.
Yeah, well, they will finally manage to get rid of Snacks, even though Neo is able to trade back at them. They have gotten themselves at least one stinging blow into Virtus Pro, as Virtus Pro will trade that blow right back at them. 4v3 evolving. Neo handles Connector as good as he can with a double kill, making it a triple in the round. Deadright is the last man, and he will not find the kill onto Neo, who picks up the quad against the saving Swedes. So the strategy didn't quite pan out for them, but they didn't have any armor, so the chances of making it in the first place were really really slim.
Yeah. Now Forrest still on 6 kills after 19 rounds. We've already brought this up just a few times here, but it does have a big effect. Forrest, one of the guys usually stepping up, but currently so far behind that it's a big issue for NIP, and Neo actually taking a bit of spam through that smoke. He was trying to see if he can look through the corner of it, but not quite. Bialy filled with self-confidence and does go down in the end by Freiberg's AK. Snacks.
Yeah, the CTs have still control of Connector, which they are about to lose. Get Right lurking through the smoke, and wow, that reaction by Get Right onto Snacks. Taz at the same time onto Exist, but Taz is now spotted, and Get Right know where he is coming from. Neo on the other side knows where Get Right is coming from, and the CTs with their communication are able to draw it back to a one-man advantage, 1.5 man basically, because Neo is down to 30, and Taz received 99 damage. He goes down to Alu finally. The A-bomb set is cleaned up, and Freiberg is coming in from behind onto Pasha. He turns around the wrong way, however, making it a 1v2 is Pasha in CT spawn, trying to hold on to that, at least giving the CTs a chance to come back into the round in case the bomb gets planted by Alu, who still has a flash to work with and an HE grenade. Let's see if he can get this underway. For his squad, it is a very crucial round. It is very crucial to win that round for NIP. Virtus Pro is coming in. They will try to flash him. He draws one out with a nade in his hands. He goes to work onto Neo, getting that frag as well. Now it's a 1v1. Pasha is on 73. He has so much equipment on his hands, but Alu backs off behind that smoke. Pasha is on the defuse. He sticks to it. Pasha is sticking to it, and he will make it. 1v1, and Pasha comes in with the ninja defuse. Alu was sticking back. He played the patient game, but it was the wrong time to play that.
Not only that, but his nade also failed, so it would have probably not killed Pasha, but it definitely would have taken a bit off of his HP. And I mean, very well played round by Alu. Virtus Pro not at all anticipating him to still sit on the bomb. They thought he was in CT, and that's why he had the element of surprise. But Neo once again winning the mid duel. Alu returns on to Neo though, and Forrest also legged, so this could turn out to be a bit of a back and forth round, and it already has.
Yeah, they need to kick off that comeback, and they desperately need somebody to start that comeback as well. In my opinion, it is up to one guy to change around, come up with a triple or a quad kill, and then just shout at them, you know, fire them up, get them in the game, wake Forrest up, and get them underway on this round, because Virtus Pro is about to take it 14-7. So Alu is looking for that chance to make it at least a second frag in the A-bomb side. The Virtus Pro players are just staying away for now. They know they have the man advantage. They just have to wait for the terrorists to make their move. As Alu gets moved over to the B-bomb side, he drops down and wants to find the opening frag. He's venturing deeper, jumping around, getting his scope set up, going down to 2 HP. However, as they're pushing in, they are horribly flashed. Freiberg doesn't see anything. Bialy with the nade onto Alu. It is up to Exist. The in-game leader can't do it against Bialy, who is on fire today. 14-7. What a round.
He has 24 kills. We brought this up in the other game that if you've got a kill per round of over 1 or just around one, you are absolutely going mental, and Bialy is doing just that. 24 kills in 21 rounds that have been played out, and Get Right with 20 as well on the losing side. But now the NIP conquest is coming in. Taz takes down one. Forest also takes down Taz immediately after. Freiburg now takes down Neo. And it's Snacks who's just lurking here in Sandwich, and Forrest does not see him, and he takes down two. Exist and Forrest both down. Can he get more? He's trying to see if he can, but not quite. Freiburg takes down Snacks, and now is Bialy and Pasha Biceps still standing. Freiburg gets taken down by that jumping shot, so it's all down to Get Right, the clutch master. Can he do this? Bialy and Pasha trying to see if they can change up the positions here so they can kind of do the pincer movement and try to see if they can force him out of position.
Yeah, Getright has the patience. He's just waiting there. 50 seconds on the clock now. It seemed like he somehow took a small nap after all that patience. He wasn't quite prepared for the CT to push around from the lower part of Connector. So Virtus Pro with the match point, and not only 1 but 8 against NIP. So that is a big thing. If you have seen him play in Katowice, you know the game was really close. This time around, Virtus Pro 1 year later, or more than 1 year later, seem to have the big edge against the Swedes, who are trying to make it happen with 5 AKs right now, almost no equipment, and they lose the first battle, the second as well. They're the only one to reply in a 4v2. He's left alone suddenly. Virtus Pro is just stomping the ground, and they will punch NIP in the face. Getright is the last man backing off here into the B apartments, trying to get the bomb in his hands. He's throwing his last flash into middle, and he has to get really big with the ace in a 1v4. He does the damage onto Bialy. Expect somebody else to come around the corner and help Bialy out, but there's nobody around. Wow, snaps us on the head, but Neo will close it out to make it 16-7. Great performance by Bialy, and even though Getright was feeling nice, he couldn't really pull it home.
So Bialy actually getting 26 kills, and looking at this scoreline, 16-7 on Mirage, I do believe that was actually the same as in the grand final on Mirage, NIP versus Virtus Pro at Katowice, the major that Virtus Pro won. Now, we're going to be going into a small break with some music before the next game starts, so we should be back in just a few seconds. Any closing statements?
Well, I hope that that Forrest isn't mad at me for calling him out there and, you know, saying that he needs to be woken up. Sometimes it's hard to get the first game on the board already, but he's a professional. He can definitely make it in the second game, and NIP is not down yet. They are not out yet, so they still have a chance in the lower bracket of Group A. So let's not count NIP out just yet.
No, that sounds like a good idea. We'll just jump into a small break and put on some music. We shall be back in just a few minutes with another game. It's going to be Fnatic versus Titan. It's going to be a great game. And yeah, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you in a bit. Hello and welcome back. We're going to be looking briefly at the group overview before we head into this coming game with Fnatic and Titan. Now, with me is Dabu.
Hi.
And yeah, anything you wish to say about this group that we are heading into?
Yeah, heavy favorite is Fnatic. Yeah, rocket science. Other than that, it's going to be really close contested second place in my opinion between TSM and Na'Vi, and possibly even Titan, depending on how well they will play. Considering their past performance on Gaming Paradise, they should be they could actually upset TSM or Na'Vi. Maybe not so much for Fnatic, but let's not count them out just yet. If Fnatic is in a kind of a sleepy position, you know, you never know where this game could end up, especially as we will see Cobblestone. The teams kind of agreed to it after the map veto process. So Cobblestone is, like we already mentioned, it is a map that is dependent on the pistol round as well as on the performance of the terrorists. It is kind of terrorist sided, and if they can get themselves onto the B-bomb side through platform, it is going to be really tense. And yeah, I'm really curious to see if Fnatic can handle that.
Yeah, I mean, Fnatic kind of has this thing that they sometimes it just happens for Fnatic, and it seems that it happens to every top team, and obviously it does, but they do throw rounds foolishly away, and especially when you play in a best of one, giants like Fnatic and previously mostly NIP, for example, can get taken down. We saw this at the first season of ESL ECA Pro League, where at the finals, the LAN finals, they lost to, I believe it was CLG, and then they played 16-14 versus TSM, and throughout TSM from the tournament, like, they got dropped, but it might have well had been Fnatic. So seeing that this is a best of one, I mean, Titan on Cobblestone, I'm not so sure that that is one of their stronger maps, but it does happen on occasion that Fnatic do lose best of ones. It is rare that they get thrown out of tournaments because, you know, it's rare that tournaments even are best of ones all the way throughout the group stage. But the first season of this event was a definite, you know, that was one of the tournaments where it was best of one throughout the whole group stage, and they almost went out in groups. So I'm hoping that Titan can deliver some serious firepower, and they can actually, you know, at least get into this game, because a lot of people will think that it is a very one-sided affair, and that is probably very likely, but I'm hoping that they can come and deliver something really great, because they might be able to shock Fnatic, and as it only is a best of one, anything can happen.
Yeah, and if they get caught off guard by Titan, they could drop into the lower bracket in the group, which still consists of TSM and Na'Vi, who we will see after this best of one series. Titan haven't been too well, they haven't been really tested by the top teams on Cobblestone. They have won quite a few maps on it. I think they're sitting at a record of 9-3 right now, but they have revamped their squad with Smith and with Shocks. And if they perform like they can perform, and if RPK is in the mix as well, Existence stepped up his game as well as Maniac, who is now focusing on gaming main time, you know, full-time gamer right now. He has finished his studies and now he's completely focused on the game. So maybe Titan can pull it off today, but they are a little bit sick. They have those small colds and stuff like that, so I'm not quite sure. Let's see how this pistol round will turn out, as we are skipping the knife round, it seems like. Titan on the terrorist side, they will start off with a long aggression. Fnatic on the other side with 3 players over at B and Olaf in the connector, so the terrorists should have easy access to the A bomb site.
Yeah, and Flusher, main man here on the site, gets one frag, gets 2, and Olafmeister and Krims, the LGB duo, also get 1 each, and Flusher now takes the hat trick of ranks, a very quick and easy pistol round, a lot of headshots going on there, and Flush actually deciding to buy up with an M4 in the second round. Interesting.
Yeah, in total, Titan dealt 36 damage to Fnatic in the pistol round. That's a statement of its own. Other than that, Fnatic is surely not asleep. They are more than awake, and they are flying away already. I wonder if Titan, you know, if you lose a pistol round like that, aren't you kind of mentally sad after that?
Not really. As a player, personally, I feel it's a lot about, you know, when you lose a pistol round like that, you just need to bear in mind that sometimes pistol rounds, especially, can just be that someone just goes absolutely insane and hits a bunch of lucky shots. And I wouldn't say they were necessarily lucky, but a few, at least the first kill from Flusher was a bit lucky, and sometimes pistol rounds can be like that. It can be down to luck, so bear that in mind, that sometimes you cannot stop the opposition, but yeah, it seems like Flusher is trying to stop the opposition. Actually now he's going to retreat back into his hiding. Shox and the rest of the guys trying to see if they can take off the A bomb site here, and trying to see if they get some easy kills. RBK opens up onto Flusher, Olofmeister with one onto Smiths, and BK smoking off himself, seeing if he can abuse this smoke. Does not quite connect onto Olofmeister. Maniac takes down one, but Olofmeister in the end takes down Maniac, and it does look like it's going to be 2-0 Fnatic after the bomb getting defused.
Yeah, now it's Flusher with the triple kill and a pistol, Olof with a triple kill in the second round. We could see a triple kill by Crims in this round, and maybe JW with the AWP and a triple kill in the rifle round. So if it keeps going like that, Fnatic should have a very easy matchup against Titan, who are up until to this point only able to take down 2 of the CTs yet. So they definitely have to pick it up. Olof just with another stellar headshot onto RPK. He's firing away, but then retreating. He knows that there are too many terrorists as he goes for the second peek. Maniac gets him killed, making it a 4v4. Now Titan on the road to the A bomb set. Flusher on the rotation, however, and he will pick up those kills from behind, just mopping up everyone. JW with the max 7 and Crims with the last one. Easy pickings for Fnatic. As soon as they start the terrorist push, it was Flusher taking over and making it 3-0.
Something that you need to take a look at is definitely JW. He has this very aggressive playstyle, but he's also one of the players who is not afraid to kind of push the boundaries of what is known in the pro community. Playing the max 7 here means he gets a lot of money, and also you see him, or at least we did at the major, saw him with a sort of trying to play the drop area as a T-sided player. So it's a lot of money gained, and it's also very new in a way. It's not something that many people do, and the sort of rarely is seen in the pro scene, so
yeah,
quite interesting. But it looks like the T players are going to see if they can actually get up on the A bomb site here, and Shox creeping through the matrix area.
But they already lost the first player, and Smith is able to draw it back onto Flusher, opening up A. Titan is really focused on the A bomb set. Almost every single round ended up on that. Smith and Pronix once again trading blows. 3v3 evolving. The terrorists have still not captured the A bomb site. They still have to work against Pronix, who's in the back of that hut. Shox is pushing him, and Pronix just exposes him to the spray of the AK, making it easy for Shox to mop up that kill. But it's still JW and Crims on the board for the CTs. Crims only has an MP9, so he really needs to watch out what he's doing. And Existence picking the long-range fight is not going to end well for the Swede. JW is backing away with that scope. It's his only choice right now. So Titan sticking to the A bomb site, contrary to every common belief that the B bomb site is the easier bomb site to attack.
Yeah, you're probably right. I mean, it doesn't have to be easy just for it to work. Titan can just have some really good executes, and we know that the mastermind Existence is on this team. By many believed to be probably the best in-game leader in CSGO. It's kind of between him and Pronax for most people.
Guppy.
Yeah, Guppy. But but Pronex, I think he's actually said that the only in-game leader that can get into his head is Existence. So it's going to be very interesting to see if Existence actually will get into Pronex's head. And by playing only the A-bomb site, maybe this is the mind games that we see coming out from Existence. What is your take on that?
Yeah, Existence definitely capable of playing those mind games, and you can see that he's now making the CTs put 2 players over there. Initially, Fnatic started off the round with almost 4 players over at the B bomb site and only 1 handling A, which is not the case anymore. With 2 players fully committed to A at the start of the round, they want to put a stop to the A aggression from the terrorists, and Titan is still very committed to the A bomb site, so they might actually build up that kind of image that that mind game is going to be prepared by Existence. With that push, Maniac is taking point. No, actually it is Smith taking point. Now he's getting back into A main again, with the rest of his squad spread out throughout A, and at the same time we have Maniac just holding on to their back. So they want to be, they don't want to be backstabbed by the CTs just now. Getting ready for the execution is Titan, as Flusher is close by. He has Olofmeister in the back of the bomb site. Good flash, but Flusher didn't see anyone. Crims now spots Maniac, and it could trigger a wrong rotation, which is not the case. Flusher with the right rotation. Olofmeister is there as well. Pronox chimes in. Everything goes south for Titan right now. 1v4. Smith is down. Everything is over. Just too soon for the Frenchman. 4-1 in favor of Fnatic.
That's the scary thing about Fnatic here. They made that round look so easy, and they were up against a full buy with Maniac lurking in the drop, probably one of the most powerful positions when your team is executing into an A play. But Fnatic just make it look so easy, and they just pick up the kills one by one. And Flusher coming up big there, and we saw him big at the major, at least as far as kills go. So let's see if he can actually repeat the same success that he had earlier. He's at least stopped the rush now, and Shox tries even to put a cheeky flash through, but Flusher ends him quickly, and Olofmeister is now there for support. He is taking these kills by force, and Maniac on the opposite side of the smoke, willing to take the fight, but not for long. Existence and Maniac both dropped, and now the only guy left is RPK. Coming in from behind, takes down Flusher, and takes the battle versus Olofmeister, but Olofmeister, wise to the challenge, lives with only 3 HP, but every HP counts.
And every kill counts, and he had just as many kills as he had HP at the end of the round. So 2 triple kills for Olofmeister in 6 rounds. There is only so much that you can do about a player like that. I mean, if you know where he's playing, you can try to single him out and push him together, or flash him, or smoke him off, or something like that. But right now, Olof is very, very flexible in his positions, and also the tandem with Flusher and Olof is really deadly. They just took this round alone. They dropped the bomb and they came in to support each other. Well played by the Swedes. Now Titan uses the time to figure out what they going to do. Existence is hanging out in the Princess Tower that you already mentioned before. So what would you say to your players if you were the in-game leader right now?
Well, I'm not so sure what I'd say. I feel like the executes have actually been decent, but Fnatic have just been winning the aim duels. Existence is this kind of in-game leader who likes to just use ecos to talk things through, and it does seem like that's what they're doing. Olofmeister now opens up onto RPK, but we have a lurker, and that is Shox, and he's in a very, very good position, as Flusher's not looking at all. So if he takes out Flusher, this might actually be a really good round for Titan.
Yeah, if he takes him out. But Olofmeister is now coming around again to help his teammate out, and Olofmeister will pick up another triple kill, leaving it up to Existence to plant the bomb against 5 very angry CTs. Flusher is a little bit paranoid about drop zone, but then he turns around. So once again it is Olofmeister and Flusher combining to win a round with a 3rd triple kill in only 7 rounds. Olofmeister is standing out with 12 frags for Fnatic.
It's pretty scary that Olofmeister and Flusher, the 2 players on the A-bomb side, have 22 kills between them in 7 rounds. That is absolutely scary.
Yeah, the others can't even get any frags, because they, as soon as they rotate towards A, everything is finished off already.
That is indeed true, yeah. But look at... Ooh, wait. I'm missing stuff. JW, I think that was possibly a boosted drop zone that got him the entry there, but Olofmeister very aggressive for once, and doesn't get anything from it, but one guy that does get something from an aggressive play is Maniac, and we are having a bit of GoTV lag, it seems. Are you also lagging, or is it just me?
Yeah, I'm also lagging. But
Okay.
Maniac is not lagging at all. He is trying to push the B bomb site alone right now. With the platform being exposed, the CTs have to force some rotation. He forces 3 players to almost commit to B. Now that is very, very good play by Titan, using Maniac to draw the attention away. He picks up another frag while Shox disposes of Flash over at A. Maniac is rushing to get as close as possible to his teammates. The CTs, however, are reduced to Crims in the meantime by RPK's frag, and making it a 4v1 means that Crims is trying to back away and save his gun. Titan will get the second round on the board, but as we already talked about before, they are almost supposed to have 4, 5, 6 at this point in time. Maybe not 6, but you know, a share of 5 and 4 rounds would be good for them. So maybe they can work their way up there. Looking at the CT's money, they are not yet facing any problems at all.
No, it doesn't look like it. They are going to take this round though, and they've got 4 guys still alive, which is very important looking at their current economy, which is in shambles pretty much. Crims managing to stay alive doesn't do much for either team, but 9th round coming in, and this is, I mean, if Titan are going to get back into this game, it is now. They are 6-2. Behind a lot of rounds, with bad economy. Fnatic has good economy. Titan really need to step it up and get a few rounds on the board in a row here, or it's gonna be a very, very big problem.
Yeah, definitely. The 5 AKs need to do the trick right now, otherwise they would be back to scratch. Crims goes to work on the first, then goes down to Smith, who was the second attacker with JW on the backstep already, while the terrorists try to keep pushing into the B bomb site. They are stalled right now, thanks to another frag by the CTs. RPK is standing up, but Shox goes down to Olaf, so it's a tit for tat right now. The CTs maintain their man advantage against the Titan players, who are trying to get the bomb plant down. JW just keeps that from happening with the right timing. 1v3 now. Existence has to do it alone, and he's not able to do that at all. He gets 1 frag back, but JW just quickly scopes around the corner and makes it look way too easy. 7-2 now. Fnatic is rolling away.
And JW with only 1 death. He saved that 1 round, the first round that Titan took, and has only died in the other round that they lost. So he's looking really good. With only 6 frags, it's not amazing, but he hasn't been seeing a lot of action. He has been taking some pretty key frags here, but Shox with only a pistol now, willing to take the fight against Olofmeister, who actually takes a lot of damage sprayed through that smoke. Now, Olofmeister, is he going to get away here? I'm not so sure. They are going to let him get away, and Flusher, with a very, very key Molotov, is probably going to save his life. Titan trying to force Olofmeister out of position and then group up on Flusher, but didn't quite work out. Shox now takes a bit of a fight versus him. Versus Flusher, that is. But Flusher, ready and waiting. Olofmeister too, but goes down in the end by RPK, and RPK then taken down by Flusher. Shox takes down Flusher, and now it's the 3 versus 3 situation. Pronax peeks out. It's the in-game leader taking out the in-game leader, and Shox as well. Maniac. Ooh, look at this lurk. Crims knows it though, and Maniac takes him down in the end. Pronax needs to come up here with a frag, and Maniac caught with his knife out. That is a bit of a weird play.
Yeah, wrong timing for Maniac, but he got away with his life for now. And they will allow him to seemingly get his hands on the bomb. He was, you know, like a pirate on the treasure, trying to just, he picked it out. It was lying there, all the gold, and he wants to grab it. And then somebody comes in and stabs him in the back. 8-2 in favor of Fnatic. Titan are on scratch right now. They are on P250s without armor. The chances of them getting even the bomb plant are really, really low.
Yeah, no armor, pistols is all they have. And Shox, he is kind of, he has a reputation for tilting a bit, meaning that he is kind of the type of guy who would get mad when you start losing, especially losing rounds that you should not. And it does look like a lot of the time he is waving his crosshair around like a crazy madman. So I think there might be some internal conflicts here on the Titan side, and I'm afraid that this could have a serious impact on how this game unfolds. But Shox, the same guy that I just talked about, once again comes up in a position where flusha is not checking at all, but he still does not want to take the peak. And if he does, it would most likely be an easy entry, but JW opens up onto Maniac, and flusha then takes down Shox. So once again, it doesn't look too good for the terrorists here.
Yeah, they didn't expect too much, probably. And even though you're right about the Shox and the tilting thing, he's, or at least it is said that he is like that. I think he should not expect too much against a team like Fnatic. You know, they didn't win 3 majors for no reason. They are a very good team, so he should expect them to at least give away a few rounds. Now, they didn't really, you know, have any round where they were in control and then massively screwed up and everything was going away from them. So, I mean, he just has to get himself on the board, and that is what he's doing right now with the shot onto flusha. Olofmeister comes back, still holding on to A long as his teammate got killed. He's very angry about that. He wants to take revenge, and he will take it against Existence. 2v3, however. JW on the lurk, taking out Maniac from behind. Very well played by Fnatic to get back into the round. Shox is now alone, and this is the time for him to make something happen. He has a bomb, he has a smoke, and he has a flash grenade, and he will use all that equipment to get the first frag to open up the A bomb site for him. But heads up play by Olofmeister. He realized that his teammates are coming around anyway, so no reason for him to hold on to the slope. He can get back, hide away, and then come back to get the frag. Just great play by Olof with another triple kill. He's sitting at 19 frags in 12 rounds right now.
That was a perfect kind of picture of why JW is such an annoying player to play against. Jumps down from Griffin, the balcony area, and then peeks Shox with an AWP, and yet he shoots, misses, and makes it out without losing any HP, or at least close to it. It is just a guy you can never ever kill, and it really shows. He's only died a single time so far during these 12 rounds. Yeah, that's one of his real good skills, but at the same time, one of the top AWPers of the world, so he's not only good at staying alive, he's also good at making sure others don't. So, Olofmeister now again with 2 frags, and it's this A duo that we've been talking about so far. RBK, though, gets 1 kill onto flusha, and Olofmeister, with a deagle in hand, takes out Maniac, tries to get the 2nd kill. Shox, will he win this duo? He will, and that's the A stolen by Shox. Pronax now wanting to take the fight against Shox, and Shox unfortunately cannot deliver another frag, but it seems like there are some... Oh, it's a timer. I was going to say there were probably some internal conflicts here in the team, but it is... oh wait, it's not a time player, it's just a tactical timeout, so it could be that there are some internal complications here in the Titan lineup, and with this scoreline, it wouldn't be of a big surprise. Dabu, are you still with me, or are you having issues?
No, I don't have any issues at all.
Okay.
Everything's fine with me. Not so fine with Titan, though. Sadly, the Frenchmen can't surprise us again after their quite surprising performance in Gaming Paradise. It seems like Fnatic will win this game really, yeah, really highly.
Nah, I can't even find the word either.
Decisively, there it is.
Yeah,
Finally.
decisively, well played. But we have Olofmeister on 23 kills in 13 rounds.
What can you do?
Yeah, what can you do to stop this man? He is the type of guy where he's so confident in his aim and his play that even if he gets 1 kill and gets down to 1 HP, he goes out and fights 4 guys at the same time. He doesn't care. And sometimes that works out really well, especially when you're winning this big, so that's why he has such a great score. But he's also the type of guy, we saw it at the Major versus Virtus.pro, where I believe he only got like 5 kills in a whole game. Something like 27 rounds and only 5 or 6 kills. And that is also, you know, it can kind of be that your own kryptonite in some games, in a sense, where in this game it's going really well. They are winning all the aim duels, so he's getting a lot of frags. But had he not been winning his aim duels, he would just be dying over and over again and putting so much pressure on his teammates. Whereas a guy like Flusher, he's the type of guy who gets one kill, then falls back into a better position, and you know, actually can help his team by not going down and even get more kills. So Olofmeister, when it goes really well, he is just a rocket. He takes off with such high speeds that it's insane on the scoreboard. But Flusher, he has definitely not had a bad game either. He's also been very solid on this A-bomb site.
Yeah, and on top of that, they have 3 other very, very good players to fall back on in case they don't, or they can't rely on Olof and Flusher to get those frags. Now Titan need to rely on a few players as well if they want to get themselves on the board in those last 2 rounds in the first half of this best of 1. It is the 3rd game today. It is the first game in Group B. The second one will be TSM and Na'Vi. As we see the first terrorist dropped already by Olof and JW.
Look at JW.
Slowed down.
Look at JW. He's behind them. Oh, and he misses as well. There we go. 1 down. And can he get more? Not quite. And this is actually really close. JW could have had a bigger impact on this round. He pushed a smoke, slow walk, while they flashed through, and he was able to actually get behind 2 Titan players, but only managed to get 1 kill, and that is definitely not enough from that position. But now Flusher and Maniac in a 1 versus 1 situation. Maniac on the bomb site, getting that plant down, so looks to be good, but Flusher must know, and he's not sure when to peek, but he peeks right at the right time and takes down Maniac without any challenge. So Fnatic 12-2.
Yeah, so even if Titan have a round just lied in front of them, you know, on a silver plate, it is presented, and then it's a 1v1, and it's getting really tight, and Maniac peeks the right corner, he has his crosshairs settled on the right position, and then he turns around in the wrong moment. It's just, you know, whatever they had to have to win a round, it's not working out for them. It's like some bigger, you know, some gods.
A magical force.
Yeah, the magical force is against Titan right now. Even in the 1v1, they are turning the wrong corners in the wrong moment. So really, really big bummer for Maniac. He had everything done so well up until to this point. Now 3v3, but Chronix still in the bomb site, and he will mop up 2 frags just like that. Good 20 bullet spray by him, making it a 1v2 though. Is Smith with a refrag, and he's got the bomb on his back, trying to hop up back into B long, and he will try to find his way towards the A bomb site, or just check out his back for now. He still has 55 seconds on the clock, so he has a lot of time at hand. He can use that to either rotate or check out everything on his back, and he will check every single corner just to avoid being backstabbed or being ambushed by any of the CTs. And the time that he spent to rotate, the CTs realize that he's most probably going to the A bomb site. Now he will fake that with an HE grenade, trying to draw the CTs to the other bomb site again. It's a play by Smith, but he needs to watch out. Now it's 25 seconds on the clock, and JW has a very deep peek into, now not anymore, but he can hear the A bomb site, and well, both CTs rotated, and now they are on the back foot again. They are rotating back towards B. Smith fooled them a little bit, but now they are there, and Smith didn't make it just in time. JW already closed him out and make it 13-2. Great idea by Smith, but maybe he overthought it a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it worked out pretty well, but it's just the wrong place to plant in that situation. Especially, I mean, again, JW got a bit lucky by getting behind that rock just in time. Something I quickly want to mention before we hop on into this second half is that Fnatic, after being up, what, 10-2, actually changed the setup, so Flusher was playing B and JW was playing A. Normally you don't change things when you are this far behind, not behind, but ahead. But I think the reason they did it is possibly because they are afraid that Existence will start figuring them out, and that is why they changed the setup, and it seemed to work out pretty well. And talking about something that's working out pretty well is Existence's click machine here. P2K, 4 headshots from him. That is absolutely amazing. Wow, his teammates died, and there he goes. 4 kills in a row, or headshots. Can he get the ace? The in-game leader, not the guy to normally step up, but here he is. He has definitely saved this pistol round for his team. But But are we already taking things too far? We are not. Maniac will end it off. That was absolutely amazing. Wow. P2K in hand and 4 headshots from its existence.
Yeah, you gotta come up with something in those situations when you're down 13-2, and Existence didn't really come up with a special strategy except for, well, if nobody else gets the frags, I have to get them. Really well played by him, and he really elevated his game throughout the past weeks. He worked so hard, and if you've ever been to any event, you can see him warming up from, you know, from 7 AM. Even if he has to play at 10, he will warm up 3 hours in a row just to be sure that everything is just really boiling hot right now. As boiling hot as Existence is, Shocks right now with a double kill in the anti-eco round. Fnatic with a big investment due to their economy. It's not that big of a waste, so Grims with the Tech 9 left alone, and Maniac will finally, just relieve him of the pressure of trying to come up with something. 13-4 now in favor of Fnatic, and Titan trying to host that comeback. But yeah, we are yet to see the first rifle round, so let's wait a few more rounds until we can judge how far Titan can take it back.
I mentioned that JW likes to play shotgun on these anti-eco rounds. He actually had a sort of, but did not get anything from it. RBK though gets 3 kills. Perfect timing, peeks out when they are falling, and that makes it a lot harder to actually shoot. Crims, can you find any more? He finds RBK, but RBK, there's going to be a big bank he's going to start building. He got so much money from that, and yeah, I mean, Shocks now with an AWP, and Smiths with an AWP. They're definitely going all out here.
Yeah, if they lose this one, they know that it's probably going to be over. So Titan also don't want to give any more rounds to Fnatic, so they try. If we want to put a stop to them, we have to do it now. Shocks with a headshot onto Flusher, opening up nicely, but Olofmeister does the same for the terrorists onto Smiths. So disposing of one of the orbs is going to help the terrorists to open up the B bomb site. Titan only has 2 players left on there, as the rest of their squad is over at A long, with Maniac and Shocks focusing on Matrix and on A long. So the terrorists should have a seemingly easy execution if they execute sometime soon, because they get flashed and slowed down. Now they will take point. Rushing into the bomb site is Crims with a headshot onto Existence. Maybe 4, but the CTs have managed to rotate. Shocks over there. He tries to help out RPK, who's left alone. JW is down. JW is down to get some more frags as he disposes of RPK and Shocks at the same time. 1v4. Maniac, the lonely survivor, will not survive any longer. JW with the triple kill, much needed by him to open up the bomb site from a different angle, from a different perspective, making it 14-5 in favor of Fnatic.
I mean, if Maniac, one of your highest fraggers on your team, can even take out JW, who only has a burst fire Glock, it does seem like it's a bit too big of a task. RBK actually making a huge mistake there by turning, but let's get into this round. Shocks taking a fight versus Olofmeister and JW, and he actually takes out JW, keeps trying for Olofmeister, but doesn't really get him. Maniac, though, gets 2 kills, and those were some really, really tasty frags with that sweet, sweet spray control. So, Crims now gets taken down by RPK as well, and it's all left to Flusher.
Yeah, but against 4 CTs, they know where the bomb is, and they will try to keep him from picking it up, but Maniac is all alone over there. I don't know why he, you know, either fall back or get your teammates in a position where they can surely pick up the refrag. Titan kind of gave up an opening to Flusher that he can use to either rotate back towards B or push on through to A. If he keeps pushing A, he might face off against Smith and Existence, one of which only has a pistol, and that's the in-game leader with the 5-7. So Flusher could have an easy time if he picks off Smith, who's down to 22 HP. He keeps pushing through, but Smith will make it and get themselves around on the board. 6-4 Titan right now, almost reducing the lead to half of the rounds, but just not yet.
No, but what I was trying to hint at before was Yeah, now I totally lost it. Looking at JW's sort of, I must have mixed them up in my head, but at least we see JW bring out the sort of shotgun. I'll possibly get that back into my head later on, but we'll see if this actually has an effect now. He didn't get anything done with it last time, but we have seen him use it to full effect before. And here we go, RPK taken out by a single shot from that sort of shotgun. Not only does it give a big bank, but it also delivers a fatal shot, especially when directed towards your opponent's heads.
And the mental blow that it deals is stinging a lot as well.
That's the worst one.
Yeah, definitely. He tries to deal another one onto Maniac. JW is just slicing through the CT's defenses as Smith is trying to hold off the terrorist push. He will not actually succeed in doing that. They are completely unleashed to the A bomb site. Prince just making his way towards A, checking all of that out. Shox comes in from behind, taking out Flusher with a bomb on his back. That is really changing the outcome of the round if they can hold on to that. 2v2, 2v1 in favor of the terrorists as they are trying to make their way back to the bomb. They actually don't know where Shox is right now. It seems like Flusher didn't check or didn't call at all. Now they will finally figure out where Shox must be, or at least a rough area where he could be, as Shox is backstabbing again from another perspective. JW turns around to keep his back clean. Shox is already there. JW firing away a few shots, daring Shox around the corner, and Crims will be there to pick him up. 5 seconds on the clock, so it was really clutch play by Fnatic to win this round after all. 15-6. Titan is not able to get another round, and now they are stuck with pistols and a Max 7.
Yeah, Shox actually played that pretty much perfectly. I think it's a good choice going into the bomb site instead of actually trying to hold that area, but missing those shots on an 18 HP JW, that was a big mistake. Well, not a mistake, it's not something that he could have just taken a different like approach to it, but he just didn't land his shots and that cost him in the end. I'm positive he would have taken that round had he gotten down JW early, but yeah, that stuff happens. We're now into possibly the last round of the game, and Shox is going to get Molotov'd out, but RPK, once again, this guy has gotten so many big entry kills, but Flusher takes out Shox, and Olofmeister takes out Existence as well, so now RPK is taking another fight, and he unfortunately loses it, so it's all down to Maniac, and even though he is a Maniac, it is unlikely that he will come out on top from this situation. Takes out Flusher though, that's a good start, that's the right start, but the start has been put to an abrupt end, and yeah, that was the third match of the event so far. Fnatic take it 16-6 versus Titan.
29 frags for Olofmeister in 22 rounds. Yeah, he definitely put a stamp on this matchup, so I'm really curious to see if anyone can stop Fnatic right now. They seem to just carry on through with their performance from the major. They are not shaky at all. Maybe Virtus.pro can stop them later on in the tournament if they are to meet up. So yeah, let's see if Titan can actually survive this. They shouldn't have expected too much, in my opinion. So they should just work on top of that and maybe figure out a few problems, but they shouldn't be mad about the outcome of the game. Fnatic was the high favorite with odds of roughly 86% to 14, so the whole community expected them to win.
Yeah, and in a best of one, those are definitely some compelling odds. But I mean, something we need to mention here is that even though the scoreline was 16-6, and even though Fnatic kind of just took a hold of this match from the start, I feel like at least when Titan switched to CT, it was a much closer match, and I don't feel like the scoreline do them justice in a sense. Even though Fnatic had that great start, I feel like Titan also had a very good CT side. So yeah, a lot to be said about that. Were you called for this break, my friend?
Yes. So we are going to a small break, guys and girls. I hope you will stay with us for the next match. TSM against Na'Vi coming up, and I think this is going to be a thriller. At least I hope that we will see a good map, that both teams can get themselves to the very good performances that they are able to pull off. So let's see how the last game of today, not the last game of today, we will have more games coming up, but the last game that Nato and I will cast is going to fare out. After that, the mainstream will take over from the venue. They will be fully set up and will take you through the rest of today's game. So thank you for tuning in, and yeah, that's it. See you in a bit.
But listen to this. Bad
Hello guys and welcome back. I am here with Dabu. Are you here, Dabu?
Yeah. Hi.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, so TSM Navi coming up. Any thoughts?
Yeah, I think that Caesar will win it. That's something that I wanted to put out there.
It seems
as
like
a-
we've got a bit of internet connectivity issues. You are lagging quite a bit, so I don't know if it's on my end or if it's on yours, but I'm not dropping any frames at least. So yeah, try to talk again, see if it works.
Is it better like that?
Much better. Now we can hear you. Hello.
Yeah, you can hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, so everything's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that TSM will win basically because of their past record, even though Navi can have an edge on Overpass. By the way, Overpass is the map. We just skipped that a little bit. The map V2 has been finished. We're waiting for the players to ready up right now. So TSM won the last exchange between the two teams on Overpass. It was 16-11 just a few days ago in the Counter Pit League. And I think that it hints into a stronger TSM lineup. But the 16-11 scoreline is not the most decisive that you can achieve. So around here and there, maybe an eco round that would have been won or wouldn't have been lost, and suddenly the whole game turns out differently. I think it's going to be close, but I think that TSM will win it. I will put a number on it and say 16-12.
Yeah, so quickly, let's just go through the veto. It started with Navi vetoing Cash, then TSM vetoed Cobble, Navi vetoed Train, TSM vetoed Mirage, Navi vetoed Dust 2, and TSM vetoed Inferno. And Inferno is actually, I mean, that's a map that both teams are really good at. The same, I mean, well, Dust 2 would probably be favored somewhat in favor of TSM. So I totally understand, at least the last two map vetoes, they make perfect sense. Now, on well, the betting websites, it seems like TSM have 78% and Navi only 22%. I think that most people are assuming that Navi just getting so late to the event because of Gaming Paradise. It seems like people favor TSM more, thinking that this will have a big impact on how they play. What are your thoughts?
I don't know if it has that big of an impact, because Navi always seemed really relaxed, at least at Gaming Paradise. So even though there were delays, I think they were also one of the teams that got least impacted by the delays, because they had the luck of being the second team to start with the game. You know, the first team had to come to the stage and warm up, and then problems arrived. Problems came up, and suddenly they had to stay at the stage for 3, 4, 5. In the end, it was 11 hours. So that put a strain at the team that had to be ready. But Navi wasn't one of those teams. They only sent Starix to check in here and there. So he was the guy focusing and handling all the stress, while the players could relax. They were hanging out in the pool. If you follow Seized on Instagram, he uploaded a few really nice pictures and I think that Navi are really relaxed coming into this tournament.
Something the thing you need the most is just a small break from CS. It can clear your head. It can actually also somewhat make your aim better because you kind of come back into it and you are more focused because you've just been relaxing. At least that's something that I experience quite a bit. Now, you said Overpass is slightly favored Navi. I would say that I agree with that. TSM sometimes have really big performances on Overpass, but other times they just seem all over the place. Looking at the past 5 games that the teams have played together, well, not together, but against each other, TSM have won 4. So that is, I mean, that is serious business. But looking back, I think it was not more than I would say it's less than 6 months ago, at least a couple of months ago, probably more. But TSM played Virtus Pro on Overpass, and I remember the odds being somewhat 75-25 in favor of TSM on Overpass, and Virtus Pro ended up doing a perfect CT half, going 15-0 and winning in the end 16-4, I believe. So TSM sometimes, have these weird. You can't even call them slumps because it's like, it just happens from one day to another where all of a sudden they're bad and then the next day they're good again. It doesn't really make much sense, but I feel like these things happen often on Overpass. If we look at the first season of this event, for example, Overpass was the map that they were thrown out on. I mean, granted, yeah, it was versus Fnatic, the best team in the world, but it was also 16-14. I mean, it's very, very close. I think Cage and B dropped 35 or 36 kills. But, I mean, that's a map where they did actually really well. I mean, 14 rounds, almost winning it against Fnatic. I just don't really know where to put them on Overpass.
Yeah, they are up and down, I believe. Also, their recent matches against Navi on Overpass show the same thing that you pointed out already. It was a 16-6 win in the Faceit League 3 months, well, 2.5 months ago. But then they lost to Navi 16-12 in the PGL Season 1. And after that, they managed to win 16-11 against Navi. So I think it depends on which side they start on, and also how well they get into the game and get into the mood of, just getting the frags and executing the strategies, having the right timing, as well as having the patience at times when it's needed. So the Danes should be the favorites, but as I said, I wouldn't count Navi out. I will give the game to TSM, but I wouldn't be surprised if Navi win it.
Yeah, I mean, as far as the maps go, as far as map advantage goes, it is probably in favor of Navi, but then again, TSM currently are better than Navi, so I would also say that TSM should be taking this map. Something to note as well, you said that TSM beat Navi in the Faceit League, is that correct?
Come again?
TSM beat Navi in the Faceit League, is that correct? Did you say that before?
That is
yes?
correct, yeah.
I mean, it's also about Faceit League is a really big tournament, and dropping maps or dropping games even in some of the smaller tournaments, there's always a way to the final, but in a big league like Faceit, for example, or a big tournament like this one, you definitely do not want to throw any easy games or just throw any games whatsoever. So yeah. I'm hoping that we see both teams fired up here, and I do think we will. But how big a role do you think individual performance between the two teams will, how big of an effect will it have?
Well, Overpass is a map where you can use the AWP to great effect, and Guardian was on fire in Gaming Paradise on that very map. So he's feeling comfortable on Overpass, and his individual performance, as you all know, determines where Navi is going in that matchup. But he's not entirely alone. He's got 4 teammates that can step it up at any time as well. So I think for Navi, the most important individual performance is not only Guardian, but then the second and the third player coming up. Be it Zeus, Flamey, Edward, or Seized, doesn't matter. But he has to have at least one really well-performing player next to him possibly on the other bomb side, so they can close out both on the CT side or on the terrorist side. And Flamey is kind of an X factor as well. He's up and down, sometimes getting massive amount of frags, sometimes kind of shying away. The same goes for Zeus lately. He's stepping up the fragging department as well. But they are, as I already mentioned at the very start of the stream, they are individually inconsistent, even though the team itself is in a way consistent, because they, yeah, when somebody is not performing, another one will be performing. Speaking of TSM though, I think they are throughout consistent, and Kerrigan and Device have an AWP that can give Guardian a run for his money. And it comes down to the economy, if they are getting to hold the AWP in the first place. So I think that it is more important for Navi to have individual performance compared to TSM, who seem to be a very sturdy, overall, settled and calm team, in my opinion.
One thing I want to say about Overpass, and this is something that I've been noticing a lot, is that if you meet a mixed team, for example, now there are not going to be any mixed teams in this tournament, obviously, but if you meet any mixed teams on Dust 2, for example, anything can happen. Because Dust 2 is a map that anybody can play. It's very open for Ts to get entries on CTs, but at the same time CTs have pretty good cover. On Overpass, it is the complete opposite. It is probably the worst map for mixing. The T side is pretty hard to actually get entry frags on, because it's mostly like long corridors. Only short and connector is like close quarters and toilets, you know, the bathroom area is also somewhat close quarters, but most likely if you fight a guy who's playing bathroom area, he'll just fall back to the A bomb site where you have so many angles that you need to check simultaneously. And this is why it is so hard to play Overpass. Now on CT side as well, there are so many clever boosts that you can use to get into advantageous positions where you're close to unkillable. And that is why you need to have good chemistry, because you need to be able to clear out multiple angles at the same time. You as a person cannot do that. You need your team's help to do that.
Yeah.
But at the same time, on a CT side, there are so many good boost spots that you need to not only know these spots, but the players obviously do, but they also need to utilize them. And I don't think it's a big problem for the teams at this event to utilize these problems, but it usually is a map that comes down to whoever has the best team play. So maybe individual performance is not going to have as big of an impact on how this matchup will take shape.
Yeah, that's definitely right. I mean, you can do some changes and you can get an impact as an individual player on the map, but you have to have your team backing you up, because you will most likely go down after, let's say, you get the first or maybe even the second frag on toilets, but then you're stalling because you don't really have any backup to get to the A bomb site alone. So you have to wait for your teammates on the terrorist side, for example. The same goes for B. If you go there alone, you're fresh meat for the CTs to just pick up, take home, and cook some good minced meat with that. So it's I'm just not sure if Guardian is able to show up the way that we need him, or that Navi needs him to show up. And on the other side, we have the problem with Device and Dupree. When they are under pressure, they can have problems with their aim as well as their confidence and their position play. So maybe if Navi get themselves a few good rounds on the board, TSM realizes, oh, we are in a best of one. If we lose a few more rounds, we could actually end up in a loser bracket. But we are the favorites. So what is going to happen right now? So maybe Navi has an opening on that department, you know, just making them a little tense, making them feel the pressure, making them nervous, and then getting out on top of that by playing their own confidence.
Yeah, I mean, Guardian and Edward, for example, take just two of the Na'Vi players. They are so experienced. You can't really say the same about the TSM players. Yes, they do have a lot of experience, but a lot of them are very young. And a guy like Carrigan, he has many years of experience, but it was only in like the late 1.6 era where he actually played at the highest level. And for the longest time, before he got picked up by the now TSM squad, he played in teams like Mousesports. And now Mousesports may sound like it's an amazing team, and they are pretty amazing. But at the time when Carrigan played there, it wasn't really that amazing. So
yeah, it was more of a mix.
Definitely, and it was. I mean, it's a big step up for Carrigan. I mean, he's managed it so well. But as far as top tier experience goes, I would actually say that Na'Vi are kinda, you know, at least they have more experienced players. Possibly not as over the whole of the team, like not as an average, but they have some players that have just played top tier CS pretty much forever, it seems. So, you know, that experience might come into play, but Device of Dupree needs to be mentioned that the choking issues that they've had in the past, they might still kind of be lurking somewhere in themselves, but I feel like it has become much better. And I'm hoping that it's not going to be a problem, because we want to see some absolutely fantastic CS here.
Yeah, but you're Danish, so.
yeah, I have to go with them, yeah.
So, no, I actually have to side with TSM as well, even though I really like Na'Vi as a team and also as personalities. They are really cool guys, and I hope that they will go through the group stage. But it's going to be really hard. I mean, they have to either... Yeah, well, if TSM moves on, they will face off against Fnatic. They could actually win against Fnatic. But judging by the performance that Fnatic just put out, I think that TSM will then be dropped by Fnatic again to the lower bracket. And then they might face off against Na'Vi in case they manage to win against Titan. So it's going to be... It's going to be maybe the match that we will see twice. So if Na'Vi will lose today or lose now, they will face off against, or they could face off against TSM later on in the tournament. And then we will see if there is a choking issue or if there is the experience making the difference at all.
Yeah, I mean, of all the $250,000 events, which are mostly majors, but also the season 1 of this event and now this event, TSM have never made it to a final. And in the last season of this event, they actually went out in groups. So, I mean, most people would probably like to see them at least getting somewhat far, as they are a definite top team. But at these absolutely the biggest events, I guess you can say, they just haven't been performing to the level that is kind of expected of them. So it might not be a choking issue, but it definitely, there is some underlying issue there about them not being able being able to reach the final.
Yeah, or getting everything on point when it matters the most. But it's the same with Na'Vi, to be honest. They have kind of the same problem. They have been looking so good throughout a long period, and then, for example, they didn't manage to win any bigger tournaments. You know, that was a huge bummer for them.
I don't think Na'Vi have ever been in a final of a $250,000 tournament either. So
no, not the 250,000. That's for sure.
Yeah, but we should be starting soon. At least that's what we got word of. But since then, we haven't really heard much. And
yeah, TSM is on the server, so we've got 5 players of TSM. But Na'Vi is still missing Guardian and Seized. So we might get them on the server real quickly, and we should be set to get this game underway in a matter of minutes. Not hours, and certainly not days.
Let's hope not. It's not gaming paradise. But let's hop on into the game. I think I'll just, for now, remove the volume here. So that way we can sit and talk while there's still some gameplay. But yeah, anything you wanna mention about the map or the teams or anything?
Well, the thing that I would mention is that Titan managed to bring Na'Vi to an overtime on Overpass, and that definitely didn't really prove Navi's strength on the map. Also, Titan, as I said, they were surprisingly good on Gaming Paradise, but they had three players with some problems that, when you have to sneeze or your nose is just constantly producing, yeah, those nasty things, slime and stuff like that, or you have to cough or whatever, it kind of takes away some of the attention that you usually can put in the game. So, you're like, oh, my nose hurts, or I've got a headache, or I need to cough really badly, but I have to focus on the game right now because there's a 2v1 coming up, or something like that. So I think that was very, very well played by Titan, and Navi proved to have a few weaknesses in that matchup. So I think that despite the overall good record by Navi with 18 wins and 9 losses in the past 3 months, they still have a few things to work on, especially against higher tier teams. They have problems against Virtus Pro, TSM, the likes of Titan, for example, as well. They don't have too many problems against Mousesports and, for example, Luminosity at the CEVO LAN finals, or Renegades at ESWC. So they win the mandatory maps, or they win the mandatory matches against the teams that are supposed to be less favorite. But against teams that are on the same skill level, they repeatedly have problems. And I think that might actually lurk around in their minds as well. They keep trading maps with Virtus Pro or with DSM as well, winning one, then losing the next one. And it's all on Overpass that I'm talking about. I'm not talking about, oh, they lost Inferno, but they won Overpass or something. I'm talking singly just about Overpass. And I think that's a big issue that they have to work on to consistently win Overpass or any map against the top tier teams as well.
Yeah, it makes sense. I had something that I wanted to mention, but I can't remember it now. But I also had something else that I want to say. It's a story. I'm not sure if it's true, but it's a funny story that a friend of mine told me when we went to ESL 1 Cologne. Apparently, Cajun B used to be mostly a source player, I believe it was. That's how the story goes, and he would like go and play these aim duels where it was 1 versus 1, and it would be on aim maps, so it'd be almost solely about aim. Now, what my friend told me, and I do not know if this story is true, but I really hope it is because it's a really good story. Cajun B would like win pretty much every single time because he just had phenomenal aim. And people would say, well, yeah, it's good that you can win aim duels in Counter-Strike Source and stuff like that, but there are not that many good players playing that game because it's kind of already a dead game,
Yeah.
And so he went into 1.6 and played an aim duel against pretty much the same people and won. I don't know if that story is even remotely true, but I sincerely hope it is because the guy is a pretty insane aimer. And
Yeah.
it would be so cool if you'd be able to do that because the games are, I mean, somewhat very alike, but at the same time, they can be very different, especially as far as movement goes and stuff like that. So.
But the thing is about the aim maps, if you have your crosshair settled on the edge of a box and a head appears, you just have to click and it's a headshot, right? It's as easy as that.
Yeah,
so
easy.
maybe I know that was kind of sarcastic, but at the same time, maybe he played it like that, maybe he just played it the way that it suits his aim and one-clicked. Because when you one-click, you don't have to have the differing spray control patterns between CS Source and 1.6.
Makes sense, but still there is a lot of
He's still a sick gamer, there's no question about that.
And people move at different speeds and stuff like that. But let's not make this whole cast about this story. We don't even know if it's true, but I sincerely hope it is, because yeah, that would be absolutely amazing. But it seems like they are going to be going live in just a bit. It seems that someone on the Navi side is having a slight microphone problem, but knowing the people of ESL, I would assume that this gets fixed really quick, because those guys, they definitely know what they're doing.
Yeah, they had every single problem at least once in their life, in their admin or in their organizing career. So they have really seasoned veterans on the stage, one of them being, for example, Junior or Matt Pitt Graham. So big shout out to the guys, really good bunch of people as well. I had the pleasure of meeting them in numerous different events, and they handle everything as professionally as they can. So I think that this minor problem will be sorted out in a few moments as well. We still have one bot on the server that is standing in for Seized right now. Yep. But the game is not live yet, so Greg is... Oh, well, we actually have a few bots on the team terrace as well, with Irving having the AWP right now. Yeah, I'm slipping into play-by-play. Play-by-play warm-up on bots. It's just one of the funniest things. I can't even
change to the bot, so I'm crying a bit.
You can't? You can. They just have to be alive, which they barely are.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, I don't know. Do you want to do an introduction of the players? I mean, we've got some time to spare.
Well, they certainly don't need an introduction, but we can do that for sure. But
to the new viewers, yeah.
For the new viewers. Oh, we just lost Guardian for a second there.
Do you want to start with Navi or TSM?
You can do TSM. The Danes are certainly your department.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Okay, so first of all, we've got Dupree. I mean, CS is not so role-based as many people think. It's rare that you've got a set entry fragger or, you know, a set support player or stuff like that. But Dupree is, I mean, he's kind of a very energetic player in a sense. He likes to jump around a lot. He's got this very, very sick aim. And he is a guy to definitely look out for. He's not the main star, but he's the type of guy who can just have these maps or these series where he just wrecks stuff. It happened at the Major. He had the best map. Like, of all the maps played, he was the one with the map that gave the most points on one of those fantasy league sites. So he definitely can step up and just dominate games. But beside him is Cajun B. He is the oldest of the squad, I believe, the guy we talked about just before. A sick aimer. He can play both AWP and AK. He's got a very high individual level. He's known to be very consistent. He very rarely has a bad game. But he's also the type of guy, at least he used to be, the type of guy who could tilt quite a bit and could get pretty frustrated and angry at his teammates. There have been some pretty funny stories, but I don't think I want to share them on stream. But it looks like we're actually going live, so we're not going to get to talk too much about these players. But yeah, so thoughts real quick about the matchup. Who's going to win? What's going to happen for those who just joined?
Yeah, I called it already.
I had the wrong overlay on for the whole thing, and we've just been watching players. It's good stuff that we've had bots.
16 to 12 is my call.
That's what happens when you are your own production manager. But yeah,
you should fire yourself.
I really should. That was a huge mistake. Can't believe no one told me, but it's okay. I think it all works out in the end. At least we get to see the lovely game. Imagine if it happened live with the game. That would be even worse. But we didn't miss the knife this time around, and it is going to go in the favor of Na'Vi. So, do you think there's a big advantage to be found by winning the knife on Overpass?
Yes, that's my opinion. Even though the map is not as sided anymore due to the changes. You know, the changes have happened quite long ago, but in my opinion, it is still a CT-sided map, and it's not only in my opinion, but also if you consider the stats, it is yeah, slightly CT favored, just like any other map, except for maybe Dust 2 and Cobblestone. But yeah, they now, judging by the CT-sided start by Navi, they could actually get to the 16 to 12 or make it even closer or win this game. So I'm really curious to see how the pistol round will pan out. The CTs are going for quite an aggressive setup on A long with 3 players committed to that. Now C's is falling back already, while Zeus and Flamey are holding on to the B bomb site. Zeus firing off a few shots through the smoke, has to reload, but doesn't do any damage to the terrorists at all. Kerrigan and Flamey then will exchange blows. Na'Vi still caught in the rotation area. They are backstabbed by Cajun B as Sipnix and Dupree will step it up. This is just going south so far for Na'Vi. Seized is backing away already with the defuse kit, but no armor for him. He's trying to salvage this round, but he's not able to do that. Sipnix with the last frag and making it 1-0. Quick B bomb site push. Na'Vi with the wrong guess with the A aggression.
This was a different TSM we saw. So much aggression, such a fast execute. They just kept pushing as well. There's a really kind of non-typical TSM play, but it worked out really well, and they just got it to work phenomenally well. Not only was the strat good and fit the play that Na'Vi did, but it also just was executed very, very well. We're going to see another take coming into B, and Sipnix with a great headshot there to open up things, but it is a stack on the B bomb site from the Na'Vi players. We'll see how this is going to fare. Dupree seeing if he can find anything. Zeus takes out Carrigan, and the guy's pushing the smoke. That's Seized. He does actually take down one, and Cajun B also gets Zeus. Sipnix takes out Elwood, and it's a 2 versus 2 situation, but Cajun B gets the advantage once again, and it's now down to Guardian. He's got a deagle in hand, and sometimes this guy can just prove to be magical with this Desert Eagle in hand.
Yeah, the bomb is on the loose as well, just lying there out in the open. Guardian is trying to cover it as good as possible, but he expects somebody to come around his back, and that draws away the attention for a second, but he's got the right timing, just doesn't connect the bullets, just barely misses Sipnix there on the way back, and just can't finish off Cajun B either, who steps it up with a triple kill, but very close round there. Guardian with a few chances, but the Deagle recoil is really hard to work with. I don't know what you think about the Deagle, but a slight change would have been really cool to that weapon.
It's definitely a situational weapon, but Guardian really really unlucky there. The shots that he kind of sprayed with the Deagle were just so close to hitting his opponents, but not quite. And look at this read from TSM. They're going to be speeding up towards the A bomb site, and there's just not a single player. Na'Vi have just made the totally wrong decision here. But it seems like they are going to be running around to the A bomb site, so at least that is somewhat a consolation.
Yeah, they once again stack B, and nobody comes around that area anytime soon. Edward with the P250 alone, he could maybe find a cheeky headshot as his teammates are called in for the rotation. The terrorist already captured the A bomb, but Device just runs into Edward, who takes him out straight away. Now Uzi in the hands, and they will exchange the weapon, trying to push in there together. Dupree and Sipnix though handle them really, really well. Dupree with another shot, making it a triple kill, and Carrigan with the last one to finish it off. 3-0 in favor of TSM, and we are heading into the rifle round.
Yeah, and it's looking good so far for TSM. 3-0, and they haven't really, I mean, they haven't looked scared, they haven't looked shaken at all. So far it's actually been really, really well executed by TSM, and it has been some very fast plays, which usually isn't such a TSM way to play. But it's going to be interesting to see if they can keep building on this round score that they've kind of already allotted here.
Yeah, and they barely lost. Well, they lost a few team members, but 6 kills in 3 rounds, that's something that the terrorists can cope with, especially with 3 players on high money. They shouldn't feel too much pressure heading into this one. They are taking it really slow as well. Expecting a CT kind of attack move on a long, which is going to happen, but a little delayed. Edward is playing with the thought of pushing in there while TSM gets ready for the B execution. 3 players waiting there inside for the Danes to make that happen. Now, they have 5 players in position already, but Na'Vi checking out Party receives a lot of information and gets them to another rotation. Zeus stepping it up, getting the frag as well. 4v5 heading into the bomb site. Kerrigan with the flash, popping through the smoke, but now he will fire off getting killed by Cease right away. Cease with a double kill. Guardian chimes in as well, leaving it up to Device to get back into the round for the Danes. But he's already backing away from the B bomb site, tries to save his gun for the next round. He knows that they have enough money, but saving that AWP would benefit them a lot.
Yeah, definitely will. They've got decent economy, as you say, but it's not too good, and Overpass is really, again, one of those maps where it can all kind of spiral out of control, especially when you're playing off the T side. So they don't want Na'Vi to get too many rounds here at the start, because if you just keep force buying, keep buying up, you will end up out of money really quick, and then the CTs will just absolutely take over. So TSM, a good decision to just fall back and kind of recuperate with that AWP that they've now got. 2 guys on pistols though, that's not looking too good.
Yeah, but KGB and Kerrigan could stay back, or could try to draw the attention somewhere else, or go for those close quarters just like KGB is doing for now, hanging out in the underpass in the rotation area, and TSM will spread out. And I don't know what you think about that idea, but it's kind of risky as well.
Yeah, Kerrigan's gonna be seeing the head of Guardian possibly, and if Device was just about to get that shot off, and that would have possibly proved fatal for Guardian, but does not quite get caught. Now Edward in a very interesting position, and he could really abuse this smoke if played properly, but TSM, are they wise to it? Kerrigan is not, but he does dink him, and he does get taken down, instantly returned on. That is very important for the T side, who now have to take a bomb site one way or another, but the CTs heavily stacked towards this bomb site, and doesn't seem to quite make a change at the minute. Sipnix at least gets an advantage, numbers advantage from the T's, but look at Guardian, he's behind 2 of the players. Can he take them both? He gets blinded. Cajun B wins the duel, and Dupree and Cajun B very low on HP, but Zeus now also low, and it's Dupree with 100 HP. Does give a bit of spray through, and KDB is going to get the plant. He's got a Molotov as well, so if you can just Molotov off Zeus's angle, this could be big, but I think Dupree has got it on the lockdown, and he does so indeed. Edges of the round here. A bit of a scrappy round, a bit of a jammy round, but I mean, it all works out in the end, and they do get that 4th round on the board. Very, very key round.
Yeah, the flash saved TSM's lives there, even though Guardian was able to pick up 1 and almost kill Cajun B. He was slow to react because he was still blind, and he didn't know where Cajun B was. He knew that he was on, I think, 10 bullets or something, so he didn't want to keep spraying because he would have ended up reloading his gun. So that was changing the outcome of the round, and TSM were kind of happy and a little bit lucky as well, even though they handled it 2v1 just like experts in doing that. Obviously, they are pros, they're supposed to be experts at handling 2v1 situations. Now, Flamey handles that outside situation really, really nicely. 5-7 kills for him, 2 apiece. 3v3 situation coming up as Device gets the kill with the AWP. Now, Edward gets his hands on the AK. That is 2 rifles in the hands of the CTs.
And it looks like Seized, these names, Zeus and Seized, they're so alike, I can't figure out how to even talk anymore, but it looks like Seized is trying to go for exits here, but they will be making their way out of the bomb site, possibly with all of the guns, but the bomb is going to come in, and they do actually all survive, so that is very important for their economy, and being 5-1 up on the T side is looking phenomenally well, and I think they will be very happy with this scoreline so far.
Yeah, even though Na'Vi will be happy with 2 guns that they saved, allows them to get a lot of grenades in their hands and also purchase the 2 defuse kits that they now have. But yeah, TSM with a very good start in this terrorist side. So they will just keep doing what they're doing, open up rounds without any real further ado. Zeus, however, closes that door on them. Dupree with the AK then gets a refrag, making it a 3v4, and the CT's on the rotation already. They need to hurry up though. The terrorists are really eager to clinch control of the B bomb site, with the bomb being going down. Dupree walks in there, tries to help his teammates out. Cease closes him out. Flamey with another one. It is a 3v1. Device is forced back, and once again he just saves his weapon. There is no way for him to get back.
I really should stop following these smokes. I don't know if I'm just unlucky or it's just a huge bug that every time gets me locked onto those smokes, but I really can't get off them, and we have to wait for them to disappear before we can follow any of the action. But it all works out in the end. I do think we caught a bit of the most exciting and important action, but Device still holding on to that up, and he hasn't really done much with it. He's only on 3 kills after 7 rounds, so let's see if we can actually see him take an entry pick. It looks like the AWP battle is possibly going to go down, and let's follow Guardian here, who is watching the angle. Oh, he actually jumps, and they both miss. That is a bit of a weird AWP battle, but both live with just a bit of a scare there.
Yeah, the heart rate definitely raised at that moment. But TSM is able to push Guardian back into the bomb site, and they will take control of A long, giving them a very good overview of, at least, or not an overview, but at least a very good entrance to the bomb site. Makes the CTs focus on 2 different parts of the map. So the B bomb site is clean, and Navi is already rotating towards A. Very well played by them. Early call gives them the chance to get 4 players ready to oppose that attack by the terrorists. But Zeus, as I speak, he's rotating back towards B. Leaves 3 players on the A bomb site. Edward gets 1 frag, but KGB pushes forward together with Device. He will make it a 4v3 in favor of the terrorists, and they have the smoke in place. They will go for the bomb plan. What can Navi do right now? They need to get a few frags. They will do that with Zeus, but the terrorists are backing away. So now they are trying to reset their positions while the CTs gain a lot of ground on the A bomb. So they are actually already in control of the forward of the forward part as I speak. Dupree will get himself 2 frags, and Zipnix with the other one. 6-2. TSM don't allow the CTs to take control of this game.
A thing we need to note here is that Device maybe only on 4 kills, but that kill that he just took won them the round. He got a kill over towards the truck by a guy who was pretty much lurking in a corner behind a smoke, and as it disappeared, he took that kill. Had he not, his teammate Dupree would have gone down, and I am positive that they would have lost the round. So a very, very big kill by Device, and Guardian, unable to find any angles through, also meant that they were able to win that round. But this should be a clean sweep, at least that's how it looks so far. Zeus the only one with armor, and the T's with pretty good map control all around the board here. A very clever boost coming in, and they do actually get 1 kill and then 2nd as well. So now Dupree does actually take 1, but he needs to not die here because it's going to be a very expensive round. Flamey and Edward both getting shot down by Zipnix, and it should have been an easy round, but turned out to be more than that. Now we have more in their locker than they show at the minute, it seems.
Yeah, they got roasted after that, but still a good effort by Navi, at least making it a little bit more expensive and keeping the terrorists' money quite low, to be honest. 6k for Zipnix and Dupree. But yeah, the terrorists are in full control. Even if they lose a few rounds right now, they should be able to grind out at least 1 more before the halftime ends. And when they make it 8-7, I don't really see Navi winning this matchup. So the Ukrainian-Russian mixture, they know that they have to pick it up right now, and they have to win every single round that's left in this half. And that's a huge task at hand. And we'll try to accomplish that with a aggressive A bomb site setup, but once again it's TSM on the B bomb site.
What a perfect flash there to Guardian's head. He does actually get 1, but Zipnix quickly returns, and it does look like they might be getting the bomb plan now, but it's all down to Cajun to win this duel, and he does so indeed. Wins the 2nd as well, so that's a very big kill, and now the CTs once again left stranded. They're pretty much on the other bomb site, and Edward takes 1, and this does make it possible, but the T's still in decent control. Device needs to get this kill, and he does not. So now the round is completely open, and Cajun B gets taken out by Flamey. That is very good teamwork from the Navi players. It is going to be a close one, but they definitely are going to get this bomb defuse in.
Yeah.
So
it was taking a little bit fast, yeah. But they still managed to do it, and they saved the AWP. So Guardian has something to work with in this round as well. So Yeah, Navi getting into the position to at least spark that comeback, even though it's gonna be really hard against a 5 AK by TSM, and the Danes still have a few aces up their sleeves. So maybe they don't want to pull them up just yet, but they will most likely try to fool the CTs around in the upcoming round. It's not going to be full though. Guardian with the opening frag. Now the CTs are quickly falling back, but not quite as far as I expected them to do. Flamey and Edward still stand their ground on the outside of the A bomb site, dropping the bomb carrier, making it a 4v2. Dupree is still not finished yet. Sipnix on the other side of the bomb of the map, picking up the frag on B against Zeus, and now they try to make their way towards the C4 again. Flamey is still holding that angle together with Edward, who's coming in from A long. He needs to work together with him, and they have spotted that a bomb is gone. They think it's going to be over at the B bomb site. Edward is running out with his knife out, and Sipix is just waiting there with the bomb in his... No, actually it is Dupree waiting there with the bomb, and Sipix is waiting for Edward to make that push. He revealed his position by just running around, and it's an easy frag for the veteran in TSM. Dupree will put down the bomb, and Flamey on a very, very long way back towards A.
And look at Sipnik's position. This is basically a one round. The only way Flamey can really kill him is if he does something stupid, and that was kind of stupid, throwing that position. I mean, he kind of has to, because if Flamey runs around into the B bomb site and then up to CT spawn, kills Dupree, Sipnix has quite a long rotation. He probably didn't expect Flamey to be that far away from the bomb site, but it was a perfect position, and it was actually really well played by Dupree, letting not only one go by, but letting both go by, and then informing Sipnix that, hey, one guy is coming towards you. If you take this position, he's not going to at all know you're there, and you're going to get that easy kill. Then we can take the bomb site, and it's basically a one round. Now, not only was that a one round, they've actually also effectively put Na'Vi here on a save, and Flamey, the only one with a pistol that actually does any damage. So Kerrigan does get one, and he might be able to find one more, and he does. So one guy in the bathroom area that sees Kerrigan will most likely not check his angle, and he does not. So a long rotation coming around from Cajun B, and this might be a good one, but TSM players already on the bomb site. Now Cajun B needs to make sure to find Edward, and he does. So a pretty well handled round from TSM, not really letting, you know, anybody come up close to them. The only one that really did that was Carrigan, and he just rushed through because he had an SMG. So it's a good read by TSM, reading that Na'Vi had no armor, and that they therefore could spend their money more effectively by buying SMGs instead of AKs, or at least in this case one SMG.
Well, speaking of buying, look at the CTs buy right now. Kind of weird. One FAMAS and one M4A4. They know that they need to stop TSM from getting any more rounds on the board, but Zeus already perished with a CZ75, not getting anything done except for some damage there to Dupree, but it's not really going to help his squad. He was looking for the frag to pick up a weapon, carry it back to his teammates, maybe dropping it for Edward, who is still sitting at 100 HP. But it's not happening for Na'Vi right now, and they have to rely on Flamey on the A bomb site with the FAMAS to do some big damage on the Danes as they will approach the A bomb site. That's almost set in stone already. If they would circle around to B, Seized would be there. So kind of a good setup. Seized is able to quickly backstab the terrorists, but they need to be slowed down at first. Now they will walk in there. Sipix with the first frag. Flamey though with the double kill. He steps up as I demanded. 3 kills in fact, making it a 2v3. Suddenly TSM is reeling, but he gets caught with an 8 in his hand. Cajun B takes him out. Guardian with the P250 coming back at the terrorist, lining up another angle, but Cajun B gets rid of him, and Cease is already there with the backstab. However, he wasn't able to take Cajun B out straight away, and the terrorist will slip through his fingers, at least get the bomb plant down. 5 HP remaining for the Dane as Cease is settled on that angle. He will just take him out as soon as he was going for the peak. Almost no chance for Cajun B as he was down in a 2v1. But a very, very much needed round for Na'Vi, and they just barely get it done.
A thing that I spotted here was that Cajun B, when he threw that smoke, he was low on HP and he knew that, so he threw the smoke. He waited for Cease to fire a couple of bullets through the smoke, trying to connect onto Cajun B, and then he went through. This is a really nice trick that kind of, you know, rarely people shoot a couple of bullets through, then stop, and then start again. So having that low HP, he cannot just be hit once, he will then die. And therefore he waited for Cease to stop shooting. But Zeus with a brilliant boost here, and actually picks off 2 players. So the T side having to kind of push the B bomb side, but now far behind as far as players go. 2 players less than the Na'Vi side, and when you miss shots like that, it doesn't help much. Flamey takes out 2, and he's been a wonder boy here the last couple of rounds. Device seeing if he can do the damage here, takes out 2, almost the 3rd there, but cannot quite connect, and there's a flanker as well, so this could be very hard. And seized almost that running shot connects onto him, and Na'Vi get their 5th round on the board.
Yeah, no, they actually managed to get a halfway decent streak going and get themselves back some weapons, but yeah, there is the AWP-4 Guardian. You will carry that towards A and aggressively set it up over there. Now TSM on the way as well, but they know, oh, Guardian just missing that terrorist pass by. That would have been a really sick opener for the CTs. Now, speaking about the scoreline though, 9-5, you could argue that TSM almost won the map already with their good terrorist performance, but we have the similar halftime score with 9-7 between the 2 teams earlier on, and Na'Vi was able to win that game. So it's still not really over, and especially as Na'Vi have the man advantage right now. Edward steps out, the same goes for Seized in Toilets. They both get a frag each, making it 2v5 with Harrigan down to 3 HP. He gets dropped by Seized's pistol. Sipix is the last man. And oh, Edward is dropping down and going down as well. That's a huge bummer for him. As still, Na'Vi have the round on the board, making it 6-9. And they could draw it back with the pistol round in the back and with a few good following rounds.
Yeah, I mean, you never know in CS. Never count a team out. And Na'Vi definitely a team capable, especially on the T side of Overpass, so TSM really need to be aware that this could become closer than they had anticipated, and therefore they will definitely be looking to pick up the pistol round. I mean, they probably would no matter what, but it's very important that they do this time around, and the Dupree opens up, and that is very, very important. But T players trying to see if they can actually catch the people rotating away from this aggressive push, but not quite. And Dupree now trying to rotate away, gets a really nice shot onto Zeus. That was picture perfect from Dupree, even running as well, and headshots him straight away. No chance for him. Now Device standing strong on the A-bomb side, sees Guardian and sees if he can actually win the fight, but Guardian moving around like a madman. Device does picking up in the end though, and it's all left to the remaining 2 Na'Vi players.
Looking pretty grim, and yeah, TSM did what they were supposed to if they want to really win this game decisively. They got the first opening frags. Dupree fell back into the bomb site. He stayed alive. Then was Device, and now it's Kerrigan. So everyone is doing his job. He spots himself the target, goes up, but Dupree covers his in-game leader and steps in for him to keep everyone alive. And like Titan wasn't able to get any frag against Fnatic, it's now Na'Vi not getting too much damage there to the CTs in this one.
No, and it's also a case to be made for the fact that the rounds that TSM have won have been pretty decisive, but the rounds that Na'Vi have won have been pretty close. There have been some scrappy rounds here and there for TSM, but I feel that Na'Vi mostly won clutch rounds or stuff like that. So, I mean, the scoreline already favors TSM, but as far as the rounds as to how they have panned out, I feel it still also favors TSM. So it could be that TSM are just going to take off now, and Na'Vi will not really be able to keep up.
Yeah, Cease is trying to take the attention away from the A-bomb side by ringing off a few Tech-9 shots, and he seemingly is successful in doing that. The terrorists, the CTs will actually rotate Device into Bird's Nest, but yeah, it shouldn't do too much of a difference, as Kerrigan with the P90 and Dupree with the P90 as well. They could have a good crossfire on the A bomb site. Now he's wasting a lot of time over there, 35 seconds on the clock. As the smoke comes in, the terrorists will be slowed down once again. They need to start the execution right now. They can't really waste any more time, but it's Dupree on the other side of the smoke, just waiting there. Really good position by him. He just sticks to it as Kerrigan goes down to Flamey. Dupree quickly turns around, gets a second and a third frag as well. 4v1, Guardian is alone, and not alone anymore. He joins his teammates in a pretty early grave, even though it was late in the round. It was early in the half. 11-6 now in favor of TSM. Na'Vi once again on a save, and it should give the CTs a chance to work their economy up even further.
It's a very smart play by Dupree there, because Na'Vi can't shoot through the smoke. If they do, they know which side they're going to play on. And therefore Dupree is pretty much unkillable. They're not going to shoot him through the smoke. And then he just waits for the flash to pop, and when it does, he runs through the smoke and comes shows up behind all of the players. So that was a very, very brainy play, and it was very well played by Dupree there. But Guardian also being able to actually take out Device, and now KGB takes down Flamey. Kerrigan looking for C's, but C's not about to show just yet. And Dupree wins the duo versus Edward. Guardian here, up at party, tries to see if he can kill Kerrigan, but is going to get a helping hand from Dupree. And Seized comes out of nowhere and gets a knife on Kerrigan, and now it's a 2 versus 2 situation. So not only a lot of money gained, but Seized, that was a big play, and he's now kind of equaled up the round, at least as far as numbers go, but does go down, and it does look like it's going to be a round that favors TSM, and it will be. So 12-6, they've got the maximum out of the pistol round, or at least the first 3 rounds that usually kind of go your way when you win the pistol round. So yeah, it's looking really good for TSM.
Yeah, it was kind of unfortunate for C's. He checked the corner, but didn't check it carefully enough because he was in a rush to check everything and make it to the B bomb set as quick as he could. And that allowed KGB, I think it was, to get the frags from behind. So TSM with a 12-6 scoreline heading into the first rifle round. If Na'Vi can't win that, it's 13-14-6. And yeah, TSM with only 2 more rounds to go. So they know what's at stake. They know that they really need to win this round. They put the AWP in the hands of Guardian, who's taking it to A long. Nobody there to be spotted yet. TSM hangs back deeply in the A bomb site with 2 players over at toilets. They have some information on the pushes that the terrorists can come up with, and they have support players to keep themselves alive as well. There is Kerrigan taking up the kill. The smoke was in place already before he fired off, so he's able to get away with his life. The majority of his HP stays on him as well. Dupree with the second smoke putting it out now. Na'Vi is forced to take it to the B bomb site, and TSM should be able to tell that, as well they are making quite some noise. The CTs should be able to rotate in a few moments, especially as Edward takes out KGB. He makes a move quite obvious to the CTs. Flamey, Guardian and Seized hanging on to this round by just a thread. They will get the bomb plant down. 20 seconds on the clock as Kerrigan goes to work onto Guardian. Flamey with the refrag. It's a 2v2 right now. Dupree comes into the bomb site and takes out Flamey, and Seized follows right in the tracks. Device was almost on the defuse already. TSM didn't waste any time at all on the retake. Well played by Dupree to pick up the 2 frags. If he had allowed the terrorists to push out of the bomb site into front of B, it could have turned around the round. But like that, TSM stay in control and make it 13-6.
Yeah, and as you say, it's very important that they didn't, well, they weren't allowed to actually push out of the site because Device didn't have a kit. So having to battle 1 or even 2 guys, that would probably have been too much for him. At the same time, it's very important that Na'Vi got the bomb plant, because this means that they could buy up. Had they not, they wouldn't have been able to. So, yeah, so far, a bit of back and forth. Kerrigan takes out 1, Dupree takes out 1, Zeus gets 1 kill, and Dupree, a bit carelessly, runs around the outside area, and Device also picked up by Flamey now. And it's advantage Na'Vi currently, but the players spread out on the map, not only for one team but for both, and it could go either way here. Cajun B, though, in a fantastic position, just sitting in this corner, and it's not a position I think Na'Vi are going to check, but he does go on look, and Flamey does not win the duel, but Zeus does get the return kill, and it's all left to Sipnix, and Zeus, once again, looking for the kill. Guardian trying to get the plant, and Sipnix spotted out, so this is going to be a hard one. Guardian is blinded a bit by his teammate, but Sipnix tries to see if he can find the angle, but he can't quite, and Guardian is just playing this so well. He's running around all the way to the left side, and he does pick up Sipnix in the end. So a round that started out looking pretty back and forth, and like it could go either way, actually goes in the way of Na'Vi, and that is very nice to see. This means that we're going to have a bit of a longer game, as they now are able to buy up a bit of, you know, what I'm looking for?
Equipment.
Weaponry? Yeah.
Yeah, and
Thank you.
weaponry. And armory as well. On the other side, we have TSM on the save, though. And a good idea by Sipnix, by the way, to use the Molotov cocktail to push Zeus back and then separate the two terrorists from each other so they can't help each other out. Sadly, he wasn't able to get the frag, but Na'Vi is just slicing through it right now, capturing the front of the B bomb site, leaving only Carrigan over there, and he goes down to Edward. So the CTs now separated themselves. Device with the CZ-75 pushing, or thinking about pushing through the smoke. He kind of barely can tell where the terrorists are, and he goes for the luck shot. He just finished off Edward. Great job by him, but he goes for the deadly peak. Guardian had his scope settled down already. Took a big breath just to be super secure that he gets the kill, and Dupree realizes that there's nothing to do about the outcome of the round, saving his armor and maybe even the deagle. He's probably not looking for the deagle too much, but he's looking for the armor save right now, especially as TSM will be able to buy up in the upcoming round. He just wants to have some additional equipment heading into the 22nd round in just a few moments, as a bomb will blow up. Na'Vi already exited the bomb site, setting up a good route to have everyone secure. Dupree peeks out, and Flamey comes back to the scene just in time to pick him off. 13-8 in favor of TSM still, but Na'Vi gets closer, and they, if they win another rifle round, they could make TSM sweat.
Yeah, I mean, that's the point that we need to get across here, because TSM, with a really bad economy, they are on a full rifle buy though, but it is kind of the thing that as soon as momentum starts building in Counter-Strike, it can really be hard to stop, and Na'Vi are building a bit of momentum here. And Guardian, his positioning is so good. Carrigan awaits him, but unfortunately does not win that duel, so Guardian gonna keep on pushing through, and the T players seeing if they can actually get closer to the bomb site, but Cajun B says no, and although they are not out of the fight yet, it has definitely been delayed, and Device with that smoke shot, that is just on point. And now Cajun B is gonna get flanked here, and I don't think he knows. So he does actually win that duel. How did he ever manage that? I have absolutely no clue. Sipnix with another smoke shot there, it seems, and Flamey last man standing. It's unlikely, but yeah, gets taken out by Dupree, and a very weird round where the control constantly shifted. Once again, these rounds are so back and forth that it makes for a very entertaining game, and it's a pleasure to watch.
Yeah, definitely a pleasure to watch, and maybe more a pleasure to watch TSM right now, because they never really gave up control of the B bomb site. They stayed in there, and as soon as Na'Vi tried to fully get control, they got a frag, and then they got another one, and a few seconds later they picked up the last. So the Danes doing a good job of holding on to whatever Na'Vi is throwing at them. Now the Ukrainian-Russian mixture will throw a Tech 9 AK mixture, with Edward being the only one with a Tech 9. The rest of his squad needs to open up the round, but they go down to Device with a double kill in underpass. Now getting ready for the backstep, pushing on through onto the top of the stairs, firing off a few shots, getting that no, it was actually Dupree helping him out on that one. Device with the last onto Flamey. Guardian down to 11 HP, and he exchanged his weapon for one of his teammates, so he has some equipment to work with, but almost no time and force CTs to work against. He actually changes the weapon in the wrong moment. Dupree has him covered. 15-8, 7 match points for TSM.
Yeah, it's looking really good for the Danes here. 15-8, as you say, and Dupree on 27 kills. We've seen a few. I actually only think we've seen one 30 bomb today. That was from Happy in the Envious game versus Cloud9. And yeah, Dupree definitely being a contender for the second one of those. But a quick B play is coming down. And Seized actually entries up, but Cajun B takes the second. Flamey does take down Cajun B. Device now gets one. He's all alone. He does get dinked, so it is unlikely he'll make it out. He won't. Guardian with the wallbang deagle shot, and yeah, decent money on TSM, but deciding not to force it up, I think that's wise. They want to just even out the money and make sure that, you know, there's this thing called loser bonus in CS, where the more rounds you lose in a row, the more money you get per round. It stops at 5, but you get the general idea. And right now, TSM's loser bonus has been reset because they recently lost their first one. It's only one in a row, I guess you can say. So they want to make sure to save some money. But Device opens up onto Zeus, and it's looking like a good start.
Yeah, so yeah, the CTs could do some damage with the CZs, which gets denied by Guardian, but still 4 men alive, one of which has the armor. They are getting ready for a backstab as well. Navi need to watch out. Seized has the back covered, however, and the next exchange is going to be Edward against Device, and Device will find him from the back. Guardian, however, does the same to the Dane. Flamey with another shot on the A bomb side. Cajun B is the last man over there. Navi should clinch this round and make it 15-10. They are not giving up yet. Cajun B is not giving up either. Good headshot onto Flamey, getting it back in his, not in his favor, but at least not giving up control of the A bomb site with another frag onto Guardian. He actually has a chance to clutch it, which Seized is able to close that door on him just in time. TSM almost made Navi give away that round that was really certain for them to win. That was really scary.
And that's that solid aim coming out. Just clicking those headshots with the CZ, it's beautiful to watch. And Navi almost losing kind of the grips of that round, but they do take control of it at the end and do close it out by Seized. It was a very good... he kind of peeked out wide, meaning that he was in a very different position as kind of compared to the one that Cajun B saw him in last. So it's very well played by Seized. Device actually getting picked up by Edward here.
Yeah, Navi need to string those rounds together to just, you know, they need to win every single round on the board, but they also just need to build up their confidence with getting the rounds on the board, getting that early frag, then maybe surviving with a few more people compared to the last round, which should be beneficiary for their self-confidence. Kerrigan, however, tries to do his very best to keep their confidence from building up, and Cajun B helps him out on that account. Kerrigan with his second frag, 2v4. This is the game on the line for Navi, and they seemingly have lost control, but they are on the B bomb side up against one player. It is Cajun B over there. They have spotted him already. They think they know where he is. They just want to make sure to get rid of him. Guardian picks him off with a headshot, AWP shot. There's one coming in from behind, however. It is Kerrigan with the backstab. He could prevent the bomb plant from happening. Sipix disposes of of Guardian instead. And now it's Kerrigan in B short. He can cut the terrorist off from the bomb. Flamey up against 3 CTs. He's flashed. They know where he's at. And he will push him through. Dupree has him covered from behind. 16-10 in favor of the Danes. Well played by them. 28 kills for Dupree as well.
Yeah, it was definitely a good match. TSM closing out in the end 16-10. Looked good all the way through for both teams, really. I don't think anybody really showed signs of weakness, but TSM, the better team in this matchup, and they are going to play the winners match later. I think the next one that's coming up should be, let me just check to make absolutely sure, it should be Envious versus Virtus Pro. So that will be the first winners match of today. It's not going to be us covering that. We're going to send it over to the main stage live from Dubai in just a short amount of time. But any thoughts before we say goodbye for the rest of the day, I guess you can say?
Well, no real upsets until now. So maybe we'll see some in the upcoming matches. I'm really curious to see this pan out. And us two, we will be back tomorrow. And I hope you enjoyed the show. And yeah, thanks, Nato, for coming along with me. And that's it for us today.
Yeah, we're going to put on some music, and we should be live with the main stage in not too long. Thank you so much for watching. My name is NATO Safix. With me is Dabu. And yeah, we've loved casting for you today. We'll be back tomorrow, and we hope you enjoyed watching.
Hello and welcome to Dubai. We are here for the ESL ESCA Invitational. We have 8 teams who are going to be battling it out to pick up that $100,000 first place. Of course, I am not alone. I'm going to have a plethora of CSGO brains to join me, but so far, we're going to be starting with Halvor Vendetta Gunnestål. And as always, the General Anders Bloom joins me as well. So good to have you here. And there's a lot of Anders support going on in the audience. It was a mild chant when you first walked on, Anders.
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? Salam, everyone. Thank you for being so cheerful. Hey. You guys are amazing. It's crazy. So many people showing up.
Vendetta, you've been here for now, what, since Tuesday? You've had a little taste of Dubai. How's it going so far?
It's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. A bit of a different climate compared to Norway, so a bit of an adjustment having to be made there, but overall, absolutely amazing.
All good in the hood for you then. And of course, this is the Pro League Invitational, so we can talk a little bit about what's going to be going on for the Pro League after this one. Of course, Season 2 will be kicking off straight away almost after this one. September 15th is the date that does go underway. I'll be seeing the online season kick off once again. I'm really looking forward to seeing that one and see if there's any changes, any things that kind of transformed since the major, because there's been a whole lot of CS going on since we last saw that season conclude. Now, though, we should take a little bit of a time to talk about this tournament in general. We have 8 teams, as I said already, and we've got a whole lot of kind of CSGO kind of past we need to cover up to talk about what we're expecting to see in this one. First up, Fnatic off the back of the major. A solid favorite, is that fair to say, Halvor?
I think you kind of have to go with Fnatic as a favorite. That's just kind of how it is. But the exciting part is that there's so many teams edging closer and closer to Fnatic. You have teams like Envy, you have TSM, you have Navi. Well, pretty much everyone here has the opportunity to really bring it to Fnatic, and that's going to be really what's exciting to see.
Same kind of boat for you?
Yeah, definitely. I think the team that I'm really looking forward to seeing if Envy can do it. I know they were really looking to beat Fnatic at the major, and they obviously couldn't quite do that. But you know, I'm also thinking that Fnatic, usually after a major tournament, when they would have had some time to cool off and, you know, slow everything down, now it's sort of like straight into the next thing. I'm wondering how long they can keep going. I mean, I don't think it's going to last forever, and one of these tournaments, someone's gonna come up with a way of beating them.
Is it going to be the same kind of case as we saw with, you know, NIP of old, where we saw them just go so big for so long, and then they kind of have slowly fallen from grace somewhat? Do you feel like that's the potential storyline we could see eventually for Fnatic? Not necessarily at this tournament, just in general.
I get the feeling that when you're as high-powered as Fnatic are, once there's a crack, then it breaks. Like it breaks completely. I don't think it's going to be like just a small thing, which is like a natural occurrence. I mean, in Counter-Strike, we're generally blessed with having like, I mean, we didn't always have this, but within the last year, we've had like fairly stable rosters amongst like the top teams. There's been some switch out, but usually people keep the cores. So everyone forgets that sometimes it is time to just switch everything up. And I think if Fnatic ever reach that point where they become beatable, then I think there's a chance that they will just say, all right, well, that's it. Now we need something new.
And I mean, we talk about the favorites. What about dark horses in this one? You kind of touched on the top 4. Halvor, I heard you talk, you know, Fnatic, TSM, Envy, Navi. That's kind of the top 4. Still haven't mentioned Virtus.pro there. And I mean, these are a team that we saw look incredible. I had the pleasure of casting that at the major, and they were, I mean, 3 rounds away from 2-0ing Fnatic in the semi-final. Yeah,
no, Virtus.pro are a team that you can never really count out. They are consistently in the top edge, you know, of the scene, and they're never going to go away. And seems like teams have a really rough time figuring out how to play versus Virtus.pro a lot of the time, and that's really what keeps bringing them back into it. And obviously, you know, years and years and years of experience spread out on that team is also going to help when you come, you know, into tournaments like this where there's so much money on the line.
And there's no way we can mention Virtus.pro these days, I think, without just, I mean, at least I always want to call out attention to Neo here. Yeah. Neo, the past, I don't know, 3 months or something, he's just been like on a very steady incline. His story, someone should make like a separate documentary about Neo and the way that he was like essentially the best 1.6 player of all time, and is now looking like he's somehow, and I have no idea how, but he's like on his way back to a level that is like comparable to that. It's completely scary, and yeah, the man is a monster.
Yeah, pretty much ever since he started picking up that AWP again, you've seen him just have a steady rise in form, and that's really exciting to see, especially if you're an old guy who's been paying attention to the game for a long time. You'll definitely recognize the name Neo and just be really happy to see him perform again. You
mentioned the AWP. They still aren't relying on it as much as any other team. That's a discussion we will go into much more depth a little later on. First of all, we need to look at those groups in depth for the guys at home as well. If you have missed out on those groups, do head over and look at them right now. We have Envy, Virtus.pro, NIP, and Cloud9 over in Group A, and for Group B, Fnatic, TSM, Na'Vi, and Titan. Now, Titan, one of the later additions to this one, and I mean, where do you see the chances of a team like that? I mean, the undeniably, I think, after recent results, the second of the two French teams at this point, and after the kind of the mix-up that we saw. How do you see their chances into this tournament, Anders?
For Titan, it's going to be really rough. I think they're in a tough group. They've got 3 absolute solid teams here. I will say it's like a bit of a sort of almost like a remedying factor here is the fact that they actually have been playing much better recently. We've seen RPK in the last couple of days just step it up massively. So I feel like there's a lot to work for with Titan. I think it's just maybe a little bit too soon. I think they're going to have a hard time upsetting, especially if they get into best of 3 territory. But best of 1 maybe, but it's still a long shot, I think.
Yeah, I'm just going to echo what Anders said, really. Yeah. I think it's too soon to expect something like a tournament when coming out of Titan, but we've seen steadily better play for them. And as you mentioned, RPK at Giving Paradise just now played absolutely brilliantly versus Virtus Pro. Shox is, slowly but certainly becoming the same old Shoxy that we know. So I think it's a fun time ahead for Titan.
Whenever we talk about Titan, I always feel, just while we stay on that topic for a second, is that Titan had this horrible curse, this omen that they had to shake off where, oh, it's Titan, Kenny S +4, all of this rubbish that was basically following them. And I almost feel when I look at the community feedback, they've kind of shaken one and they've just been given another one with Shox. People are saying the same kind of things about this new roster. And I mean, do you think there's any truth to that? Do you think they're basically a team that, again, have found that reliance on a player? Or is that just a case of they'll do well, but they need Shox to do amazing?
I think it's, obviously you're going to need Shoxy to do amazing if you want to do really well at tournaments like this, but I don't think it's the same case where they're heavily going to rely all their play on Shoxy like they did with Kenny. And I think we've seen that pretty evidently by the way Existence is playing as of late. Same thing with RPK.
Yeah.
And, well, Maniac as well. He's also been playing really well. So, it's for them, it's more about meshing as a team now that they've gotten together after the French shuffle and just working long-term.
Right.
I mean, we brought off Neo as like a 1.6 legend, but in source terms, Shox and RPK and Ven, you can speak more about this. I mean, if someone told you that, someone built a team with these 2 people, if you just think of like in terms of source history, what does that mean?
That's instantly unbeatable.
Yeah.
From a source perspective, Shoxy and RPK are basically the gods of CSS. So to have those 2 guys in the same team, that should bode really well for you.
I mean, there is potential there.
Absolutely.
It's absolutely clear, and there's no denying that whatsoever. So what we do need to talk about now is the Score Esports application. If you want a preview of what's going to be going on over these 3 days of CSGO, do head over to the Score Esports app available on Google Play and iOS. Head there and see if you can get to grips with what's going to be unfolding in the next 3 days. For now, though, it's time to head to the stage and see that beautiful face of Sean Charles.
Thank you so much, Machine. Here I am on this glorious stage in none other than amazing Dubai. I can tell you that this venue is absolutely stunning. We have the skyline of beautiful Dubai, these towering buildings, much like the towering 8 teams we've invited here, ready to see battle happen on this stage. And over there, a marina filled with beautiful treasures that I can tell you are very similar to the treasures that these teams are battling it out for. This is the ESL ESA Invitational. We're here with the Pro League. I can tell you there is a great audience here. Dubai, make some noise. They have been queuing up all day, waiting to come here and see those teams duke it out. And of course, I can tell you it's warm. It's incredibly warm here, but it's about to get a lot hotter as we get ready for the hottest CSGO event you can imagine. I can tell you that we're only minutes away. You're here, I'm here, the teams are here getting ready, this stage is ready, and this crowd is ready. Stick around, we'll be right back, kicking things off. cultural beacon in the Middle East and one of the most impressive and extravagant cities in the world. Fast cars, luxurious living, and the tallest man-made structure on the planet define this desert oasis.
Coming into this tournament was something a bit unique because Dubai is a dream location to go at, so it's half vacations and half focus on the tournament because it's obviously an enormous prize pool and we're going to fight hard for it, but we're definitely looking to enjoy the city, walk around, try to have some activities and explore what Dubai has to offer.
But this week it's all about Counter-Strike. 8 of the best CS teams from around the world have traveled here to Games 15, the Middle East's largest gaming expo. Now, they will compete for their share of the $250,000 prize pool. With the towering Dubai skyline above them, this is the ESL ESEA Invitational.
And now it is time for our first matchup here, live on the stage. We have a live audience who are incredibly loud, and they're going to be watching Virtus.pro up against Envious, the French versus the Polish, and it's going to be one hell of a spectacle. We know it's going to be on Cash. We have had that found out for us, and we're going to be talking about the map a little later on. First, I want to focus on the teams in general. Let's talk about current form, gentlemen, and let's start with, I mean, we kind of touched a whole lot on Virtus.pro, so let's kind of finish down that path, and then we'll come to the Team Envy. So first question to you, Halvor, is with Virtus.pro, it has to be said, good form, getting that semi-final win, having a bit of a turmoil over at the most recent event they were at. But coming into this one, how is their form looking in your opinion?
I think they're in okay shape. I think one of the cool things about how they've been playing is obviously we mentioned Neo, how he's been progressing and playing better and better, but I also think Taz is getting kind of overlooked as someone who has definitely improved their performance in the last couple of months. So for me, Virtus.pro are in a pretty good place. If it's good enough to beat Envy, I'm not that sure. But no, they're definitely you know, in contention here to make it through to the bracket place.
So I mean, one of the really weird things about VP as a team is the fact that they keep switching their in-game leader around, and these days it's Taz doing the calling, as it was at the major tournament. And it used to be, and we talked to Taz about this, and he said, well, if I do the leading for more than a couple of weeks, the team is going to end up hating me, and then, you know, we'll have to pick someone else to do it instead. But actually, he also said recently, maybe that stage is kind of over with. I mean, they could still switch it around, but it seems like everyone has sort of gotten used to Taz being the way that he is. I think he gets a little bit frustrated, a little bit upset if people don't execute the way he wants them to do. And he says it, he just tells people, you know, this wasn't okay, you didn't do this well enough. So, but I think the whole team is sort of, they've been together so long now, even the newcomers, as it were, that I think they're in a good position to deal with almost anything. I think they're in a really good form as well.
So you say deal with almost anything. Talking of that anything, it's Envy who are standing in their way, and they're a team who, again, I mean, there's no denying, have looked in some of the best shape since this roster switch up. We've seen them picking up incredible results. And coming here now to Dubai, they flew over, they've had some time to adjust. Is this going to be more of an uphill struggle for Virtus.pro? Are these guys looking top-notch for the French?
For me, this is going to be an uphill struggle for Virtus.pro. But that's just because Envy is Envy. That's really what it is. And especially after seeing the swap where we had Kenny and Apex joining you know, the 3 remaining Envious players, they've had a kind of bit of a revival in the sense of how they've played, especially Apex. And to me, going into Cash, that's normally a map where Apex does crazy stuff. So I'm really excited to see how Apex is going to play here. I'm kind of expecting him to lead the charge for the French.
Now, Anders, you had a point to make, and just on top of that is, we kind of touched on Cash. Let's continue there for a second then. We'll talk about, dissect some Cash play, because in my mind, whenever we talk about Cash, whenever I look at Cash, I always thought Virtus.pro have a very unique and pretty solid Cash. Is that not something that could play against Envious, or has it been too long, too well known?
I think some of the strengths that VP have on Cash, it doesn't really matter whether or not you know that it's happening. Even if you understand it, it's still not going to be very hard to deal with. One of them is Neo playing the B bomb site, and we talked about Neo, and he's an absolute god. I actually would imagine that almost based off of where that player is, Envy would have a much easier time trying to go for the A bomb site. I would try and plan around Neo at this point, especially if he gets an AWP in his hands. If you can destroy the CT side economy enough that he can't have that AWP, then maybe you can switch it around. But once he gets it, he's very good at covering these angles. And they also have Snacks, and a lot of the executes that happen on Cash have to do with smokes, and Snacks has some pretty uncanny timing. So those two factors, in my mind, are the biggest ones for VP.
Snacks and Neo for you?
For me, Taz and Neo, actually, because I've just been so impressed by how Taz have been playing lately. So I just want to see that continue, really, going up against the very best in the world.
Has it been directly linked with his performance and in-game leading with that?
Actually, that's kind of something I wanted to point out, because Taz has actually, like back in, if you go back to 2013, Taz was, probably one of the 5 best players in the world at a point. So, and that was during his in-game leading, first in-game leading period with that team. So I definitely think there could be a connection between the two, because you also, I guess, if you know what's going to happen, and if you're planning out everything for your team, you kind of know where to be and what to do in any sort of given situation. So that probably gives him a bit more calmness when he plays.
A calm Taz?
Yeah, well, as calm as Taz can be.
I was going to say,
yeah.
be careful what you're saying here, because he's going to step up and come over here.
Yeah.
But yeah, a calm Taz, Anders, you feel in that may be the route to success, avoiding Neo. So this is the point you've made.
Yeah.
Avoid Neo and hope Taz is having a bad game.
I mean, if either one of the two, if Neo plus Taz or plus Snacks are going to be playing well, then any team in the world will have a really hard time playing against that combination. If all 3 play well, they can definitely beat Envy on this map, definitely. But it won't be easy no matter what.
It certainly won't be. Now, though, I think it is time for us to head over to Sean after I say a big thank you to some of the sponsors that made this event possible. Dubai Tourism, ENG, and Sennheiser all coming together to make this event the spectacle that has already began to be. Now, though, Sean is hanging out with some fans in the crowd. Let's see what they have to say.
I am indeed. And as you can see, the fans here are fantastic. They have literally been queuing up the entire day. It's hot out here. We've got wind machines to cool things down, but I can tell you these guys are absolutely ready. So if we're very nice and we squeeze in here. Sir, what's your name?
Ryan.
Ryan, where are you from?
France.
France. Now, Ryan, do you have a favorite team perhaps today?
Yes.
Who's your favorite team?
Envious.
Are there any other Envious fans? Definitely some Envious fans in the house, and why not? They're a fantastic team. So what I'm going to ask you to do, Ryan, if you really want to help us here, is on the count of 3, everybody scream out as loud as they can, Envious, and we'll get them out onto the team. So here we go. 1, 2, 3.
Envious!
Anything? Are they there? Guys, we've got to make more noise. One more time. As loud as you can, Ryan, and the guys. 1, 2, 3.
Envious!
I'm hoping they're coming now. And of course, Envy doesn't want to play alone. They're going to need a competitor. And of course, there comes no bigger one than who you here rooting for.
Virtus Pro.
There you go, sir. Where are you from?
UAE.
Nice, sir. What's your name?
Saud.
Nice to meet you, Saud. Is this your first Counter-Strike event?
Yeah.
That's pretty awesome. We're pretty excited to have you. And of course, if you're watching at home and you want to take part in, for example, a Counter-Strike event, you can, because IEM is going to San Jose. I lied. NorCal. So if you're in the San Francisco, San Jose area, you can, of course, reach out. Now, Saud, I'm going to need your help here.
Yeah.
You're going to need to call out and invite none other than Virtus Pro.
Okay.
So perhaps, are there any other Virtus Pro fans? Plenty of support here. This is going to be easy for you. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3.
Virtus Pro!
We'll give it one more go, okay? Here we go, Saud. Everybody with him. 1, 2, 3.
Virtus Pro!
I think that's gonna do it.
A lot of support for both of the teams here. It looks like we're going to have a cracking game here on Cash. And before we do jump onto the action, they're going to be just getting themselves ready to jump on in. We have to continue where we left off.
Well, I mean, Alex, you were talking about this question of whether or not it's whether or not Envy will know the sort of VP setup and can they work off of that. I'm sort of wondering when the time comes when people will figure out exactly how Envy play, because their terrorist side is sort of, it follows sort of a very similar pattern on almost all maps, and it has to do with this extreme aggression. Like once the battle gets going, they can take some time setting up, but once the sort of initial spark flies, then they just don't stop. They just keep going. It feels like everyone obviously knows this, but no one has really figured out quite how to stop it yet. So I'm kind of hoping that that'll happen at one time or another. Maybe today's going to be the day where VP show us exactly how it's done.
Yeah. It's like you said, anything has an eventual end, and eventually a team is going to figure out how to play versus Envious and that kind of style. And what worries me for VP is the fact that we've highlighted, Andrews pointed out Neo, he's been increasingly playing better, and he's also the guy who likes on the B bomb side. And, you talked about Envy kind of just playing or basing their play around Neo, basically trying to avoid him as much as possible. And Envy, they love to do these sudden A pushes through smokes, that type of thing. And I think that can cause a lot of trouble for Virtus Pro, and I think that's something that they have to look out for. And that's why I'm looking for Taz to be, stepping up and getting it done for VP.
Seeing if they can counter the Envious barrage, because they have had this element of surprise. Someone said there, I saw a comment saying, that was like 12, 13 rushes over on that Cobblestone game. So, I mean, is that just Envious being envious, they kind of try and throw something into the works, or is this how Cobble's going as well? I'm trying to work out, because that's not normal. We don't see that every day.
I think it's much more possible on Cobble than it is on Cash. It's going to be a little bit more tricky to rush every single time. It also has to do with the fact that Envy just have so many talented players that they can sort of make that work. The great thing for every other team would be if they then sort of fell down once the rushes stopped working, that then they didn't have a plan B or C, but they definitely do. And that's obviously the really sort of worrying part, that even if you figure out how to stop the rushes, there's more to come. And yeah, it'll be a really hard game for VP without a doubt. But with the right start, I think it's close. It's a close-ish game.
Yeah, so it's not a game that we can start writing off by any stretch of the imagination. No. You cannot forget just how prominent Virtus Pro have looked as of late. And Envious, is it wrong to still call them a relatively new, because of these two new additions? It's been a while now that they've kind of been playing this together. It feels like only yesterday, but it has actually been a while now that they've got that new Apex and Kenny presence in their roster.
I still think it's fair to say that they're fairly new, because obviously the swap happened right after an event, and they pretty much go, from the news is announced to a different event, and they've kind of just been on a tour of different countries playing tournaments. So there's a limit to how much they've actually had the time to practice before and really getting to gel properly. But when you have 5 individual players like that, I guess it kind of works out in any case.
You can over-practice, though, and I think that's something that hasn't always been made super clear. I think one example was over at the Major recently, where we saw one of the few teams that didn't bootcamp, that didn't put a whole lot of time into preparing for the Major, was Fnatic, and they just turned up and did what Fnatic do best. So, I mean, we've got two very kind of polar opposite teams here. You've got Virtus Pro, who has had that kind of very core roster, albeit with a couple of changes a little further down the line, since forever. And then you've got Envious, who's gone and just picked up these 2 new names, Apex and Kenny, into that roster. And they have become very comfortable there. Have they got a new structure that they otherwise didn't have?
Well, I think we have to give a lot of credit to Happy in this case as the captain of the team, bringing on these 2 people. We've all seen, I mean, especially way back in the day when Apex was playing on LDLC, and Kenny obviously has the name of an absolute superstar. So if you pick on these 2 people and say, you're going to be our star players, you're putting a lot of pressure on them, and you could end up having a really bad start in a new team with all the pressure on them. And instead, Happy has said, we don't need superstar performances, we just need consistency. We just want you to play good every game, but you don't have to get 30, 40 frags for us to win anything, and that's super smart.
Yeah, and I think that's also a nice thing for Kenny as well, being kind of, well, in a sense, he is the only new guy, because as you mentioned, Happy has played with Apex, and Happy knows how to trigger Apex. Back in LDLC during Cologne, that tournament, Apex was by far the best player in the, who was playing. So Happy definitely knows how to get Apex going, and that leaves them only having to worry about Kenny, and you rarely have to worry about Kenny only getting 20 frags, but he doesn't have to get those 40 frags anymore. So that's a really good position to be in. And
I mean, Kenny's even said as much. I think actually during the Major when we talked to him, and in some of the mid-game interviews, he actually did say it's a huge weight off my mind knowing that I don't have to get all the kills for us to win. I can miss a couple of shots and it won't mean the end of the world.
And while we're on the topic of Kenny, I'd like to hear it from both of your guys' mouths, because I see all of this, and I did a frustrated tweet. I did a frustrated tweet like, where is all this hate for Kenny S coming from? Everyone gave him so much love. He was the best AWPer in the world, and then he had one bad map, almost one bad half on Cobblestone in that final, and everyone gave him buckets of abuse.
Kenny disappeared on Cobblestone, let's be honest.
Oh,
He really was gone entirely.
Yeah.
Which definitely was unfortunate, but considering his whole career, I think people maybe are a little bit too quick to judge that one map.
I think it's more of a case people having extreme expectations to Kenny.
Yeah.
That's really the thing, and that's, I guess, the downside of being, you know, at a time he was the best player in the world, and that's kind of the downside that follows with it. Everyone expects you to be that good all the time, every time.
Yeah. Expectations versus reality. Yeah. It's time for another 60-second break, but when we get back, we are actually going to kick off with our first game here in Dubai. The audience are ready. I know we are ready to maybe take our jackets off and get back in that air conditioning, but it's going to be great to see this one unfold. We'll be back in 60.
That's it.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, and we are just about getting ready to go here at the ESEA Invitational, and of course, who is joining me? It is Moses, of course. ESEA, ESEL.
Yep, we got
ESEL. I didn't get it.
Yeah, we got it covered.
I didn't get it very well, but we are on to the first match of the tournament for us here. Of course, you guys at home have been watching the 4 of the games already, but it is going to be MV versus VP Cash. Quickly, obviously, the guys talked a lot about this one already. Any input you got from what they've put together?
I've wanted to see these two teams play each other since this new lineup of NVS came together, because these are just two extremely aggressive teams. They just like blowing up, and it's going to be this battle of trying to stop Envy as they come through these smokes, and they run those 4-1 death squads, and they just try and overpower defenses, and it works. And Virtus.pro does something very similar when they take sites. You know, they're very overpowering and very fast-paced and aggressive when they do it. So it's kind of these two big clashes coming together.
And both these teams, of course, you know, they were the first matches of the day, so they've had a good couple of hours to relax, sit backstage. Nice and air conditioning back there, by the way. They've been relaxing and watching the other matches play out. So, you know, I guess the only thing really coming into this one is just how well they perform. Can they live up to the hype? We'll find out, because the game is getting underway. It is going to be, I believe, a 9th round start. So we'll see how this one turns out. What do we think, though? I mean, I had a good chat with VP earlier on, and Neo actually said, this is the 3rd time I've been in Dubai. And again, I'm still not really going to get a chance to look around, because they arrived last night. They came from, obviously, Gaming Paradise, jetted in straight into the matches.
Yep. Well, I think a lot of it's going to have to do, I think the analyst does a great job of bringing up Neo with that AWP, because ever since he's transitioned into that full-time role of an AWPer, he's been so effective, and that's kind of where we started to see this resurgence in Virtus.pro out of a little bit of a slump. And then on Envy's side, I think NBK is playing like a beast lately. I think Apex is going to be huge. He was great in Cologne. But I think one of the biggest performers they have is NBK recently with this form that he's hit.
Yeah, he had a huge semi-final from what I recall back in Cologne, of course. Put him some huge stats. Of course, we can't also talk about Envy without Apex. You know, a lot of people were talking about when he came into the team, Kenny was the one that everybody talked about, but Apex at Cologne had a magnificent tournament. You saw the infographic come out just the other day, and, you know, it showed Apex was, I think it was the 2nd highest kills, headshot percentage was right up there, entry kills was right up there, which is obviously his job. But yeah, he really has stepped into this team very confidently. If you've obviously seen him about this event, seen him at Cologne, he's definitely got a new air of confidence about him.
Yeah, and I think Kenny, as a player, he's going to have some time where he has to adjust a little bit because he doesn't have to be that playmaker anymore. He doesn't have to go on those hard carries. So he's kind of got to readjust how he plays his game, realizing that he can just play, you know, standard fundamental. He can just get his 1 or 2 kills, and he doesn't need to explode and drop, you know, 30 bombs. So going for those kind of plays that he used to make when he was in Titan might actually be more detrimental than helpful to this Envious lineup.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to go live. It is the first game of the day. For us, at least. Envious versus Virtus Pro. The pistol is underway, and immediately it's going to be a very passive approach from Envious over on A side.
Yeah, this is pretty typical recently of a retake on the A bomb site and stack over towards B, but this will allow Virtus Pro to actually get into the bomb site almost for free if Happy can't find a shot through the smoke.
Let's see if they can get through there. It's a good wall of smoke down from Virtus Pro. We have played a hell of a lot of games on this year. I think it's 60+ professional matches. 30+ of those are offline as well. With Taz immediately, that's a good molly. That's keeping Envy completely out of sight. Bomb plant's already down, remember, and they are getting completely annihilated. Snacks comes around the corner, finds himself 2 easy headshots. That's going to be another for Taz, and Envious have just been completely blockaded out of the sight. Kyo trying to push in and around there with his USP through Squeaky, but it's not going to happen. Bialy collects himself another. Kenny S, the sole man standing with just a little bit of health, and he's just going to sit back, gets himself another exit frag, actually. And that is going to be all she wrote, and he's going to back away. So very straightforward round for Virtus Pro in the pistol.
Yeah, that Molotov helps out so much, delaying the flank coming in from Envy, but it was actually the pop flash over towards Truck side that actually wins them that round. They allow players to get aggressive. And this is the thing, these two teams, they're not going to sit back and wait for the action to find them. These are going to be the people, these players are going to want to initiate the contact. They're going to want to find their battles.
Well, at the moment, it is going to be a stack from Envious, but it doesn't look like it's going to pay off for them. You can see they've gone for a 4-stack down at B site, but it is Virtus Pro wrestling for control in the mid. And then it's going to be Pasha going through. Is he going to pop on through? I think he is. You may get a glimpse of what is awaiting for him at B site. Nobody's going to show. If you look on the minimap, you can see they're all tucked in. Nobody wants to show. Still, Virtus Pro playing this one very cautiously.
Yeah, they're trying to stay back in this bomb site and bait Virtus Pro towards hitting that B site and getting caught in a couple crossfires that they have set up. They want to make sure they're committing before they make contact in that B site, but Virtus Pro working their way over towards A, they're not even going to go near that site.
MBK has to land the shots as soon as they come around the corner. He doesn't manage to get the first dink and immediately gets taken down by Bialy, and now the race is on. Envy trying to scramble back around towards A side, but Snacks is going to come around the corner. It's going to be another couple lined up for him. It's a very simple triple spray down. Survives with just the 1 health, and Happy, the sole man this time. It's going to be a solid round for Virtus Pro once again.
Yeah, and this is a really good round for them because this is the key. Envy's so good on these eco rounds with these pistol force buys. We've seen it time and time again how dangerous, how many matches it's won for them. And Virtus Pro not losing anyone so far in this round. That's beautiful. You want to manage the amount of losses you take against Envy, and this Pasha is just going to clean things up. So 2-0 and no damage done to the economy of Virtus Pro moving forward.
It's a good start for Snacks, that's for sure. He's going to be happy with that one. I don't think he's going to got 2 easy kills in the pistol and then a very easy triple lineup for him. So immediately Virtus Pro starting off very well here on the T side. Well, let's not rule Envious out. We've got a long way to go in this matchup, that's for sure. So Pasha gets a quick glimpse, an immediate tag on towards MBK in mid there. That grenade's not going to find its target as he tries to follow it up because MBK's moved over, and again, it's another 4-stack.
3 rounds in a row, they've had 4 players over towards this B bomb site. Pistol round, they actually had only 3. There was 1 more towards connector, but either way, a lot of emphasis on the B bomb site so far for Envy, and it hasn't panned out whatsoever. This is the same exact thing out of Virtus Pro as well.
Yeah, and MBK this time not going to find anything. Gets caught out by Pasha from mid, finishes the job, and again, it's another foot race, but Snacks is not waiting for him in the corner, but Neo certainly is. Just waiting at connector. This should be a very easy pickup for Envy. Delayed on the bomb, they do finally get it down, but Apex manages to find Neo. That's going to give them the Mac 10. If he can get out and collect it, which he cannot, because Pasha's managed to come down and keep them at bay. So Envy just going to try and back away from this one, hope they can collect anything on the way out.
Yeah, very spread out as well in this. There's Kenny falling to Snacks. He's got to be careful. 1 more hiding behind the box, but he's not even going to move any farther forward. It looks like playing a little bit passive, waiting for a peek. Kyo's not obliging, though. And this will also be interesting because with all these SMGs, with all the little damage that Virtus.pro's taken, they have so much money going into these gun rounds. They have a couple buys out of this now, 2 to 3 rounds, where even if they're losing, they're going to be able to keep buying. So they have all the utility they need. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kenny is going to have that AWP. It's a glass cannon. All he's got is a flashbang behind it and 0 kits to work with. So Envy's got to be careful if they can. They need to stop Virtus.pro from even planting the bomb. These retakes will have to be so quick.
Let's see how they set this one up. Is Kenny going to go for a challenge? Trying to look towards his number, see if he's going to go for that peak, but it doesn't look like Virtus.pro want to go for the peak instead. They're stacking it out straight up. It's going to be a quick boost over the top, and he may catch some off guard. NBK is going to toss out the nade, but he's not going to be able to get anything else from it because Pasha finds him over at box, and that is mid-control once again in the hands of Virtus.pro. Snacks a couple of shots towards his teammate there. I think he was expecting maybe someone lurking in the corner.
Right, but NBK falling so early has given Virtus.pro complete mid-control, and now they just slow things down. They're waiting for it. They're almost able to catch one more out, but Kenny's going to get smoked out. Not a lot of opportunity. He almost does connect with that shot, but they're making their way up highway.
Apex, is he going to be able to hop up and over? That was a good flash, but he didn't look to his left. There was 2 beneath him. Happy will find 1, doesn't get the second as Taz pushes through. And now full A control for Virtus.pro. That molly will slow down connector plate. It's down to Pasha to find them, and he's going to get himself Kenny S. That's the AWP now free and loose. Kyo, the last man standing, will find Pasha. He may just be able to rescue that AWP and save it for the next round. He's going to see if he can line anything up, but it doesn't look like Taz and Bialy. They're going to chase him down too hard. That smoke is down. They kind of want to get this AWP out of his hands, though.
Yeah, not a bad idea to chase. They have so much money. They barely had any damage done to them on the eco round, so there's no reason not to chase this down. They're trying to cut off any place he can fall back. He's actually being pretty smart and staying a little bit aggressive, making sure he's not confined to just one small room to try and save. But either way, this is something that we can see. This is going to be typical in this matchup. Neither of these teams are really scared of doing fast executes on the T side.
Oh, the timing there. Kyo just heard him drop up and over. He's actually going to be able to hang on to this, so that's a really big play fight. Kyo, we'll see how much it works out in their favor because the rest of the team pretty much skint, so they're not going to be able to afford too much. And of course, Virtus.pro, look at that pool of cash. They are in a good place. Let's see if they stack it out again because obviously with the pistols, the CZs, they want to just back up Kenny.
Yeah, well, the question is, where is Kenny going to go? Because it's the only gun, he's going to go over towards B, the only gun they have in their arsenal. You want him to be the first contact, and Virtus.pro is coming right at him.
This could work out very well if they come around that corner at the right time. He's going to tuck himself into checkers, gets a glimpse. That smoke not quite in the right place. It's going to give them the shot they possibly need. That's a good flash. Does manage to try and let loose a shot, but doesn't find its target as he backs away, back into sight, gets flashed up again. He's not able to land a shot, and now he's going to get hunted down. Happy, just tucked in the corner. That molly not quite catching him. Is nobody going to check? He gets one with the deagle. It was the bomb planter. Taz will take a second look, though, and that molly is just going to burn out Apex, force him, flush him out of the corner. NBK, the last man standing. And this is another solid round for Virtus.pro. A 5-0 start is fantastic for them here in Dubai.
Yeah, beautiful use of utility as they execute onto that B bomb site. Kenny just wasn't comfortable. A couple flashbangs hit him at the wrong moment. One player sneaks out a little bit too wide on his angle that he's holding, and he gets taken out. But it's all because those flashbangs force him back. They force him to be a little bit more passive, and he can't land the shots.
So can they keep the momentum going? It is envious once again with the rifles. Kenny S trying to line it up. Pasha gets flashed out as he tried to get a quick push early into mid. That means he's going to have to back away. Kenny has got the whole team coming towards him, but again, he's backed away. Q in a great position this time. He's got the support from behind, so he could drop down and catch them by surprise. But Pasha's going to be the first man through. Kenny doesn't land the shot instead, but they are flashed up. But now they know his position. Now he's in trouble. Doesn't land the second chance, and they will take control of B site, and it's all on Envious. And this is a risky choice for them. They haven't really got the money to push on through. Are they going to try and save, or are they going to try and push for it?
They really just need to save these guns at this point. There's very little chance at a retake here. They're going to fall back. So Envy getting a taste of their own medicine. Virtus.pro just swarming with very aggressive plays, and Pasha can do no wrong with that headshot.
And that's definitely caused some serious problems. Happy, the last man with the rifle. They know where he is. He's just managed to make enough noise around the corner. They're going to try and tuck him out, but he does manage to get Bialy down. Can he get back into Sweetie spawn? No, Taz will find him. And Virtus.pro finding their mark all the way through this. Great start by Pasha. You can see 10 kills already.
Yeah, this is unforgiving from Virtus.pro. They're just piling it on at the moment.
6-0 from Taz.
Yeah, well, they're all just playing so well. I mean, these flashbangs as they enter the bomb site, they're just crushing Envy. So you're going to see a save round out of Envy or a force buy a little bit. 4 members with armor, upgraded CZs and Deagles. Haven't had much success with it so far in this matchup. This could be a turnaround, though.
Look at that speed push through from Pasha, and he's going to find himself an easy kill on towards Apex as he rushes on through with that flash. Gets out Connector, and this is going to be yet another easy round for Virtus.pro. That would take it to 7-0. This is a magnificent start for Virtus.pro, no doubt about it.
Well, one of the things, too, at Cologne, at the Major, Virtus.pro played some of the best Counter-Strike of every team there, and it's just unfortunate that, I mean, they met Fnatic in the semifinals, but barring that, they looked near unstoppable, and we're seeing that here as well.
And you think back to that Inferno game, I think it was, what, 14-10 they were up. They could have closed it out. That should have been the game for them, and they couldn't finish it. And they let Fnatic back in. They could easily have been in the final instead of Fnatic, no doubt. But they are 7-0 up. Can they continue on where they left off in Cologne? Or can Envious actually string something together? Because it's starting to look very dangerous for them now. This is starting to become a bit of a whitewash.
Yeah, this is the round to do it. This is the best buy that Envy's had this whole time. And Happy, actually, with the AWP instead of Kenny, brings the op over towards the A bomb site, but it's a heavy B play one more time from Virtus.pro. And this might actually work out in their favor without the AWP defending in the B bomb site. Kenny has a lot more mobility. He could have a lot more chance of success.
Oh, that Molly's going to be perfect. It's going to catch Kenny and Kia. You can see them boosted up. They get flashed out. Molly in the corner. They got nowhere to go. They are completely pinned. But Kyo manages to get himself a double. Kenny goes down. Kyo gets a triple. And he's stopped the attack dead in its tracks. And suddenly, Virtus.pro are reeling. The rest of Envious are back in position. And this could well be the first round for Envy. But Neo lands 2 shots. Rattles them through the smoke into CT. And would you believe they find their target? Tries to find his third. Kyo and MBK both low. But Neo has to go all the way here. Switches it up. Gets himself the AK. He knows there's one up, and he knows there's one on site, so he has the positions. He just has to play it smart. Creeps on in. That nade is going to be absolutely perfect. It's going to actually, I thought it was going to bounce to the side, but instead he managed to hook it round. 30 seconds, still no rush for him.
Yeah, he's trying to wait for any kind of aggression. He was trying to see if he can bait out a one-on-one. There's still 30 seconds left, so it almost looked like he wanted to run away, but he's going to go right back at it. He might be able to find Kyo looking the wrong way.
He drew the peek there. Kyo thought he'd gone into sight. The footsteps were a great little distraction from Neo, and now he knows the last man. He knows where MBK is. He smoked off CT spawn. He can only peek one corner. Instead, he shows his back to him, but he just turns around and gets it down. A beautiful 4K from Neo. Picks himself up the round, and really, what should have been Envy's.
Yeah, absolutely, but it's Neo, and this is just some of that magic he's been known for in the past. What a round to win, and Envy calls the pause. I mean, that's the round you do it on because you just got crushed. And Neo showing really good stuff there. That second op shot through the smoke bails him out, and then a beautifully played 1-on-2.
What a fantastic performance, Neo. Like you say, that double up shot through the smoke as well. Should not have been. It's one of those moments where you kick yourself. It's like, why did we both come around the corner at the same time?
Well, Kyo's got to be a little bit upset that he was looking into the bomb site, fully exposed to every other angle, trying to clear that site. Definitely, that had to have been it, just to mishears a footstep or mishears communication from his teammate and thinks he's into the bomb site.
You can see the location here. We are in the Dubai International Marina Club. There is yachts just floating, what, not 10 meters away from us. Some pretty big ones as well, no doubt about it.
It's nice. It's a nice view out there.
Yeah, but of course it is nighttime, definitely cooled down. You can see there's giant air conditioning units behind the players. Almost making it cold for them, ironically.
Right.
Ironically, in those booths. I stood behind them earlier on. You can see just off to the left-hand side, but it looks like the teams are sorting themselves up. What do you say when you're 8-0 down at this point?
The thing you got, this is, I mean, the young team together, but you have to maintain your composure. You can't let yourselves, start feeling like you're down so much and try and be the hero. You want to make sure you have a plan, something to work with as a team. What are they doing? And here's the thing, there's no information for Envy because they simply can't grab it because it's so fast-paced from Virtus.pro. Now, the last round, their closest round to success was that previous round when they had the utility to slow things down. They had the Molotovs, their own counter flashes. Everything before this, they've just been so underarmed in terms of flashbangs.
Straight up aggression once again. Look at that. They're straight into the mid. I think Apex just got a glimpse in the corner there, but he realized he's going to have to get out quickly. Flashed himself into safety. So nobody going down in the opening exchange, but that is mid-control given over to Virtus.pro while MBK goes aggressive over on A main. Doesn't manage to find anything, but now Pasha creeping his way up Speedway. He's going to find one. Doesn't manage to get the headshot. MBK with the first kill. Is that something that could turn it around, turn it in their favors? Or will Virtus.pro once again wrestle something from this round?
Yeah, rotation coming on. One player cheating over towards the truck. There's Taz with another, and they're entering onto the same bomb site. They're getting the bomb planted right now, but Happy's just playing right behind this smoke. They haven't discovered him quite yet. He could be the difference maker.
sitting right on top. The bomb planted right in front of him. They have no idea that he's here. They won't be expecting this one. He's going to come around, but Yali did, though. He gets himself another. It's all too easy. Virtus.pro surely going to take this to 9-0 now. Keo, last man, just going to try and save what he can. Picks himself up an AK and runs for freedom. 9-0 Virtus.pro. You know, I talked to Pronax about, obviously, the famous Fnatic balls that's been going on where they did turn things around amazingly well against Envy, actually, when you come to think of it, the Inferno game. And all he said is that we don't actually say anything. We just sit in silence. Everybody just collects their thoughts, gets themselves back into it. They all know what they've got to do. They're all professionals. They've all been here for so long. There's no words of motivation that are required for these players. They're all hungry to win, but they just sit in silence, and maybe that's just what Envy needed to do.
Well, they've got to do something because they're now at the point where they can no longer afford to save any rounds. They have to buy out every round. They need to put some things on the board, give themselves a chance in the second half even, any kind of a window that they can give for a mistake. And oddly enough, it's Apex holding mid alone with the CZ75, just the pistol.
It's funny because Virtus.pro obviously were on the end of a beating on Cash from Kinguin. Oh, Kenny S is going to find Taz as he tries to sneaky peek around the corner there, and he's going to pop out, but now they know he's pinned. He's going to have to smoke himself out of this position before they try and spray him down. The bullets just trace him past him. Tucked into the corner, trying to make himself small. Snacks will find Apex as he tried to creep out and pop out of the vents there. And now with mid-control, it should be a vent straight to B. Tossing out the smoke, or will they just completely choose to go for the rope-a-dope and go over towards A site? They backed away, so it's down to a 3v3, but you can see Kenny and Keo both low on health.
Yeah, still a lot of time to work with, though, and look at how spread out this defense from Envy is. They have no idea what's coming. One player mid, one in A, one in B, so they have no information. Two players extremely low. This is a very scary round. Virtus.pro, they have a great chance of coming into this B bomb site, especially because it's Kenny, who only has 2 HP.
Can he do it? He's going to have to go huge on this one. Everybody's got a kit for Team Envy, so that's not the problem, but the foot race absolutely will. MBK is going to be miles away from this one. Kenny has to nail the headshot in the first couple of bullets to even have a chance at slowing down Virtus.pro. There's the smokes, there's the next flash, but Bialy, he is quick to the draw, and he has not been missing the shots. Keo tries to push on through the smoke, but Neo again. Check him out, he is absolutely doing work. MBK though, he managed to pull it off against Cloud9. Can he try and rescue something here against Virtus.pro? He gets himself one, and now Bialy is only on 10 health. He's in around the back of the bomb site. This could be a big play for him, but Bialy comes around the side and finds the head of MBK. And yet again, Virtus.pro, just as you thought they may lose a round, absolutely close it out.
Yeah, just in a little bit of a misplay there from Envy with 3 players left, and they leave Kenny alone in the B bomb site with 2 HP. His support, who could rotate over Keo, had less than 20 as well. So much low HP. That's where they need to either dedicate themselves to the bomb site, let the guy with the health advantage, you know, find a fight if it comes towards them. But they needed to set up a crossfire there, and it doesn't work out. Either way, these Virtus.pro players are all on point, not missing their shots.
And once again, control of the mid. Absolutely Virtus.pro, not even challenged by Envy, not even going to go towards it this time. They don't get an aggressive peek. They get caught by Snacks from the side there. Nobody looking towards mid. They've just given this whole round up.
Well, this is just miscommunication from getting beat up for 10 rounds in a row, as nobody realizes NBK has no clue that mid is wide open. And one more kill for Neo there, but this bomb site is all Virtus.pro. Happy does find one, but at this point it's not enough. 4 on 2 now for Virtus.pro.
Gets the bomb carrier, but that smoke's about to clear, and he's going to be wide open to Bialy, who just guns him down from forklift. And now Kenny S once again trying to save out his weapon. It's going to be 11-0, ladies and gentlemen. Virtus.pro, they are on fire.
Well, here's something beautiful that Virtus.pro is doing. Since they're so aggressive in these early stages, they've been finding kills early on before the minute mark hits in the round even, sometimes even much quicker than that. But they have so much time to work with, so from there, once they get that kill, they can just slow things down. They can wait. They can wait for Envy to try and push up and find information. They can wait for the play that Envy is going to try and make to get back into the round, and they can just punish him for it. And they've been doing that perfectly.
It's going to have to be a mammoth T-side from Envy to try and draw themselves back into this game, because they are absolutely down and out right now. 11-4, the best they can hope for, but that will be a tough ask even at this point, I feel. So round, oh, Kenny does manage to get himself a second on the exit, but the nades come in, and Neo, once again, nobody survives in heaven from Neo.
Everything is going right for Virtus.pro right now, and Envy is just, they don't really have much option left. So you can see him picking up some armor, upgrading those pistols that have been so dangerous in the past, but Virtus.pro has largely neutralized all the strengths of Envy in this map.
flying start for Virtus Pro here. Envy forced once again just to buy up what they can. They're going to try and push on through. MBK does manage to find one while flashed up in the smoke, but look at this, it's a shooting gallery. All 4 of Virtus Pro lined up waiting for him. Apex does get a little peek, but not able to land that shot, and he is the only rifle in the game, so now they know where that is. They can just try and pin him out. But look at the aggression. Look at Envy. They're sneaking around the back. It's Kenny. I think he's good with him. It doesn't matter. It was Keo. He gets found out. Did they expect Kenny, though? They heard footsteps clearly, and that's why Neo looked there. He will manage to find one. Does manage to get Neo down, but Bialy quickly there to cover, and that's been a big part of Virtus Pro. Always got the revenge kills.
Yeah, and most of the kills are going their way anyways, but there's Apex grabbing one. Taz equalizes it, though, or takes that kill away on Apex, so 2-on-1. Beautiful call from Virtus Pro. Once they find out that Envy's flanking B, pushing up, instead of going up mid, they just go right into the vents to an open bomb site. So happy with this op. Isn't going to be able to find Bialy in time. 12-0 now. 12-0. Massive score being posted here. 12-4 for Bialy. 4 deaths across the board, and that's really been a big part of it, Envy. They've not been getting the kills. You can see the highest person kills, 8 kills. Well, no one on Virtus Pro is even exploding in terms of their scoreline. Everyone's just playing really well. Everyone's hitting their shots. Outside of Neo, you really haven't seen any kind of superheroic play out of Virtus Pro. They're just doing everything textbook, doing everything right, and it's working out for him. And now Happy's going to get aggressive in the doorway. It might work out for him. There was one just there, but I think they heard the squeaky open, which is why we're seeing Taz slowing it down. Everybody waiting for someone to peek, and Happy could well be walking straight into a trap here. He's going to be looking, going aggressive. I think he just got a glimpse of the shoulder. Doesn't manage to land the shot. Now he needs to get the hell out of there. Taz does allow him to escape, though. But now they know there's an AWP over on A site, and MBK has been pinned out by Neo. So the A site pressure is continuing, but they have backed away. And now with that AWP in play, they're going to feel and try and put some pressure over on B. But Kenny manages to find snacks on B site. I'm not sure Envy's gotten an AWP kill this entire map so far. These ops really haven't worked him out, so Virtus Pro with the flashbangs have been doing a great job of pushing him back. Kenny's just going to spam the smoke, and he does find Pasha. But the entrance onto B is real, and Leo gets the first pick. Oh, and Kenny's going to try and catch the cross, but Bialy, once again, on them headshots. He has been on point so far when he's called for it, and Happy, as you said, have they called an AWP kill yet? He's got an AWP in his hand. He's got to try and save it once again to go 13-0. This could be a perfect half from Virtus Pro. Bialy, this map has had, like, this is one of those maps, every once in a while Bialy has a game where his AK is just a railgun, and he just doesn't miss. It's first bullet headshots, second bullet headshots, and this is one of those games where we just said no one's really excelling in terms of their scoreline, but Bialy's hit a couple really, really nice shots throughout this half. Happy saw the gun turret, finally gets Neo down. Oh, and a quick one onto Taz as well. Can he get Bialy? He's just around the corner. Not going to pressure it. Doesn't manage to get it down. But 13-0, Virtus Pro dominating the first half here in Dubai on the main stage. This is probably what they envisioned on their tiresome trip from Romania. Yeah, they probably love this right now. This is how you get picked up when you're feeling a little exhausted after that travel, but double up now. Kenny, glass cannon once again, and again they're going towards B for him, but Neo gets the pick. He gets there first, he grabs the angle, and Kenny has no chance to do anything. Keo all alone. I think looks like they're going to try and quicken the pace up here. He's going to maybe question the smoke there. Oh, a drop down into the flames is not going to work out for Apex. Tried to catch them by surprise, but they were ready. And he just went straight down into the firing range. Keo, though, tucked in close, will get himself one from headshot, quickly peeks around. Happy manages to get another through the smoke. Now Keo switching it to an AK, will get the spray down of Pasha. Finally, it looks like things could be turning around for Envious here, but Taz, in checkers, knows exactly where MBK is. Just manages to land the shot on towards his head. And now it's down to a 2-on-2. Flash going out there, that's going to help out on Neo, who gets a little peek around the side, catches a glimpse, but doesn't manage to land the shot. Instead, comes rushing on in with a Tech 9, of course, why not? Just switch it up. Taz does manage to find Happy in the background, and MBK taken down earlier on, Keo the last man. And they're actually going to smoke him out of his own sight, while the bomb is making its way to A side. Keo's going to make the long journey all the way around. 33 seconds on the clock, Neo should get the plant down. Taz not really quick enough to back him up, though. Neo with that Tech 9 just lays his own covering fire, gets in, grabs the bomb through the smoke, but Keo might catch him, and he does. The bomb goes down, but Taz is there for the trade. Nice positioning from Taz, a good read. That had to have been so frustrating for Keo. At a 2-on-2 with the bomb down in the bomb site, and all of a sudden, bomb's gone, and they're going to the other site. 14-0. Virtus Pro looking to close out the perfect game here.
against Envious. Make things absolutely fantastic for them. Envious, you know, this is the finalists of Cologne. They are getting destroyed right now.
Well, funny enough, and maybe I'm going to jinx it here, but this is the map Virtus Pro got 16-0 down by Kingwin.
Yeah. Back at DreamHack Valencia. Face it, actually, that was technically. But right now, 14-0 is a big score, and it's not one that Envy are going to like to look at because, of course, it does mean they'll go through to the decider, which will be tomorrow morning, or wherever you are in the world. It's going to be morning in Dubai, that's for sure. That, of course, would be a best of 3, but certainly a match that they would not want to play in. But at the moment, Virtus Pro looking nailed on to be in the semi-finals, which is something they're going to be very happy for, because that will buy them a break, nonetheless. It will give them time. They will have hours upon hours to rest and relax before their match that will be kicking off at 7 p.m. tomorrow in Dubai time.
And none of these aggressive plays on the CT side for Envy have worked, and once again, another situation where Virtus Pro has a man advantage with so much time on the clock. They can do basically whatever they want. They throw a little bit of an A-fake. It pulls the defense away, and they're quickly coming back towards this B bomb site. The rotate is on, though. Kyo's going to have help soon. They got to take care of him quickly.
Got a good flash out there. It slowed them down. They all had to delay. Does manage to find one in Checkers. Takes a peek around the side as the flash comes through, but they haven't got him down. Now he's got support coming around. It's Kenny S. He gets himself too, and quickly, this is turning straight in their favor. Taz, the last man standing. Can they finally get themselves around on the board? Or will Taz, in a 2-on-1, close it out? He just railguns Happy down. And now all on NBK. He just got him glimpse. He dropped down, but the bomb plant's going to come in from Taz. Is NBK going to rush him down here? The grenade will come through, knocks him down to 69 health, but Taz is still in a great defensive position, gets a glimpse of him, and finds the head to make it 15-0. What a fantastic first half from Virtus Pro.
Yeah, that's unbelievable. In every situation, no matter what, no matter how much it seemed in the advantage of Envy, Virtus Pro brings it back. It starts with Neo in that 1-on-2, which actually was with 2-on-4 at one point. He gets the 2 kills of the op, but from that clutch on, just every situation all went Virtus Pro's way, so Envy cannot be happy about that one.
That is, yeah, I mean, like you say, every clutch went their way. Absolutely perfect. Couldn't hope for more.
No matter how dire it's on.
It was like across the board. Like Taz just had a great clutch there. Bialy had a clutch. Neo had a great clutch. Yeah. Pasha went fantastically well. It all worked out in their favor. So here we go. Second half underway. 15-0. What can Envy do? I mean, it would be a miracle match right now to turn this around.
Yeah, that would be just something we probably have maybe never seen. It was a 15-0, except maybe on Nuke, but to do it on Cash here, especially with Virtus Pro players playing the way they are, Neo's going to get into the action, and VK takes him out, so now it's Taz's turn from Highway.
Gets a little tag down, but takes a bullet for his look. Snacks does manage to find one. Bialy comes around and gets a second, and suddenly it is looking very much in Virtus Pro's favor. They only need this round, remember. That's all that is required. Apex trying to rattle some shots through the smoke, hoping that he gets lucky, gets around, gets the rope-a-dope straight on the back of him. Kyo finds himself another. Now it's all on Snacks. Gets in, gets the defuse. Apex, where is he? Is he going to get around the side? He will! And Envy finally pick up a round. But by God, it nearly went their wrong way.
Yeah, Snacks almost clutches another one there. Then 1-on-3. And if he has a kid, if he's able to play a little bit more with the clock, he probably finds that because Apex was so low. But either way, good play from Apex, like you said, wheeling his way around the forklift there. But a long way to go, and Virtus Pro, they just want to end it. They force buy, even though they don't have to. They have the pistols, they have an SMG onto Snacks.
Just trying to speed things up here and try and maybe go for the aggressive plays that Virtus Pro did so well. But look at Pasha, he's got himself snuck in there. I don't think they're going to expect him in this corner. They may check around there. His teammate actually rattled a couple of shots towards him, but Happy coming down will finish the job. Bialy, little peek around the side. Now with the double stack out. Oh, it's not going to work out. Kyo comes around the side. Snacks not able to land the shots. And now it is all on Taz for Envious' second round. Okay, that's the second. We're just going to have to count these round by round because there's no way we can get too excited about anything when they're on match point for so many rounds.
Well, that's the thing. That's Envious, really their only chance in this match. Take it round by round, but also you want to control the economy. So they win that second round. That's going to make the fourth round bye for Virtus Pro weak. They're not going to have that utility. We saw Kenny S in the first half. He had to have a glass cannon AWP. They can keep those unfortunate economic situations for Virtus Pro. That's their only avenue that they have.
Happy does manage to get caught out. He rushed through, tried to flash himself into the smoke, but Bialy was ready and waiting for him, so one pistol down. Catches the AK, so it's going to go across into towards the hands of Taz, who's going to make use of it? Apex covering off the back there. Did he catch a glimpse of the second one? He did this time. It was Pasha that was peeking. And Apex catches him down. Now Bialy and Taz, the last two standing. Kenny just going to push on through that smoke as it dissipates. Gets a little glimpse around the side. Bialy will go down. Taz, the last man with an AK in hand, is going to get found out. And Kenny will close him down, 15-3. Now here's the real round for Virtus Pro. This is going to be the rifle round. This is the one that counts.
And a pretty decent buy, 5 M4s across the board, so they don't go for that glass cannon AWP. No kits on their side, which is a little worrisome, but they have 4 smokes. They have 5 smokes, actually, to utilize to slow down Envy, because Envy likes to do those fast-paced strategies that we saw Virtus Pro do basically that entire first half, but the Virtus Pro has the utility to slow them down, to make them force into some kind of an uncomfortable situation.
The difference, though, you can see with Virtus Pro, they fight for mid-control. 3 people pushed in there and then realized it wasn't happening, so immediately Taz switches up. Neo backs him up, rolls around towards A side. And actually, B's been left pretty much deserted, so they're stacked out ready for this one. They're going to be in position at the right place, but the question is, can they land the shots? Apex does manage to get himself one. Happy gets the second. Snacks trying to get on the planter, but Happy will gun him down. And this is looking suddenly a very good round for Envious, as Bialy and Pasha forced out of sight, forced to save.
Yeah, nothing they can do here, so Envy bully their way into that A-bomb site. Only losing 1 player. There's a third that goes down. Happy. Pasha finds him. But, I mean, this is what Envy is going to do. They're going to come through those smokes. As much as I say that Virtus Pro has the smokes to slow them down, to make them feel uncomfortable, Envy loves going through smokes. So Virtus Pro is going to have those Molotovs as well. And this is a map where entries are key, and the way Envy entries and trades is massive. It's beautiful.
So Bialy, the only man to hold on to his weapon. That's going to give the 4th round to Envious, and possibly the 5th. But that match point sound is going to keep on chiming in. Round after round after round. If Envious are to try and draw out something dramatic here, it only takes one little slip up and Virtus Pro will take the game.
Yeah, and what's beyond?
Managed to find out where he was, and that's bought time for Bialy to go aggressive, but it's B site that's being pushed. It's been carved wide open, Snacks down. So bomb plant will come in on B site. It's down to
both of these teams we've noticed on these eco rounds are just any round where they notice their opponent is pushing somewhere, pushing on one side of the map. Instead of waiting around, instead of trying to just neutralize where they can go, they get aggressive themselves. They say, if we're going to see 2 of you getting aggressive over towards middle, we're just going to take the B bomb site. We're just going to get in there quick.
straight away counter the play. Round by round they go. Envious up to the 5th. Long way to go on this one, but they're going to go for a double AWP setup this time. So this is Envious, is their strategy. I mean, they are an incredibly good cash side. That's the thing. They would be happy with this setup. They were carving people open on cash during Cologne. It worked well for them, and the double AWP was a big part of it.
Yeah, they would love this. Oh, there's Kenny hitting a nice shot, but yeah, they would love this start to a half if they hadn't just got 15-0, because no matter what they do right, they're still have such a huge disadvantage moving forward. But Kenny heating up like this is a good start. The opening 2 kills of the round.
Gets himself not quite on the 3rd, but he knows there's one at truck now. Going to get smoked off, but that's going to be easily. Just pushes on through that and gets a glimpse across while Apex continues to just lurk around in B site, make sure nobody can escape with the weapon. It looks like a save already coming in called out from Virtus Pro here.
Yeah, and if they, crucially, they can't, but if they'd able to, they did save 2 AK-47s in the last round, but Apex is going to make sure that they have to rebuy everything.
That's beautiful. Snacks, last man, found out in CT spawn. They know where he is. They can hunt him down, take that rifle away from him. And like you said, Kenny S, if he starts to land these shots, you know, you could start making a couple of Envy fans begin to believe. Don't think Snacks is going to get away from this one.
No, but he does pick up one more. That's
gets
good.
One, gets
second.
2. Can he get a 3rd? Oh, almost got him down there. Keo and Apex. It took the AWPs to come around. So Kenny got his 3rd of the round. 6 rounds to Envious now, but still that 15 looms ever present for Virtus Pro. But now, what are they going to do?
That is a good sign, at least, that Kenny's coming alive, because to win this match, to bring this into overtime even, Envy's going to have a huge individual performance.
Yeah.
And if Kenny can heat up like that, if he can have those kind of plays repeatedly in this half, they're going to have a shot moving forward. He misses that shot, or that's happy he misses, and Snacks eliminates him from long range of the pistol.
That's impressive, because that's 1 AWP down. And now Pasha has managed to recover that. So, are they going to go for the counter boost? I think they are. It's going to be Snacks that's going up and over. He's going to try and sneak around in the back of them into the A site, and he's going to find NBK. Kyo's sat there, will catch on towards him. NBK is in the smoke, quick picks up the AK, runs back through. They know he's in a position, doesn't manage to get the spray down. NBK with a double, finally gets taken out by Pasha with that AWP, and now we're into a 2-on-2, make that a 2-on-1 as Apex finds Bialy. And now Pasha with it all to do. Kenny S and Apex.
He's going to go for this. He knows Apex is dinked. Taz is going to call that out, that he's low on HP.
You got to remember, this was a forced an eco pistol round. They actually, quite a few of them had 7K in that round, so they could absolutely go for it. Didn't work out for them, but nonetheless, Virtus.pro can afford to buy up here. Anything they need. 15-7, still an incredible turnaround for Envious so far. They got 7 rounds without reply.
Right, yeah, this is more than probably most people thought they were going to get in the second half, so...
Ourselves included, I think.
Yeah, and even though Happy goes for a glass cannon here with the AWP, even though he just got crushed in the last round with it, he goes right back to it. He's going to go towards the door. And there it is, slowing down the aggression with the Molotovs, making sure that boost is out, making sure Kenny can't get up quick and find a pick, and a double nade over. They timed that as the Molly leave to try and catch him out, but it doesn't do too much damage.
And you're going to go for the peak. Not able to find 1 second. Molly spread. That's going to force him away, and it's Snacks that's holding the angle with an AWP of his own this time. So switch up on who's having the AWP. It was Neo previously, who's just been gunned down by Happy. That was over on the site as Kenny. Molly's out. Taz going to push up. He's going to go aggressive on Squeaky there. It's Happy that he's pushing up, and he will manage to find him. And now this is a real problem for Envious. They're down to a 3-on-4, and their main positions have been found out. And that's the bomb still in play. It was in the hands of Apex, who finds Taz. But the question is, will they rotate it? Will Virtus.pro push too heavily into it?
Yeah, this is a great read from Virtus.pro. 2 players here, a third one cheating over towards middle. They've left B completely open, 38 seconds on the clock. And the bomb's over indoors, so they really have no other option but to hit this bomb site eventually.
Snacks with the AWP, lining up on Squeaky. And as soon as Apex creeps around him, and he missed the shot, and Apex makes him pay for it. And now he's going to push around. Pasha gets himself another, but Kenny finally ends that quarrel. And now Bialy. Well, he went huge many times. He's going up against Kenny S, who spots him around the corner. He's down to 8 health. He's going to have to molly out and try and delay things. Luckily for him, the nade doesn't land, but Bialy makes it count. That will be game in the second the molly clears. And Virtus.pro will take it 16-7. It was a good chance from Envy. They really pushed them, but that incredible first half, you can't come back from a 15-0.
Yeah, it's just, at this level, it's just, you don't give yourself enough chances for a mistake to happen. So basically, just Virtus.pro had no way to lose that match. Envy had no chance at a comeback. One mistake and they're gone, and that time Bialy's able to sneak around the bomb site. Kenny didn't even realize that he hadn't gone left, and he just stays, and another clutch round for Virtus.pro to end it.
Dominant performance from Virtus.pro. Yeah, they've had a fantastic start to this tournament, already through to the semi-finals. It means Envy, of course, will be down to the elimination match. Who they'll be facing, we'll find out, because Cloud9 will be up against NIP in just a moment. And oh, honestly, if you look at that game, you've got to be thinking Cloud9 might take it.
Yeah, and struggling a little bit, or a lot recently. We could say a lot. But even so, this is a cool cool matchup that goes way back to where Cloud9 was Steven Complexity. They were fighting at majors, and Nip and, you know, this core of this lineup has always done battle really well. But there's a lot of firepower now on Cloud9, so Nip's got to be a little bit careful.
So what do we take of it overall? We look at Virtus.pro, of course. You know, it was a fantastic performance then. I'm not going to take your thoughts. What I'm going to do is take Virtus.pro's thoughts. Let's get over to Sean Charles, who's ready and waiting with them.
Thank you so much, Lee. Thank you so much indeed. And of course, Moses as well for a phenomenal commentary there. I am joined by a man who needs little introduction, but I will do it, and I will do it with pride. Taz, well played. How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing fine. Actually fine. Thank you, man.
How are you enjoying Dubai?
Oh, it's amazing. It's always amazing when we arrive to Dubai. Like, people are so nice and always smiling. So the attitude just goes to you and just feel so happy being here. So thank you guys for being with us here.
Now, obviously, this is a pretty unique stage. You've played on a lot of stages, a lot of big stages, small stages. throughout your career. What's it like standing here in the heat, in Dubai, knowing there's a marina right there, there's skyscrapers right there? What's that feel like?
I think that it's exciting. It's like interesting. It's something new. It's like I actually really like it because I hate when it's cold, and Dubai is all about hot. So it's just amazing for me.
And how is it for you as a player back there? I know that they've got big air conditioning units and everything. Is it okay? Are you comfortable?
Actually, it's like when you have this turned on, so you have cold in your back and hot in your face. So I just decided to turn it off and just go full Dubai.
Full Dubai. And I can see the fans out there that have come here to support you. Now, of course, we've got to talk a little bit about that matchup. Envy, a great team. They had a good showing at Cologne. How was this for you?
Obviously, our T side was pretty good. I mean, we won all the rounds, like even 1 against 3, so everything worked for us. It's really cool to win 15-0 against them because it brings good memories back when we beat LDLC. Hopefully, it will fit into their head. But otherwise, I'm really not happy with our CT. Like, maybe in our head, we're already, you know, the winners, so we just need to bring it home. So we, I don't know, made mistakes, but they did a pretty good comeback, like 7-0 at some point. So they're mentally very strong, and I feel that next game won't be that easy.
Well, a lot to dissect there because, of course, it was that kind of turnaround. Any words you have for the fans that have come out here for you?
Well, I hope you will come back tomorrow, guys, for us, and hopefully you'll cheer for all the games. So thank you, and remember, we love you all.
Wise words from the wonderful Taz. Let's hear some more wonderful words from the one and always beautiful Machine.
You're too kind, Sean. You're far too kind. As we are here, thank you very much, Sean. You're far too kind. We are here back at the desk to dissect what was a little bit of a surprise, I think is fair to say, considering we went into that one, boys. Like, it's an uphill struggle for VP. Envy looking good. Of course, they're making the final of the major. They're in good form. Let's talk about Virtus Pro T-side, Halvor, because 15-0, we don't see all too often. In fact, the last result similar to that on Cash was Virtus Pro getting 16-0'd. So, I mean, what happened there? What on earth happened?
First off, VP had a very high tempo to how they played the T side, and they were absolutely able to, well, first off, Envy never really contested the mid area, so VP had free reign over that. But what's really surprised me was VP's effectiveness towards the B bomb site, because normally that's not the most contested bomb site you see on Cash. Normally people prefer either just going through mid towards A, like they're happy with doing that. They can get a lot of rounds from it. But VP just found something that worked, and when you see Neo out-opping Kenny, when he's given the opportunity, you know, it just works. And we talked about, you know, we might have needed to see either Neo, Taz, Snacks like step it up for them to have a shot at beating Envy. Instead, it was just everyone on VP played really well.
And we saw that one chance where we thought we might see a 14-1, but then Taz just throws a 1v3 into the mix. Like, that's not stuff you can predict. That's not stuff you can kind of counter, surely.
No, I mean, Taz had that 1v3. Neo had a quad kill to clutch the game as well at one of the rounds. So overall, it was just, I don't know, it was too much. We always bring up this thing about the Virtus Plow, but it was definitely on today, and there seemed to be no stopping them. They also had an incredible way to utilize the Molotovs. They checked so many corners with it, made it very hard for Envy to try and be anywhere. Wherever they stood, there'd be grenades flying in, they'd have to move around, and VP just, they hit all the timings.
Yeah, and I also think something that was you know, mentioned by Taz, it's not going to be that easy the next time they play, because I definitely think that was not the best showing we've seen of Envy. I mean, Apex, who I expected to do big things for his team in that map, he was completely invisible the first half. He did absolutely nothing. So he got going towards, you know, after they swapped sides. You know, that's nice and all, but you can't let yourself be put into that situation and still expect to come out with a victory.
So a bit of a write-off, you'd say, in your books for Envy.
You don't want to discredit VP, though.
No, I mean, but I think in terms of Envy just have to think, look, this happens, it happens to everyone every once in a while, so let's just move on and try and do things differently. I don't think they're going to be completely killing themselves over this, but certainly it's rough when you feel like you've got no shot at all. Maybe they should have, you know, tried to take a couple of rounds where they sort of slow it down a bit and just try to see if they could, you know, get back into it, maybe like a timeout or something at some point.
I mean, you talked a little bit about Virtus Pro's prominence on that B site, on their T side, because they were just strolling into that site. And I mean, it's not, as you said, it's not something we always see. It's not something that's usually favored on that T side. So do you think that was preparation, or do you think that's just Virtus Pro doing something a little different?
Well, I think it's, you know, a difference that is prepared from Virtus Pro's side. I mean, and he talked about how, you know, you have anomalies on every map, really, just in a given CS. Just like VP got crushed by King 116-0 on the very same map. So they probably, you know, taken a page out of that, looked at the map over again and figured out, you know, how to do something differently. And we talked about teams struggling to figure out what to do versus Virtus Pro, and I think now Virtus Pro...
You accidentally straight up just dumped them.
Just been completely converted here. But that was really the case, and we had no idea what was going on, really.
And I mean, I don't want to bring up the term tilt, but it's something that I think we always kind of have to touch on when we talk about Envy as a lineup. I've certainly have seen, you know, some of the individuals. Happy is the one that springs to mind, kind of conveniently named. Sometimes when things aren't going too well for his team, that can cause issues. Best of one game. That's all they've kind of struggled with so far. That's not going to be affecting too much of the later stages for Envious, would you say, Anders?
No, I think if anything, I mean, some of the players, I think what happens on Envy when things start to go bad is that Happy has to convert a lot of the skills that he would use fragging. He has to convert that into sort of, you know, doing mid-round calls and generally trying to strategize a lot more. So you see maybe like a little bit of a downscale in his skill. But they have other players. I think NBK is the most striking sort of example of that when the pressure's really on, they seem to sort of step it up again and again and again. So I expect someone like NBK to come back in the next game and just be twice as good. He's like mentally, I think, a very strong player.
Yeah, and you talk about the next game, but the actual next game we're going to be showing is Cloud9 up against NIP. And just very quickly, guys, a quick little kind of dip our toe in the water of this matchup and let me know what you're thinking about what's going to be coming up after the break.
Oh, I'm expecting to see the end of NIP's tournament.
Oh my lord.
Yeah. I mean, I'm going to go full Thorin on this since he isn't here anyway, but we've all watched the video.
Do it for him.
I definitely think that Cloud9 is going to crush NIP here. That's the prediction.
Okay, so Cloud9. So what would you have, like kind of an American Eagle and like smash it over something or something along those lines? We could get a good visual metaphor or something to as an ode to Thorin. But no, it's been a very, very strong start from Virtus Pro. Looking forward to seeing how the tournament unfolds for both them and Envious, who fell flat with a 15-0 first half. If you missed it, though, do be sure to watch that one back. That'll be over on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/ESL. For now, though, we're going to hit a break, but when we're back, it's going to be NIP up against Cloud9, and these guys doubt the Swedes.
Now listen to this. Good morning, you.
And so it is time for our second game here, live from Dubai. We've had a couple of games casted, of course, by our guys over in Cologne, but we're here now, and we're going to be bringing you another cracking game. We saw Virtus.pro best the French side Envy on Cash very convincingly with a 16-7 final result after a tiny slip up from Virtus.pro on their CT. Now, though, it is time for the Swedes, Ninjas in Pajamas, to go head-to-head with their opponents. It's going to be Cloud9, the Americans, are now setting up on stage. And they've got a pretty damn big fan base here in Dubai, it seems, as we saw Nothing get swarmed when he made the foolish decision to walk out into the crowd. So much love for the Cloud9 guys here, and it's going to be interesting to see what unfolds in this best of one. Anders, to start things off, you guys said, just when I asked for a toe in the water, you suggested this may be the end for NIP, as did Halvor. Can we shed some light on why?
Well, I mean, so as many people have noticed, Thorin put out that huge video talking about NIP and their results of lately. Really good job, by the way, like so much info in that one video and so many stats. Sort of very conclusively, you know, saying that NIP just aren't the team that they used to be. They just don't have that anymore. Compare them to almost every other, top 10 team, and they're gonna come out worse. And I think that's probably true. And I think what's even worse is that has probably dawned on the team itself. You know, they're at a point too where they feel like we don't have what it takes to really do it, and they don't have the confidence to do it, and that's a huge thing. I still think they have some absolutely god-tier players, but they're not playing like that right now, and that's going to be a big issue, I think. I definitely expect Cloud9 to take this game.
And we know the map as well. We know it's going to be over on... Hello. We know it's going to be over on Dust 2. I'm just going to wipe the sweat from my mouth as we got that lovely zoom in. Look at me. Oh, okay. Anyway, sweat aside, this one's going to be interesting. Going into Dust 2, we've seen Cloud9 on Dust 2 quite a lot as of late, it feels like. We saw them play it over at the Major, over at the qualifiers for the Major as well. How does the Americans Dust 2 fare up against the European sides, Halvor?
I think they should be all right. Obviously, they have Skudoodle, which is a pretty big positive when you're playing a map like Dust 2 open. Allows for an op to basically do whatever you want in a lot of stages of the game. That said, I think Dust 2 might be one of the better maps for NIP to run into Cloud9 on in their current form, because they have shown that once they can get up to double ops, have Forrest and Alu roam around on the map, especially on the CT side, they're able to lock down their opponents. Still, you have to favor Cloud9 going into this, because as Anders pointed out, the downward trajectory for NIP has just been continuously going down and down and down, and then I don't see it stopping anytime soon, and not versus a team like Cloud9.
Yeah, absolutely. So before we do go any further into what we're expected to see from Cloud9 and NIP, I do want to talk a whole lot more about Cloud9 as a whole, as a roster, because things have been looking pretty good for them so far, so good, Major aside. Now, though, we're going to head to Sean and see what he's having said to him over in the audience. I'm seeing a massive pack of people surrounding him, so let's see what's going on there, and we'll be right back.
Thank you so much, Machine. Of course, you guys are right. I am down in what can only be described as the heat of it. It is hot down here. The fans are awesome, and they are cheering for their favorite teams. First, good sir, what's your name?
Ahmed.
Ahmed. Now, so listen, who are you rooting for today?
Definitely Cloud9.
Definitely Cloud9. Now, we need to ask, are there any other Cloud9 fans here? Yeah! Ahmed, why do you like Cloud9?
Because they're the best.
Simple answer. I like it already. Now, do you think that if we ask really nicely, we might be able to get Cloud9 out?
Yeah, we can, I guess.
There you go. So everybody, help us now. We're going to do it on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3.
Cloud9!
One more try. 1, 2, 3.
Cloud9!
And of course, Cloud9 will need an opponent. But before we go there, I have to say, if you love esports as much as these great fans here in Dubai, esports is coming to you if you're on the west coast of the US. Yes, indeed, San Jose is the next destination for the Intel Extreme Masters, where we'll be bringing you Counter-Strike and League of Legends. So, if you're around, no excuse, get involved. Now to our next team. Good sir, what's your name?
My name is George.
George, how are you doing and where have you traveled from?
I've traveled from Greece and I've been living in Dubai for 5 years.
Well, awesome. We're so happy that you're here. Now, I have a big question for you. Do you have a team that you're rooting for?
Ninjas in pajamas. Been a fan of them for such a long time.
That sounds like a good reason to be a fan of them. Now, do you want to see if we can get them out on stage? Guys, are you all fans of ninjas? This guy is. A popular team, always. Let's do it on the count of 3. We'll do a big one. 1, 2, 3.
Ninjas in pajamas!
Maybe they're shy. We'll give it one more try. Come on, guys. Everybody together on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3.
Ninjas in pajamas!
Looks like we've got two teams ready to battle it out over on Dust 2. Now, we were talking about Cloud9. Let's kind of carry on down that track. I can see they're all staring me down now as we're about to talk about them. But a lot of support for them. Let's kind of talk a little bit more about what's kind of created the successful Cloud9 we've seen. I mean, it's kind of, we covered a whole lot of it over in Cologne as of late, saying that Cloud9 are a team that have been on the up, on the increase. We didn't quite see that during the major, falling flat, of course, before they got to the arena. And Halvor, any thoughts as to, not necessarily why that happened, but where Cloud9 are now as a team?
I think Cloud9 are still in a pretty good place as of right now, and I think one of the big reasons why we've seen the up and coming of, the upward trajectory form of Cloud9 is because they've made some roster changes and they've bought into what Sean Gears wants to do. And that's a big part of it, because obviously if you have an in-game leader, you should probably do what he says most of the time, right? But if you constantly have conflicts within the team, people disagreeing with different calls, it's going to be very hard to actually get some consistency in your results. And I think that's what, that's the hump that Cloud9 managed to get over. And that's why we're seeing them playing really well.
And is it the same kind of story, just a lack of internal conflict now?
Yeah, I mean, a lack of internal conflict, definitely. Also, I think some of the players are playing way more consistently. Nothing has found a level that is quite scary once again. He always had that level somewhere, but it was like, peak performances every once in a while, where it seems like now he's able to really put that into a whole tournament, and he keeps hitting really good shots. That in itself is super important. Sean probably is like one of the most hardworking people we have in the whole game. The amount of hours he will spend looking at demos and reviewing things is incredible. And one of the things that was, and actually that turned into a problem in the old Cloud9 lineup, or when they were playing earlier, because what would happen is Sean would have so many ideas about how to approach another team that his own teammates wouldn't even be able to follow. You can try and prepare your own teammates for a couple of different strats, but if you have 50 different ways of running a map, it becomes too much, and maybe that's part of the reason why some people lost a little bit of confidence in him. Now it seems like they're down to some more basic things, but then the whole team's on board and everyone's able to do their job. It's quite nice.
Yeah, and I mean, another individual that has gone unmentioned is Shroud. I feel like we need to kind of cast a little bit of light on him, which is kind of appropriate considering his name. But he's one of those players that I feel like everyone recognizes to be one of those sterling individuals. There's a few that come to mind when you talk about just the Class A, the AAA players. And I mean, Shroud, has he kind of found a level where he is kind of consistent? Because there's always this problem with Shroud where he'll be sitting at the top of the scoreboard, but his team is just floundering behind him sometimes. And that's something that I haven't seen as much as of late. Would you say that kind of Shroud is not having to be the star he once was?
I don't think he necessarily has. It's kind of not exact same situation as you had with Kenny and Titan.
No.
But he doesn't have to do that, because, as Anders said, nothing has started to find his form. He's playing more consistently, and I think as long as you have teammates playing more consistently, you don't need those massive performances as often. Obviously, they're nice to have, but they're not a necessity anymore, and I think that's good, because it also relaxes you as a player, knowing that you don't have to go into it just playing out of your mind every single time, and you can actually rely on the 4 other guys around you.
Yeah, I definitely think Shroud, I mean, I always rely on him to step up. That basically he's a super strong player. I do want to give a quick shout out before we move on to Freakazoid as well, who's taken over a really, really critical and super difficult role that almost, you've only got very few people, not just in NA, but generally, who can do the entry frag role. And Freakazoid seems to have absolutely no fear. He just kind of takes one for the team every single round. And it's very hard to do that and not lose focus and lose sort of morale, and he just keeps going. He's a monster in that sense.
Yeah, and actually one of the really cool things that Freakazoid brought to the team is the fact that he's helping out Sean quite a bit during the game with actually making decisions, that type of thing. And he's also a really just positive force to have on your team, because he never gets down on his teammates. He's never going to be the one who starts doubting anything that's going on. He's always going to be the one to pick up his teammates, be like, come on guys, you can still do this. And that's absolutely massive. If you get into a situation where it's very easy to tilt or very easy to become unfocused, he's going to be there to pick you up.
Well, I think it might very well be time for the game to start. NIP are going to be battling it out up against Cloud9. If you are interested in checking out what's happened before or what's coming up, do be sure to head over to the Score Esports application, available both on Google Play and the iOS store. You'll be able to access it on the go wherever you are. As well as that, of course, a big thank you to everyone that's made this event possible. It wouldn't be possible without, let me get these right, Dubai Tourism, ENG, and of course Sennheiser as well. All of them making this spectacular event possible. For now, though, it is time for us to jump to a very quick break, but when we're back, it's going to be NIP and Cloud9 both battling to stay off the ropes.
So, welcome back, ladies and gents. And of course, we are now so close to getting started into Game 2 here. We know the map is going to be Dust 2. I'm so excited to see that one go down, and I'm joined by Moses. How are you feeling about this game?
I'm, you know, I don't think this really plays in the favor of Cloud9.
Really?
I mean, yeah, well, because this is a map that they were really, really good on when they first started peaking.
Right.
And I think that teams have kind of really started exploiting a weakness they have in the middle portion of this map. Their defense on this map is very static. It's very unchanging. The big issue is they have Skadoodle, who's, you know, one of their strongest players. He anchors down the A-bomb site with that AWP.
Right.
But that leaves the mid open. He's not mobile. So if he has success and it pushes him away towards A, that goes towards the weak part of their defense anyway. So they need to find some way to really strengthen mid and B.
Okay, so a couple of options there that they need to keep their eyes on. And I think we can all say on paper, this should be Cloud9's game. But as you said, this is the chance that maybe NIP can work with considering the map choice.
Right, and despite NIP's struggles, I mean, Anders even mentioned it, that these players are just so talented, and if they just let loose, this is a map that lends itself very much to that kind of a play style.
I was about to say, surely Dust 2 of all maps is the one that, you know, that puggy style can really find its place on. And which players for NIP have that opportunity to really come up big? I think Get Right was spotted out recently, standing in for Kingwin, and he just went off on that game.
He was nuts in that match. That was insane. But you got to look at, I mean, Alu with the AWP, if he gets that going, Forrest, who loves these aim duels, he's going to have a lot of places that he'll like to work with, and then that opens things up for Get Right. Just do whatever he wants. That massive game sense, all those lurks he can do. There's a lot of opportunities for NIP. It's just that question that we've always had: are their players going to actually step up and perform? Because it's been so long since we've seen it.
Well, it's the big question, isn't it? And it's such an imperative, you know, time to do it right about now. So let's hope for their sake they can find a little bit of that. Oh, I hate saying it, but a little bit of nip magic as it's been coined right now. But you know, they've got him back with them, so maybe they can rekindle a little bit of that romance there. But you know, in the place of Natu, maybe not the same role coming in there, of course. But still, it's a lot of factors coming in for Nip, but maybe could lend themselves in this instance on this map. But it's still going to be a factor as we come into this one. But on paper, you're saying this should be Cloud9's victory.
Should be, but it's worrisome because Cloud9's looked a little bit weaker recently as well. I mean, going back to Cologne, they bombed out. I mean, that's a result that no one expected. And it was on this map that they got, you know, you can say, quote, upset by Kingwin. I know those players will take a little bit of umbrage to that, but
I did see that recently.
Whatever you want to call it. I mean, that's a match. Once again, that was another match where we just felt Cloud9 shouldn't lose that, and they did.
Well, let's see if they can keep it together. It's going to be the knife round coming up to start us off with. And yep, famously saying they do enjoy starting on their T sides occasionally if they want to warm up into this. But we'll see if they opt for that, if they do pick up the knife here. But side choice-wise, anything defining about it, or is it just going to be up in the air?
It's going to be up in the air. Well, it's all going to be, a lot of it will come down towards those ops, Skadoodle and Alu. I mean, two really, really good oppers, two oppers who have the potential to make those huge plays, but are very, very good at just sitting back and, you know, getting their kills and holding their spot with the op.
Yep.
So we'll have to see how that goes. Get right falls in the end, almost makes it a comeback.
Almost. So Cloud9 will get to pick whichever side they want to start on, and they are going to be staying, it looks like. Sean Garris picking to maybe start out on the T side there. So something you expected, or something that maybe they're looking to build in towards?
Didn't expect it, but it's not surprising because, like I said, their CT defense on this map is sometimes a struggle. So they want to start on their side where they feel like they can put up the most rounds, get off to a hot start, and go from there and transition into their, you know, weaker side after that.
All right, so we're going to have to keep our eyes on this one. Just a couple of seconds until we get underway. Cloud9 opting for that T-side start. NIP going to be forced on towards CT, but I'm sure they're just as fine with that. It's not such a huge thing these days. We know they can turn this sort of stuff around, but as you said, Skadoodle going to be an outstanding factor here, and I can imagine that Skadoodle more favorably up against Alu. Alu's been a little bit quiet recently, not seen those big games out of him just yet, but there's still time, and this would be the perfect opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, he comes into a team that right when he joins, they're kind of heading into this slump, and so everyone's playing a little bit poorly. And we've seen at times the flashes of Alu carrying them through stretches of the match, but they're going to need more of that. They're going to need him to be able to outduel Skadoodle at times.
It's certainly going to be a tough task, and the countdown has started, ladies and gents. We're going to be getting this one started very quickly. NIP up against Cloud9 here. Best of one is down Dust 2. Cloud9 starting on that T side, NIP on the CT side. And this means a hell of a lot to the teams. They want to avoid going down early on. They do not want to have to play that best of 3. If they can avoid that, then they're in a little bit of a better stead.
Well, yeah, no one wants to play Envy. No one wants to play Envy in an elimination. Well, you do, because it means you move on, but that's going to be scary tall test for either one of these teams.
Yeah, no one would want to face those guys when they find their form. Certainly was missing a little bit previously, but we are live into this one, and we'll get this one started up nice and quickly. But looking at the T side, we do have that utility towards Nothing and Sean Garris. The rest hidden up on the armor. Where are they looking towards going?
Well, Nothing with the bomb is heading in towards B tunnels. That's a little bit dangerous. He's all alone. This is going to be a mid-B split. They've walked out mid. Force is spotting it from the Dust 2 or the B bomb site window.
Let's see what he can do here. Well, the man who's renowned for that pistol work, not really having the chance. He gets put down swiftly, and look at this play from Cloud9. Just bullying their way in towards that B side. Bombs on the way there. Nothing was a little vulnerable if they maybe pushed out earlier, but no. He gets in safe. You're seeing Get Right and Alu, the last two standing, trying to make something out of this. That P250 in the hands of Shroud is going to just shred Alu down, and it's Get Right, last man standing.
Yeah, really bad start for NIP. No real defense mounted there at Cloud9. Just a typical mid-B split. They walk out mid. They don't smoke it early. They wait till they're out so they can, you know, they delay rotations. And then they just explode.
Brilliantly done. Get Right. Trying to find anyone in this instance. Shroud's a little low, but he's already backed away, and it'll be Skadoodle to close it down. That's Cloud9 picking up round one. Not too surprising, but nicely done. They didn't suffer a single casualty in that factor, and it just seemed like it went perfectly for them.
Yeah, well, we talk about perfect. Freakazoid, that entry fragger, gets that opening kill onto Force. Like you said, Force renowned for his pistol work. Not able to find anything, and we do see a little bit of a buy-up out of NIP. 3 members with armor. All of them have upgraded pistols, although Alu not buying armor. That's the offer, so they want to make sure he has that gun into the 4th round, and there's a good trade. Nade from Force cleans up Shroud.
Yeah, great little start there. Can't retrieve anything from it, of course, down by those double doors. Alu's still spamming away with the P250, keeping them back, buying a little time here. And maybe Alu going to try and pick up something for himself there off the fallen corpse of his teammate. Nothing to be found, however. And look at the T side. They don't seem too threatened. They seem to be just kind of keeping their options open. But Nothing, once again, taking his time by those B tunnels. But it looks like they're maybe considering that mid again. But this time, he's not split towards B on his own.
Yeah, this is the same thing as the pistol round. Just walk out, get that smoke out late. Now it's been spotted. There's a crossfire set up in the B bomb site. Freiburg's got to go huge.
He has to land one of these, and that's not going to happen. Sean Garris just moves in, takes them down. That's 2 back-to-back. Now Forrest and Alu, last 2 men standing, a mile away from the others, and there's so little they can achieve here.
Yeah, there's really nothing. The most they can do is maybe push out. There is a MAC-10 on Forrest, but they can push out long and try and find an exit over towards T-spawn. But really nothing open to them. They're just going to save this armor, save this MAC-10, a little bit of utility that they have. But that's Cloud9 on that eco run. That's probably one of the very few second rounds on Dust 2 they haven't had to go up against a scout. So you saw it. They were a little bit patient early on trying to figure out where that gun was at, and it just never showed. So just bullying their way into that B bomb site works one more time.
Yep, maintaining the rifles as well. You got the Galil in there, you got Freakazoid with the AK. Everyone's pretty much golden from this. And there we go. Only Shroud going down in those first 2 rounds. Cloud9 looking very comfortable to start off with. We've not seen much back from NIP, but I'm waiting to see what they can bring later into this one once they get those guns beside them, because this round's probably going to be no better for them if we're honest.
Yeah, more than likely not. That P250 on Forest is dropped over to Get Right. Forest keeps the MAC-10, so they do have a little bit of upgraded firepower. Skadoodle not even really taking a shot. It was very delayed, waiting to see how many crossed. And Alu gets naded very early on, down to 34, but it's fast working up catwalk, and there's no defense here. There's not even a person in the A bomb site. There's Alu finally getting cleaned out by a third nade.
Yeah, this just looks like rinse and almost repeat for Cloud9, just bullying their way towards the side. So confident about it as well, not messing around here. Sean Garris just checking down by Goose. No one to be found. As you noted, everyone's kind of away from the side. They're looking to retake through mid there. 3 players for NiP, trying to make their way up towards short. Skadoodle with the scout going to go in for 1. Not going to get it, but he does have backup. That Shroud and Skadoodle cleaning up the remains of NiP. Nicely done then, locking down every possible threat. And Cloud9 get those clean 3 to start with.
Yeah, really well done by Cloud9 in those first 3 rounds. 1 kill going the way of NIP. That's Forrest picking that up, but no damage dealt in their team. They're going to keep these SMGs. We've seen it in the past from them, and with them, they tend to enjoy doing really, really fast strategies. In the past, it's been a P90, but using the movement of the SMGs to enter into the bomb sites. Skadoodle's got that AWP, so does Alu.
Well, this is what we wanted to see, but as you mentioned, quite a fast B possibly coming out here. Freiburg not breaching in towards the side. He's going to have to do it from afar. Great little spray through the smoke while flashed up. Catches out nothing. Flashes are slowing down the T players, so at least maybe NiP can look towards this one. Freiburg's got himself in a great spot. Singles out 1. Gets him down. Forrest comes in. Finally, NiP make a stand. But there's 2 players left standing, though. Sean Garris and Shroud. But on the edge of the smoke, Forrest just popping up a touch. Don't think he meant that one, but the site now slowly being encroached upon by Cloud9. But NIP know what's up. They've got a good idea here. Shroud does manage to sneak through, but nicely done by NiP, slowing them down on that entrance then.
Yeah, that's the thing with those SMGs, trying to make it fast. That first kill by Freiburg was the key. He times it. He gets a little bit fortunate with the time. He doesn't get flashed by just that timing. He finds the gap before he gets blinded. Gets the first kill, and that slows everyone down because the support flashes from his teammate blind all of Cloud9 in the tunnels. They can't make it out. That buys time for the rotations.
Good start here for NIP, at least with guns in their hands. The other side of things, though, Cloud9 just hopping back in towards those rifles, of course, as you mentioned, just those SMGs before, so they can maybe go for a little bit. Sean Garris sticking down with the Tech 9 and Get Right, playing on short, maybe going to fall back a touch with the P90 there.
Yeah, Sean will have bought Skadoodle the AWP and just taken the Tech 9 for himself. As a good in-game leadership.
Good guy. What a nice guy. Anyway, Cloud9 taking their time on this, playing a little slower, of course. You've got to be a touch more tentative on this. Maybe get some of that utility away from the CT side and Get Right now, just lurking ahead. Brilliant play from Get Right to go down, just walking in with the P90 and saying no by those double doors at long. And now 3 left standing for the T side, and you know, it may not be pretty, it may not be nice, but it's working out. Get Right goes for the spray, but Sean Garris finds him, and there's Skadoodle taking Exist down in mid, and we're back down to a 3v3.
And Skadoodle knows the boost. He saw where he gets that kill from. He knows there's one more player close up. That's Freiburg, so he's just holding it for the fallback. That flash works perfectly, and Freiburg actually swings over and peeks, but decides to fall back in towards CT spawn. It's going to be all up to this duel. Nothing versus Forrest. Who's going to win this one? Doors are getting smoked off now.
All right, Forrest knows there's someone there. Nothing going to have to breach in towards this flash. Comes out, Forrest isn't flash, but hopping up on the bucks. Nothing just about gets away with it for a second, but no. Forrest closes down, Freiburg comes in. Now Skadoodle, 1v3. He's got a lot of work to do, and the bomb's there in B. They know where it is, and Alu comes around the back. Great little shutdown from NiP. And this is just good play coming out from NIP now.
Yeah, once again, back into the B bomb site. This time it's Forrest that gets that initial kill and buys time for Freiburg to rotate back and support him wonderfully. So another good round for NIP. 2 in a row on the gun rounds. Get Right picks up that P90 once again.
All right, we're seeing the double orb coming out for NIP as well. Forrest can be opting for that. Alu joining in. And Get Right just going for a walkabout. Maybe just trying to find outside that money. He already takes down Freakazoid. This should be shooting fish in the barrel for that man if he carried on that journey, but backs away after 1.
Yeah, this is Get Right just saying, I've had enough, I'm going to be aggressive, I'm going to do what I want. And he's doing it perfectly with this P90. Aggressive towards long, gets 1. That time he finds the intel. And now these ops can really go to work.
Well, we've seen how dangerous Get Right can get when he gets in that mentality, and already doing fairly well for himself. Of course, you know, Cloud9 only have pistols to work with, but he is really racking up the dollar bills here, and nothing just about creeping past, though.
It looks like he's deathmatching at the moment. It really
it's
does.
a scary attitude for this guy. When he gets into these kind of mindsets, you know how good he can get.
All of them, really. And this is 3 rounds in a row now. They felt really comfortable on these gun rounds. Double op setup is so intimidating to have to go against if you're Cloud9. Skadoodle, glass cannon op. He's going to have some work to do. He's got to find a pick for his team.
All right, you got Forrest to challenge down in mid. Alu's been playing down by Long, so this could be the start of it. But no, Forest doesn't land that one. Caught a glimpse, I think, of Skadoodle just hopping down, but this is a fast play through mid. Forest is going to be overwhelmed here, but they're flashed up. He gets a second, he takes the shot, he gets it. Freakazoid goes down, and look at this. Forest, nice little pop flash, trying to keep control of mid, and the bomb's there as well.
Yeah, that's a crucial kill, and now Cloud9 has to come towards this, but the Op's able to reposition. And he finds one through the smoke. Nice shot from Forest.
Outstanding play from Forest already, making his mark with that orb, but it is a 4v3. It's not too impossible, but that bomb is in such a bad spot here, and Cloud9 know it. Forest is readjusting. He's trying to keep his mind open to where the others will be peeking from. He does catch a glimpse. He's down so low. He's got to be cautious. As Sean Garris does find Alu. Maybe Cloud9 can chip their way back into this, but there's still existed. There's still Freiburg. There's so much defending that bomb.
Yeah, and there's no more smoke, so it's going to be all down to these picks. Sean picks up the op. He used to do it for his team. Finds one kill. That's a good find. That's Forrest going down with his op. But still, not a lot of utility to use, and they've got to find something. Clock's running down, 38 seconds left.
Cloud9 are going straight in for this one. NIP playing it back, playing quite calm in this, just sticking themselves on towards that B side. They know where the bomb is, and Freiburg's eyes are watching it. He's going to be peeking this one. He catches this one. He doesn't get the shot off, and Skadoodle finds Freiburg. The glass cannon's paying off, and now Justix is standing. They've retrieved the bomb. They're getting the hell out of dodge, and that is just brilliant stuff from Cloud9. They just brute force their way back in, and Nip seem to have no answer.
Yeah, playing so passively, they couldn't trade any of these kills, and now Sean's in CT spawn, holding the angle with the op, but exists with some nice movement, wins that duel. Bomb is going to get planted. Picks up the AWP to try and find one more, but Skadoodle's too quick. 3 kills for him on the round. A crucial 3 kills as well, where they had to rely on those picks and those duels.
Absolutely massive from Skadoodle, even in those tough situations. As you said, when they're playing so passively, Nip were just tucking themselves in towards the sides, anywhere they could get away from it, but still. Cloud9 forged their way through. It's 4-3 now. NIP still able to get back on the buy, though. Double or back into place. Forrest had an outstanding beginning with it last time. However, Skadoodle this time, eyes are peeled. He's keeping eyes on this, and look at this play. He was already peeking towards shot. I think he knew that maybe there was going to be a play from Alu there, but they do back away.
Yeah, this is a crucial round for NIP because they've invested in this double up setup a couple times now. It's really, really expensive. So losing this round, they're going to be forced onto a save afterwards. That's when Cloud9 can really start racking up the rounds. Alu boosted up onto a teammate's head on catwalk, trying to peer into lower B. Not finding anything quite yet. Most of Cloud9 positioned outside of long.
Much slower play coming out from Cloud9. We've seen that when they, those fast Bs do work out in the early rounds, but now there's that utility there with Nip. It just doesn't pay out anymore. But the rotate's coming through, and they're heading over towards that B site here. We already had, I can imagine, maybe nothing playing around those B tiles. He's been there almost every round, but now you're going to have this duel starting out again. Forrest up against Skadoodle last time. Skadoodle won this one. Forrest looking for a chance here. He's holding the perfect angle, and he gets it. That's going to slow things down, but no, they don't. They keep running into him, and there we go. This is surely going to be his triple. He does get it. Nothing goes down, and Forrest just coming into his own here. Perfect play with the orb. Sean Garris, last man standing, going to get picked up by Exist, and that is the beauty of what can happen when Forrest starts firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, well, Forrest reads that perfectly. He was positioned in middle with that AWP, and at a certain point where they see nothing across the map, he rotates into the B bomb site, grabs the angle, and it's just cleanup duty for him. And that's an interesting call from Cloud9, who put pressure nowhere on the map and then make the call full rotation back to B without the intel. And they're forced onto a save of their own.
All right, so let's kind of take stock. As this is a save coming out from Cloud9, they shouldn't be able to achieve too much with it. Have to wait and see. But coming out from what we're seeing from these two teams form-wise, is this NIP looking dangerous? Is this the normal NIP? What are we seeing here? Because at least I know, Forrest is having a great game. Get Right looked confident at the start. This looks quite a dangerous side so far.
Yeah, and Anders mentioned it on the analysis desk, is that, Get Right just trying to do more of his death matching thing. He gets punished that time by nothing. And just all-out aggression from NIP. They don't care.
Or running up mid right now with his USPS. This guy's just, they're playing DM, and it's working. They're just playing this crazy aggression style. It's amazing to watch, but nothing did recover the M4, but no armor to help him out there, at least head armor, and he goes down.
Yeah, and I was going to say, Anders mentioned it, that NIP at times, we've seen them during this slump, they just play like they're not confident. And this time, now that they've gotten into this, they've won 5 gun rounds, and Cloud9's only won 1, so now NIP's starting to feel that confidence just based off the fact that they're winning a lot of these duels. They're taking good fights, and they're coming out on top, and that's just going to continue.
Skadoodle, there's a great little spawn for long there. Going to try and make the peak. No one's going to be challenged, though. There's actually no one playing down towards long this time for NIP. They're playing so stacked towards that mid to B. Get Right and Forrest are playing off that one. And here we go. Exist is going to be where the buck stops. He does get the spray down towards one, but there we go. The exchange comes in. Cloud9 start taking some control of this map, and Nip need to respond to it.
Yeah, but no aggression up long A. It's just going to leave Skadoodle there. Get Right swings out. He's very lucky to get away with that one. Even Alu goes for a second peek, but they're going to have to boost back up into the site if they want that. And the fact that Skadoodle holds long A for his team pretty much moves Cloud9. That's their best option because they dedicated so much. They didn't have really too much map control elsewhere, so they come back towards long, and they're going to have to work their way up to the site.
No one from NiP's over-responding to this. They're just still taking the time around mid. You've got Get Right on short. There's no one on that site. Exist was the only player by A at the beginning. And look at them. They already know what's going on here. Freiburg making his way up mid. He's going to get so much information off this. And Cloud9's game is going to be certainly unraveled here, but they will at least get the bomb down, I can imagine, fairly unscathed.
Yeah, well, the fact that there's no defense here, they've got to know that a flank at long is coming very, very quickly. And Skadoodle's positioned himself in pit to watch that, but Get Right just holding catwalk, so now they know exactly Cloud9 can only be long and in the A bomb site. That makes this retake much easier, and Freiburg wins the battle against Skadoodle. Now this is looking scary for Cloud9.
That was massive. Here we go. Can they unlock the rest? It's Freiburg coming in again on long. He's going to find nothing. Now there's two players standing on the bomb site. Shroud, the last man alive. Forrest found Sean Garris. He's going to put out whatever he has here. Tries to slow them down by platform. Takes the peek. He takes down Get Right. He looks for the fourth. He's running out of time, but so is the CT side. He goes for the Glock. He's trying to get it out. Shroud comes in with it in the end. 4 kills for that man. It took him to pick up 4, but they make it work.
What a beautiful play from Shroud. All he could really do is get aggressive and find that one-on-one. If he stays in that corner, he's going to get sandwiched. He's going to get pinched. So he gets aggressive, finds one, and then just jumping around, stays alive as long as possible, playing that bomb timer like it's a teammate.
Perfect. Perfectly done then. A little scary, let's say, but in that situation, he pulled off what he needs to do. Now, looking at NIP, they're not great for money in this one. You've got Get Right with the Mag 7. You've got Freiburg a little less than comfortable, but Cloud9's still taking the time. They don't want to rush this, it seems, and Forrest backing out of mid and looking at Cloud9. Once again, Sean Garris just down to that Tech 9. No ought to be seen.
This almost looks like they're pissed around. Like what they did at the beginning of this half was just walk out mid and then delay smoke CT spawn. 4 players grouped up there now, but Get Right blocks that avenue off for the moment.
Nice little insight there from Get Right, but doesn't matter. It looks like Cloud9 are keeping their options open. There we go. Freiburg gets a brilliant touch of information. Flash is going to be exchanged, but he does manage to catch out one. Doesn't matter. Freakzoid opens up on the B site. Now Forrest has to hold on once again. Single-handedly does finally go down. Freakzoid doing wonderfully for Cloud9 there. And now the last two are cut off from the others. Get Right and Alu probably not going to have a shine test, but look at nothing. Already hunting them down.
Yeah, interesting to see nothing in that lurk position. He delays it. Alu's got to go take care of him. And now with the time running down, no kits on Alu or Get Right. There is one in the bomb site. Forrest had one, but they'd have to retake it to pick that kid up, and it just seems too tall of a task for him. So they're going to save. Get Right's going to try and pick one off, trying to chase Alu, but in reality, the economy for Cloud9 is not good enough for them to chase these down. They have to save these weapons that they have.
Yeah, it was a shoddy purchase to begin with. It wasn't perfect from them either. Obviously, the Tech 9 still being present on Sean Garris, but they do manage to walk away at least with an AWP as well, so that's going to be Skadoodles to hold on to into the next round. You're going to have everyone surviving from this. So at least Cloud9 getting this one back in towards their favor. They're starting to build up maybe a little bit more of that scoreline, but still, 6-5 is a respectable CT side for NIP. We know that they're maybe not always favorable towards the CT side. They like to start out on the T side on occasion, but overall, performance-wise, who's impressed you most thus far?
Just watching it, well, Forrest with his AWP has had a couple good rounds. Even some of the rounds they've lost, he's had some good shots with it, but Get Right with the aggression that he's displayed, he needs to start having a little bit more of an impact. It seems like Cloud9 recognizes that he was catching fire and have gone away from him the past few rounds.
Oh, Alu's the one with the M4 here. Going to be swept aside again. Freak has always been starting to come into his own in the last couple of rounds. That play towards B was something that he certainly forged together, but Exist waiting up on short will take him down. So that's an element removed, and they will at least be able to recover some form of weaponry. I think that's off Alu.
Yeah, and this stack at the A bomb site for NIP hasn't been found out. Freakazoid did not get the information of catwalks, and now they're going to cross anyways. There are 3 NIP members here. Forrest has the M4, but being smoked off, he can't connect with the spray through. There's nothing taking out Exist. Opens the bomb site up a little bit more, but Freiburg goes for the jump.
I always get nervous seeing this one, but Freiburg not going to quite have the moment we saw Shroud have earlier on, but Get Right shows him how it's done. That's 2 back-to-back. The Mag 7 coming in. I think he looked a little astounded with those 2 landing, but now Freiburg is in this. I think they know where the bomb went down. I'm pretty sure they saw it on the site, at least Get Right might have, but ooh, catching Skadoodle down to 10 HP. Perfect start for Freiburg in this 1v2, but can he define any of these situations? Goes for the hop up, not gonna get it, they planted safe for it. Skadoodle already in pit. Freiburg looking for his chance here, he's getting tagged up, he has no armor to work with either.
It's a little scary for Cloud9, though. That plant is not for the upper and pit, so Skadoodle's got to hit this shot as he's crossing, but he's missed a couple. Freiburg trying to find a pick before he really commits to it, and it's not happening. He might just want to think about running away at this point.
Yeah, he's running out of ammo, he's running out of time. He's gonna make his mind up, and it is time to seemingly back away for now, trying to go for the safe cross away, but no, Sean Garris will find him on the way out. And even though it got a little shaky at the end there, Cloud9 do pick up the round.
Yeah, but they lose 3. And it was, there was still that Mag 7 and that M4 that were saved, so it wasn't too much of an investment for NIP. But there's that back into Alu's hands. Forrest not able to afford one. They've desired this double op setup through the opening portion of this half, but they're not able to go back to it quite yet. This time, light utility, no kits on the NIP side.
Yeah, and it looks like a scorching start for the T side. They're just going straight in towards long, but look at Forrest. He's round the back of 2 of them here. Shroud's already gone past. He's going to find Exist. The wild spray comes in, but no, nothing just denies that play coming out from Forrest. He had the opportunity, but just didn't work out in his favor. And now 4v3, the CT side at the disadvantage as Sean Garris starting to keep his eyes towards those mid doors. We know Get-Right's been playing there, but not going to show his presence, and Cloud9 slowed down.
Yeah, and this is what Cloud9's transitioned into. They were taking this delayed long control, and they're just holding it for some time. They have the kills. They know they can spread the defense out a little bit if they wait patiently, because at some point, NIP's going to have the intel. They're going to have to know what's coming so they can rotate to really make up for that man deficit.
And Alu's the one tucked into the side at the moment, just head down, trying to hide the AWP from being seen. And all of NIP making Cloud9 made the move. That Molotov is going to force Alu out of the site, as Freakazoid will do what he does best, just cracking open these bomb sites. He's playing that role so well so far. But Freiburg and Get-Right so far away from being able to get in towards this one, but Get-Right's having a little look towards mid, maybe looking to take some guns away, maybe looking to do some sort of damage, but just seems almost impossible at this point. Here we go, Get-Right. Oh.
Do it.
Do it. Come on, Get. Oh. All right, there's one. He knows where the second is. He should get that, and he does. Nicely done by Get-Right, but the time's certainly not in their favor, and you can see the man's kind of lurking prowess. Always going to be so class.
He wanted that knife.
He did.
So badly.
He went for it. He looked for it. He was almost there. Not going to happen, though. 2v2, and it will be NIP to at least retain these weapons. No one's even close from Cloud9. They're going to tuck themselves away in pit. They need to keep those as well to hand. Maybe Skadoodle can get himself an AWP to be playing with. Excuse me, he's already got one. Tell a lie. So, all good on the Cloud9 front, pretty much. They're not the cleanest of rounds, but they're getting them in the bag.
Right, and they've had 4 straight. So now at a point where there's a couple rifles saved up on NIP, but this buys a little bit of armor, upgrades the pistol. So this is mostly a save out of NIP with 3 players not purchasing anything, and they're just going to see what Freiburg and Get-Right can get done. But once again, so aggressive up catwalk. That's Shroud. He's already making his way up the stairs. There's 2 players at long trying to cross. Might have been able to catch him out, but he's going to wait for them to rotate back in.
Yeah, 1 player made it towards Goose, but there's the molly coming in towards side. Not going to flush anyone out this time. But Alu's already starting to surge up by long. They're going to start knowing these guys, they're not playing towards long at the moment. They're not here. They've got to be somewhere else. And Freiburg's the one with the gun. That's the big factor here. Exists just away from the flames. This is going to be huge. Can Freiburg do any damage with this M4? He needs to make it count. It was one of the 2 weapons retained on the NIP side. Here we go. Does connect towards Sean Garris, but sadly for Exist, he can't make the damage be done. And Cloud9 once again starting to take the side. But Freiburg's starting to look. He's going to have the chance. He gets the tag, not the frag. And once again, everyone showing their presence. He's going to take the player down on the side. That took a little bit longer than expected, but still, they've got a chance into this. 3 players make it 2. Freiburg, look at this man go. That's incredible play from him. 4 already, single-handedly taking down Cloud9. Won't get the ace, but it will be closed down by Alu. And that defuse should be coming in any second now, once that molly goes away.
Yeah, that's a massive mistake from Cloud9. Letting Freiburg come up like that. They couldn't connect the shots. Skadoodle on catwalk. That should have been his kill. 1 player over towards that quad box. He couldn't find it either, so Freiburg just strolls his way up and kills Freakazoid as soon as he's done planning. That's got to be frustrating for him to have 2 of his teammates fail to cover him in that situation, but a beast round from Freiburg. Really well done.
Yeah, nice play from him. But 6-8, scoreline-wise, this is a very close game. This is substantially closer than I thought it'd be, if I'm completely honest. Looks like NIP finding a little bit of form here, but we're going to see the challenge down on long. Skadoodle, not going to miss that one. Connects towards Get-Right, gets out, and does the early damage.
Yeah, and that kill forces 2 players from NIP. They just want to make sure there's not going to be an explosion coming out of that choke point from Cloud9, but either way, gap in the defense is on catwalk, and once again, C9 making their way up. They're already peering out towards long. That's where Alu is with the AWP, but he can't land anything. He falls quickly, and now it's just this. Holding himself alone. They pop flash through the smoke. Are they going to find him? Are they going to check for it? He's hiding in the smoke, but there's Skadoodle. He turns around.
Yeah, it almost happened again. The amount of times they've walked past someone, just narrowly missing them, but this time they do find the threat. Forrest last time tried to make an attempt. That didn't work out either, but still. Forrest and Freiburg, the last 2 alive in this round, up against the 4 players on the T side, and they're going to have to make damn sure they don't lose this one, but Forrest does catch one going towards Goose. He knows where he is. Freiburg confidently striding towards the site as Forrest does. Try and keep eyes towards Goose, making sure no one can peek out. Drops down, looking towards Ramp. He's going to catch a glimpse. Freiburg's going to deal with Freak, but Skadoodle's eyes are trained on that, and they're not going to let that one go. Making up that previous round, 9-6 is what we're going to be looking towards. And to be fair, I've got to say it, Cloud9 decided to pick up momentum towards the end, but NIP are showing that danger that we know they can occasionally display. But what are your thoughts overall as the scoreline? Are NIP safe enough going into their T side on this? Are Cloud9 comfortable enough? Who's got the advantage in that aspect?
I wouldn't be comfortable if I'm Cloud9, knowing the defensive struggles they've had. And if you look at how these rounds played out, there was a stretch where NIP won 4 of 5 right in the center. That's when they had that double op going. Cloud9 makes an adjustment off that, wins 4 straight, and they win, 4 of the last 5 rounds, or 5 of the last 6 rounds that were played. Yep. But either that's going to be something that we're going to have to see in the second half, because if NIP notices that this mid defense is weak at any point and they can exploit that, we're going to have to see an adjustment out of Cloud9, and it's an adjustment they've failed to make time and time again on this map, most notably against Kinguin in the group stages of ESL Cologne, and also the Pro League finals just in the first season against Fnatic in the grand finals.
Weakness aplenty. The raid bust of Forest going to let his presence be known by long there, as Shroud's going to have to back the hell away, get boosted up towards the side. But we are live into the second half now. NIP up on the T side, Cloud9 on the CT side. Shroud trying to make an attempt here with Skadoodle, but Freiburg just puts him to bed. But Skadoodle with a precise 2 kills coming in, just plucking the heads off Exist and Forest. That's a big threat down. Alu's going to pick up the Tech 9 at least, but the bomb's not yet crossed. They've left it behind on long. He's going to have to go back for it. Get right, and Freiburg finally get the kills. Alu chimes in with 1, and slowly but surely, Cloud9 let that one slip. They had the opportunity then.
Yeah, Get Right plays a really important role in that round, lurking out mid, because Sean could have helped guard the cross. They didn't get the bomb. It was dropped, and the smoke fades away, and now Sean just in this 1-on-3. He's being held perfectly by Get Right. You can see with only 5 HP, Get Right doesn't even have to land the shots. He's just got to keep the attention, and Sean knows he's got to come back for him, and he gets dropped.
So, nice little start there for NIP. Picking up round 1 in the second half. Gonna be pretty gutting, I can imagine, for Cloud9, considering you said such an important factor is going to be that play towards mid, keeping that under wraps, and when Get Right can play that role throughout that, it's never going to feel good. So, looking on towards the T side, we're going to see the scout coming out. A couple of SMGs, a rifle on towards Freiburg. And no surprise that Get Right's gone for that P90. But on the other side of things, they've got a little bit to work with. Not a great deal, though. And it looks like a brute force towards B. And that P90 is going to have a whale of a time until it met Sean Garris, who gets 1, gets 2, gets the 3rd. Outstanding individual moment coming out from Sean Garris, just soloing pretty much the entire site. That was something you do not see every day.
Heartbreaking from Nip to let that happen to him. Sean throws that Molotov a little late. It almost does absolutely nothing, but the 5-7 does work. 3 kills, and with the bomb down, all 4 members of Cloud9 inside the site, all of a sudden, this almost looks undoable for NIP. Alu's got a scout. That's not going to do too much entering into the site. He does have a Tech 9, though. That's the one that's going to have to do the damage.
Yeah, quite the admirable performance already from Sean Garris into this round. I don't think he'd be expected to do much more. And with that bomb just being held in the clutches of Cloud9, NIP know their options are so limited here. And imagine Freiburg not wanting to lose out on that rifle, and look at these guys just chomping at the bit, just waiting for them to peek in.
And they used all the smokes they picked up off the dead bodies to just block this choke point, so the clock is just continuously running down 30 seconds before they're even going to be able to make their move.
Yeah, if you wanted to make the situation worse, there's certainly one way. Freakzoid's going to be on the receiving end, at least 1 grenade coming out. Freiburg's going to get 1, get 2, not going to find the 3rd, and it's Skadoodle with the shutdown on the last 2 players. But Cloud9, I don't know how it seems to happen to them, but when it does, it's either Freakazoid coming up big with those entries that we saw towards the sites, and then Sean Garris having a bit of a moment for himself then. It seems they can just pull it together in the smallest of instances, and now NIP are down to these Tech 9s. They've got a lot to work with, though.
Well, it's usually Cloud9 where those rounds, those force buys out of their opponents usually terrorizes them. They don't go their way. They're the ones you think just that matchup they had at Envy earlier today. Yeah. They lost that eco to NBK at the ace, but those are the matches that usually ruin the day for them.
This is not going too perfectly either for NIP. Looking at this one, Alu taking all damage exists, and there we go. Finally, the kills are going to come back in towards it. Nothing just going to stamp his authority towards short, stop them making their way through, as now just Exist left alive. But they did lose out on 2 players there. Yeah, that looked a little bit scary for just a second. Those 2 kills from nothing really swing it back into Cloud9's favor, but there was an opportunity there for NIP to start swinging wide and at least get a bomb plant. Either way, this doesn't look like it's going to go their way. Exist does have the bomb. He could get a plant. He doesn't know this quite yet, but there's no one near the A bomb, so they're actually going to give him the plant, and they're just going to play it for the retake. Wow. Surprised they actually gave him that, but I guess maybe playing for the safer retake than the challenge.
Well, they also know that next round's going to be a save out of NIP no matter what. The bomb just gives them a better buy in the following round when they can get those AK-47s.
There we go. Nicely closed down by Sean Garris in the end, and the defuse will be sure to follow afterwards. But so far, NIP not really had much of an opportunity to show too much, aside from obviously that second round buy-in with the scouts and the one rifle on Freiburg, really. But we'll be seeing the defuse come through. Cloud9 making it 11-7, something more of a scoreline I expected to see probably earlier on almost in their favor.
Right, but now they've got to close out, because that's the task. That's the next thing that Cloud9 has struggled with in the past. Even when they peaked and had those 3 semifinal appearances, they really had trouble closing things out when they had the lead. It's all going to come down. This next gun round is going to be so crucial at what should be 12-7 for Cloud9.
It should be. There's so little on NIP. They really shouldn't be able to even make much of this one, but it's going to be maybe Sean Garris on the receiving end of the vast majority of the Ninjas making their way through those B tunnels. As Alu, pretty much the only one towards mid here. One player just behind him by CT, and should be an easy cleanup for nothing there. Deals with Alu nicely, and there we go, Sean Garris just mowing them down with nothing helping them out. So not even losing a single player, and barely even using their utility either.
Yeah, he got that position, and he knew it's just kind of it's free kills for him. So he just sits back there against those Glocks, against maybe a P250, not too much to do. But once again, NIP, much like their defense, they've gone back to the double op setup. Alu and Forrest both employing those, going for a mid pick early, and they're going to find it. Skadoodle takes the duel, and he gets dropped.
Yeah, perfect beginning, class little shot coming out from Forrest, and considering he's glass cannoning, very brave of him to go for that, but Alu gonna do it as well, just taking down nothing. That's be fairly open. He's gonna go confidently off the back of that, and look at it, Freakazoid's gonna have to try and support through mid. Sean Garris will help him out, taking down Freiburg. But they do not have control of B, but look at this, NIP aren't just flooding into this, they're taking their time, and GetRight might be finding options here.
Yeah, this is the smart play. This is why GetRight, renowned for his game sense. Once he knows the rotations have to go towards that B bomb site, he aggressively takes long for his team. So now he has complete long control. He's going to push up. He can take a fight. He can try and find something and even open even more things up. It's just Shroud on the ramp who's got to defend against this.
Yeah, and well, Freakazoid's gone down as well. It's down to those last 2 players. As mentioned, Sean Garris one, Shroud the other, and GetRight's going to spot out one of them. That was Shroud on ramp, and NIP, just brilliant read of the game there. It was just GetRight reading it up. Great work from the Orps early on, and it looks a good start for them. Once they get those double Orps, it just seems to start going so much better.
Right, well, also, it helps obviously, they get that pick on Skadoodle, but even the second pick from Alu, and nothing tries to push up. Once you give those double ups that much space, you know rotations are going to come in, you know information plays are going to come in on a map like Dust 2 that's so wide open, a lot of opportunities for them to find even more kills.
Yeah, and it looked like maybe a little bit of presence towards B was going to be played out early on, but it's going to be Sean Garris meeting Exist, and even though Sean Garris was the one who got, I think, legged through those doors, he will be the one to take him down, so a little bit of a work considering he's down to 11 HP here, but already NIP making tracks through those double doors in mid, and I think Alu just caught a glimpse, and oh, he misses the shot. That was vital. If he'd landed that, that could have opened this round up so perfectly, but GetRight gonna find Sean Garris, and lovely bit of timing comes out, allowing Freakazoid to peek down towards Alu and regain some control of mid.
Yeah, Freakazoid loves that spot behind that box on the right side of CT spawn. That's how Kingwin kind of won their match against them, because they'd done their research. They knew that he's going to be playing there more often than not when he's rotating to help mid. And they just mollied him out. But either way, nice entrance through the smoke, GetRight onto nothing. And there's Freakazoid finding one more, 3-on-2 now.
His flashes have been absolutely crisp so far. He's going to be able to challenge down one, but no, Freiburg snuck himself in towards safety by platform. And now 2v2, the bomb is in hand. That's going to be taken across by Freiburg, but Forrest is pretty darn low. He does have the AWP, so I guess he can still make work of this one, but Shroud going to be going aggressively through those tunnels. Freiburg's going to take down Forrest. What on earth was that? As Shroud will be allowed to get the cleanup, and Cloud9 going to have a very easy retake then.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. They got a little bit confused, I'm assuming, with the flashbang coming over. He gets a little bit half blind, and he knows they're going to try and storm through that smoke at doors, so he sees Forrest and just takes him out for Cloud9. So nice assist.
Yeah. Cloud9 going to be thanking him for that one. So, all right, nice one, buddy. That's really kind of you. Anyway, 13-8 NIP. Going to be a little worse for wear money-wise, but they've got enough to make something out of this round. Skadoodle once again for the early start, looking for the pick, but not going to find much this time. Gets a little information, though. But the flashes are coming in thick and fast. Alu on long going to be trying to catch something out on the edge of that smoke, but no one's there.
Right, but he's forced them back so fast. None of them are in the site. They're all on the ramp, and 3 of them, actually. And they're going to be blind, and now NIP is streaming out all those flashbangs. Stop them. That was really scary if NIP was able to get out, but the flashbangs from Cloud9 force him back, and now Shroud has time to look towards long. NIP has to fall back and reassess.
It looked like NIP wanted to go, kind of fast into this, try and make their presence known early, get the early damage done, but as you noted, those counter flashes coming in towards short just completely slowed them down, completely held them up. But NIP still have that bomb going in towards the A site. They've got it down, and Exist is the one on the precipice of something huge here. Player to the right. Oh, he's going to get tagged up. That's Skadoodle just letting the shots fly. Exist not going to be flinching. And there we go. Exist will put down Skadoodle. He knows there's another. That's Sean Garris, but he can't run. He can't hide. The Molly's behind him. But while this happened, Freiburg did find Shroud, but Exist can't control Long any longer. That's going to be going down. That's short, excuse me, as Freiburg will get down Long, and Sean Garris on short will get found. And somehow NIP, even though they're getting challenged constantly in that, they just came on top.
Right, they had great positioning for that retake to occur in Cloud9. They did something smart. As soon as they knew they had kind of lost that A bomb site, they sent 3 to retake mid to try and get up catwalk quickly. They're trying to get out long and flank and find a way to retake an avenue into that bomb site. But Exist playing behind the smoke, plays it perfectly, just bides time, even gets 1 kill. Really well done from NIP on that retake defense.
You can see a hell of a lot of presence towards Long coming out from Cloud9. They do only have pistols though, so it's far from ideal for them to try and get anything done. And it looks like NIP are just going to be backing away from that, taking their time, trying to get the information. Alu's going to have a free walkabout on short, and only one player making himself tuck away in towards Goose. So really for Cloud9 here, what is the best they could achieve out of this? Surely NIP are not going to give this one up, so maybe just getting a couple of guns away?
Yeah, their money, the money for NIP isn't that strong. 3 players on $50. If they can get 2 or 3 kills in this round, that'd be huge, and it looks pretty good that they'd be able to do that. It is going to be an executed into that A-bomb site. They do Molotov off the bomb site. That forces Freakazoid in the open. That's crucial, but they might have sensed this stack now, but they're going to go anyways.
Here we go. Forrest will connect towards Freak. He's going to be taken down pretty easily as Forrest will find Skadoodle, but look at Shroud. He's still going to be waiting ever so patiently here, but they do check it. Alu does get time to turn back around, take him down, and NIP keep the clean slate there. 5 players alive and not losing anyone against Cloud9.
Now, this is a scary situation for Cloud9. If they force by here, that's a really dangerous call. It'll be interesting to see what they decide to do. Because they want, it should, in my opinion, they save here, and they are going to, so they're not going to force. But we've seen them do it in the past where they get caught in this trend where they force by, not able to get an op in Skadoodle's hands. But they're going to let NIP get up towards 11 and just play for the gun rounds with full utility.
Probably not a bad idea by now, but get right. He knows what's up. He's just going to go super confident. Going to find nothing, just chilling out by CT. So that's going to be a nice little start for them. That should give away the game there. They know what they're coming up against, but still, NIP taking their time. They don't like to rush us. They don't want to walk into any sort of stack at this point.
Well, they lost that second round, so they don't want to do that again on a Nico. Just a one pistol that's upgraded. We see how much damage it can do. Alu's going to find Sean over towards the window, but there's Freak swinging out, trades that kill off. But meanwhile, all of NIP is streamed out mid.
Yeah, but they're going in for the challenge. That could have been dangerous there, but Freiburg will at least put the threat to bed. That's 2 down. Nice little bit of play from him.
That really could have been dangerous because he's alone in there with the bomb. If they're able to get that down, salvage a couple of guns, and then all of a sudden NIP is in a scary spot.
Could have been a lot worse, but Exist could be trying to keep guard of these weapons that have been dropped in towards the tunnels. Shroud not too far away, maybe looking to try and catch one, but not going to be an easy one with 2 NIP players waiting up there. Let's see what he can get. Nothing. Get right will find him tucked away in the corner. And NIP starting to come into their own a little bit on this T side, starting to get some momentum building.
Yeah, not only building momentum, but building money. They have players who can rebuy multiple times, so they're looking good economically going forward. But this is where Cloud9 really has to make a stand. It's been 3 straight for NIP. And finally now they have the AWP in Skadoodle's hands. They have really good utilities on the remaining 4 players. 2 kits, Skadoodle and nothing with those.
All right, so they have everything they need to make this round work. But once again, look at Get Right, just straight through mid. He's so confident no one's really going to be taking him down. He got a touch of a challenge, but it's just sheer and utter confidence from this guy. It's beautiful to watch, but I'm wondering if he can get anything out of it. They've already got mid control for free almost here.
Yeah, this is that weakness in the Cloud9 defense. You saw, I mean, Get Right just doesn't care. He just gambles it, and no one's there. So now Freakazoid's rotated back, but it's a little late. He's going to get smoked off. Nothing's alone outside B. He's got to do huge work.
Oh, he's going to start it off perfectly. Look at that double coming in back to back. Going to deny the easy presence from NIP. Trying to swing out and make that peak. Alu there going to be the first to fall. But still, Sean Garris expecting the play through those B tunnels. Going to spray in, put the smoke down, and kind of keep the ninjas on their toes.
Yeah, well, now it's all on Forrest. 3 on 5. Forrest has got to find some picks for his team. He's got to find a way to open things up. He's going to go up catwalk, and he's going to run into Skadoodle with that off. That would be a huge find. That would open up the A-bomb set, let him get a plant, and from there they might be able to win in a retake situation.
A lot to be done still, and not a great deal of time to do it. 35 seconds in this. Skadoodle's going to be flashed up, but he still finds Freiburg, denying that easy cross towards the A site. And look at this, Forrest desperately trying to look for him, desperately trying to find him down by those cars, but Skadoodle already readjusting off the back of this. Bomb will be going down, safely fired away from Long, but you can see this little bit of spam coming in. As Forest now looking for the challenge. Freakazoid just below. Oh my god, the damage coming through those boxes is massive. Freak's gonna find Exist, and there we go. Freak's gonna find the second. That's Forest downed. And Cloud9 gonna start building towards the end here. This is a big round for them. They needed it cleanly. They looked a little shaky when they lost control in mid, but they did somehow pull it back.
Yeah, that was a great round. Nothing really wins them that round. So much space given up to NIP in middle, and nothing, not even with the help of a pop flash. He just catches Alu looking up towards a window outside of the scope, and he takes a couple players out. So leaves them in a 5-on-3, and from there it's just an easy cleanup. But still, they're not out of it just yet because NIP can buy one once again.
All right, once again into the flames we go. Let's see what we can find out this one as Forest peering towards the cross. Not going to catch anyone out though. This not worked out this time. He did manage to take down Skadoodle, of course, in that brilliant exchange at the beginning. But now, 2 players stacked towards long. Freak and Shroud. For now, Freak's going to back out of that one, leave Shroud the turret there if the NIP side do decide they want to make their presence known. But so far, we're NIP looking towards.
This is going to be an A-split. Bomb's out towards long. They're going to do a delayed hit here. There's only one player defending it. That's Shroud. He's going to get fully blind. He stays to throw his smoke, and he might just do it with his life, but he doesn't. He gets away, throws a pop flash, but he's got a lot of pressure coming his way.
Yeah, 3 players about to torrent in towards him. Nades come out, 11 HP to work with, and they know he's still there. They've got to know this, and there we go. Alu will find him pretty comfortably in the end. Shroud will be downed, and now Skadoodle has 2 angles to keep in check. He's going to find one. That's Exist being dealt with at long, but oh, great little position from Forest, just hopped up towards Pit, but no, Freakazoid pushed forward. But now, again, he's surrounded. Short's vulnerable. He tries to take the 1v1. Oh, he needs one shot to land. He's not going to get it. 2v2 now. He backs away, bombs on the cross, and Cloud9 needs to play for this retake.
Yeah, there was a flank coming in from Sean, but he had to be a little bit slow with it. He had an AWP, but he also knew that Get Right was on Catwalk. He could have fallen back to guard those stairs. A nice nade, does good damage, jumps down. Both players on Catwalk for Cloud9.
And both of them by that A ramp in for NIP. They've given up complete control of that platform, allowing Freakazoid the shot, but it doesn't matter. Forest is going to take it.
Yeah, huge round for NIP there. Really well done. That looked a little bit dire early on. It took them so long to clear out Shroud because Skadoodle won that initial battle with the AWP, so they had to be worried that he was going to grab the angle and support him at long. Either way, it's Skadoodle and Sean with 20 kills for Cloud9. Get Right leading the way with 25. Forest behind at 21. And it's going to be a save round for Cloud9. Another round where they feasibly could have force bought, but they decide to play it safe. They're going to wait till they can get their full kits.
I do start getting a little worried because, you know, we know the Cloud9 of old used to have those issues of occasionally closing out games, and they should be okay after this one, but we're going to have to wait and see if NIP can find a little bit of what's been working for them leading up to this point. Looks like Cloud9 going to try and keep that presence control towards mid, but in the moment, Forest just looking to land that little one-tap. Not going to get it easily on Shroud, though.
Oh, look at Skadoodle just aggressively pushing up. He takes out Freiberg, gets traded off for his trouble, but 4-on-4. No committal anywhere for NIP. 2 players stacked up in mid, one trying to push up Catwalk. Alu gets damaged pretty heavily down to 40 HP.
Yeah, this is getting dangerous. Freakazoid's found Exist. They're down to 3 players here, and let's see if anyone else can chime in from Cloud9. It looks like they're going for the challenge. It looks like Alu needs to land the shot, and he just whiffs it, and thankfully for Forest, thankfully for him, Forest comes in to save the day, but now, slowly but surely, Forest is keeping this round in control.
Yeah, crucially, as Nothing and Sean both try and come up Catwalk, but crucially, the kills that Cloud9 got, they couldn't salvage the weapon. One was in lower B, you know, one was on Catwalk. Guns are too far away, so even though they get those initial kills, there's still so much firepower in NIP, and not much left for C9 players to do from there with just the pistols. But here's that buy round. Skadoodle's going to pick up the AWP.
All right, this is pretty darn defining between these two. 14-13. Cloud9 still ahead, but for the last couple of rounds, NIP have been starting to find a little bit of fire here. Double or back out to play. A hell of a lot of utility to work with. And Skadoodle's going to have the chance to open things up. That's Exist down. Brilliant beginning for Cloud9. And already, so much gained for so little. They didn't take too much damage. Shroud, I guess, and Nothing were there. But again, Skadoodle, when it matters, finds form. Doesn't get his third, though, as Forest will get away with his life at long.
He's stuck there, but crucially, Skadoodle should, he repeaks it anyways. He should have just lived. That's all he had to do. He's very lucky that Forest fell back off of that. Either way, 5-on-3 now. All 3 members of NIP stuck in mid are working their way up Catwalk. It's all that's left to him because there's a flanker pushed up through B already. That's Sean Garris. He has all the intel. He knows they're going A. You can see a 4-man lean for Cloud9 over towards the safe site. They're going to give it up and play for a retake, knowing they have such an advantage in terms of manpower.
They should be able to just throw enough bodies at it that it should work out. We're going to find out if that's the case any second now. The bomb has been passed off towards Freiberg. Forest will get back to watch on short. He's going to have 3 players make his way there. Sean's going towards long, Nothing in towards CT. First nade comes out. He's not going to find the shot there. They're starting to line up, though, and that's what Forest wants. He's going to do the first. Freiburg comes in on the second. That's the threat from Short dealt with. And now where are the other players coming from? We've got nothing towards CT. Sean Garris on long. Shroud joining him. 3 players in towards Gerright. Can he step up like Forest has? He's going to get the first. He sprays for the second. He gets it. Gerright holding on desperately, but Shroud now has no option but to run. And look at Forest going in for the hunt. He goes for the challenge. He gets denied. But there we go. It will be Freiburg to close down. And ladies and gents, we've got a game on our hands. NIP closing this, and even with Cloud9 with so much to work with, just couldn't make it happen.
Yeah, this is that heartbreak with Cloud9 we see from time to time, and now they've got another decision. Do they want to let NIP get to 15 by saving and play for overtime, or do they want to go for it here? I don't like how that round was handled by Cloud9. I don't like that they gave up that bomb site so easily in a 5-on-3.
Yeah.
The retake with 2 players coming up catwalk, they get in that battle, and there's 1 player coming up ramp, 2 more at long. But those 3 players didn't make any kind of progress. 2 NIP players were occupied, battling out on Cat. That's somewhere where you make progress onto the bomb site. You eliminate that 1 player, and you have them confined to 1 spot. But retake very uncoordinated, and they're punished for it.
It's a dangerous, dangerous NIP at the moment. Confident, full utility, a lot of money to work with, I can imagine. They're not going to be, sour about that one. They've got probably the double ults back out to play. We've been seeing how well Forest and Aloe have been making those work. And on the other side of things, Cloud9, that money is absolutely dire. I think we're almost back underway. We are indeed. And well, looking at Cloud9, it's pistols, a couple of nades. Last time they picked up a kill along with that, but not even going to find that this time. This isn't looking good.
Yeah, they weren't able to stabilize at any point during like the second stage of this half. So basically, every round has been they win one and then they lose, or they win one and then they have to save to get that op back. They had to get that full kit, so their money has never been in a good spot on this defensive side. And that's given NIP all they've needed to work with.
Well, Cloud9 are going to have to dig deep for this round or even making an impact in towards it. They have so little in their arsenal. Sean Garris, the man who did brilliantly before, I think it was with the 5-7 if I'm not mistaken, when they made their way towards that B site earlier in this, but not going to have the opportunity this time as Forrest just skips, hops, and jumps up towards Short. And look at this Cloud9 just tucking away, trying to make them come into those closer angles, try and put those pistols to work.
Yeah, and Forrest just biding his time, waiting for someone to peek. He sees it, he gets dinked. He actually gets eliminated by Freakazoid long range. That's the op down. Cloud9 could get aggressive and try and pick that one up, but it's NIP. They're just going to stream out, so they're not falling back off this. They're going to come take these battle against the pistol. Exist is going to get one.
But there's still 3 players here. Skadoodle, Shroud, and Nothing. They're all here. And look, Nothing hasn't even been touched yet by that molly, but Exist still checks. That's vital. He's going to take him down. And this pistol round is being swept aside, and Sean Garris can do nothing in this.
Looked a little promising with Freak just
it was
picking
almost there. You
Forrest
had
up like
hope
that.
for a second.
Yeah, but unfortunately, NIP too much to go against. They salvaged the AWP onto Freiburg. So yeah, you're right. This double op setup did great in the first half for NIP. It's done wonders in the second half for them. They've won, I mean, there's only been 2 gun rounds won by Cloud9 in this half, so that's very, very impressive.
Yeah, and this will be NIP getting themselves onto match point. 15-14 here. Cloud9 took the last round with a pinch of salt, but this is the one they have to make count here. It's do or die, or we're going to overtime, and we'll have to see how that one pans out, because that's a little different, but oh, I see something being switched out there towards Get Right. Let's see what he can do with this one. Oh, my word. All right, we've got something going on. This could be a lot of pain through those doors if they go marching through. Get Right's going to have bullets for days, but no one actually going to get tagged up from this, and they're going to be able to switch back out to their regular guns.
And actually, this is, I mean, that's astounding that they crossed. Only 1 player crossed. Once they heard the auto snipers, everyone just chilled out for a second. Didn't even, they were just too scared.
You can't blame them, right?
No, they're just like, we're not dealing with it. We'll wait.
Okay, now Cloud9 can reset a little. They can maybe get back to where they wanted to play.
It's interesting because all the success that, or a lot of the success that NIP's had in their T side is going up catwalk, which is right at Skadoodle, which is basically what Cloud9 wants. They want you going at Skadoodle, their star opper, who's just been a beast for so long, but NIP is able to bully their way, and in some cases just being gifted the bomb site.
Well, that's a little bit of a different start, though. Sean Garris will manage to find Get Right in those B tunnels, so going to keep some sort of control towards this map, but we know that Get Right's been going out on his own here, and this play towards mid is going to be dangerous as hell. Look at this Freakazoid on the precipice, doing so much damage. Forrest is just beyond that smoke. If only he knew. Forrest is going to start edging forward, and he's going to make a run for it. Freakazoid finally catches a glimpse. He turns around. Oh my god, he doesn't get the shot. Freakazoid, what is going on here? And now 2 players, the Guardians of B, are going to have to step up. It's Sean Garris, it's Nothing. The crossfire is paying off perfectly. Nothing comes up finally with the goods as Forrest, last man alive, 1v4. He's going to take down 1. Sean Garris gone. He gets a second. That's Skadoodle. And now 1v2. This can't happen, and it won't. Shroud closes down. It's 15-15. We're going to overtime. And my word, That was scary for a last round.
Freakazoid is so happy right now that his team bailed him out of that one, but that crossfire in that B bomb site, even though they take care of one, that crossfire was just too strong in that B site. No NIP members coming from the tunnel, so there was nothing to distract the players on platform. You know, Sean pushed up in that corner to the left. Really well done on that defense, just holding strong inside the bomb site. But well, I mean, we're seeing a lot of NIP. We've seen Get Right do it once. We just saw Ford do it there. Just nonchalantly walk out mid. You know, not feeling like there's ever going to be a presence there. It's only usually going to be Freakazoid in CT spawn. So I'm actually impressed that NIP was able to win out that half and force overtime without even really exploiting mid too much.
It makes you worry for overtime almost, doesn't it? You're going to have to see what they can bring here, because we are going to go back live into this one. They're not messing around. They want to get this one started, get that momentum going and building back up once again. And Cloud9 starting out on the CT side, NIP on the T side. What we've seen stuff to start with here, and it looks like Skadoodle's going to go a little bit more aggressive. He's going to find the start. That's Freiburg down.
Chicken Wing sticking out just a little bit much, and he picks off the elbow of Freiburg.
Perfect beginning. Exactly what they'd need. Skadoodle was consistently challenged down by Shaw, as you mentioned. If he can get that building up for him early on, not a bad way to begin, but still, NIP have time.
Well, now they have 3 players in the middle. This is a perfect opportunity for them to just stroll out right now. They know they're not going to get too much, but just like we saw during regulation, Get Right's going to work his way up Cat. Xist is going to fall back towards Long with the bomb. He's going to meet up with Forrest. Looks like they're gearing up for some kind of a split at the moment.
I wonder if they commit to this. They've got 56 seconds to do so. You've got Shroud waiting in pit, Skadoodle on towards the site. Freak's kind of pulled himself back from mid a touch, but not too much, so he's still got presence there if needed. But NIP going to be, once again, building back up towards short. They've got 3 players there. Forrest just waiting around in mid, but they could be tucking down towards CT. They've already dropped down towards ramp. Get Right's going to find Freakazoid. That's the mid presence gone. Get Right comes in towards Skadoodle. That is perfect play coming out from him. That's his third. That's the dangerous Get Right you occasionally see rearing its head, and now he's looking for more. And why not? There's Shroud and Sean Garris waiting, but he's not going to have the chance here. Bring it back to a 2v2. This is still possible. Shroud's in a great little spot here. He's got one towards the side. Sean Garris is going to find Forrest, and now it's all down towards Xist. 1v2, he's going to have to step up for his team, and he's not going to be able to do it. Sean Garris comes in with a retake.
What a round to win for Cloud9. 2-on-4 on that retake, so they find the kills they need. No trades coming out for NIP. They're just able to pick them off one by one. They get that defuse, and that's crucial. But once again, a lot of success for NIP coming up catwalks. Skadoodle not able to find anything that round. He spends a lot of time pot flashing long for his teammate to try and bail him out if they're coming out long. No one's there, and Get Right's able to drop and gets all the kills that NIP needed. Unfortunately, they just muffed the retake a little bit.
Yep, just fluffed the lines at the end. 16-15 now, Cloud9 taking the reins in overtime to at least begin with. But already Alu looking like he wants to speed things up here. Look at this guy, he's straight away going off, and Xist running the AWP towards Shroud. Okay, that's a little different, but why not? I guess if you have the spawn, use it. But there we go, that's what we need to see. The impact from Skadoodle coming in, denying that early short presence, but already great information gathered. As you just noted, they're pushing through those B tunnels. They know they're not here.
Yeah, all the intel in the world, and this flank can actually speed up a little bit and catch a couple off. They're spending time boosting up on catwalk, trying to peer over the smoke into the A site. Not going to be able to find anything, but Cloud9, with this flank coming in, so spread out at the moment. 1 player at long, 1 player in Goose at the A bomb site. That's going to be 1-on-X situations unless Skadoodle has the guts to look away from long to bail Freakazoid out, but that information might just come too late.
He's going to do it. He's making the turn. He's going to try and negate long. It doesn't matter. Get Right's going to land the shot. Now Freakazoid has to be the stopping post. He has to make this play stop where it is, but no, Get Right will break through in the end. It's a one kind of trade coming off there, but it's going to allow a little bit of time. But the bomb's down. 2 players in this from the CT side. Nothing in Sean Garris. This time having no luck. Get Right's still alive. He's not going to allow this one to happen. Nothing, not going to get it. And Get Right just taking matters into his own hands there. 4 kills for him.
Yeah, once again, I think Skadoodle just swings out a little bit too wide, gets picked off, misses that shot, but NIP just repeatedly bullying their way out catwalk, finding the first couple kills that they need. Too much for Freakazoid to do in that kind of a position.
Okay, we're seeing the double orb come out
Triple.
for Cloud9 as well. Something we don't see all that often. Sean Garris kind of picking it up normally if Skadoodle's already been taken down. And he's already tagged up to, or tagged down to 19, should I say. As this has started off well for NIP.
Yeah, they picked up those 3 ops much like they did in regulation. They didn't get the autos, but they pick up 3 ops, and one of them does the work, takes him down. So his only real play, he's going to actually position himself at the back of Plaid where it's just a headshot angle, so that's a smart play from him. But there's the duel. Alu takes out Skadoodle. That's a big loss for Cloud9.
Massive loss, considering Get Right's been doing that on his own, but add in others, keep them alive. And you've got a bit of a recipe for disaster for Cloud9 if they don't lock this down by the site, but still. Forrest keeping 2 players busy towards B, and now look at this play towards A. 3 players here, Xist, Freiburg, Alu, and it's Freakazoid to go down to Xist, gonna crack that one open. They're gonna know Shroud is still here. He's been positioned on long consistently throughout this game. He's gonna get the tag towards 1. but I don't think you get much more.
Yeah, and he has to take these duels now. He's got to win a little bit more. There's Get Right lurking. Perfect timing from him. And now it's looking dire once again. 2-on-4, but that makes it a 4-on-1 Forest. Finding one through the doors. And I'm glad you mentioned that Shroud has been playing long this entire half because they really haven't put any pressure on him. 1 or 2 rounds they've gone at him, but mostly it's just everyone coming up catwalk. And that round, crucially, Get Right switches it up. Finds that lurk out long and just throws Shroud. He wasn't used to seeing Get Right lurk like that, so it catches him off guard in the last round of overtime, or the first half of overtime.
Yeah, so looking at the scoreline here, and we saw how good NIP were on that CT side throughout the game. They were really picking up the gun rounds. They're going straight in towards this. Get Right dropping 36 kills already. He's having a monstrous game. And we said at the start, he looked confident. He looked like he was playing that DM Puggy style. It's working out for him.
Yeah, and Forest as well. And this is the NIP we used to see where Get Right and Forest were top ranking for their squad.
Yep.
Both playing well, but Get Right just at a level of his own in the server right now with those 36 kills.
Worrying times if you're a Cloud9 fan here. Let's see what NIP have going on their CT side. They're going to be jumping over towards that one. Cloud9 need to get back into this. They need to find a little bit of that spark they were running with earlier. Freakzoid, that great play towards opening up the sights, but that became a little quiet. But here we go. We are back into this. And already we're going to see a very decisive beginning. Forest is going to get fed the first. That's nothing down. And presence is certainly known. Already exists, though. Going to be flooded with those flashes. He's going to have to keep his eyes trained towards this. He's got a good idea where they are. Sean Garris, though, breaking through towards A. That's going to change things up a little bit here. But Alu and Exist looking to retake control on long. That's where the bomb is. Skadoodle's still got the bomb. He's going to try and get out of there, as Alu did find Freak.
Yeah, and one's flanking, dropped down,
my God,
that's
it's Get Right.
Yep, he's lurking, and he's going to get another kill. That's the bomb. That could be the entire round going the way of NIP because you see the 2 players, Alu and Exist, who are playing long. They push out. They're going to meet up with them. Shroud's got so much work to do. There's a minute left, so they can play it a little slow and find the battles they want, but this is going to be so difficult.
And it was all going so well for those 2 players splitting up short, but now it's the worst situation they could be in. You can see it already, those bullets starting to fly. The molly comes up. Sean Garris does take down Get Right, so maybe a little bit of a ray of light at the end of the tunnel, but already in those peak tunnels, you're going to see him lurking. And it's Alu with the double coming in, and NIP looking good in this now. Match point here, 18-16. They need 1 more, and Cloud9's hopes are going to get a little shattered off this one.
Yeah, they're dimming quickly, and this time they don't have an AWP on, or they are going to drop one for Skadoodle, it looks like. Looks like he dropped an AK-47 over to a teammate. He does pick that up. He's got the spawn over towards long. But this is... They're going to have to slow play this. And actually, interestingly enough, the first round of overtime, NIP did not go back to that double op setup. They waited until they won 1.
All right, here we go. Forest being cautious. Ooh, Skadoodle maybe looking for a little boost up there by Cap. Forest is kind of playing a little bit of an off angle, playing a little bit more passive on it, but Get Right's already made his presence known. He just pushed up long. This guy in such an important round, and Alu's going to find Skadoodle, Freakazoid and nothing. The last 2 alive, and NIP are looking so strong in overtime right now. Nothing so close here. Just steps away from Alu. Alu's going to back out of it. Forrest's going to back away. 1 minute remains. Shot comes through those double doors, nothing, down to 12 HP here. Freakazoid's trying to speed things up, but there's Exist catching nothing in the heels. And now it's just Freakazoid 1v4. On paper, this should never have happened this way, but NIP finding a little bit of what makes them incredible here, as Freakazoid will at least find Forest. But now 3 players in his way. Alu, Exist, and Freiburg. Peak comes out from short, and he does tag up Alu perfectly. He's not going down without a fight here. 30 seconds, he's got the bomb, he's taken down Alu. Now he's got to find 1 more, but it doesn't look good. And there we have it, final kill coming through for Freiburg. And my God, that was a great little bit of play from NIP. And we said it was a danger for Cloud9 on this map. It should have been their game on paper, but there's that magic if you wanted to see it.
Well, it's the hard carry out of Get Right. What an unbelievable performance from him. Being aggressive at all times, pushing up, finding his spots to flank. He does so much damage. And not only that, but it opens up opportunities for his teams. He gets kills, he alleviates pressure on other sides of the map, other points on the map, and that, I mean, you saw even Forrest able to step up with a heavy off performance. Just, you know, once those rotations come in, Forrest and Alu able to pick them off, all based off the work that Get Right put in.
Yeah, and when everything starts falling in the right place for NIP, in that sort of instance, everyone knows how dangerous they are. It's never been a question of, could they ever do this? Are they a team that could achieve it? When those individual players start, firing on all cylinders, everyone knows that NIP style can be so deadly, so hard to play to. But let's kind of flip the switch towards Cloud9. There was always a threat here, there was always a danger, and I think they've just found out exactly what you were talking about earlier on.
Well, it was just surprising, yeah. That's too at times. It was the map that they looked good on during that streak, but lately in tournaments, it's a little bit weaker for him. And it's just very interesting that NIP going at their strong point of the defense, going at Skadoodle, oftentimes they win that. They come out on top.
Yeah. Well, it's not the end of the road for Cloud9. They still have a possible best of 3 to be playing very soon. Not an easy opponent, though, but it's certainly not the end of the road for them. We're going to have to see if they can dig deep a little later on, repair whatever went wrong in that previous game. But for NIP, it's all things going right for now.
So, as has been highlighted, is that NIP, Lauren said it time and time again, were looking a little kind of worrisome coming into this one. You said it yourselves, both of you agreed that this was looking good for Cloud9. Coming into this, though, with an overtime and the victory, Ninjas in Pajamas acquiring victory. We are saying goodbye, though, to Cloud9, as that's going to be curtains for them. The North Americans are going to have some time to look around Dubai and watch the tournament, as well as, of course, say hello to all the supportive fans who they have here in Dubai. Let's break down that somewhat, though, boys. Halvor and Anders are back with me, and we're going to talk a little bit more about what we saw transpire there. Did you ever see an overtime coming through this, and at what point did that become kind of realistic?
Well, I think an overtime was just always a possibility, especially when you saw how close they got out to, well, initially. Like, it was a tightly contested game. It was, you know, I think it was 5-5 at one point. So, you know, they were going neck and neck at times. I thought Cloud9 would be able to close it out when they managed to break NIP after that second pistol. So that, for me, was Cloud9's a golden opportunity to actually close it out. But then you have a vintage get-right performance. Just absolutely insanity. You know, not to leave Forrest out either. He played amazing as well. But get-right that game was just... He simply won the game for NIP.
Yeah, has it been a while since we saw that, Anders?
Way, way, way too long since we've seen something like that. And I think most critically of all is when we've seen it in the past. If we've seen it in the past year at all, then it's been like a couple of rounds where you think, oh, wait, there's a little bit of taste of that get right, and then it's gone again. And especially as soon as a team like Cloud9, they'd break them on important rounds, that's when it seemed like the whole NIP team usually would crumble. But this time, they just kept coming back again and again. And yeah, that's very rare nowadays. But I mean, if you've been watching Global Offensive since the sort of inception of it and that whole 87-0 record that everyone keeps going on about, this is the sort of stuff that we were always looking for. You actually, every match, no matter how far behind NIP were, you always thought, well, there's always a chance that Get Right or Forrest is going to, or both are going to turn up, and then everything changes. It just doesn't really happen anymore. But this time it did, and I don't know why that is. It's hard to really explain, but it's quite impressive when you see it.
It's not something you see every day, is most definitely a fair summation of that one. Still, we're going to be seeing more from NIP as they do progress through the bracket, and we're going to be having to see that unfold successfully for them. We doubted them at the desk. I think the statistics certainly pointed towards a victory for the Americans, but we had a very, very loud Get Right over on the stage who was making his presence known both in and out of game. I think one point that needs to be made is towards Freakazoid's point we were talking about over there. I was talking to a couple of the players, and they were saying he plays the same spot every time on CT. Basically, his role is to defend mid on CT. We see that time and time again. However, he is always playing towards CT spawn, and can players fall into a kind of a comfort with some of these defensive positions where they can kind of find themselves running out of ideas and going to the same spot every single time, because it most definitely was clear watching it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. There's a reason why you have certain spots just named after players.
Yeah, right.
Because you find them there pretty much every single round. And yeah, that's definitely a danger that you can run into by the fact that you don't really feel the need to have any sort of backup plan with what you're doing, because it's been working so nicely for you for a stretch. I don't think that's what lost Cloud9 the game by any means, but no, it's definitely a disadvantage. And you could tell that, you know, NIP are going to work around that, knowing that Freakazoid plays that position a lot, and they're going to know how to handle it. They're going to be more prepared.
Yeah, I mean, you touched on what NIP did right, which was, of course, Get Right just playing out of his mind. On the side of Cloud9, were there underperformances, or was that just kind of Cloud9 giving it their best shot?
So, I mean, in my opinion, what we saw was at large stretches of the game, we had Sean Gares at the top of the scoreboard. Yeah. And that's not really supposed to happen. That's an indication that something is not working out. So, of course, Sean is like not good enough, but his role is supposed to be calling the strats and all that stuff, and everyone else is supposed to be stepping up. You just need Sean to sort of tag along and do sort of decently well, but not like a carry performance. And it was. He ended up, I think, being tied for score with, was it Nothing at some point, or was it Shroud? I can't remember. Either way, he's not supposed to be that high up, really. So, so that is definitely a sign that something wasn't working quite on Cloud9.
Yeah, if anything, if he has that kind of a performance, that should mean that Cloud9 are winning pretty handedly.
Yeah.
And again, nothing against Sean, obviously, but it's like Andrew said, he's not, I guess, the chosen one from Cloud9 who's supposed to do that type of thing.
No.
So, yeah, for me, I was kind of disappointed with how Cloud9 defended their catwalk. On their CT side, I definitely expected to see, not that Skittle played extremely poorly or anything like that, but I would have expected to see more out of him with how many opportunities he was given to shut NIP down. Because that's something NIP have been running for such a long time, and it's kind of their go-to move, that and the V-split, to the point where teams, again, it's, you know, falling into that comfort zone. Teams should be very aware of this.
Breaking through that barrier that can be that comfortable hold on CT especially. That does kind of wrap it up. I feel like there's not too much more that can be said, whereas a case of just Cloud9 coming towards the point where they were playing what they could. Get Right was the one who kind of was the catalyst towards NIP victory. Any closing points on that game, Anders? Or do you think we've covered the bases?
Just that it's super exciting. I hope that they can keep up with this NIP. I hope they're going to keep showing this level of consistency and just like throughout the whole game, playing really well. It's been so frustrating watching NIP play like pretty much this whole year, just because they've been looking so timid. They look scared when they play, and you can't even. It feels even weird saying that. Like Forest and Get Right and Freiburg, and why should they feel scared of playing anybody? But that's the way they've been looking. They don't right now. If they can somehow hold on to that, then it's going to be different.
Yeah, I mean, talking to Natu, of course, who has now been removed from the coaching role, he was saying that it's night and day between the NIP in practice, the NIP just hanging out at home, and the NIP you see on stage. And I think that's been the case for quite some time now. Whether or not they can kind of find that comfort now, of course, without the coach presence there as well, could be something special.
I mean, in Cologne, they faced Virtus Pro, didn't they, in the playoffs, NIP. And I'm pretty sure they had like a really close first game, and then Virtus Pro just kind of crushed them later on. That close first game versus Virtus Pro, actually NIP showed like similar qualities as they did here. Like they did seem like they were trying to play with confidence, like taking some crazy battles, but sort of making it work. And once they lost that game, it just all evaporated. Like it was clear they were stripped of confidence, they had nothing left. So, you know, maybe a win today is going to help them out, but I still feel like they're an extremely fragile team, and maybe it works against Cloud9 if you play Fnatic or Envious, they will destroy them. And that, so there needs to be just like, not just a thin layer of confidence, but a lot of it.
So a lot more confidence needed to see NIP get any further. But talking of further, let's see what we're going to be going up against next. TSM Fnatic will be our next game, which is going to be quite the belter. I think that's safe to say. It's always a kind of saga, a series when we get to enjoy those two teams going head-to-head. So that's going to be the next one, guys. And I'd love to know, we're going to do the toe in the water thing. I quite liked that last time, where we just had a little skim, a little preview of what you guys are expecting to see. So starting with the Dane. TSM Fnatic, how are you seeing this one play out? Because this is Clash of the Titans, it always is, and it's always a matchup that you can't, I'm not talking for predictions, but I mean, this is a matchup that surely we could expect at the full 30 rounds.
Yeah, I definitely hope so. It's such a fun matchup, isn't it? So much history behind it, and every tournament we add just a little bit more to it, it seems. You're right. Yeah, I have to side with my Danish brethren, don't
okay.
I've got to do it. I've got to do it. I think they're narrowly going to beat Fnatic this time around.
Kerrigan's going to come after you with the spoon.
Yeah, exactly. Or things much worse. What goes on backstage is just awful. Yeah.
No, yeah. For me, I'm going to have to side with Fnatic.
Ooh, okay.
It's the easy choice, I guess. But
a split desk. I like that.
Yeah, you know, going with the major winner. It's not the most risky thing I've ever done, but no, Fnatic right now, they seem to do no wrong, really. So expecting them to do well. They also had a really good showing versus TSM in that Fragbite Challenge very recently. So I think they have the better map pool overall. And being able to narrow it down to one map, I think Fnatic are going to come the better out of it.
Either way, this is going to be a spectacle to behold. TSM versus Fnatic is going to be kicking off after this break. So stay tuned and be ready for a whole lot of Counter-Strike. Welcome back to the ESL ESEA Dubai Invitational. It's all been kicking off here. NIP knocking Cloud9 out of the tournament, and now we have a spectacle like no other. Fnatic up against Team Solo Mid. It's always a game that is a joy to behold, and to do that, to break it down on the desk with me, I have Vendetta and a new face, Moses. Welcome, my man. How was casting that game?
It's wonderful. It's been great, and a little bit of a heartbreak.
A little bit of heartbreak. Absolutely. I think the little American part of you, yeah.
Yep.
It's gone, but I mean, we haven't really had a chance to speak to you over on the desk as well. How are you finding Dubai so far? You've had some time to hang out.
Yeah, it's been lovely. It's been absolutely great. Yesterday was a lot of fun going out seeing the city. It's beautiful out here.
What did you explore?
We went to Old Town, and then we did a little bit of we did the boat tour on the water for a little bit.
I saw some photos of that. Yep. Looked lovely.
It was glorious. I'd do it again.
I think I might have to find some time somewhere to explore the city a little bit more. And I mean, that kind of gives us a perfect time to explain how this event has come about. It was, of course, thanks to our sponsors. We have, of course, the Dubai Tourism Board. We have Do, ENG, and Sennheiser all making this event a possibility. And it's a big thank you to them that we can sit here and I can stare at skyscrapers and yachts behind me. And I think ours is parked out there, the ESL yacht. We're going to be hopping on that later to take her to our hotel rooms. But until we do that, we have to talk about Fnatic TSM. However, we haven't said too much yet. We've ended on the note where you said, it's quite simple. I'm going to go with the people that just won the major. Let's just jump into a little bit more depth then with your call on Fnatic.
Well, simply history, you know, late or recent history has shown that Fnatic have kind of gotten over that hump that has been the TSM curse around them. So with that previous challenge, Fragment Masters challenge, they showed that they could definitely, you know, stand up to TSM once they've gotten into their groove, and they did so very convincingly as well. And that's why I imagine they'd do better here. TSM had 5 chances, you know, at a best of 5 to beat Fnatic. They weren't able to. Went down to 4, I think it was 4-1.
Yeah, it was one map. TSM won Train.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, by and large, Fnatic are better on the map we have right now. And with a best of 1 coming up, no randomization, so, you know, Fnatic can just pick out whatever they feel is going to be their weak parts versus TSM. So I definitely favor them going into that.
Moses, we haven't had a chance yet to hear your thoughts on this one. Before we go into each team individually, let's just talk about the matchup overall.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I found it interesting that you said that you think that Fnatic has gotten over that hump because they were kind of cursed by TSM. TSM was like the Fnatic beaters, the only ones in the world that could do it consistently. But I think that's more on TSM not hitting form, not doing the things that they had normally been doing to beat Fnatic. I think they've kind of fallen out of doing the right things against Fnatic, and they've been getting punished for it in the past in these matchups. So I think if TSM can get back to that level, get back to the things they were doing right against Fnatic, which was punishing the early aggression and then just playing textbook Counter-Strike from there on out, playing fundamentals really well and not making too many mistakes in the mid game, then they can win this. And it is a best of 1.
As they always say, anything can happen. And I mean, between these two teams, that's certainly the case. Yeah. We've seen crazy comebacks. We've seen crazy kind of stomps as well in either direction. So it's going to be really interesting to see what form both of these guys find themselves in. You talked about what TSM was doing so right. One of those things was stopping the early aggression. So, of course, on the flip side of that, Fnatic, are they always known for early aggression? Is that something you see out of them a lot?
It's just JW and Olaf.
Okay,
Which one of them is going to choose to go do something crazy? Because more often than not, it's those things where you see them do it and you're like, this shouldn't work. But they break the rules and it works. So, and TSM was a team that when they were able to beat Fnatic so consistently, one of the things they did really well was punish that, not get caught off guard by it.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. And with this all unfolding, we're going to be listening to hear what you have to say, Vendetta. But first of all, we have to talk a little bit about our sponsor, the Score Esports application. You can head over and download it on both iOS and Google Play, and you'll be able to get all the information on this tournament and every other tournament that you choose to find out information about. Do now head over to Sean, who's got a group of people surrounding him once again, and he's going to be talking to a couple of fans about who they see picking up the win.
Thank you so much, Machine. I am once again down here right in the thick of it amongst these fans. And I have to say, for a late night here in Dubai, the energy is pretty good. How are you guys doing? energy is good, good games on the way, and of course lots more CS to go. But of course if you're watching, and you probably are, especially if you're on the west coast of the US, then we are coming to your neck of the woods because Intel Extreme Masters is heading over to San Jose, none other than the Shark Stadium. So you want to be involved in that. There'll be awesome Counter-Strike action, just like you're seeing here, and of course League of Legends, which is no slouch in the esports world either. But now, back to the game at hand. We have two teams, and they're ready to come out, but we need to ask them to come out. So let's start off right now. Good sir, what is your name?
My name's Abdullah.
Abdullah, where are you from, sir?
Jordanian.
And are you enjoying this Counter-Strike event?
I'm really having fun, so much fun.
And you actually came up to me before and said, Sean, if we talk about Fnatic, I want to be involved. How big of a Fnatic fan are you?
Well, I can say I'm a huge fan of Fnatic right from League of Legends game, and I've been liking this team for maybe 6 years, right from the beginning, before even CS:GO started.
Well, absolutely a perfect reason, and we're happy to have you here. Now, of course, we have to hire. Are there any other Fnatic fans? Always a popular team. Now let's go ahead and see if we can get them out. I'd like to ask you, Abdullah, if you can please say Fnatic and ask them out. 1, 2, 3.
Fnatic!
We'll give it one more for luck. Here it goes. 1, 2, 3.
Fnatic! Olaf Meister! Good luck, man!
There they come. Hey, and we're back here. Good sir, you are a TSM fan. Where are you from?
I'm from Iran.
And your name, sir?
Apton.
And how are you enjoying experiencing this CSGO event here in Dubai?
It's very exciting, it's nice.
Well, we're happy to have you. Now, I need to ask you, and with everybody else, make some noise for 1, 2, 3.
TSM! TSM!
Let's hope they come out.
Well, he seemed really keen to get TSM out onto the stage. They're going to be battling it out now as they make their find their places. Now, though, we have to talk a little bit more about Fnatic versus TSM. This matchup is always one that I have a lot of interesting questions for you, and we haven't heard too much from you, Vendetta, about where you see this one going in terms of Dust 2, because that is the map. We've just seen what happens on Dust 2 when a team or an individual gets rolling. We saw what Get Right can do. How do you see this one unfolding on that, especially, of course, on Fnatic's T side?
Well, yeah, this being Dust 2, I think that just brings it more into favor of Fnatic. Unfortunately for TSM, but TSM have, you know, over time shown that they have weaknesses on that map. They have, for the longest period of time, they had real struggles of holding off catwalk pushes, similar to what we saw NIP do time and time again versus Cloud9. Like, that was their massive issue, and that was something that every team would eventually abuse versus them. I don't think a team like Fnatic is going to let any sort of opening like that slip away from them. And in addition to that, you talked about, you know, that Olaf and JW factor. I think you're going to have a harder time holding off early aggression on a map like Dust 2, because the aggression could come from so many places, and it doesn't necessarily have to be JW and Olaf on a map like this. I think Flusha has been playing it extremely well as of late. I think he can come up big for Fnatic in this situation, and I have a hard time seeing how TSM can get into this. Their saving grace might be, you know, going into a double op setup, that type of thing. We've seen them do wonders with it before. They have a lot of capable players that can pick it up. So that might be a way, similar to how NiP did it on their CT side. Once they got double ops, they started being able to hold off.
Both of these teams actually have kind of very scary double op setups. Moses, do you think, what's the key for TSM when they come into this matchup?
I think they're going to be very happy with Dust 2. I think TSM's going to win this one.
All right.
I think TSM's the best Dust 2 team in the world at the moment. And this is a map, specifically in this matchup, that I've seen TSM pick apart Fnatic. Because one thing you can do on this map, it's very easy to punish those rotations. So where their successes come on this map against Fnatic is killing Olaf and JW early when they get aggressive, and then they can punish those. And it spreads the defense out on every map, but on this map specifically, there are just so many angles you can hold, so many different places you can lurk as a player on a terror side of the map. So I really do think that this map veto has gone in the favor of TSM, which is the exact opposite of what you said. So we're going to duke it out here.
We've had a split desk every time so far. I think that's fun. That's good.
Who's been winning?
Anders called the first one right.
All right, so I feel good.
No,
far.
we've been in agreement on both.
Did you agree on the first one?
Well, we both missed.
You were split when we called this one, Fnatic TSM.
Yeah.
That's right. Sorry,
Regardless, I'm feeling confident.
You should be, and so you should be. But I mean, I feel like you've just made a very bold statement there, and I want to kind of push on that for a second. So you're saying TSM, the best team currently on Dust 2. Some of the reasons behind that, perhaps?
They do a really good job. They do a delay takeout long. They do a really good job of getting long control, whether it's early on in the round or whether it's a middle portion of the round. They have a very scary 8-take when they have that long control, and they can move up and they Molotov off plenty of places in the bomb site. And just this is a map I think they've just been very strong on for a long period. And actually, interestingly enough, because these are two teams who have such a deep map pool, and the question with Fnatic as a team, if you don't have a deep map pool, is which map do you try and get them on? I think this is actually their weakest map of the entire map pool.
Okay, so intriguing to see how that one plays out. We haven't touched too much on individuals yet, and I think that's where I want to take this now, because I have a real interest in someone who I'm sure gets mentioned, and I have no doubt it's kind of been talked about a whole lot, but I feel like whenever I look at statistics, like, I mean, HLTV always pumps out this great infographic at the end where you can just see, like, okay, so flusha is on the top of, like, I mean, Olaf Meister is present. There's no denying that. He's statistically the best player in the world, and will continue to be so. But flusha is not too far behind him all day, every day, and the man is just a fragging machine.
Yeah, he's a beast. But really, it's not. I mean, you can say those two names, but look at this team. They've had that rotation of 4 people who have all at one point been like the best player in the world. The Crims has had his time at the top. JW, maybe not considered like the best player in the world, but he's a player who, when he's playing his best, he has such a big impact on the match.
The most destructive player.
Yeah, he's the one who just throws everything, everything apart. He defies all the rules, and just, Crims, flusha, Olaf, they all just take their term as like being the best. It's just like a rotation. And it's flusha's turn right now.
It most definitely is. And the only name you didn't mention there was Pronax, the player who doesn't necessarily always get the limelight, but I think someone who is respected community-wide as one of those real present in-game leaders. And actually, as of late, we have seen him nearing the top of the scoreboard more often than not, which is not something you ever see. And I mean, Anders was saying, when an in-game leader is top fragging, there's something going wrong. Is that the case for Fnatic, or is it something different, Halvor?
I don't think it's something different, because that means that he's out-fragging players like Olaf, JW, flusha, and Crims. And okay. Nothing wrong, but that's a pretty hard task to accomplish. So yeah, I think that could be a worrying sign, but if everyone's firing on all cylinders, you should be okay if you're Fnatic anyway.
So Moses, you're calling TSM.
Yes, sir.
Quick summary, you've said it already. TSM picking up the victory here. What on earth are they going to do against Fnatic?
Well, that's the thing. I think they just need to play their mid-rounds slowly and patiently, because Fnatic is, when they're one of the teams, when they get a man down, instead of getting passive, they get more aggressive. Yeah. So they're going to have to, if they get that pick, they need to slow things down and just play very fundamental, very basic Counter-Strike from there.
A slow TSM. Halvor, what about Fnatic? What are they going to be doing?
Well, simply, I just think they're going to play their same Fnatic style. It's not, it's not going to be anything, super set or anything mind-blowing. No, it's not going to be anything mind-blowing. It's just going to be Fnatic, and you're going to see. I think it's pretty much a.
They're such a hard team to read what they're going to do, because they can do whatever they want most of the time.
But I think it's a pretty safe choice to go and say that we're going to see double ops on Olaf and JW. I think that's almost a guarantee in this game. So we're going to see how that pays out for them. And I'm curious to see whether or not they're going to use that as a response to potentially TSM's double opping, or if it's something they're going to pull out first.
Right. The battleground has been set then. TSM and Fnatic, the desk is split. If you guys are home are split as well, let us know at ESLCS. For now, it is time for us to take a quick break. When we're back, we'll be jumping into the action over on Dust 2. See you then.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's the ESL ESCA Dubai Invitational. I'm here with Jason Kaplan. Jason, how are you doing? This matchup is going to be incredible, I reckon.
It's going to be insane. I mean, the fact that we did just see it less than a week ago for Fragbite Masters, seeing a 4-1 win for Fnatic, I think TSM have a bone to pick with them here, and maybe have dissected what went wrong in those maps, and hopefully come into this one and pick up a victory for them.
Yeah, and a best-of-one game as well, and starting on Dust 2, it could probably go either way. I mean, Moses saying probably TSM. I said TSM. That's mostly because it was a Danish thing. Not much analysis really behind that one. And then, Vendetta siding with Fnatic, who are the major championship winners, so maybe not such a bad pick after all. I think we could at least expect this to go, into like plus 20-ish round.
I hope so. I hope so.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'd like to see that.
The thing is, it's hard to ever bet against Fnatic. The only team to win 3 majors, the only team to win 2 back-to-back, the only team that has so many superstars on their team. TSM, you can't ever count them out, though. I mean, they have a strong lineup. They have the potential with the double up with Device and Cajun-B. Though I have to say, looking at the results from that best-of-5 that they had, Cajun-B really was lackluster, finishing a .73 rating, really kind of sinking his team. He needs to really step up, and he can be that strong operator, especially on a map like Dust 2, if he can sit towards Car, get comfortable on that CT side. And
I've spoken with Pronax in the past, and he says, I don't understand why, but every time we run into Cajun-B, he seems to just wreck us completely. So Fnatic have a certain measure of respect for this player. So maybe that's a really good point to just bring that up. We actually, Fnatic expect Cajun to be playing well, and we should too. So I especially on a map like Dust 2, we have to see him go really big on this one.
The thing is, it's a little bit tricky about TSM as well. Like, you can look at them kind of like Fnatic in terms of anyone can really step up. But I feel like one person on their team has a really tough time carrying it. I remember thinking back to Kerrigan on Mirage, I think it was during the Pro League Finals, and he was single-handedly carrying it, dropping like 30 kills over the course of the game, when the second closest person was at like 18. They can have those moments, but I feel like they're more of a team that rely on more than one person to really step up, to pick up a victory, to really facilitate that win.
I mean, before Cajun and Kerrigan started playing a lot better than they currently do, and they were sort of, not quite the potential stars of a team here. I feel like the Device and Dupree rifle combination was actually very strong on Dust 2. It's quite a while ago, all the way back in Dignitas at this point, but this is one of the maps where you really saw how much they could do, and I'm kind of hoping to see that again. They have a really good duo going on there as well. It will be a tough game for them.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to the Fnatic side as well. Olaf Meister just doesn't ever seem to play bad. You heard them talking about the analysis test, talking about Flusha, who's really been... He's always been like a second place behind Olaf Meister. He's never really played bad. He's always really stepped up, but he hasn't been as flashy as Olaf maybe has in the past. And then you have Crims, who as well was doing phenomenal in the actual grand finals of ESL 1 Cologne 2015 at the major. So again, a team of superstars that can really step up. They walked over Titan earlier on today. They're up against TSM. They're rival now, I guess I'll say it as. Yeah. And on a map like Dust 2, if we see that double-up presence out of Fnatic, if Olaf Meister and JW both secure it, that's going to be a deadly combo to really beat.
Yeah, I'm not sure if TSM can do that. So maybe some of it is going to come down to just controlling the economy, making sure that Fnatic, whatever side they're on, they won't be able to afford too many sniper rifles, and try and see if you can maybe learn a little bit from the last matchup. So am I hearing you side with Fnatic as well? Are you slightly on that side? I mean, if you had to make a choice here.
It's always a safe pick. So I think I easily have to say Fnatic on that one. And I'm assuming you're with TSM.
I have to, don't I? I mean, they're going to meet me backstage at some point, so can't stay hiding forever. I think we're about to go at least into the knife round here between Fnatic and TSM. So thank you so much for joining us, everyone, not just out on Twitch, but of course, mostly here at the venue. You guys have been incredible already, and I look forward to this game. I don't know. I mean, knife round on this particular map, I don't think it has the biggest impact, well, it's always nice to get to choose first, isn't it?
Yeah, I would agree with you. It's not like the biggest loss if you don't win the knife round, but getting to choose that side to start off with can always be a good thing. I would feel like, though, most teams want to choose that CT side, but the Pronax last man alive looks like TSM won't really give him the opportunity. He picks up the second, but he can't get the last. And here we go. TSM picking up the knife round, and they'll get to choose their side. They're actually taking their time, it looks like.
Yeah, I feel like lately TSM have had a lot better T sides than they have CT sides. So maybe they want to get that good start. Seems like they are going to pick the terrorist side. The CT sides weirdly have not been looking very impressive, and that used to be a traditional strength of not just this team, but a bunch of Danish teams. That seems to be like, almost like the Danish thing to just be good on CT side. Kerrigan changed that for TSM, made sure they were also good on terrorist side, but now they've sort of forgotten the basic stuff there. So I'm hoping that they won't make too many mistakes CT side. I think this T side, though, is going to be strong for them, and they've got the buys coming out already here, Jason.
They don't have the Ray Boss, actually. Kerrigan, he's sitting with the Tech 9, but he didn't swap it over to a man with armor, not trying to go for that really powerful, strong one-man on your team. But we're also seeing a very early three-man stack out of Fnatic towards this long A, where TSM already rushing through.
Yeah, and this is going to be a bit of a problem. Nice shot, though, from Cajun. Actually, Dupree and Device will pick up a kill each, and Cajun finally following up. There's his piece of the pie, taking down Flusher, and it's Olofmeister and Crims left in a very tough 2v5 here. Grenade timed by Crims, not going to kill anybody. And Olofmeister up on Catwalk, a little bit worried that he's being stabbed in the back. Not quite yet. Crims, he's thinking about taking that jump, but not quite doing it yet. Good shot there. And Crims can't see anybody. He's just shot in the back as well, and Dupree will take him out. Olofmeister gonna go down. A great start here for TSM. Device and Dupree with a double kill each.
Hey, look at that round start, too. TSM just rushed straight in towards long A. Was a three-man stack waiting. They didn't even flash. They have the confidence they could win just on the aim duels, and from that, they get control of long A. They save the smoke that they bought up onto Kerrigan, threw it on the cross, and got themselves into the A site. A fantastic round out of TSM to pick up the pistol.
And that shot from Device actually goes through. Fnatic, maybe no big surprise, going to be picking up a couple of pistols here, including armor, except for on Pronax, who's just relaxing for the moment here. But TSM not wasting too much time trying to make an entrance into B, and they are going to be successful. They still have the bomb and T-spawn, though, so they're not really committing too much. They really don't want to walk into a stack anywhere and give up the bomb, and it looks like they've avoided that much as well. Device playing close here, pistol out. He's actually going to go down to JW. Sort of an expensive round coming out here, and the bomb, though, will escape.
He picks himself up a second kill. JW and Pronax both pushing through Catwalk as quick as they can, and looks like they're going to be able to just try to save these guns and take it into the next round. But TSM, again, does a good read by not, pushing the bump aggressively, not getting caught up by the stack like you were saying, and not losing that control to make sure to secure that second round. Not necessarily as clean as they wanted to, but they get it nonetheless.
I think maybe TSM were expecting slightly that Fnatic would actually have a scout of their own, and that's why, if you think you're going to be playing against that scout, the last thing you want to do is take too many fights long or mid, but running into B is like perhaps the least likely spot for the scout to be in. You check it out. If there's no scout, you go for it. They did open it up. I mean, I think they lost a little bit more than they would. If Fnatic do come out with both these guns, though, that's going to be pretty big for them. And I really hope JW doesn't give too much away here, because saving that scout for the next round would be big.
Well, what gets me about what TSM did that round is they sent 2 men over towards B. The other 3, they had 1 man in long A and 2 men towards middle, with 1 watching towards long. So if those 2 men pushing in towards B died, that would have been a lot of guns out of their hands and could have been very deadly for TSM. But I feel like they just had a lot of confidence behind the 2 men to push in, to be careful about that, and to take the fight they know they could win.
Yeah, that would have been a big risk. I guess the logic would have been that if they saw a stack on there and they died to a 5-man stack, then the rest could have pushed A and maybe hope to still win the 5v3. But it is a risk, and it seems like you kind of have to do that on Dust 2. Even the anti-eco, it's a little bit tricky sometimes. Olofmeister right in the middle here with the UMP, going to be sneaking out behind Carrigan. Flashes rain in, and Flusher going down. Olaf is there to get the refrag on Carrigan. So right now, they're just trading evenly, but they've lost the bomb site here. And it should mean TSM are going to win it. It's very hard for the retake here on the Fnatic side. And Pronax going down. That 1 kill for Olaf. If he can get 1 more, that could mean a really early AWP for them with armor as well. It's $600 per kill for that UMP. JW fighting a little bit with the scout, doing some good damage. And might actually be able to kill Dupree here.
Well, he might be able to pull it off. It very well could. I mean, JW sitting in a perfect position to spot them crossing back towards middle, but not taking the shots just yet, and he will get taken down.
A good shot from Olaf. There's the second kill. Can he get a third one? Hasn't really reloaded yet. That bomb is about to go up, and Olaf, is he going to sacrifice it? He picks up. Oh, wait, what? There it is. I thought for just a second that AK was getting blown out of his hands, but not quite.
That's still, what, $1,200 for him and an AK, so it's a lot of money saved up for himself in the early op. It looks like it won't be coming out for the side of Fnatic. Not going to be able to go in for the challenge anywhere just yet. And we see Device still sitting on the scout, so he's looking to be, was he looking for an early pick over towards B as there's a 4-man push in that direction?
Yeah, they are putting a lot of people on long ones. You're right, TSM in upper dark, just rushing straight through, no time wasted. And Crims is at the doorway here, but he's going to need a lot of backup. They need to make this rotation in, and smart play here from the Danish team, smoking off. There's Device taking down Crims, and Olaf burns alive, trying to get out. And the Molotov of Carrigan will drop him, and they kind of have to save already. This is the B-bomb site, Jason. You can't just retake it, can you?
Well, not 3v5, not easily at all. You see JW setting up for some exit kills, but I really wonder why Fnatic. You had Crims all off there outside of B. They gave up the bomb site once the flashes came through. They realized, all right, we can't do anything about it now. But then Crims goes in, after the smoke's been laid down with the flashing from Wolfmeister, gets caught off and completely destroyed before the rest of the team can even rotate in. So I'm really wondering why he went for that really aggressive early play into the site instead of going for the 5-man potential retake.
I mean, it's such a hard judgment call, and Fnatic, they tend to be sort of a very risky team in that sense. Maybe not quite as risky as Envy, but they do sometimes make the individual decisions to just try and go for it.
You look at it as, if he pulled that off, it would have been an amazing play to Crims. If he doesn't pull it off, it's like a little bit of a questionable play. But I mean, they can kind of afford it at this rate. They still have potential, their best 3 to come up if they want to get through into the semifinals. But they're down 0-4 up against TSM.
Yeah, so very decent start, I would say, for the Danish team. But as I was sort of alluding to, I do expect them to get by far the majority of the rounds here on their T side. In fact, I might even go as far as to say, if they get 10 rounds, if this finishes 10-5 in favor of TSM, I actually still think Fnatic have a decent chance of winning this game. Not like a huge chance, but they're still in it.
Think of the grand finals of ESL1 Cologne. They got up against Envious. They were able to pull it back, and they got absolutely smashed in that first half. So anything is possible for Fnatic, definitely.
Yeah, but I think it might be even worse for TSM just because their CT side is just a little bit strange these days. But they do have that AWP on JW, and that's something that we were told from the analyst desk as well to watch out for, and you've been saying it as well, Jason. It is a factor in a game like this. Looks like they're going to try and see if they could push up, although Carrigan was smoked off for a moment. Dupree's making his way out middle. It's going to be a B split, and this is a big problem. Krim's going to try and go aggressive. He's got the M4 in hand, and he drops the bomb on Device. That's a huge kill, but Carrigan is there to get the refrag. Krims has gone down, and he's not even going to be unflashed before it's all over. He's dead before he could see a single thing, and Carrigan now controlling the middle, and once again, Fnatic have to make a run. They can't keep fighting, although they get that kill. No, they're still so far away. They got to stop.
That was a great distraction by Carrigan because he went up towards Catwalk, threw a couple of flashes in just to pull JW out from that middle position to be looking towards Catwalk. And from that, they're able to smoke it up and rotate straight in towards B. I mean, I think Olaf Meister was sitting over towards Car in the B site and towards Closet, and Krims was just sitting in the doorway. So if anyone did end up pushing through Tunnel, I feel like Krims could have got picked off on the backside, but it didn't matter. They won the aim duels, and now they're going to be at 5-0 against Fnatic.
A little part of me wishes that more people would do what Titan and what Existence was doing for a while on this bottom side. Is once you realize this B split is coming, the person who's playing door, which in this case was Krims, would just go back and try and push upper dark. And if you've got a teammate with you, just both push upper dark. At most, you should be running into 2 players. So, and if they don't expect it, if you flash in and run in at them, if you win the fight against 1 or 2 people there, then yeah, you lose the B bomb side, and maybe they get the bomb down, but you're still in a much better position. I kind of prefer that sort of reactive style than just trying to defend inside the bomb site. Because honestly, Krims was in a very tough spot, and where Olaf was, there was no way for him to actually help.
No, I agree. I really love that opportunity that you can go for that push in towards the upper B tunnels and catch him off guard. But here we go, TSM again into the 6th round, up 5-0. And JW was able to save the AWP from the last round, and Device able to pick one up for himself. But JW hasn't been too effective in middle, and it's not because of him, it's because Team Solomid hasn't let him be effective just yet. They're constantly flashing him out, constantly smoking him off, and constantly forcing him to rotate in different directions so he can't get comfortable. And look at this, Carrigan, he's dropped in towards CT spawn.
He's going to stay sitting in the smoke. Is this real life? Well, it's going to be a good start anyway for Fnatic. It's Pronax. Trades 2 for 1 over at long. Flush has gone down, but very good start. About 50 seconds left here as Cajun goes down. There will be a lot to Carrigan and Device, and it's a good shot from Device. Dropping JW, Olaf Meister's going to fall, and it's down to a 2v2. This is a great comeback into this round here for TSM. Still got 35 seconds, but they are also boxed in between long and short. Molotov is going to buy some time here. Pronax can't make the crossing easily, and Krims is right behind on Catwalk, walking up, making some noise. Device, he heard that. He's in the smoke behind him. This is a disaster. Device going to come back out, and he finds Krims, and now it's a 1v1. Pronax, no Molotov, or no smoke. He can't actually get rid of Device. He just has to try and stick it, and even worse, Device has the Molotov, walks out, and he takes the shot. That's a triple kill. And TSM, they're going to be up 6-0. What a start, Jason.
That should not be a round that Fnatic should have lost either, because they had Pronax pushed up long in pit, locking that down completely. And what did Device do with the bomb at long? He rotates back towards middle, goes up Catwalk, picks up a kill onto Olaf Meister, opening up that Catwalk position to push through, and Krims wasn't getting aggressive enough quickly to stop it from actually getting the bomb in towards site. A great hold by TSM, but that was a chance Fnatic should have had to be able to pick up a round finally.
Yeah, absolutely. A smart boost up here. JW with the M4, quickly on Catwalk, going to be taking down Carrigan. And that's what I like to see. That shows you that Fnatic are a little bit tired of TSM controlling the pace of the game, and now they just want to take a little bit back. So smart move, I think, from the Swedish team. The fact that Device had that Molotov left also put so much pressure on Pronax.
Yeah.
He must have seen that coming out and just thought, what is going on? Dupree to take down JW, and we're right back in a 4v4.
Well, you do have Flusher and Pronax to actually watch off towards long game, which will allow Flusher to rotate back in towards Catwalk, or at least to watch from that car position. But the rest of TSM, they're not in a hurry. They have a minute left. There's no need to just hit on towards the A side ASAP. You can drag out the time, get a little bit more information, maybe pull a couple of members of Fnatic away from one of these sites, because they're completely split. 2 men towards B, 2 men towards A. It's full middle control for TSM, but they want to hit this A site.
Ooh, Device exposing himself just a little bit here. He's up in Gandalf playing along, but not going to get caught just yet. 2 people long and 2 people in CT spawn means Fnatic are going for a full retake, but here's the problem. There's 2 Molotovs left on TSM, and there's not a single smoke left on Fnatic. This is going to be a very rough retake. If these 2 Molotovs get put into play, one's just been used, but Sipnix is holding on to the other ones. You guys are going to have to count in your heads. That Molotov could be what ends this round for Fnatic. Now they're going to try and go for it. Bomb ticking away. Olof flashed for a moment. Fnatic, they need this round. They're 6-0. Device to pick up a kill here. Fnatic, they're not making it work right now. They're taking way too long time. And there's Dupree taking down Olof. Crims to fall. Pronax, last man left. That Molotov is still in the hands of Sipnix, and that in itself is crazy as Dupree gets a quad kill, takes down Fnatic 7-0. And I think there's a bit of a pause here. The Carrigan disconnecting, but I do want people to notice how long that Molotov was held on to by Sipnix. That's really, really keen play from him, just single-handedly saving it, because it's not that easy.
It's a great job by the rest of his team to just drag out the round as long as possible as well. And you look at Fnatic and how they attack that A site on the retake, with 2 people towards long, and then I think it was 2 people coming up from CT spawn to hit the site. They didn't go for that catwalk push to try to catch them off, to pincer them in, to get an actual attempt on that side. They just try to throw all their eggs in one basket and hope they can get a couple of nice kills. I mean, I really kind of wonder, what do you hope to accomplish by pushing that direction? Because you don't have the height advantage. You don't have the peaker advantage in that situation.
It's very difficult to do. I mean, you need to get the timing right between the people coming CT spawn and long. But the fact is, if they had gone short instead or catwalk, those Molotovs, instead of preventing the defuse, they could have been used to just block off catwalk. So in so many ways, saving those Molotovs until after the bomb plant is huge on the TSM team. 7-0, Jason, and we're down to C-set 75s and some deal grenade going on here.
And looking at the last result these 2 teams had against each other on Dust 2, it was 16-10 at Fragbite Masters, the showdown qualifier. So, it's very possible that Fnatic can come back, and like you said before, you wouldn't be surprised if Fnatic can pull it back after losing 10 rounds on that CT side up against Team Solomon, but they need to get something going soon. TSM have built up a lot of momentum in this so far, and they're more than happy to split across the map, as you can see, but Olfmeister, he's behind them in tunnel.
Oh, this would be big. If nobody on Fnatic had died yet, this would be such a huge play, but now he's been discovered as well, and they are going to double team him. So a little bit sad he got caught from T-spawn then, otherwise that could have been a really good flank. And JW playing a dangerous game against Sipnix and coming out on top. And that C-set 75 of his is still no joke.
Yeah, but it's him up against 4 people, and he's just trying to rescue that gun, but you can imagine TSM, with all the money in the world to work with, they're not going to let him go for that. And there we go, the final kill coming through, 8-0 here, Anders. Team still in mid, they definitely came out to play today, and they're looking confident. They're looking comfortable as well, which is really important.
Okay, double up setup. Everyone has been saying this. Olofmeister and JW. How many rounds do you think they're going to get off of this, Jason? We're going to see them take like a really good 5-6 round streak here?
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, very strong offers for their team, especially if you get them in the right positions. Olofmeister now going to be the one watching middle, which is typically what we see when they have that double up set up with JW over towards long. But again, it seems like all the control out of TSM has been stemmed from this middle position, but Crims gets caught with his knife out. He might get overrun.
Oh no, he's inside the bomb site. He will actually get the first kill there, but they're just too close and he can't get a chance to reload. And it goes down to Dupree now covering the cross. Right until the smoke goes up. Is Olofmeister. No entrance here either. And still, look at this. Well, one more Molotov just used, but they have another smoke and a Molotov on Sipnix. They've got so much utility here, TSM. The bomb goes down, but they can buy another maybe 20 seconds or something like that from one of these entrances. What are they going to have to do? I think it's going to have to be Pronax. He has to win this first fight. If he wins it, they can retake. If not, I think it's going to be all over. And there's Olofmeister with a good kill on Device. Pronax coming from upper, walking right in, and he wins the fight against Cajun. Another kill on Sipnix, and it's all down to Dupree in the corner. He's in a 1v4. He tries to get the kill, but it's not going to happen. He goes down, and they'll find that bomb. A first round for Fnatic, 1-8, and a great round for them there.
That round was all won by Olofmeister getting that kill into Device on backplat. If he didn't shut him down, Pronax would have been completely blocked off and unable to push him through tunnel. But because he goes down, Pronax has that threat, that pressure coming in from the backside, which forces Team Solomon to look in so many different directions, to hold so many other angles. So finally, Fnatic on the back of the double up buy-up have finally picked up a round. But like we were saying, how many rounds can they get from this? Can they make it more than just one?
they're going to need to. I mean, obviously, if they lose now, we could be looking at a 14-1 type situation, because then they just won't have any economy. Good start here as Olaf picks up one, a second one. They're trying to get close, but he's still firing. He will go down to Dupree, so 2-for-1 trade, but now Fnatic pushing aggressively on Catwalk. They're right behind TSM, and that's the bomb down as well. Not going to be picked up by anybody. Cajun alone, and the best he could do now, and this is an important job, he has to do a lot of economic damage. Fnatic, they can't come out of the round like this with 4 members alive.
You know, not sure how much he's really going to be able to accomplish off this as well when they just flash themselves through. But that was a great rotate by Pronax and JW as well to come in towards middle after Olafmeister picks up 2 quick kills to really cut them off from the split in towards that B side. So great job by Fnatic. They finally pick up 2 in a row. But can they continue this pace? They're going to need to. I mean, again, it's not like the hardest thing to come back for a team like Fnatic against Team Solomid with this kind of scoreline. But any rounds you can keep away from Team Solomid at this rate can get you into the semifinals tomorrow.
Look at Device. Him and Dupree, and that's that combination that we were talking about earlier on Dust 2. There's something going on between those 2 players. Very important early frag there on Olaf, who started off the last round. Crims playing close to the box to say can hand there right around the corner. Dupree gonna go down, and Cajun now just hanging out for a moment. They haven't committed to this, but a Carrigan goes down as well. It's now into a 3v4. Flashbang out from Crims. He gets caught. Cajun getting on the 1 kill, and still a 3v3. More than a minute left, and Fnatic now with the advantage. They're sneaking up on Catwalk though, and I'm not sure Fnatic have any real way of knowing that this is going on. They might only realize when the bomb goes down here. Sipnix controlling middle, and if Device can get the bomb and Sipnix still has middle, that'd be huge. Flashbang on in, and he's going to make it around the corner. Fnatic, they realize that something's up, but they're still not quite sure where. JW knows it, and Sipnix will go down. So now Device, this would be something close to a godlike clutch if he could do it. 1v3 versus Fnatic. Bomb only just down, and he just used the only smoke that he has. They've got 2 Molotovs to try and get back in here. I mean, Device has been playing well already, but this is a little bit too much to ask. He's going to have to move any second. His position's going to be on fire. He has to move out. He gets a kill and goes down, and it's a solid retake there. Fnatic playing it well.
I love the way JW played that round too, because after he got the kill in middle, what he did was he sat towards CT spawn even after the bomb was planted, maybe expecting in the last minute rotate towards long A since he got the bomb down to try to get a favorable position. So he's just covering off all the angles. He knew exactly where he's going to be, tucked in on site, and a great Molotov just gave away his position. It completely cut him off. They get the nice 1-for-1 trade, and Fnatic get a 3rd round on the board. 3 straight now for them, and Team Solomid, they're out of money.
In spite of winning 8 rounds in a row, they only have to lose 3, and well, they could buy this round, but after this, you're right, they don't have anything else to show for it, and they're going to go very aggressive on long, but they run into just a complete bombardment over there, grenades and Molotovs, and they lose 2 players. Olaf in the middle, good flick there onto Carrigan, and what looks like a sublime start here for the Swedish team. We were sort of toying with the idea where they're going to run into a really mean street. Well, this is going to be a 4th round in a row for Fnatic, and then next time TSM, especially if they don't get the bomb down here, they won't be able to buy anything at all. And there's a good chance we could see a 5-round streak for Fnatic out of nowhere.
I wouldn't be surprised either. With only 2 people alive on TSM up against the 5, and with Fnatic playing this one very smart as well, and with Device not able to connect the shots like that, it should mean Fnatic pick up their 4th, but Team Solomid, they seem to have lost control of the game. You know, Fnatic, they had some misreads. TSM had them read like a book perfectly when they went for the initial push towards B with a double up set up on the side of Fnatic, completely reading into that, even though they lost on the retake. But now since that point, they've been struggling to get a solid read of where Fnatic are playing or how they want to attack the next route. You know, Olafmeister's been holding middle. He's been holding back towards B doors. Crims has been sitting tucked in on site once Olafmeister gets him through in there. And JW and Pronax and Crims have been going for that 3-man, or sorry, not Crims, going for that 3-man push over towards long to lock down that early control.
And Olaf actually trying to hide that AWP in spawn. What is going on here, Olaf? Making sure they can't easily get to it. And they only have pistols and armor, Tech 9, a couple of Eagles here on the TSM side, so they shouldn't be able to get too much out of a round like this, but you never really know. And JW even sees it coming in a sport that SMG. He wants to farm up a little bit of money for what little is left of this first half here. And TSM, first casualty is theirs as Dupree goes down. JW in the middle, fighting, but not really connecting just yet. Out of bullets, and that Tech 9 going to do the trick. That's a bit of a touchdown grenade as Device goes down, and Olafmeister fighting takes down Cajun as well. So just Sipnix and Carrigan left in there against 4 players from Fnatic, and Crims is up here, not going to let go of the B-bomb site so easily. Takes one more with him. There will be a bomb plant at least, which help their economy a little bit.
Yeah, so maybe get a little extra money on the side coming into the next round. But there's still 1v3 Kerrigan. It's going to be a godsend for him to hold on to this. And he will get taken down. So Fnatic will pick up their 5th round in a row now.
Wow. Very impressive. A triple kill from Olofmeister, 5 and 8. You can definitely see that Fnatic, they don't break easily. They can bend quite a bit, you know. Once you're down 8 and 0, you've got to be feeling a little bit frustrated, but then they just bounce right back. And like I said earlier, 5 rounds, that might be all they need. I'll call this a game now.
Okay. Well, let's see. It looks like TSM able to buy up the op yet again for Device. He hasn't been really too effective since the double up setup's been coming into fruition for Fnatic, and this is something that's been so deadly for teams if they're able to pick up that double up setup. And you see JW again getting early control in middle with the help of Pronax trying to lock down towards lower. But Dupree has brought it out, and Fnatic are just trying to strangle TSM for this control of the map.
Playing just a little bit more aggressively here. 1 close to middle and 2 on Catwalk. I'm going to be flashing out under Catwalk. Device looking for that peak, not quite getting it yet. A lot of counter flashes coming out here, and Fnatic not giving it up so easily. To try and make sure that TSM don't get that Catwalk control. And there are a lot of executes you can pull once you have that. Amongst other things, we saw Kerrigan make the jump down CT spawn earlier. So they want to make sure that TSM don't have too many cards in their hands to play around with. In the meantime, the rest of the Danish team make their way out on cross long, while Fnatic just holding on in middle for the moment. Pronax here in a bit of a dangerous position. They're going to flash their way through. Pronax, he can't see a thing, and he's going to get taken out. Sipnix falls as well. And now the game is on, but look at the clock here. Only 33 seconds left as they make their way onto the A-bomb site. And it's going to be yet one more retake here for Fnatic. And right now, I think TSM need to win these last 2 rounds. They got to make this 10-5. Otherwise, they're going to be mentally a little bit broken. Cajun in a great position. Instant headshot on Crims. Can there be more? All of it's gone. And Cajun, he's going to get all 3. Shuts down Fnatic.
Oh, that's so unexpected. I mean, that's something you can't really predict, but KGB played that perfectly just to sit tucked in so neat and tight and waiting for his moment to shine. Now it's all on JW in a 1-on-3 with the bomb already taken away, and there's not much he can do to stop this. But Fnatic going for basically the 5-man hold middle, giving up that control of long A completely to TSM for one of the first times since the pistol round, and they got punished for it, and finally TSM able to get another round on the board.
Quad kill for KGB. We did talk about it. You talked about it in his last performance against Fnatic during Fragmite Masters. He was a little bit invisible, and now he's definitely turning up. That was a really great quad kill. That's going to put us into the 15th round, the last of the half, and Cajun taking a fight at long. Going to hit the leg shot there on Flusher, and has to immediately fall back with JW. What's this madness? He's picking up behind the lines. He's going to get the kill on Sipnix and runs away, and that has to shake TSM. They have to be shaking their heads and thinking the only person in this whole game who would have done that was JW.
Why would you ever think anyone would run through the fire to chase you along with an op? JW, this man's on a whole nother level. I never would have expected in 1,000 years. And it might have just ended the round as well.
Yeah, we even have X-ray, and even with that, it's hard to really believe that just happened. That means they're now 2 men up. They're still going aggressive, and that's a really, I think, a big mistake for Fnatic. I have no idea why they wanted to push being up 2 men. Now, this Molotov is going to come in and land on the bomb site itself. No one there just yet, but look how low JW and Flusher is. This could switch on a dime for Fnatic if they lose just 1 person. Almost JW's gone, but Pronax is there. Some very, very good baiting going on, and Pronax going to capitalize on that kill. That means there's only 1 person defending B, and that's Crims.
Well, they also had Flush coming from the backside, so they definitely know they're going towards the B side. Crim's gonna be all alone in a 1-on-2, and let's see if he can just hold out, if anything.
He's behind the box here, gonna look for the opening, not just catching it yet, but look at this, 20 seconds left. Dupree gets a headshot on 1, and Flusher's right behind them, and they don't know it yet. Bomb being put down by Cajun, and it's a free kill there on Dupree. Had his knife out, and Cajun alone in a 1v3 with a AWP in the back line. Takes down JW next in line. They line up. Oh, that's so close. But Flusher is just barely going to survive. Triple kill for him. Good half being called. 9-6 finish in favor of TSM, yes, but considering the 8-0 scoreline we started off with, this is not exactly, can't feel too good for TSM either.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, again, like you said, it's not a bad score, but against a team like Fnatic, gotta hope to maybe pick up a little bit more, maybe be stronger on your CT side. And I think it was Vendetta talking about it earlier on the desk, saying that back when Fetish was on the team, they were a lot stronger on the CT side, but with Kerrigan coming in, they were able to be a lot stronger on the T side. So I wonder if they're gonna be able to hit that kind of balance anytime in the near future.
I think they've already hit the balance once, but then it sort of slipped away from them again, and it's very hard to guess exactly why that happens, but it does every once in a while. Just about 5 seconds left here, ladies and gentlemen. If you're joining, it's pretty much a good time for it here. A bit of a legendary matchup. Fnatic and TSM, second half coming up. Best of 1 game on Dust 2 for the ESL ESCA Invitational here in Dubai. It's already been amazing. We still have a bunch of people here, and I've heard tomorrow is going to be even more crazy. Yeah. A pistol round going into it here. Armor on everyone on TSM side, except for Sivnix, who's been relegated to HE and the Diffuse kit.
Oh, looks like we did have a little bit of a crash there, so looks like we're going to be starting that pistol round there. But like we're saying, 9-6 for TSM. Not a bad start, but I think the pistol round is really going to determine how this game's going to go. You know, if you've imagined TSM picking this up on the CT side, they could potentially go up to 12, 6 scoreline. And then it's just kind of a couple more rounds so you can pick up that victory. Remember, the winner of this game will be getting through into the semifinal play tomorrow. So we won't have to play again in a best of 3 earlier on in the morning. And that's something that, honestly, each team really wants. But I'm not sure if this is actually fully live or not, but it looks like it's not, as TSM, or yeah, as Fnatic are just still sitting in spawn. So let's say we're still waiting for that restart to come through.
Yeah, just making sure that everything is going to be working out just fine. What do you see on a Fnatic here? I mean, now they're playing on the terrorist side. Is there a pistol round here on the terrorist side you think they could go for? I'm trying to think. I mean,
I think it depends on maybe their attitude. I feel like Fnatic just depend on how they feel that day. Like, I don't think they have anything set in stone. I was looking back at demos not too long ago and looking at their overpass kind of play and looking at their cache, and they had a couple of similar basic strats, but they always stemmed in different directions on how they felt the game was going, how they read information early on in the round. I feel like if Fnatic, they want to be aggressive early on, they could go for the same thing that TSM did to them, go for that quick push out towards long, trust in Olafmeister with the Tech 9 if he has a good spawn for it, open up that long A position, that smoke off cross, and get in towards that A site.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much to be gained from controlling long on the terrorist side, and the reason we don't see people do it so much anymore is because actually out of all teams, like the team I guess that isn't responsible so much innovation these days, actually NIP started throwing this tactic where they would throw 2 HE grenades and a Molotov into Longhouse every round. As soon as they had money on the CT side, that would just be the standard setup. And that meant if you're trying to go for it, even if you run in there with the AWP and you try and take a peek, there's a chance you'll die anyway, because the double grenade and Molotov, you might just burn alive. So people just kind of, if they want long control, they take it much later. But a pistol round, you're right, that's maybe the one round where you could do it, just because they're not obviously going to have double grenade and Molotov in a pistol. So you might be able to say, and it's kind of short range for the Glock as well. I'm kind of liking that idea.
And there's also, I mean, there's so many potentials, potential strategies to run on this map. You could always think about the 3-2 split pistol round in towards the B side. You could overrun them when they only have 12 bullets to fire at you, as long as you can maybe blind them up or just catch them at a perfect timing. It usually comes down to, in my mind, not necessarily how the Ts are playing, but how the CTs react to how you're playing in the pistol round to be able to pull it off. It's a very reactive play on the CT side pistol round to maybe pick that one up. I mean, you can force some things like boosting 2 people up catwalk, pushing up middle early on to catch them off guard, and towards lower or towards the top and middle. But typically, if you go over something like that, it's very risky. And if you lose those 2 men, well, you can pretty much kiss the pistol round goodbye, which has always been such a crucial factor when it comes to a lot of these games, the pistol round. If you can't pick them up, then you don't really have a high chance to actually win the game.
I think from a CT point of view, Dust 2 is maybe the most forgiving map to play a pistol round on, because I mean, if you think about a map like you mentioned Cache or maybe Inferno, if you're playing the CT side pistol on that one, you've got 2-3 clicks with the USPS before they're so close that you can't do it anymore. You've got to hit a headshot on one of those 2-3. That will at least give your team a chance. If you hit another one, then you're setting yourself up for a win. On Dust, there's a lot more of a chance that you can snipe away for a while, especially in the middle, especially on long. I mean, if you don't lose anyone long and just fall back to A bomb side, then you can snipe away for a while where the USPS is going to be better than the Glock anyway. So I feel like CT side here, the USPS is a little bit more, it's better almost than it is on a map like Inferno or Cache, where you get one chance, maybe 2, and then the Glock train is going to run you over.
I could definitely see that. And, I don't know about you personally, but in my opinion, I really like the CT hold of Dust 2 on CT side for pistol round, is just to send 3 men towards long, get that full control of pit, and play for that full retake towards the A side. I mean, that's just like you'll typically see teams maybe like to hit when it comes down to the pistol round. But then, of course, you have to think about the B site as well can be very open depending on the route you take, depending on what equipment you want to take with you as well. I mean, investing into armor versus investing into nades is always a tricky thing to do on that T side.
Yeah, and you were pointing out when TSM was playing just now, you said they don't have the raid boss spill. Maybe for anyone who doesn't know what you're talking about in that sense, just try and explain to any newcomers, what does that mean?
So it's typically when you buy armor up yourself, and then someone drops you a Tech 9, so you become this like super powerful level 1 pistol round kind of guy that you can just run through, not really get aim punch too much, and hopefully able to take someone down. But then it kind of makes it a little bit light on the other person when they can only typically have a smoke to back that up with. So they play more of a utility role and let someone like Olaf Meister, or I think it was, I want to say Kerrigan in that one, to be that raid boss for your team.
Yeah, they definitely are very good at that, and I think Fnatic sort of proved during at least one tournament just how powerful that can be.
I remember, because the thing is, I put that setup on screen. I remember it was like 34 kills with the Tech 9 and 35 with the AK-47. It was ridiculous out of that, man.
Yeah, I remember you showing me those stats. That was incredible. Now, look, ladies and gentlemen, we do have a slight technical issue, but luckily it's right at the half change, so it hasn't really affected the game too much. I guess that's good news. What we will do is we'll go to a quick break, and then we'll be back, obviously, once everything is sorted out. So stay with us. It's TSM and Fnatic's second half coming up right after this break.
Hey guys, I hope you're doing really well. We always have that moment when there's a little bit of a gremlin in the system, and I know people at home are sitting there going, what's going on? What's actually happening right now? In this moment, I've begged and pleaded with the great production crew we have here in Dubai and said, let me go out and have a chat. But not with just anybody, with a man who I never get to talk to, because normally you're over there and I'm over here. We never get to talk to each other. Alex, how you doing, mate?
I don't think people realize that we actually communicate one to one another outside of the stream. We actually talk occasionally, Sean.
Occasionally, all the time?
All the time, best of friends. No, but it's good to be able to actually be talking to you on stream. This is great.
This is great. I feel like you should have had a mic, though, because I'm going to have a hard time doing the interview to you. But just so you guys know, we are experiencing a little bit of technical difficulty. I know it's called a VAC problem. I'm not really keyed in on what it is. You could probably glaze a little bit over it.
I'm sure anyone watching knows the VAC authentication error basically just means that whenever that happens, we have to change the PC to try in order to cut down the delay. So that takes time. I think, of course, the players then, if once time's gone on, they might want to warm up and just. So basically, it's something that we can kind of. There's absolutely no way to avoid. It's just about that quick turnaround, which we're hopefully going to be coming to an end very, very soon. I see players starting to move their mice, so that's positive.
That's a good start. But let's gloss over that. Let's talk about. We're in Dubai. I mean, I feel like this is a pretty special place. I've talked about it before. You know, we've got literally a skyline along there that, you know, puts most city skylines to the test, if not bests them. Over there, we've got some yachts, boats, all kind of good stuff that, in my wildest dreams, somebody would invite me onto. So if you're watching at home and you happen to own one of them, you know, shout out. How are you enjoying the Dubai experience?
I'm having a lot of fun, primarily because this is the first event I've ever worn flip-flops for. This is a whole new world of foot freedom that I'm currently experiencing right now. So, I mean, that's a good point. I'm not going to lie, exploring the old town as well as the new town, like, there is a ski slope in the mall. So we're walking around shopping, and then all of a sudden there's penguins and there's people snowboarding and skiing. So that was something that I can quite honestly say I've never experienced before. So that was good, and all around, just lovely weather. The fact that it's, well, however, what time is it? I don't know what time it is anymore.
It's definitely late. I feel like we're coming on to midnight now. Somebody can probably tell us. And it's still, I'd probably say 38, 37 degrees, which I'm sorry for our American brethren, I can't jump that, but it's very hot in any case. I'd like to be less. It's 12 midnight. Good stuff. Now, Dubai is an interesting place because it's definitely a central spot, but being here for something like Counter-Strike, seeing so many people that are like enthused by it, what does that do to you? I mean, you've been around, you've seen a lot of tournaments, you've seen this kind of the fans. What's it like to see the fans here?
I think this is a real statement that Counter-Strike, or rather esports, is becoming like a global. I mean, it is worldwide now. Esports is everywhere. And the fact that you've got kids here, like quite literally kids, who just like idolize these players, follow the game in and out through Twitch and online, and then they just come here and they get to meet them. Like, this is something that I didn't think, or probably they didn't expect. Like, they get to meet their favorite players. It's something that I love, and I would love to be able to do it to absolutely everywhere, like completely worldwide. That'd be so cool.
It is one of those unique things that esports is still at that level that people can just go, hey, I'm going to go down and take a photo. I mean, I saw earlier the guys from, I think it was Cloud9, walking through here and just getting mobbed, but just taking the time to literally sit and, hey, I'm going to take, you know, probably 100, 150 photos with people. I mean, for you, like, is there anything like that that you've ever experienced before?
I just think, yeah, I mean, no, let's be honest. The point I wanted to make is that, like, these guys, however long ago, were just people who like to play video games, and they'd just sit in their, you know, bedrooms and be like, okay, I guess I'll play some more video games. I love this. Mom, this is serious. There's like $100 on the line. This is really important. I'll have dinner later, that kind of thing. And now they come to a country like Dubai. They fly for like 30-something ridiculous hours from America. They do all these crazy layovers. They touch down, and immediately they can't go to the shops without being recognized. Like, these guys have become celebrities, and I think that's something that you don't always see online, you don't see that on the streams, but when you actually are at the events, you realize that these guys have these have an impact on these guys who just walk around Dubai. Like, it's just this crazy thing that they're becoming celebrities, real celebrities. And I mean, you talked about Jordan. Jordan Nothing basically was like, there's a lot of guys chanting my name, I'll go down. And then he was swarmed for like 20 minutes, and he was doing signatures, and I spoke to him backstage. He was like, yeah, so I just sat around for about 20 minutes just to kind of catch my breath after that signing session. Like, he puts a lot into it, and all the players do, and it's just, I don't know. It's hard to believe, really.
But I also think, I'm not even going any further. I've heard the game is ready, which is really good news. I said that in my ear. I can see the guys down here. They're ready. Yeah, guys. They're still awake, and we love that. I'm going to go ahead, and we're probably going to take 2 minutes, 3 minutes just to set things up here. Of course, let you get back to your desk, let the cast get back to their side. They all need to do something. If you're watching at home and you want to get involved in esports, you can, of course, at any time by heading over to eslgaming.com. But if you want to actually see some esports live, and you happen to be on the West Coast, then you have no excuse but to head over to San Jose, where IEM is coming in a very short couple of weeks, and you'll be able to see Counter-Strike and League of Legends. You'll be there, I'll be there, hang out with us. Don't want to hang out with us. I'm pretty sure there'll be some great teams there. Any last words before I send you back over to your kingdom?
I just think we should chat more, Sean. This is great. I've had a great time.
I've had a great time too. Guys, we're going to take a short break. Just cut away, don't go anywhere. Good things are on the way. See you in a second.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're finally ready with the second half here between TSM and Fnatic. Legendary matchup. Really great start. Just to recap here. TSM taking a stunning 8 rounds in a row, but the half finishing 9-6. Jason, now that we've had a bit of a break, I mean, Fnatic, do you think they're going to be ready to take heads here?
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I mean, come on. It's just a short break for them. Of course, they're going to be ready to get into this. They're the 3-time major winners. They finally, as you said, went down 8 rounds on that CT side, but once they got that double up set up, they took 5 straight and able to pull it back 9-6. So very well done by them. I feel like a pause like this isn't going to be something that's going to phase a team as good as Fnatic. And the same goes for TSM, a very strong team. But now we're going on to a little bit of a tougher side for TSM, as we were talking about before we had that little bit of a break, is that they've been seeming to be a lot weaker on CT than versus T side for them.
They do, and I mean, it definitely isn't easy. Fnatic is they're such a strong team. They find a lot of openings, and they have, I mean, pretty much everyone on the team capable of getting those openings. So it's not like it's easy to point out when you've killed like the Fnatic entry fragger, and then now we can relax a bit. They're all so good that it can always happen anyway. And there's some coordination that has to go on TSM. I feel like they should be good enough between them. They should have enough experience, maybe especially playing against Fnatic, to be able to read what the tendencies are where Fnatic want to play. But they don't always seem to do it, and that's something they've got to correct, and it has to kind of be right now.
I feel like I'm trying to, break down the T versus CT side of my head and kind of how the pace of the game goes, right? You think on the T side, you have more of a control of the pace. You're the one that decides what happens, when it happens, where you're going, kind of such. If you get that taken away from you, if the CT side pick up that pace, you seem to really struggle. Then when you're on the CT side, you're the team that's playing reactive, unless you want to be really aggressive on the CT side, which has plenty of downfalls as it has upsides to it. And I feel like when they're on the CT side, I think maybe they get their heads a little bit. Maybe they kind of overthink some things, and they want to get aggressive when maybe they shouldn't. And patience is something that seems to maybe sometimes be lacking in the TSM camp when it comes to playing out a CT side.
They've got a bit of a buffer, but not a big one. I mean, if Fnatic win this pistol, then we're probably going to bounce back to 9-9, and that whole buffer is gone, and every round is really going to weigh heavy on TSM. And speaking of that CT side aggression, I mean, Fnatic showed us a couple of times where it worked. JW had one really aggressive push, early in the round, he got boosted up on Catwalk. It worked, he got the kill and ran back again. So I think you're right. That is one way for the CT side to control the pace a bit more. I'd like to see that from TSM.
It's funny that you mentioned JW too, because you can't ever really predict what this man is going to do. And if you think about the one round towards the end of the game, when there was a Molotov thrown long A, and what did he do? Decides to run through it with the op, pick up a kill, and back away. Like, you cannot predict stuff like that. And when you have a team that you can't really predict and kind of feel out exactly how they're going to play, that's when things get really dangerous. I feel like Fnatic, I want to say, it's never really been a team that plays no respect, but they obviously have the opportunity to if they want. And beating TSM 4-1 just prior in the Friday Masters Showdown qualifier, where they're now already qualified through into the grand finals, I think they really showed 4-1 scoreline. They're not a team to be taken lightly. But TSM, they've always struggled with Fnatic in the past. They finally have been able to beat them as well. But coming into this, you don't want to drop down into the elimination match or the decider match tomorrow. You want to be able to go through into semifinals or right into the next day.
I feel like the terrible thing for TSM about that loss at the Fragpine land, where you're right, they did lose 4-1 essentially in a best-of-5 game, is that they didn't get to meet them in the major tournament. I think a lot of people were like, well, TSM, they're like the Fnatic killers. Maybe if they had met them, maybe in the finals it could have been not Fnatic winning. And then they kind of show up on land. I mean, obviously not the same setting as a major tournament, but still, just in case anyone was wondering, was TSM going to be the team to stop Fnatic at the major? You got to think maybe not. I mean, maybe Fnatic just couldn't be stopped at that tournament.
I think no teams really have the ability to beat Fnatic consistently. Like, there's teams who's been able to beat Fnatic. There's quite a few teams that has been able to beat them in best-of-1 or best-of-3. But to consistently do that is so difficult against one of the top teams or the top team in the world.
Yeah, and it goes down to a lot of things. I mean, coaches in this game is one thing that's never been like clearly defined exactly what you're doing, and it's also because I think it differs from team to team.
Right.
But Fnatic, I think they don't just have like a coach; they also have a couple of people who check demos and sort of feedback into Vugo's mind, and he talks to Pronax, and then the whole team talks, and they've got like a really solid structure built up around the team itself. I mean, I had a chance to speak to Vugo a little bit last time around, and he's super hardworking as well. I don't know, it always sounds a bit weird when you say that like the coach is also a huge part of it, because it sounds like it's something you're just kind of making up. But
right.
And it's also hard for us to test. But speaking to Vugo and speaking to the team, you can tell that they would be in a different place, I think, without him. Definitely, it would be harder. It's so hard work, and here's the problem. Not every player who's a top player, I mean, we rightly so, we talk about all of us being, the best player in the world. Sometimes Crims is really close by up there, and Flush, best player at the major tournament, all that stuff. But not all of those people, you can just give them a job of saying, hey, let's watch a couple of demos and you guys point out what you think could work for our next game. Some of those players will just shrug and say, well, no, that's not my job, I'm the best player, someone else do it. So you need other people to help you out.
Well, that goes into the whole next level of the synergy of a team. You can have the best aimers in the world on the same team together, the best caller, and they still won't be an amazing team, because it comes down to, again, like you're saying, how player A wants to prepare. You think about how Fnatic got ready for the major. Did they put in, an insane amount of hard work, watching demos every day, practicing for 12 hours a day? Well, no, they didn't. They had some fun. They were playing FPL quite a bit. They're relaxing and just keeping a calm mind coming to the major. And that goes to the question, Vugo, I bet he's doing a hell of a lot of work in the background. Give them information so they can keep that cool, calm, collected mindset coming into the, one of the biggest tournaments, or one of the 4 biggest tournaments of the whole year.
Yeah, and he wasn't, I don't think he was complaining about it, but one frustration that he was expressing to me in that context was, well, the problem is, you do all this research and maybe like 1 or 2% of what you're doing makes it into the game and actually is valuable, but then you do all this other research, all this other stuff, and you don't even really get a chance to use it. So it's really hard work. And I think in the future, for teams to identify people who have the stamina to sort of keep going and looking through these demos and finding the weak spots, it's also just a question of finding patterns in what a team is doing, your own team or the enemy team. And usually that will be like a pattern will be something, subconscious that a team as a whole is doing that they don't realize. And it can be really simple things like, every time there's 50 seconds left on the clock, they'll throw a particular smoke. Whenever that goes down, like that time and smoke combination, that's a signal that they'll do one specific thing. And maybe the other team don't even know that they're doing it. But if you can see that that's happening, then you've got a huge lead over somebody else. And I think having people employed to do that is a decent investment.
And that's the upside and downside of what you're saying. The fact that you can put in, say, 20 hours of work, and maybe like 5 minutes of your work actually gets used. But the thing is, that 5 minutes of work you just did might give your team a key round. It's the same thing as a commentator. You do all this work preparing stats, preparing for the actual event, and only a portion of what you actually prepare for gets used. But the fact that you do use it, and when it comes out, it can be flawless. It can turn the tide of a game. It can, change things around completely. And like you're saying, having someone that can have the mental fortitude to do that, and realizing that most of the work you do won't really get appreciated and won't really get put out there.
Yeah.
But the little percent that you do that gets used can make your team a good team into a great team. And
yeah, and I mean, we talked about this whole thing with Nip and Natu, obviously. It also, as we can tell, comes a little bit down to how receptive is the team, like what's the chemistry between the team and the coach and everything else. Because undoubtedly Natu's got an incredible amount of experience, so it can't have been that was the problem. You need everything working together, essentially. We are still waiting to get the server on the way. I'm pretty sure everybody's on here, so that's not the issue, guys. But we're just making sure that that all the configs are working and that there are no issues with starting the game. It is the second half that's coming up. In case you are just joining us and wondering what's going on here, it's a best-of-1 game on Dust 2 between Fnatic and TSM. And the winner, they get to go straight into the semifinals. The loser has to play an additional match tomorrow. Should also be best-of-3, so you're really much on time. And I think we also have got another game after this one with Titan playing, if I'm not mistaken. So it should be still a fun evening here.
Yeah, Titan and Na'Vi, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, should be a good match.
Na'Vi kind of got smacked around a little bit earlier in the day, so I don't know. I'm kind of excited about this new Titan lineup. They seem to be interesting.
Yeah, I think it was a 16-10 scoreline for TSM, an overpass.
Yeah,
which is a strong team actually for for both teams, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it should be.
But we've seen actually surprisingly a lot of Dust 2 so far today as well. I think we've seen it now. This is our third or second time, and I really want to get this game underway. I really want to see how, we were talking about the pistol round, we were talking about the double up setups, we've been talking about, how, the individual players can really open up sites and start to get these games going, but it's going to come down to the victor of this. You want to be that team that moves on to the end of the semifinal. You don't have to wake up extra early tomorrow to play another best of 3 to have a second chance of getting through, because there's a lot of money on the line. I mean, this is the biggest prize pool distribution per team out of any event. 100,000 first place, 60,000 for second. That's a lot of money on the line.
Prize pool to team distribution is or ratios is quite high up there. You're right. Only 8 teams playing in this tournament. They are 8 of the strongest teams in the world. I can think of a couple of others I would have really liked to have been here. But, you've got to set the limit at some point. I still think Mouse Sports is a hilarious team to watch, and I want to see them more and more, basically. But
with Nico now on the roster, taking Spitty's spot, like that man, we saw him at Intel Extreme Masters Gamescom, just has ridiculous kill potential in any situation.
Yeah, Nico. Oh, yeah, Nico. And then the fact that he's only, like, I guess 17, 18. He's so young. He's got a crazy career ahead of him.
Well, on the good note of that, we do have the Pro League starting up in just a few weeks' time, and it looks like we're finally about to get underway here, Anders.
I can't believe it's finally happening, Jason. Let's get it on, ladies and gentlemen. It's the second half coming up here. It's between TSM and Fnatic. Thank you for your patience, and of course, we are sorry about the delay. A bit of a failed smoke there. That wasn't supposed to go onto the box from Fnatic's point of view, and now instead, Device can actually look over that headshot box and see what's going on, and Carrigan really... This actually got nerfed because TSM did it for a while, had Carrigan sitting in that fire there. But they're going to try and do it anyway. The fire is less prevalent, but it's still there, and he's waiting with the USPS in hand. They're peeking out, they see him, and they're going to gun him down. Instant takedown. Cajun all the way up in the A-bomb site, doing a little bit of damage, but not quite enough. And now they've got to be very careful here. Great start for the Fnatic team, but even then, they slow it down, they take it easy, and TSM gonna go aggressive, pushing up middle. They get shut down. Dupree is gone, Device is gone, and it's up to Sipnix and Cajun. Fnatic playing this one so slowly and carefully, and it's paying off every step of the way. This is just a tactical defeat almost from TSM. They've got nothing they could do anymore here. 1v5 for Sipnix, and he's surely gonna go down.
Yeah, there's no real way you could be able to pull this off in a 1-on-5, and patience is such a key thing, as you saw for Fnatic there. They pick up the early kill to Kerrigan, and what do? They don't rush the A site. They take a second, they sit back, and wait for TSM to go for the rotate, to over-rotate a little bit early, and they catch him off guard with the 2-man push up towards middle. And you really got to kind of question sometimes that position Kerrigan was holding. It's such a hit-or-miss spot. If you hit those shots, then you're a god, but if you miss those, you're dead. You don't really have a good angle and backup towards barrels, and you're left alone to just give your team a deficit in players.
Yeah, and you can't get out of there either. I mean, you have to commit to it and just sit still. Now, they've got 2 people in this B-bomb side. JW is going to open up with a 1 and a double kill. Nicely done here from the Swedish player, picking up 2 kills, spraying through even as the smoke is going up, and keeps on fighting here. 3rd kill is Carrigan going down, and those are all AK shots, so at least he's not making too much money off of it, but still a pretty good round from him so far. And it's going to be the end of the round. Triple kill and 1 health left on JW.
The confidence as Fnatic as well. They sent only 3 men towards the B site, and they had 2 men sitting, 1 towards T-spawn, 1 towards long A, realizing that we should be able to take this site and have no problem whatsoever. It's another 1 round away from tying things up, and it looks like TSM going to be going for the save yet again, with just a couple of P250s, a nade. I believe that's a flash being picked up for Kerrigan, so not really hoping to accomplish too much, but if they could take a couple of guns away, maybe get 2, 3 kills in potentially, it can make it a little bit expensive for Fnatic.
And you've got to notice this style as well. No armor, no scout being picked up for the longest time. That was such a popular idea on this map. They did not get pretty much any kills on the pistol, and not so many in the follow-up rounds. So it's not like they have a lot of money TSM to throw around with. But, if this was Envy playing, that MBK would have been trying to pick up that scout at some point, just to see if he could make it work. Good shot there from Sipnix. He's running back down pit and still lands a headshot on Crims. And now Cajun trying to do the same, but there are so many people. He actually gets that shot and kills Pronax. A lot of damage being done this time around, and now they're sneaking their way up back on Catwalk, right around. Some good shots being put through, but not a kill yet. Carrigan in the step over, but not going to happen. It's just Device left, and he's going to go down. Flusher with the double, and that's going to be 9-9. They equalize the score, and now TSM, they got to put a stop to this, because we all know what happens when Fnatic reach this level.
We very well do. We've seen it so many times in the past, and Zipnix, with that kill he got towards long, he got the Galil out of Crim's hands. And with that gun alone, he might have been able to do a little bit more damage, but JW played that one so slow, got a perfect flank onto him when he wasn't looking. And that just pretty much finished off that entire round. But look at this, try to get really aggressive over towards long. But we talked about this before, like the double nades, the Molotovs. If you want to challenge early on, well, that's what's going to happen to you. Pronax is down to 5 health, and that's going to happen every time as long as the enemy team has economy. And you know sure as hell TSM want to invest into that.
Yeah, absolutely. But in the middle, Sipnik's actually going to get traded on. He was in a really awkward spot. The fact that he even got that kill is pretty well done on his part, because there was a chance he would have died straight away. Pronax is low, Flush is low, Crims is low. They should be around for TSM. It's not 100%, but they really should be able to pull this one through, though. Olof is going to give up that scout and pick up an AK instead. Dupree, he's got very little health, but this push into Upper Dark is going to give them such a lot of information. I'm expecting to see Devices right on the edge. He really wants to move out as well, because Dupree is telling him, step by step, there is no one on this side of the map, and there's Device changing it up. Very good information, good tactical teamwork coming out here from the Danish team. And Fnatic don't know it, but they've been found out, and they're being wrapped around. Every second that passes here, it's going more in favor of TSM. Good shot there. It's going to be Device picking up, and Dupree with a kill as well. It's all down to Flusher coming out long. Cajun going to miss him for a moment, and he actually goes down. It's still a 1v2 with 25 seconds. And if there's one person you don't want to fight like this, it's Flusher. He's got a Molotov as well, but only 20 seconds. He might not be able to do it if they just hold on here. And it seems like he's not quite going to go for it. There's almost no time to make this work, so might be better to just try and save the AWP and see if you can make it work next round.
Yeah, they're playing this so smart, too. 2 men stacked towards Kawak, where the bomb was already near them. I think he's just going to try to save it, but will they let him? Do they know exactly where he is? It looks like they're going to be running straight into his crosshair.
Yeah, out on long, Flusher really wants to do this, and he's going to get the shot on Carrigan. Yeah, getting the absolute most out of the round. Wonderful play. Also top fragging at 16 kills. 18, I think, though, on Dupree, so on his own team only. That's going to be 10-9, a very important round for TSM.
And I love the way that TSM utilized Dupree there, too, because they only had 3 health or 5 health. So what do they do with them? Push them through tunnels. It's a win-win situation. You get that early information, and you help prevent them from getting the aggressive rotates on you. And again, getting very aggressive towards long, where Kerrigan's the only man waiting, and they take that early control. TSM, without saving enough guns through the last round, they can't have the utility they need to lock off long A every time.
That's a good point, Jason. That's exactly what just happened. You're right. They know they killed so many players from TSM. They weren't going to have the double grenade and Molotov combination, so they just push out and take control of it. I love that. Smart play from Fnatic. Dupree and Device both down to half health or less. If they lose this round, then Fnatic are probably going to take the round lead. They're also pushing up as a group over at long, where there's the single person covering at the Upper Dark, because that's what they kind of lost to last round. They don't want to have it happen again. Right. Cajun controlling Catwalk with a bit of a teammate there, but they're so close. They're all right there, and Flusher with a headshot. Sipnik has to run away. They might as well save, but even that's not going to be easy.
And there's already a man waiting. Olaf Meister looking to pick up a couple of these kills. Sipnik's going to rotate in towards the middle to go towards that B side. So I think Olaf Meister's hearing them running around, where the rest of Fnatic can rotate to help out. And if they get these guns out of their hands, they're going to have not only a tight scoreline, but not a lot of economy, not a lot of money to use in that next round for TSM.
Yeah, this is not quite the knockout blow for Fnatic if they get these guns away, but it's sort of the jab that sets up for the knockout. It's going to be very close, and TSM are going to be dazed and confused a couple of rounds after this one. Olaf low on health, but JW also showing up here. Every kill that happens on TSM here is going to be devastating for the Danish side. Dupree gets a frag, and Device pushing out here. UMP to pick up a double. That's a lot of money, and steals an AK. That's actually just a huge play at the end of the round. That's going to tie the score at 10-10.
It's a $1,200, the free AK as well, so maybe he can buy up something for a teammate there. Looks like KGB just sitting on the pistol for now. So they're going to slightly invest into this round, just the 3 people able to save the guns from last, and the rest of them just going to be sitting on a couple of pistols. I'm surprised they didn't invest a couple of pistol armors into this to make sure they can pick up this round, or at least have an opportunity, but Fnatic are just walking completely over them at that B site.
Important kill from Device, but I still don't think they can easily go for it. And once again, Fnatic already have a guy set up for any kind of save potential here. Pronax out on long, taking a fight with Device and winning it as well. So they can't even save the rifles easily. Fnatic keep having that one guy lurking around. It's going to be up to Sipnik and Cajun, try and see if they can find Pronax and kill him and then try and save these guns, but TSM, they even made the decision almost instantaneously to try and save. No luck there for Cajun. Trying to get down into pit. He's going to get caught off mid-air, which is going to leave Sipnik. This is just a very thorough Fnatic team. They're not giving an inch at all. Sipnik's going to get found as well. He gets the first kill in, and then grenades to follow up. JW, he lands that shot. He goes down anyway. Great headshot from Sipnik. It looks like he will be able to save this. Can he even get the... No, he can't. What a shame.
One thing that we're really seeing at Fnatic as well is they're being very quick with their play. Like, you look towards long, they've been challenging out as many times as they possibly can, even with Pronex getting knocked down to 5 HP. Again, they've hit B very often, very quickly, and from that, they're forcing TSM to go back to this point, to use a lot of early grenades, flashes, smokes, whatever it may be, to hold Fnatic back from rushing and being aggressive. Then, once TSM finally wins a round off the back of that, Fnatic can play slow, because you know TSM are going to continue to commit that much utility over and over again. And look at that, JW just taking full Catwalk control.
Oh, he actually gets down by Cajun's Deagle, but you're right, there was more aggression, more speed coming into a Device in the middle, drops the bomb on Olofmeister and that AWP. Great aggressive play with just a couple of pistols here, and if they win this round, TSM, Fnatic will also know that that's a huge giveaway and one that they just shouldn't have made here. Very aggressive, but this time it gets punished. Cajun at the edge with the Deagle, looking for another shot on Pronax, and they've got to be careful here. They need to group up Fnatic and hit a bomb site hard and fast and see if they can't at least get the bomb down, because that's definitely a sure way of winning this round for the Swedes. Instead of trying to take long aim battles here, they don't really have the manpower to do that anymore. They're going to get softened up, I think, a bit too much before it really goes down there. Sipnik's in the pit, goes down eventually, and Pronex and Crims open up long, but still, Karrigan is up here with that P250 in hand, and they are getting very close. This is one-shot range. If they get just a little bit further, there's the kill. Pronax going down, and Karrigan with a double. It's all on Crims, and he's got 4 health. Device. One jump shot here with the C-set is going to do it. He's ready and waiting, and right at the edge, he's going to go down. Now it's Dupree's turn. He's got the AK, no armor, no grenades. Bomb is going down, and Crims, one hit, and he's going to be gone. Puts out the grenade, and he goes down. That's almost no chance there, and TSM win a very tough round. And that's a huge, huge win for them.
Yeah, Karrigan picking up 2 big kills there as they were pushing towards the ace side. And the thing was, TSM, they got those early kills, yeah, but the problem was they didn't get the guns off the back of that, and yet they were still able to hold on to that just with Karrigan alone inside the site with a great closeout by Dupree. But that ties things up yet again here between these two teams. And Team Solomid, they're not out just yet. They recover the op most importantly, and this is going to spell a little bit of trouble for Fnatic. They're not going to be, too shy on money just yet. They imagine if they lose this round without getting a bomb plant, they're going to be hurting into the next, where TSM could potentially take a 2-round lead.
23rd round coming up. JW, not aggressive initially, but going for sort of a late peek in case anyone was in there looking. So some mind games coming out. There's the Molotov grenade combination that we keep highlighting, and this time Pronax is not going to test it.
And they also went for the early smoke over towards B as well. So really trying to limit the aggression that Fnatic has just been hammering time and time again across these rounds. Pronax looking for a little bit of a cheeky peek towards long. There's 3 men there as well, so they're looking to push in straight into this. And there's Karrigan pick up the first.
And nearly gets the second one as well. That's Flusher surviving on 22. Cajun gonna get the shot, and the call must have been made. They must know how low Flusher is, because Karrigan will already put that through. Sipnik's gonna go for a quick fight here. If they get long control, then whatever push is happening on short, it won't be very effective. Even if they get in and get the bomb down, TSM should be able to retake here. 4v3, yes, but considering Flusher's health, you got to be a little bit worried for Fnatic here. This is a very close game at the late stages. You can tell neither team wants to easily give it up. The Device is in a great position here in the middle. He can hear a lot. If Fnatic make too much noise, they'll know.
And it's such a big round for Fnatic, so you don't want to lose this round, then go into a save off the back of that. Now, Crims is trying to distract over towards the A site from Catwalk, while in the meantime, Olaf and Flush are pushing through, and Crims picks up a big kill on Device. Now it's Dupree in a 1-on-3 potentially as they push in towards the site against him.
He's got to get at least 1 kill here. Device should have been able to do a lot more. I think if this round falls, it might be down to him, but there's Dupree picking up the first on Flusher, jumping over the box to seize another player, and now backup's being called for 14 seconds left, and Olofmeister is going to be able to put the bomb down here. It's a 1v2. If they win this, it's basically stealing it away. This was a 2v4 into a 1v2. The bomb is down, and Olof, he's got that dreaded AWP. Now, they do have a smoke, a Molotov, and a flashbang as well here, TSM. So they've got to be able to set this up as best as they can. There's the first flash in. Olaf trapped in the corner. He's going to go for the first shot. He misses. They know where he is. Misses another one, and they're going to be too close. Cajun, triple kill to take him out. And that's going to be 12-10. Jason, these rounds are gut-wrenching.
You can see how close that was, too, at the end, because TSM, they didn't push in together. They pushed in a little bit staggered, so they could not potentially line up for a double shot of Olaf to clutch the round. So well done by them. And now going to this round, Fnatic, they have no money to spend. TSM could go up 13-11. And I really have to wonder, Fnatic sent 3 men out towards long.
Yeah.
And the other 2, I think it was Olofmeister and I want to say Crims, were just kind of sitting in the middle. They weren't being aggressive towards Catwalk just yet. Seems like they want to get that early control at long and then transition into some control towards Catwalk. But there we go, KGB picking up 2 already.
Yeah, really good stuff here. No armor, just pistols. And Device walks into a point-blank shot from JW. That's got to be frustrating. And you can tell JW wants that AWP. He's trying to see if he can get in here and pick it up, and he does, and then goes down. Cajun, quad kill, and there it is. 13-11. TSM now just 3 rounds away from taking this map away on Dust 2, but that definitely doesn't mean it's over yet.
Yeah, it would be a big win for them, too. I mean, their ego got hit a little bit going down 4-1 against Fnatic for the Frag Fight Showdown, so they definitely want to pick this up. Not to mention get through into the semifinals so they can play later on tomorrow and guarantee themselves a hell of a lot more money than they would already get. But look at Off-Meister going for the quick peek towards long. He's going to get taken down by Cajun B. Where was the nades? They didn't even need to use them.
No, just Cajun sitting on the corner, and that's the one AWP they had invested into, a big investment, and absolutely no return on it. Carrigan in the middle, they're sneaking through. He gets the first one, sprays down Crims as well, and Flusher finally with the reply, but it might have been too late here. Pronax and Flusher, the last 2 people left. It's a 2v4 here. They've got infinite amounts of time on Fnatic's side, but they are boxed in. Sort of a square of doom going on as Pronax will take down Device. It breaks open part of the hold. Now Fnatic have got a series of pretty difficult decisions to make here.
And Dupree is actually on the T side of B tunnels on upper. He could potentially get flanked if we do see Pronax or Flusher go that direction, but Pronax is looking to push towards Catwalk with only 5 health yet. Again, Flusher has the bomb. He's actually out towards long, and now he's in a 1-on-3. Maybe trying to pick up that AWP out of Olaf Meister and use it. But with 40 seconds to go, he's going to stick with the AK and look to potentially get a bomb down.
The way Flusher's running here, you can tell he's just like in clutch mode. He just wants to see if he can do this quicker than TSM can react. And he's already got the 1 kill, gets the second one on Sipnix. And did he spot Dupree? I think he might have. And look at this, he's got a smoke and a Molotov left. If he does this, well, it'll be classic Flusher. He is such a clutch player. And now he's hiding inside the side. He's not sure where Dupree is coming from. Hasn't seen him jump yet either. Now he spots his face, so the Molotov's a bit wasted, but he's still playing around that smoke. Gonna end up jumping down Dupree. Did he hear it? He's looking for it, but he's not quite sure. The bomb is not that far ticked. Flusher walking up behind him. He's got the triple. He's going to go for the quad spray. Gets a headshot, and there it is. He clutches it and brings Fnatic right back in the game. What a play. You can tell as soon as he was running out long, he just had his mind focused on the task ahead. 22 kills.
As you said, he was in clutch mode there running up towards long. I mean, I really wonder why they challenged out like that. They challenged out from Catwalk when they didn't have the other man in position to get the refrag, so they end up losing that man. That turns into a 1-on-1, which was a situation you necessarily didn't need to have. So I want to say it's a little bit of a misplay to TSM, but then again, Flusher, that was phenomenal play to that guy.
I think you're absolutely right. It was a misplay by TSM, and we should definitely point that out, and we should sort of, you know, deduct a couple of points on their account for that. Now, the thing that Flusher did, and he did well, is once he gets the first kill, he has time to slow down if he wants to and try and see if he can get another battle. But what he actually does, he just runs. And I think that the fact that he pushed the timing that much meant that it was very hard for, well, not very hard, but it was harder for TSM to sort of slow it down because they had almost no time to make a secondary call. And obviously that call would have had to been stop fighting, fall back, wait, you know, play 2v1 instead. They only had a couple of seconds, and then he was at the corner along, so...
He forced a reaction on them in a short amount of time, and quick reactions like that can cause mistakes, and I think that's exactly what we just saw.
If you're playing a 3v1 like that and you get the other team a chance to slow down, then they will have a lot more time to communicate and use the fact that they are just another, you know, man or two against you. So, I mean, Flusher's just... that was like an intuitive level play from him as well, but it was very cool.
Okay.
So what we've got going on here, ladies and gentlemen, is a tactical pause, which each team is allowed to take once per map. And a nice timing, I think, to take it here, just to make sure that you get your mind in the right place. We're so close to the end now, Jason, that any mistake can cost you the game.
And this is like the infamous Fnatic pause. I think it was Demon talking earlier on about how he's, you know, chatting with Pronax, saying they don't really talk in this pause. They just give them some time to collect their thoughts, figure out what they need to do, and then from there they just push through. And I remember you've asked for like a stat of how many times Fnatic has paused, and how many times they've won the round after. And I have to say it's over 75% at this rate, because they seem to always win that next round. And I wonder if Ugo's saying much behind them about this.
I think there must be a little bit of communication, but maybe it is just a way to cool it down as well and get your head back in the game. And I mean, I think some teams can benefit from going over a lot, and especially when you've been playing this many rounds on one map, you've got a decent sample size to think about what has already worked, and if you can come up with like 3 rounds where you can say, well, you know, that one B push we keep doing, it kind of works, let's try it again. But just a mental reset is important as well.
So we can go over, I guess, what they're maybe talking about is that if we look at how this game has gone, right? What has Fnatic won the rounds off the back of? Quick aggressive play towards B, towards long, and even towards Catwalk. The problem is that because TSM's been able to win a couple of rounds back-to-back now, they've got the utility to stop that from happening. They can early nade towards long, early smoke off B tunnels, so you're forced to run straight through something that can cause a big problem for you. So Fnatic, what do you do to counter that? What do you do to work around that? And what's something we haven't seen too much is that mid to B push. The whole 2-3 split, wait behind that smoke, and obviously it's not as aggressive, but we can see that KGB's been the only man really mid on the side of TSM to challenge out and to kind of lock down that early control.
And I mean, if you're going to be pushing 3 people long on the CT side, that must invariably mean that mid and B is going to be a lot weaker. So there's 3 people more or less on long. Fnatic are kind of setting up for it as well. They're going to be running through the smoke here. No time wasted. The Swedes come into the B bomb side, and this is going to be a tough defense for TSM. Device trying his best, but Cajun goes down. Dupree still inside. And the bomb is actually making its way back catwalk. They're throwing them for a fake. They're all the way in B as they start running back towards the A-bomb side. And this TSM did not see coming. JW still staying alive. He finally drops. And only now Dupree's realizing, wait a minute, there's nobody else here. We've given up the A-bomb site. This is still not so bad. Playing 3v4 retake against what Fnatic have, it should be possible. Although Olofmeister's making it hard, taking down Sipnik. So 3v3 bomb ticking away. And Carrigan making his way up long. Olofmeister going for a quick peek and a headshot, sprays again. It's a triple kill, it's a quad kill. He's looking for the ace. He goes down with just a little bit left there on Device, 32 health. And Pronak's gonna finish it off, and that's how Fnatic win it. A huge push into B there, all the way in. They pull out and go back onto the A-bomb side.
So JW, they use smokes to give him some cover to delay as long as he possibly can to bide his time, while the enemy team rotates around, and while his team rotates back towards middle, towards catwalk. That was just a stunning play and a stunning read on how Team Solid Mid are really executing onto the CT side. But Olofmeister picking up 4 kills like that, you can't depend on it, but when he goes big, he really does. And that finally ties things back up for Fnatic. Gives him some momentum as TSM are on the save.
And because TSM didn't have anyone playing really close middle, they couldn't hear all that rotation back and forth. And if they had, maybe they would have been able to call out a bit earlier what was going on here. Now they're back to pistols and no armor at 13-13. This is turning into a scary match.
You can see TSM definitely learned quite a bit since they last met just less than a week ago in that best of 5. And Device again trying to go for that peek towards tunnel, trying to spot them out, maybe get a cheeky kill or 2, but he's already been tagged down to 58 health. They haven't done much damage to the side of Fnatic just yet. But I love the way Fnatic are playing this, realizing it's going to be eke out of TSM. Your economy's very vulnerable at this point, so don't lose any guns you don't necessarily need to. Play this one safe, stick together. Pronax is going to be the man by himself over towards Kawak to cause a little bit of a distraction, but it's all on this man here. All on Device to Dupree to hold on this B site when the XQ comes.
Pronax will go down. Good effort there, but it might not matter unless Device can stay alive for a long time. And as I say it, he gets a shot to the face and ends up going down. Dupree, some good damage and a kill as well. So at least they're making it expensive for Fnatic, and that's also very important. Another kill, and maybe if they can save that AK, which Pronax drop up on Catwalk, this could be a decent round. There's the AK picked up. If they could find Olofmeister and take him out, it'd be huge for TSM here. And there it is, jumping shot from Cajun. Olof is going to remember that for a while. JW and Flusher are left inside the bomb side. They might actually die with the bomb here.
They're definitely trying to close off all the avenues to escape. KGB sitting in tunnels. You have Zitmix over towards middle to stop JW from pushing through. Kerrigan over towards long as well to peek once his teammate has drawn the fire, which Zitmix has actually done. But Kerrigan has been able to connect. There we go. Finally picks up the 1. And Flush should be the last man alive. I'm not sure if he's going to survive this, but they win the round nonetheless.
Oh, Cajun, can he not find that kill? He can't. That's actually a bit of a slip up there. That would have been a big blow, but still, 4 people died to just pistols, and they were able to save an AK on the TSM side, so a really big victory for them. This could come back to haunt Fnatic. If they lose this round now, TSM pretty bounce up to match point, and Fnatic will have very bad economy, even going to the 30th round. Yep. So a lot rides on this, and quick flash in, but they're not going to follow up behind it.
Yeah, it looks like Fnatic going back to more of a standard kind of play with Olofmeister sitting on the upper part of middle, keeping that man outside long, which is going to be Flusha, and the rest working towards mid. But they have the bomb down in lower B. TSM, they still have 2 men towards long with KGB holding on towards ramp of the A site. And Device and Dupree going to be inside the B, or inside B. So they've given up middle control completely. They're not going to have this information if the smokes come in. Just one simple smoke at Fnatic will force KGB or Zipnix to play towards CT spawn to actually spot, and not to mention hear out this rotate in towards the B side if it does come.
And I'm curious if they can set up a good defense here at TSM. If that happens, they do love playing that window, and pretty much everyone knows it. So It looks like it will be the B split coming out. Device jumping up there. He spots one guy coming out of the smoke and will smoke up himself. Dupree goes down and Device is soon to follow. 12 health and hiding in that door. No chance. Cajun will take him out. Oh no. Someone didn't get the right information, called in the airstrike a bit too soon, and it's going to be 3-5, and all they have to do is save here. There's no chance at all. I mean...
That was rough. I mean, that's a smart play. But this goes back to what we were talking about before. When you know like a 3-2 split's coming, or you know that mid-push to B is coming, you can either sit there and watch two different angles, or you can group up and push tunnel together. It would have been really risky for them to do that because they've been up against 4 people to push in the tunnel, or they could have went out towards middle and then played for the full retake. But, I mean, it's always hindsight 20/20, so...
If you have a lot of utility and you know that the push is coming with more than, 2 seconds to prepare for it, you can also try and put up, Molotovs into the door and window and then hope that the terrorist push sort of gets desynchronized, so that instead of all pushing window, door, and upper dark all at the same time, you sort of make sure that some of them have to wait for the Molotov and maybe they're not quick enough calling it out, so that one sort of angle and the push is still going while the other one is delayed. But it's super hard to do, especially how TSM was set up. I mean, that defense works only if Device gets a really early spot on someone, and they couldn't because they walked through the smoke in middle. Great play by Fnatic.
Well, they're forcing everything they can into the Strauss. TSM, as Device is sitting there with the op in towards middle. Will be smoked off for now. I think Fnatic can realize how close they are to picking up this victory.
15-13, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, such a good start for TSM. 8-0, and now we're at 13-15. So... could be seeing overtime as well. That's always going to be in the cards, but it's going to have to be a big performance here from the Danish team to make it work. Another smoke. Oh, no! JW. That was essentially an AWP haircut. That was clean and precise. And Device only takes a little bit of damage in the middle now. 50 seconds left, and Pronax again sneaking in with a similar smoke that they threw last round to see if they can make it work. Smoke goes up. Oh, are they gonna? Yeah, they have no idea that Pronax is in CT spawn. This is huge. He's gonna go for the spray, but not gonna work out. Sibnix will take him out, and Cajun playing inside this A-bomb site, looking for a headshot on anybody. Time is running out for Fnatic. They take out Sibnix for Cajun. Oh, he goes down as well. Headshot there onto Cajun B, and now it's a 3v3. 20 seconds left. Where is that bomb plant happening? Dupree gets the 1 kill there, and now Crims and Flusher are left, and they can't win this round any longer. Bomb has gone down. Crim's last man standing, and he gets dropped by Carrigan. So 14-15, and TSM staying alive.
It was well done by them too, because the pressure was on. If they lost that round, they would have went into the decider match tomorrow against the victors of Titan and Na'Vi, which will be the game coming up after. But into the final round of regular time here, can TSM pull it into overtime? You can see Fnatic not really much bought up, not a lot of utility to work with, not to mention 2 Galils, and Device is sitting with the op. TSM are looking confident into this round, but it all comes down to, can they pull this one out?
They certainly have the odds favoring them right now. Looks like some quick, aggressive catwalk control coming out from Fnatic, and that smoke goes up just as they're pushing out. And Device with an early kill there, taking down Flusher. Another 4 kills, and we're going to be in overtime, ladies and gentlemen. It's JW with a shot. Cajun showing up. He gets 1. Sibnix with a kill as well. It's all on JW and Olaf to close this out and put an end to TSM. Because who knows what happens in overtime. The bomb is dropped down there as well. They can't actually easily go and pick it up. That's a disaster for Fnatic. It must have dropped off the ledge and into CT spawn. They put up a smoke and they will pick it up. Can they boost it? That's a nice throw. And JW goes aggressive, and that might have been a step too much. And now it's all on Olaf, and he's going to get a chance to prove what he's really made of here. In a 1v3, only just gone down. The bomb is looking for the headshot here. Spraying down, not going to connect with anybody yet. He's got no more grenades left. They've got 2 Molotovs and a smoke. He kills 1, and that's going to be the end. Sibnix comes up, and we're going to be at overtime. What a match this is turning into.
That's got to hurt for Fnatic, too, because if KGB and Sibnix didn't pick up those 2 kills, the bomb would not have dropped. That would have been a plant, and that should have been Fnatic taking up the victory. But well done by them to realize the bomb was down onto the boxes. They could completely control that and at least prevent the man escaping if he does rescue the bomb nonetheless. So JW trying to make something happen out of nothing. But Anders, we're going to overtime between these 2 teams, and it wasn't necessarily the closest of games considering how it started off. That was TSM taking an 8-round straight lead, 8-0, and then we had Fnatic take 5 straight thereafter to end off 6-9 at the end of the first half.
Scary, scary turn of events here. I feel like for both teams, Fnatic really felt like they almost had it. They almost managed to break them, and if TSM hadn't managed to save those 3 rifles in the previous round, I mean, they would have gone into the later stages with almost nothing. But They just managed to make it through, and yeah, overtime. It's going to be the first team to reach 19 rounds we're looking for here. It's MR3 overtime.
Yeah, and we have to think about how exactly the teams want to go about this. Like you're saying, I think it's 10K start money,
yeah.
MR3. So you have to wonder, if you invest into the double up setup, which is something that saved Fnatic on the CT side when they finally got that rolling and gave themselves 5 rounds, if you lose that round that you invest in the double up setup, you're pretty screwed money-wise coming to the next few rounds. So we've seen some teams already start to do the whole buy normally in the first round, and if you win that round, go double up setup because you can afford it into the 3rd round as well. So it's really tricky, a lot of mind games exactly how you want to hit this. But Fnatic, they've been doing, I want to say it's fairly well on the T side. TSM have finally been able to respond decently well in these rounds. But I want to see how TSM are going to change things up maybe into this, or maybe Fnatic, are they going to go back to being very aggressive and catching TSM off guard?
It's going to be so much more difficult for Fnatic to be aggressive because they're going to have all the utility on TSM's side. They've got HE grenades and Molotovs. They do have the double up setup as well. Device running through the smoke and he goes down. JW was there, even as Crims was running into suicide. It could have been a refrag there from Device, but it just doesn't happen. So not the best start. One of the ops already gone.
You know, so that smoke unfortunately didn't go exactly where he wanted. It got blocked off by that Molotov, so he's forced to give up that position. Meantime, the rest of the team with this man advantage, going to be working up towards Catwalk. And they have the utility to make it happen. KGB is sitting back on site with the AWP. He's not sitting towards that car position, which we haven't seen, I think, used at all in this entire game so far, with an op just kind of tucked away in that position. But either way, they're going to try to maintain control of this, and it comes down to Kerrigan. If they do hit the A side, if he can lock down that control of long, but the hit's coming towards B, and Dupree and Zipmix are already here waiting.
Yeah, important kill on Pronax there as well from Cajun. Hopefully they can realize soon that no one else is there. They're already sort of moving towards CT spawn. This setup is very interesting. Dupree playing by the car, and another guy by the doorway, and they need to get these opening frags. If one goes down, then the other one has got no chance. They're going to get essentially sandwiched in. There's Dupree dropping, and now Zipmix coming back into it. He's also getting shot in the back. Oh, it was about to get shot. Actually, they run back out of middle. I was surprised. That would have been an instant kill on Zipmix if they'd kept pushing. So a little bit surprised that they didn't do that. Zipmix now goes down anyway, pushing in alone. And don't ask me why. They surely should have waited for everyone to have been there. Now look at this, Jason. Olaf, Crims, and Flusher, each of them so low on health and still staying alive.
Yeah, just 180 could completely change the pace of this round, but it looks like that will be TSM trying to save up here. And it's not the first time we've seen like kind of questionable play of that. I think we've seen Crims do it before earlier as well, just kind of rush into the site. But I think it's also maybe a little bit of a mind game. It's if you're on the T side and you got on the site, you're like, all right, well, there's no way they're going to rush through that smoke because they're going to regroup. They're going to want to regroup at least to hit the site on a retake. And maybe that's the hope he was going for. Maybe catch him off guard. He didn't have that much health anyways to work with, so maybe get a cheeky kill or two to take away a position and get the team information. Could have been a nice opportunity.
It could have been something like that. I feel like the setup on the B-bomb side for TSM is very weak. The way that they hold the door and then upper dark, they really are risking it all on the idea that each person can get at least one kill and that, or stay alive long enough, because otherwise Fnatic will time the push that they're sandwiched in. It's happened a couple of times already, and it seems like Fnatic know it as well. Wouldn't be surprised if they're going to try and hit B again with it. Leg shot on Carrigan. Flusher actually got that kill. And now it's Fnatic running a double up instead. Well, so is TSM.
Yeah, so a lot invested at both teams into this round, but with Kerrigan already down on a sliver of health, it's going to be a little bit rough for him. And again, Fnatic, they've slowed down the pace quite a bit. Device able to pick up the kill in middle onto JW, so it does limit what Fnatic can potentially do on towards Catwalk. Not to mention, TSM have all 3 people over towards that long area. But you can see, finally, this is what I want to see, as you're mentioning, TSM are a little bit weak on the B side in terms of their hold. I wanted to see someone on back plat there, just to lock down tunnels with an op or an M4, just to kind of have that nice cover, so even if your teammate dies, you can at least get a little bit of a better angle and potentially pick up another kill before you go down. And they've finally been able to do that with Dupree still watching towards middle, but Fnatic, with still 50 seconds to go, a lot of time in the world, they can choose to go where they want.
I mean, if you're playing back plat and one guy in window, at least the guy in window can throw a smoke into doorway, and then you're sort of covering all the entrances. You've got that going on, but it's still, you still need everyone to stay alive. You can't have anyone dying, but it's a better setup, you're right, than what they've been running previously. They're still trying it. Looks like it's going to be a push towards the A-bomb side with Pronax running into CT spawn, and Cajun, he didn't see it coming. Flusher going to get the kill. Carrigan now playing in Goose, and they're coming from 2 angles. Device down in pit, helps him out. No bomb plant this time around. Carrigan sets up with a pop flash, but they're too quick, and Flusher will take him out. Still a man advantage for TSM and around that they need. They can't allow Fnatic to get too much here. Device, no scope jump, not going to hit once. Is he going to go for it again? Device, no. Device, yes, he gets the shot, and it's going to be down to Flusher. Leg shot from Device, and Flusher goes down. What an adventure. Device taking us on here. Triple kill. And the defuse as well. That was
One no scope leg shot. The chance of hitting a no scope like that is already difficult, but to hit two with the other one being the leg, that's phenomenal. I mean, that's just such amazing play out of him, getting very lucky in that. And they also have the retake potential with Zipnix towards long, but wow, what a play. They forced Fnatic to go for the plant ASAP, and they tied things up at 16 yet again. They're able to save the double up into this round, and Fnatic sitting on 3, not the quite 4 that we saw at the major, but that's still going to be a lot of damage if they can catch them crossing.
They might as well do this. There's the last round of the first half of the overtime. They are not going to save any of this money anyway going into the CT side. And there's Crims taking out Dupree through the door. He's going to be gone. So great start and a good investment for Fnatic.
And TSM didn't commit anyone towards the B site till just now when Device has been able to rotate in. You have KGB rotating from the A site to help out, but Device with the off, it's going to be damn hard to stop anyone from coming through if you're going to sit that tucked in close to the smoke. But KGB's finally able to respawn. I believe that was actually over towards middle, if I'm not mistaken.
Important kill there. Getting it back in control, 4v4 until Device goes down. He was playing on the plateau, and he drops to JW. And now it's basically free entrance into B here. Not a lot that they could do. They need to wait for backup. Zipnix is going to try and push 3. Will they flash him through this time? He sprays one, almost the second one. The bomb is dropped. He doesn't have the right angle for the second kill. And Cajun is up in the window there. The bomb is going to go down this time. Fnatic, they will be holding it in. 3v3, retake is on. Flusher with a good flick there to drop Carrigan, and now they've got the advantage. Fnatic, they could be at 17 rounds in just a couple of seconds here. Olofmeister still on the box, just waiting. SJW running Zipnix over, and that's an easy kill for Olof. And there it is, 17-16 for the first half of the overtime. Fnatic with a slight victory, but not a huge one.
Yeah, not huge, but it's a lead nonetheless going into the second half, where their CT side actually was a little bit weak, at least from what we saw. But then again, they're going to go have the double up set up right off the get-go, which is where they really did well, pick up those 5 rounds straight after losing 8 straight. Credit to JW to really open up on the site. I mean, in terms of kills, like, JW's been relatively quiet for the majority of this. I was looking back at about, what, the 26th round. He was at 11 kills, and like the next closest highest to him was, I think, 20. He's had a relatively quiet game. He's had some astonishing play, like with the push out towards long to the Molotov, but just been, you know, a little bit quiet. As Creams as well, who's been such a huge stat leader going into ESL 1 Cologne. He's at 13 and 25 so far.
Yeah, he's a bit towards the bottom of the scoreboard, but then, you know, Flusher and Olofmeister at 27 kills each.
Yeah.
They are hogging a lot of those kills.
Exactly.
Maybe there's not much left.
We can't look at it as him underperforming. It's just everyone else doing really well. I mean, that's just kind of the perfect example of what Fnatic is.
Yeah, by the time Krim shows up, there's nothing left. You know, they've already taken care of business. On the other team, it's actually Cajun top fragging and Dupree. And Jason, you sort of intro this whole matchup saying that the last time they played at Frankfurt in Stockholm there, Cajun wasn't really showing up too much. This time around, he definitely is. And I think Fnatic, they know this. They know that Cajun has a thing for playing against them. They've said as much. We're going to go into the second half of the overtime here. 2 rounds away is Fnatic, 3 rounds away is TSM. It's always a chance for double overtimes. Let's see how it plays out. Fnatic with the double up set up immediately.
Oh, they're going to get a tag on the cross, though, with the help of that grenade. Fnatic went for the quick push towards Catwalk as well, going for the boost in towards lower B, where Dupree and KGB will be waiting. JW falls off his partner. And that could have been a kill that solidified a round for them.
Would have been a good start. Olof is there, though. It won't miss the shot. The Device will go down. That's the AWP on the terrorist side being removed. So 2 chances there, 1 with the aggressive boost and 1 just Olofmeister challenging middle. A bit scary for TSM. Let's see how they plan on bringing it back. Pronax is here, and there's one thing I love about Pronax, it's his flashbang timing. I think it's most obvious when he plays Mirage on the B-bomb side, but he's got it on all maps. He's very good at timing those pop flashes.
It's not just Pronax, JW's there as well, but Kerrigan with the peek in towards middle does get a kill on Olofmeister, which opens up the B side. Crims is going to be all alone. He's going to have to choose, push in a tunnel or wait for the Ben to come in through door.
Well, he's not going to get any chance. They time it perfectly. He wants to take a peek, gets taken down from doorway, and now it's a 4v3 here. Flusher looking to get in, but that Molotov is going to buy so much time, and they even have another 3 Molotovs. This should be absolutely unwinnable for Fnatic, and I think they're realizing there's nothing they could do. That many Molotovs, that's something you've got to give TSM credit for, and something I think maybe a bunch of teams actually don't value highly enough is saving the Molotovs for the post-plant situation. I think more teams should do that.
Yeah, typically teams use it to clear out angles, right? Not necessarily use it to hold on to a certain position.
And it probably depends on what map you're playing. We saw earlier in the day how Virtus Pro did it on Cash, how incredibly good they were at clearing out all the angles with Molotovs, and then it's obviously worth it. But some maps, maybe just choose one of them,
it could be kind of cool to save them. And
I think Dust 2 is also one of like the maps that it's easier for teams to retake, except maybe the B side. That one's going to be the most difficult, obviously, between the two. But teams are so used to retaking on the A side, just like a Mirage towards A. Teams are so used to retaking. It's definitely valuable to save the Molotovs into later on into the round. But here we go, 17-17, all tied up, and Carrier's going for the quick peek towards long.
Yeah, he's gonna not get the shot, and he runs into it. This is the problem. Even if he gets that kill, there's a chance he'll go down. I mean, this time around he would have survived on 18 health, but it is such a big risk, and Carrigan probably should have known that. Didn't get the shot off, so Fnatic off to a slightly better start than TSM anyway. And you can tell Fnatic are setting up for, they're expecting that this might be a B split because they already got a guy in CT spawn waiting. But look at Device pushing in, taking JW. There's a second guy there. He hits the shot on Pronax too. And that's going to open up that A bomb side. Device turning on God mode at the moment. It's going to be more than a minute left here as TSM is making their way up to the A bomb side. Device jumping down, and Fnatic already wondering, should we go? Or should we save and essentially fight for double OT? That's what they're doing.
Wow, what a shot there. That was amazing out of Device to pick up the first. And the thing is, you looked at how he approached the second kill. He didn't expect him to be there. He did not know JW was going to be in that position. And he was able to realign, get the shot off. KGB will get a kill there to get a gun out of Olofmeister's hands. But TSM, they've shown up to play. They are now so close to picking up the victory and advancing through into the semifinals.
And they want these guns away. TSM out hunting, setting up for a pop flash there. Cajun sort of exposing himself, and I don't know what happened to Olof in the middle. He was falling asleep for a moment then, it seems. Another kill coming in on Dupree. This doesn't matter. TSM don't worry about giving up the trifles. They just want to take the last away here, and they're going to be successful on Flusher. That would have been transformed into either a drop for a teammate or a lot of grenades for Flusher. So they get to take a little bit away there, and that's good news. You can see FAMAS on Pronax and no grenades on JW. So that economic damage, definitely important. It's match and map point, ladies and gentlemen, in overtime in favor of TSM.
And you can see TSM, they had the money to go for like the quad up in towards middle, and yet they wanted to get people out towards long as quick as they could, and they catch Olofmeister, boosted it up, catwalk pushing out middle.
Yeah, they got the better spawn for it, and they decided to go for it. Flusher over peaking the angle, but they still win it. That's a huge risk. Now, Pronax is caught in a bad position, and he's going to get taken out. So is Flusher, 2 kills away from TSM, finally getting a bit of revenge here against the Swedish champions. It's JW and Crims left, and you should never underestimate these two players. JW moving in on catwalk, gonna miss the shot, and still alive somehow. He took no damage, but he's sandwiched in, he goes down. And now it's all on Crims, who hasn't had the best game yet, but now his team need him, and he's gonna be shot in the back. And here it is, TSM taking down Fnatic on Dust 2 here, the ESL ESCA Dubai Invitational.
Well, that was not easily done by them as well. They had to fight tooth and nail for that. But when it came to overtime, picking up all those rounds on the T side, definitely proving and reiterating to the points that we made earlier on of them being such a strong T-sided team.
Oof. I mean, once you go into overtime and it's that close, there are so many rounds you could pick up and look at and think, oh, if only that had played out a tiny bit differently, if only there had been some changes there. I like to see TSM not sort of surrendering and just continuing to fight like this. But I do really want to see that the CT side B setup change. I feel like there are too many issues with it at the moment. And this, as I think Moses was pointing out during the analyst panel, this might also be one of Fnatic's weakest maps. So you've got to think about that too.
I definitely agree with you on the whole B thing with TSM. I would love to see like someone in middle. You think about how Cloud9 hold, they have 2 people towards the B side, then they have Freakazoid typically in the CT spawn, listening for the rotates or there to help, you know, stop them going for that push in towards B doors. But nonetheless, they still picked up the victory against the best team in the world, and now they move through into the semifinals tomorrow.
Yeah, really well played, obviously, and I mean, Device also just going completely mad at the end. The double jump shot to get 1 kill, 1 leg shot. And then, obviously, the double kill on catwalk at the end there, completely crazy. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go onto the stage with an interview, and Sean Charles, take it away.
Thank you so much, guys. Well done. And, of course, well done to you, Dupree. How are you feeling, sir?
Super great. It was great to get a little kind of a wrench from the last weekends of Fragbite show off, so it was definitely good to actually do it at this tournament is even better, so yeah.
Now, obviously, Fnatic, big team, everybody, you know, has them arguably a bit on a pedestal. Does that play into your mind when you're going here, or is it just business as usual?
Well, obviously, it's business as usual. We like to play Fnatic. I think our playstyle is pretty good fitting against them. But they are, without a doubt, the best team in the world. So it's always great to beat them, because like it gives you confidence and stuff like it. So it's always great. Yeah.
Now, was there anything in particular you say, hey, that really worked for us, that strat worked, that approach worked? I mean, I don't want to put you on the spot, but was there anything you say I'd put it down to that?
Well, we came after a really good start. I think that helped us a lot. We were up 8-0 before we actually started losing rounds. People communicated really well. People hit their shots. And then just, they figured out what to do against us in the end. And we lost some rounds that we should definitely have lost. I think it was like a 3-on-1. And we also lost like some other stupid rounds because of miscommunication. But that's what happens. I mean, like they also lost an eco round, which they probably did not count on either. So, but overall, I'm just happy that we won.
Now, you've had some fantastic support here in Dubai. How does that feel to come here, have that support, you know, experience this just quickly?
Oh, it's super great. Like I didn't even expect that many people to show up because I mean I have no idea how big it is down here, but it's just great that people have actually stayed, even despite all the delays we've had and the VAC errors we had as well. So I'm just happy that everyone got here, and obviously we have a few Danish supporters out there as well. So and a big shout out to them as well, obviously.
Well, we're so happy that you're here, and we're so happy that you're playing through. So thank you again, and of course, the guys who are going to break that down are led by the man himself, the Machine.
I never really thought about adding "the" to the start of my name, but I think I might start. Hello, I'm the Machine. I don't know.
Has a good ring to it.
Yeah, it sounds quite self-righteous, but I'll consider it. Either way, I am joined by Moses and Vendetta to break that one down. And what a game it was. I mean, we said before, will this go to 30 rounds? It went even more so, which is always great to see. Starting with you then, Halvor, general outlook on that one.
Just a crazy back and forth game, and I think Dupree kind of summed it up nicely. Could have easily gone in both teams' favors. They lost a couple of rounds that they definitely shouldn't have lost, especially the flush of 1-on-3. And then you have obviously the eco round that Fnatic loses at, I think, 12-11 in favor of them.
Yeah, that was pretty crushing.
Yeah.
Yeah, we talked about it during the match too. It's not many. I mean, when you go up 8-0 in the first half and then you end the half 9-6, like you feel terrible about that. That's almost like you actually lost the half. That's got to be just crushing to deal with. And there's not many teams at this level outside of Fnatic who can make a comeback like that when they're down 8-0 to just stick with it. It's very difficult to do. And on the other side, it's very difficult for a team like TSM. Like not many teams when you squander that kind of a lead are able to maintain it, come into overtime, and then win it in overtime. So very impressive play from both teams, really. I mean, we expected as much. Two best teams in the world.
Yeah, and overcoming that obstacle. I feel like time and time again you see a team get a lead, and to have that taken away from them, usually that's the sign of a very poor second half. I think that's something that you've made a very good point there, that if you had to list two teams that have the mental fortitude to win from like a kind of mess up like that, probably those two would spring straight to mind. How much do you think mental fortitude plays a part in this? Because I think, you look at Fnatic, they at no point look like a team that are out of the running. Like, it doesn't matter what number, they have the potential to come back.
Right. Well, especially with the delays. Especially with the delay. I mean, to keep with it mentally through that and then into overtime, that was a long, long map. So, I mean, that was the big thing, is that they kept playing good. In those kind of situations as well, Device really stepped up. You want your star player, didn't have any crazy 4 kills or aces, but some crucial frags at the beginning of rounds and the middle portions of rounds at really timely kills that bailed them out.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I guess that goes for both teams as well. I think Dupree as well had a really good game. So, definitely want to highlight him as well. But, with experience, you get that kind of mental fortitude that you need to just stick it through the games like these, and both of these teams have a ton of it. And I really think that's why we're able to see such a good game come out of it, even though you have your, technical issues and whatnot. They're both able to perform at a really high level.
A great game to watch as well.
Absolutely.
So the winners there, TSM, are going to go on to play, sit there, but besides VP in that semi-final slot. And we have, of course, Titan Navi, which is going to be coming up next. That's going to be another great one. I was talking to Shox just beforehand, and he's sitting there feeling that Navi are always a tough game for them, so really looking forward to seeing how that unfolds. Any closing thoughts, though, on the Fnatic TSM game? Is that a sign of something we may be seeing a little later in the tournament, would you say, Moses?
Yeah, it could be. I do just want to say that it took us a long time to get there, but I was right.
Yeah,
So
I just want to make sure
are you sitting at 100% for now? I mean, that's your first call, so technically
100%.
100% success rate on the predictions.
We're going to keep it going all weekend.
Yeah, it's been rough for me so far.
I'll make you call the next one correct. Okay, we'll make sure you get that one right.
Just go be like, he told me that in the back, backstage area.
Yeah,
like preferably after the game is over.
Perfect. Yeah. Well, we've got a lot to talk about later on, of course, regarding Titan versus Navi, teams that I'm really excited to see play. What form will Titan be in, and will Navi be able to kind of prove their worth here in Dubai? We'll find out straight after this. Hello and welcome back to the ESL ESEA Dubai Invitational. The sun has set quite a while ago. We are here with the marina behind us, the skyscrapers in front of us, and still some members of the audience soldiering through late into the night. Has been a bit of a switch around on the desk. I'm joined now by Moses and Jason Kaplan. Thanks, guys, for turning up. And for moving around, just so we kind of go down in high order. In fact, no.
No,
not
I'm
quite.
sorry. I'm
sorry.
going to be the shortest no matter what we do.
I mean,
Don't
I think
worry
you look
about it.
nice in the middle. It suits you.
Thanks.
I also have to say, salmon is your color. I honestly, truly think it.
Is this salmon?
Is it salmon?
Thought it was
It's
pink.
not white.
Pretty sure it's just pink.
I don't know. There's like 1,000 different types of pink. But anyway, salmon and
Periwinkle?
pink. Periwinkle? Is that a pink?
I don't know.
We'll go with periwinkle. So Jason and Jason, we're going to dissect what we've got coming up. It's going to be pretty spectacular because Titan up against Na'Vi. Again, we've talked about this French shuffle. We talked about what happened when Titan and Envy kind of meshed. It's a fair summation to say that Envy most definitely have come out the better from this so far, Moses.
Yeah, oh, absolutely, easily. Especially early on. But, I mean, this is a team that we knew coming in, we're going to have to see how Existence is going to mold this team. We know it's going to take time. We know he's going to have to learn how to fit in players that, you know, like Shox, where it's well documented. He doesn't want to fit into that defined system. So I mean, it's going to take a little bit for them to work out all the kinks and how they're going to work as a squad from there. So they were definitely going to have the longer route to success than Envy was.
I still feel like they have the whole work around a player kind of feel to them, like when they have with Kenny S to the team. Like they're always working around that man on the op. Like you have Shox who can go insane at any given time. RPK, who actually really stood out in boot camping right before ESL1 Cologne kicked off. Existence has always been a strong player, but it seems like they haven't found their strategy, like their synergy between themselves to really work well as a team.
Well, the beauty of having that now with Shox as that player that they're sent around instead of Kenny S is with the op nerf, it's much harder to be an aggressive opper.
Right.
So, I mean, Shox can do things with the AK that just Kenny with the AWP just couldn't do, not for any lack of talent, obviously, just because the way the mechanics of the weapon work since that change kind of diminished how much he could carry.
I feel like Smith has been struggling a little bit too, because I'm thinking back to like the Very Games era when they were back at DreamHack in 2013, I think it was. When he was with Very Games, he was a phenomenal opera. I'm thinking of some Mirage maps off the top of my head, but he hasn't been able to hit that same stride. Obviously, the op's been changed around a little bit. He hasn't needed to as much back in Envious, but it just seems like if maybe steps up a little bit more in terms of the opping role, it could change maybe a little bit more of the way they play. It
does feel like we are kind of taking its side when we talk about Titan. It does feel like everything we say has got a little bit of a kind of kick to it, because it does kind of results have shown that Titan have looked lackluster. I think that's fair to say. They were, of course, like the 8th team coming here to the major. We've seen them with performances where we get excited. I mean, we saw them in the flying qualifier, and they looked pretty competent. I mean, we saw them managing to get through without too many stumbles, without too many trip-ups. You know, and teams like Dignitas not making it. So there definitely is ability there in that roster, and there's no denying that.
The tough part about Titan is, for me at least, when I watch them, they're that team with Existence leading them where you're just like, you can see these tactics and these strategies start to develop, and you're just like, this looks so awesome in theory, and then at some point during the application, it just falls apart. But like, you're just like, everything they're doing should work, and it just crumbles at the last minute. And it's just so crushing to watch.
Yeah, I was talking to Vendetta just before, and I was like, right, what do you think? Because we were just talking about the next games, and he was like, so I have no justification for this, but I'm a Titan fanboy, and I think that's kind of what you just said.
Yeah, we had this discussion last night, and it's just unbelievable. You're just at times you're just like, no, please work, please. But no, we're just watching it fall, and it's tough. But I mean, yeah, they're an easy team to be a fan of because you know, if you're a fan of tactical Counter-Strike, you have Existence, who's one of the best, and then if you're a fan of just raw ability and aim, they have, you know, a guy like Shox, who is just, you know, you could watch just him and he's going to do something cool for you.
The thing is, they've always been a team that's like been on the border of really breaking through, whether it was this roster or the roster before. You think back to all the majors they played in, they struggled to get out of the group stage. I don't think they've done it a single time as, you know, the current kind of form. You always want to see them win. There's always like these sparks of shimmers of great, you know, performance out of them, but they just can't seem to make it consistent. They seem to always hit this brick wall. I guess seeding has never been kind to them as well when they come into group stages for events. You want to see them do well, and you know they can. Just the problem is they haven't been able to hit that stride yet.
And on the other side of things, of course, the other end of the coin, we have got a little stuck on that French side. Navi, of course, their opponents going into this one, a team who I own a Navi shirt, just going to make that clear. I quite like only the jersey. I'm not biased or anything.
Sure.
I do, however, think we need to talk about them a little bit. So,
is it the shirt you wear to bed at night? You cuddle up in it?
It's not a bed shirt, no.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not the most comfortable thing. So that's going to chase me now. What have I done? But anyway, Navi jerseys aside, let's talk about that roster, because we have some real stars. A lot of people claiming Guardian is the #1 AWPer in current CSGO. And alongside him, there's 4 other individuals who you really have to fear. For you, Moses, when you see these 5 players now setting up on stage, would you say there's a heavy favorite lying on that side?
I wouldn't say a heavy favorite, because I don't think Navi in their recent form has been particularly impressive. They have better results, obviously, and yeah, they are the favorites, but I wouldn't say it's a heavy favorite. It comes down, you know, they have ever since they got Flamey, they've kicked it into a new gear, so how's he going to play? He's just a huge impact player, very, very talented. Zeus has been playing very well lately. So, I mean, they have a lot of good things going for them, and they should, on paper, you know, that they're the ones that I would choose to win this match, but I think that we've started to see a little bit of them slip just a tad bit in recent form.
And speaking of slipping, like I'm looking over their past results when it came to ESO and Cologne 2015, and they didn't get through the group stage easily. They had to get a win against COG 16-14, then a 19-17 victory versus Titan, and then lost to Fnatic 2-16 on Inferno. Like, it's not been easy for them at all, and Flamey and Guardian, the 2 real men you kind of look at in terms of op and just raw aiming power, they really struggled at that event. Like, Flamey had a .76 KD up against Envious in their quarterfinals. That's something you can't have a man like that do on your team.
Guardian's actually struggled individually a lot recently. I mean, he's had some really good performances, but ever since I think it was Sivo Land, that MLG Sivo Land, you know, he had kind of a bad event there when they lost to Virtus Pro, and ever since then, he has struggled more than I think he's had the success that we know he can do. So he's going to have a big game, and a lot of that as well is stabilizing the economy. And I know it's kind of, we always bring up the economy in Counter-Strike, but for a team that has an AWPer at his level, they want to get that in his hands, and they need to have the money behind it. Now, that being said, Guardian's probably the best AWPer in the world at also using a rifle, so it's not a huge detriment, but that AWP is what you know, he's going to use to have the biggest impact on the game.
Yeah, for sure. And on a map like Cobble, we haven't touched too much on that. Let's try and say that 6 times fast. But it's one of those interesting ones where we've seen some AWPs struggle, and I feel guilty, but you know, Kenny S's recent performance at the major on that very map, sometimes AWPs can get locked out of Cobble. Do you think that's going to be too detrimental towards Navi? I mean, you just said that he can play the rifle comfortably.
Yeah. I think one thing we also need to look at in terms of using the AWP is that we see a lot of the top teams now being able to use double AWP set up really proficiently. Like you look at Envious in particular, you have Kenny S who can use the AWP. If he's not feeling too keen on it that day, all right, Happy can pick it up and do just as well. Guardian, I feel like he's just on such a different level of anyone else on his team in terms of AWPing potential. It kind of forces him to always have to AWP and always have that pressure on him. And it makes things a little bit extra difficult, especially on a map like Cobblestone where, you know, if he's going to be in middle or towards B, he needs to be landing those shots.
Yeah, and the key as well to AWPing on Cobble is, you know, if you can put an AWP over towards the B bomb site to watch the platform at times. But other than that, both of the bomb sites are easily blockable. If teams get in there quick enough, they can smoke off choke points, and then your AWP has to play really far back, go for a pick. He's got to have an opponent give something to him. It's very hard to make something happen retaking a bomb site with an AWP. He's got to make sure his rotations are on point so he gets set up and grabs the angle while the hit is coming in. I mean, these are choke points, especially if he's rotating back over towards that A site, that you get blocked off quickly. So there's a lot of things AWPing on Cobble that are pretty interesting.
So that's something we'll definitely keep an eye on. That's actually a lot of good points. They're thinking about that kind of flexibility, because Cobble is always one of those maps where you see a whole lot of fakes. And I think that's something we've been seeing a whole lot across just general CSGO as of late. But I mean, Cobble, whenever I'm casting, whenever I'm watching it play out, you always see these Hollywood style trying to sell the fake as best as they can as the other team kind of crawls to the site. So rotations is something we'll keep an eye out for.
It's very Cash-esque in terms of you can throw smokes at the B site and then have people already ready towards the A site to hit. It's kind of very similar in that kind of route. I guess Inferno as well kind of falls in that kind of category. I think it comes down to the B platform. I feel like every game on the T side is made or broken by that platform control. If you can hit those shots, if you can get the smoke control, I feel like most teams typically hit the B side and leave A pretty much open.
Yeah, that's the thing. You see a lot of teams that have success on Cobble. They're teams that are very good at quickly taking control over towards A, whether they get into halls and they clear it out. You want to have that map control in case you do need to fall back towards A. You want to keep the defenders at A honest so they can't just stack B. And then, yeah, if you can keep them honest, keep 2 players there, and you can find a one-on-one duel coming off that B platform. And we see, I mean, Olaf kind of, you know, was the first one to really have a lot of success there. When he really started hitting his stride, he was just dominant coming off B platform. We've seen other players, you know, start to mold that as well.
It certainly does feel like with platform, just kind of running off that point, it does feel like the best way and the most successful attacks on towards B are the ones where you have a player who can just walk out to platform and get the entry. Like, that seems to be, like, they walk through smoke, they throw themselves a flashbang, and that is the strategy. That seems to be where it's at.
It makes things really easy if you have a player who can just walk out there and get a kill for you pretty consistently. it's very nice to have on your team.
The thing is, if you're Opper in that position as well, like in Chicken Coop, like if you miss that shot, well, you're not going to really have a chance for a second. It's not going to be very easy. So if you have someone like Olaf Meister who can maybe make them miss the first shot by using his own smokes that his team gives them to his advantage, then you have like a very easy take on as long as you can control like the close range fights.
Oh, I mean, I love that we are talking about like examples of what to expect on Cobble, and we're using other players. Like, who is going to be doing that on Titan? Who's going to be doing that on Navi? I mean, I think Flamey is a really good point, and I think that's something you made already, that he has been a really, really strong addition to Navi. He actually fitted in quite quickly to that roster.
Well, the interesting thing about Cobble is where I'm going to just give Navi the edge on this map is Titan being a newer roster. You know, this is a map they might not have practiced as much, might not have as much experience on. You know, it takes some effort to get good on this map. And a lot of it's going to depend, like what Shox is going to show up. Because you want to talk about a player who can just easily get you a man advantage. It's someone like Shox who can just wander around the map and just absolutely just walk up and find you a kill. And he's the player who's going to need to come up big. And obviously they had the help of, you mentioned it, RPK had a fantastic match just recently. I think he had like 40 kills on it. And interestingly enough, I've had like a little birdie from Titan tell me that after the major, Shox came back and was just extremely motivated, sat down, deathmatching, studying the game. Ooh. I know I've heard he's been helping RPK out, try and get to that next level because he needs a sidekick. He needs a sidekick who can help him, you know, carry some of these matches. And, you know, that tutelage seemed to be paying off with a sick game out of RPK.
I think that's the Maniac effect, too, on the team. Like, whenever you talk to this man, he's always positive, he's always energetic and really getting into the game. And now that he's full-time, he has the opportunity to sit down, look at where they're really struggling as a team and really work on those points.
Well, let's find out then. I think it most definitely is time. A reminder before we do head to a very quick break about the Score Esports application. Head over and pick that one up on your mobile and on your device, and you can basically access both a highlight of today, if you want to get a recap of today, what's coming up tomorrow, and much more. Not just for this event, but for a whole lot of CSGO events as well. So do be sure to head over, check that one out on iOS and Google Play. For now, though, we're going to head to a very quick break, and when we're back, it's going to be time for Navi going up against Titan.
Welcome back, ladies and gents, and we are getting ourselves ready for that final game of the day. I know it's been quite some time, but we are here now. I'm joined by Vendetta, so we can start kind of breaking down the game. I think the desk had a fair good go at that one, so they've covered a lot of the topics, but let's at least go into Cobble. We know that's the map coming up here. These two teams going head-to-head. Who's got the favor on this one? I think there's a clear answer, but still, what do you think of it in this matchup?
I think, you know, especially given how the first Titan game went today versus Fnatic on this very map, Navi has to be the favorite going into this game. So I don't want to count Titan, you know, out of this by any means, because obviously they still went forward with it. They weren't scared by their performance versus Fnatic. They probably
There's
realized
still some confidence there.
Exactly. They probably realized that, you know, we had some flaws. They're easily fixed, so we can still go forward with this map.
And they've had enough time to talk it through now. They are the last game of the day, so they've certainly had time to sit down, maybe have a chat through what went wrong, maybe just think about it and talk it out. And it's something that this team does on a fairly regular occurrence, but I'm not too sure what the initial issues were throughout that game, but we're going to see if they can re-emerge in this one, see if they are a problem going forward. But on paper, excluding, you know, the possibility of Titan turning up like monsters, because they do have that possibility as well. There's a lot of talented guys in that team. There's no disputing that. But on paper, what sort of scoreline are we looking at here? Because you've got to assume it's Navi's win.
Depending on what side both teams starts on, I think it's reasonable expectations to see something like a 16-10, 16-11 in Navi's favor.
Well, let's find out. We are ready for the knife round now, so we're going to find out which side they start on and who's going to get maybe a little bit more favor on their preferred side.
And Maniac starting off with knifing Shox.
Good start there. Good start. Maybe not ideal, but still, 2 of them left for both sides, and it looks like Na'Vi's got in. There we go. Na'Vi will get the side of choice. We've had this actually. I've had this discussion with several different analysis. Which side do you think is favored currently, or do you think it's completely team dependent?
I think it's slightly team dependent, but I would rather start on the T side. Simply not because I necessarily feel it's a way stronger side than the CT side, and that's where you're supposed to get most of your rounds. But I think you can really break your opponent more easily because a lot of people have the mentality that CT side should be the spot where you pick up rounds. But you see so many teams doing an exceptional job of picking teams apart. You see Fnatic doing it extremely well. You saw it earlier today, and pretty much in all the couple games we've seen, even Envious versus Cloud9, you can see how well the various sides perform on their T sides.
Well, we've already heard on the desk there that the AWPers are a big factor into this. There's no disputing that, especially Guardian. He's the man that stands out above the rest. Is this a map where you think he's going to be able to have that performance? Or do you think maybe he's going to be a little bit quieter here? Because he's had outstanding moments. You see him on Dust 2 like an absolute beast. It's something that you just don't want to face. But on here, do you think he's got that room to shine?
I do, especially on the CT side where he's allowed to kind of roam around that A-bomb site, go aggressively in A-apps, potentially take the early pick and mid, that type of thing. That definitely gives him an opportunity to shine. The problem for me with Guardian right now is the fact that he has been in a bit of a slump.
A little quiet.
Yeah, so, we're not talking for a long while. We're talking maybe like the last week and a half, 2 weeks. So he's not been the same Guardian that we've come to expect. Same kind of thing that Kenny went through after the op changes. So, yeah, that's kind of what worries me about Guardian. But I think that's a very good thing for Titan because they're in a situation where they don't have the same offer.
Alrighty, let's keep that in mind going forward. Of course, we'll be starting out with Na'Vi on the CT side, T side being Titan. And we can see Zeus already up with the CZ there. And these guys just playing it calm, Titan on the T side, not really rushing things, but looking towards drop so far.
Yeah, full armor as well, so they're just going to man up here.
They're just going to go man mode, try and maybe train through, but they're going to be caught in a bit of a crossfire in this one, but they do break out of it. Maniac and RPK find Zeus and Guardian, so kind of keeping their options open, and A's looking rather vulnerable. C's the only player here. Gonna have to go to work with that P2K. He's gonna find one. That's Maniac down. He's slowing these boys down. That's great. But can the rest of the forces from Na'Vi do anything? Edward certainly does. That's RPK down, but he's left in a 1v3. Bomb being planted. No chance of coming back in, and Titan pick it up.
Yeah, so not an unusual pistol round from Titan by any means, and the entire round pretty much lives or dies whether or not RPK and Maniac picks up those 2 frags. Because as soon as the rotation comes in from Na'Vi, they have to answer right then and there. And you can see, as soon as those 2 frags come in Titan's favor, it's so easy to just overman Seized on that A-bomb site. So great start for Titan. Definitely I think that it's needed for them because they are a team that if they get off to a slow start, they can definitely, not necessarily tilt, but they can definitely have a hard time getting into it again.
Well, 3 rifles purchased. Shocks and RPK, the 2 to go with that Mac Daddy, but Caesar's lurking in the depths, and Guardian already going to find Maniac. That's massive. I think he was boosted there up in towards drop, but let's see what Caesar can do in this situation. He's in a good spot here. No one's really pushing through that lower side, so he could catch out Smiths, and I think he actually does. Yeah, Smiths goes down, and that was one of the rifles. So Caesar will get a rifle, and that's absolutely perfect to begin with. Zeus is still there, and it looks like Titan's starting to dwindle on this one, and they're going to be in trouble if they don't make this cross perfectly.
Yeah, the entire Na'Vi team is rotated as well, so you can see Na'Vi just picking up frag after frag here, and all of a sudden its existence alone. And he's up against 3 players here. Well, make that 2.
He's certainly doing work with what he's been given. Just a little bit of armor, of course, head armor there, but no utility to his name. Maybe having a look around there, seeing if he can find something, but they know where the bomb is. He's just going to go, just throw caution to the wind, and it will be Zeus to pick it up. Na'Vi really shaking things up from the start then, and just some really vital starts. Guardian picking up 1, and then it was Seized as well. So picking up those rifles so early on.
Oh yeah, definitely helped. And by the fact that Guardian is able to get boosted up, get that pick onto Maniac, that's probably the biggest thing because it allowed him to clear the area, and you could instantly see all of Na'Vi rotating over towards that A-bomb site. And with Titan not having an immediate response, they kind of got trapped. So they never really got onto site properly with a lot of people, got stuck towards the A-apps, and Na'Vi were just able to crunch them in. And that's unfortunate because this is way worse than actually just losing the pistol outright. Because now your money's shaking, and obviously you're not going to feel good because that is a round you're supposed to win.
Smaller issues now being made a bigger one for Titan, but they do have the Tech-9s, they've got the armor there, they've got a fair bit of utility, so clearly looking to make something out of this round, but considering how many rifles we saw Na'Vi get away, you've still got a Glil out in play in this one, the Mac-10 with Flamey there. They're sitting fairly pretty themselves, so this is going to be a very tough task for Titan to break back in towards. They've got 57 seconds to make something out of it. It looks like they're going to head towards that A side. It's going to be seized just to get mowed down. Existence is going to find that. Guardian quickly tries to peer through the door, but not going to find any luck there. Hot flash comes out. Doesn't catch anyone. He actually gets caught in one, and he's fully blinded. Smith will make the most of it, and now down to 3. Back and forth we go. Somehow Titan make this one stick. But Flamey has at least recovered the M4. Going to try and play on the retake, and he has at least found one. 2v3 though. Edward and Flamey still looking for their options. Bomb is down, and RPK finds Flamey. It's just down to Edward. Position is known. Where are those two final players? You've got Shox buying time. Smith's doing the same. This is so tough for Edward. He's just caught in between a rock and a hard place. It's almost impossible in this.
Well, it pretty much is, because it's an open plant, so if Shoxy doesn't, well, pretty much sell himself short and give up his life for no reason, he could always hop by when Edward eventually has to try to defuse, but they're not going to successfully take him out on their own, but they win the round, so they bring it back. Edward holding on to a Galil, it's not going to be the biggest thing in this round.
No, and he ended up kind of switching out for the M4, sadly. But they did at least, try and make a play of it. They got the round in the end, and that's the important thing, considering they just purchased those Tech 9s. I think there was head armor in there and a fair bit of utility. So the purchase they went for, clearly paying off, but 2-1 already. Titan looking like they mean business. Maniac sticking with the Mac 10, maybe going to drop himself towards drop, maybe just keep a little close towards B.
Yeah,
already.
I don't think they're expecting the force spike coming in from Navi, given how they bought so many bolts.
Zeus gets taken down, but there's no one else actually on this A site yet. If they'd gone quick off the back of that, they could have really made something, but Na'Vi gambling towards that B site early on.
Yeah, and that's actually the same setup that we used in the previous round, except this time Zeus went aggressive, because obviously they got caught off in that previous round. Slightly surprised to see Na'Vi actually favoring the B bomb site that heavily when they make that kind of a gamble, but I guess that also might be the reason why, because they feel like if they want to have a shot at winning this round with limited weapons, they just have to go all in on one bomb site. And right now it seems that this could be working very well for them.
Yeah, at least one player did end up rotating, but Flamey's going to manage to find Maniac. There we go, there's the double coming through, and this is a little bit of a shoddy buy from Na'Vi's paying off pretty darn well so far. 3 players left standing for the T-siders. RPK's going to hop down, find Guardian. Now Zeus sadly doesn't have a great deal to work with here, just that CZ. A little bit of body armor. He's trying to do some damage, but it's Edward who's got the gun. He comes through the double doors. He slowed it down, but now it's down to 1 man. Zeus actually made it work. He's going to get away, try and maybe get a gun on those doors, but surely Shox knows this. Bomb is going down. Zeus not yet getting the gun to his hands. Finally gets it. No ammo left though. Needs to reload, and Shox is just around the corner. Shox is going to take the chance, and he does pull it off. But Titan, that was an expensive round for them then.
It was super expensive, and I'm really surprised by the fact that they opted to commit to the B bomb site before actually having at least one guy figuring out what's going on that A bomb site, because they pick up C's pretty early. So yeah, it's fair to assume that the Na'Vi are going to have someone rotate over to the A bomb site, but Titan are leaving it a lot up to chance, and you don't want to do that when you've already seen, shown that you're a bit shaky going up against, force spies from Na'Vi.
And Na'Vi have just completely stacked out this A side.
Yeah.
No one by B. Maybe hope just even catch us on lurking around. Anything they can salvage from this one, but they do have a couple of Deagle, a Deagle, a couple of P250s, not much more, and it looks like Titan should be able to get away with this one pretty cleanly if they do commit towards this side.
Yeah, unless they get into their own heads and think like, oh, they must be hiding somewhere here, so let's go back to A. This should be okay.
They should be. Existence is already being the brave man out first. Just going to be leading the charge. RPK is going to get the bomb drop down towards him.
And Shox already holding the potential backstab here, so Titan are looking very, very good in this situation. Yeah. Right now, it's all about not losing too many weapons.
Thoroughly aware of what could be waiting, but Shox gets caught completely unaware. Zeus will get the Mac 10 for himself, maybe hoping for a little more, but it could be worse. Doesn't have any armor. We saw they didn't purchase any to this round, so it's going to be very difficult, but he does manage to even catch the heels there. I think that was RPK dashing in towards the window and drop. So there we go. RPK will make the most of that rifle. Watching them drop in. The retake does begin. A little bit of damage, but it doesn't really matter about the damages right now. It looks like Titan have had that fairly clean round. Guardian still trying to put that Mech 10 to use, not going to have any luck. And Edward going to sit this one out, and Titan keeping it very clean this round, and they needed that after the previous.
Yeah, they definitely did. And still not a big fan of them just walking into side completely without information as to what's going on the other part of the map. But, luckily for them, it worked out with the stack from Na'Vi being in mid. But this is, where the real game starts. Guardian's finally got an op in his hands. It's a glass cannon, though, and that could be an issue because we know that Titan are heavy, they really like using nades.
Yes, they do. They certainly do, and they've got a hell of a lot of them to put to good use in this. Guardian was playing by long. He's taken a peek out towards A, not actually seen anything. There is a player taking their time there, but it's Titan once again utilizing drop, getting right between them. And actually, look at this, in the right place with the SMG still. Existence does go down. That's C's finding it, but Zeus gets pulled back in. And now RPK comes into the action. They're starting to get the kills, but no, it's traded out. It's a 3v2 as finally Na'Vi lock it down as they break through. As Guardian cannot land the shot. Smith denies it, and now C's left in a 1v2 situation. Bomb is loose. I'm not sure if he saw the bomb just yet. He might have caught a glimpse, but he's just around the back of them here. He could catch out one. Doesn't take the shot, plays it calm, maybe looking to find out where the other player is. Sees him again, now this is perfect. He's got to know there's another player here. He does. Flashes out, doesn't catch Shocks. He's gonna hear those footsteps. Sees, knows what's going on here. Not gone for the reload yet, hoping to catch him out. But there we go. Shocks is pretty much free on this one. Bomb should go down.
Yeah, no flashes for the retake for C, so that might be an issue. Shoxy actually playing this really scared. He's expecting Cease to just come running after him as soon as he hears the bomb plant, but Cease just playing it cool.
Yeah, playing it calm, but that Shocks, you can still always count on that man to land some ridiculous headshots like that. His aim certainly not letting him down in that instance, so even he was a little kind of cautious, a little hesitant on that straight-up plant, maybe expecting Cease to come barreling through, did pull it off in the end. But Na'Vi now 1-5, it's starting to look a little shaky. We saw that big gun round coming in, not much came from it.
No, nothing at all, pretty much. Well, I guess it did go down to a 1v1 situation, but you know, at this stage of the game, Na'Vi really needs to start getting round on the boards. And Titan, they, you know, their initial idea behind what they wanted to do, which is split A, it worked out in the end because Smits was able to open up that A side with that kill onto Guardian with the late lurk.
Well, this time, maybe Titan not going to have such an easy walk out towards B. There is a bit of a stack here. Guardian's already gone down. That may ring alarm bells, knowing that he's been playing on towards A by long. But then again, what can they do with this? Flamey's found existence, and now Edward's going to have the opportunity to do the same thing. He's going to find RPK, but that's it. Shocks finally makes it out from drop. He does pick up at least one there and does support on the other. So 3 players left standing, and it just looks like Titan's starting to get into the flow of things now.
Yeah, Titan are really starting to feel it. Even though they're losing a couple of members here and there, I think they're at the stage where, well, they don't really have to worry about it. That's really a nice place to be for your T-side team. And you can see Na'Vi already feeling, you know, a bit of pressure here. They actually take the time out after they bought up as well.
Strange.
So they definitely want to figure out something to do differently. And I guess the weird thing for them is that a lot of the rounds they've had have been pretty poor buys, so they don't really have a good idea of what Titan wants to do in a default round. So it's hard to kind of predict how you want to set up for it. And the reason they lost, you know, the A sides a couple of times is because they had Cease playing alone, and that's extremely hard. And well, the times Titan have gone towards B, it's pretty much Ben versus Ecos. So I think, you know, obviously you don't want to make the deficit too big, but I still think Na'Vi doesn't really have that much to go on to take this time out.
We're going to have to see what they can make up. That's the thing here, you know, how much can they really find out from this? What sort of, you know, ideas have they come up with so far? You know, have they been able to read into this? They must surely already know how Titan like to play to some degree, but then, you know, it's, as you said, they've not had much real proof as to what's been going wrong in the gun rounds. What they've had maybe 2 real tries at it with a full-ish buy at best. And, well, so far, you know, we've not really seen Guardian been tested. He's been caught out maybe once or twice. He's been, you know, either the guy soloing out on long gets caught out by them, finally pushing up there, or kind of getting caught in between connector. It's been a little bit unpredictable for them. I'm kind of hoping that they don't, I don't know, haven't called this a little too early. We're going to have to find out what they come up with in this break. And if you're in their shoes and you did call out, you know, a bit of a timeout this early into it, is there anything you could initially read in? Is there something that maybe Titan's showing that they need to stop instantly, or is it just far too early?
For me, it's still too early, but I guess Titan have shown a fondness for the drop zone. Not necessarily that they've, you know, made a concerted choice as to what bomb site they want to go, depending on whether or not they use the drop zone, but that's definitely a point where Na'Vi can cut off a lot of potential threats from Titan, whether it be a late lurk or just being, you know, having 3 Titan members drop down there.
All right, here we go. This is the first real test for Guardian. Not going to open this one up perfectly. Smith was there on the other side of things. C's taken over control by long. There is 2 players considering their options, and Edward's going to get caught out here. He's smartly put that smoke underneath his feet and extinguishes that Molotov and gets out fairly unscathed. But still, this is a little bit more different from Na'Vi. They're trying to take some control towards platform. They're putting Edward up there. They're not letting them get control of B too early on. But it does look like Titan is starting to eye up that B site eventually.
But I like this from Na'Vi. It kind of gives them a bit of a heads up before an eventual Titan attack comes. And that's what they're trying to do in the mid as well, just trying to get information early so that they don't get caught off guard. And there you go, Edward starting off, picking off Maniac, but Smith's just going to return right away. So 4-on-4 situation here, and Titan are committing to B.
Yeah, they are, but Zeus again has the opportunity. That flash really didn't help out Titan too much, as RPK did go down. But still, there's Flamey waiting patiently on this side. That Molly's going to kick in. He's going low. He's got to make a move here. And there we go. There's another put down. He finally gets picked up by Existence and Smiths, both just roasting him alive as Guardian finally has that opportunity to make that AWP sing, but only finds one towards Shox, does deny the plant, so the bomb is loose. Now, Siege will know this, and Existence last man standing. Siege scored a glimpse. That's vital. 20 seconds left. Existence going to take the longer route here. Going to play it safe. Try and collect that bomb unscathed. Not going to have the chance of the shot. Oh, Seized. Peeks back out. Gets the AWP as well for Guardian, and nicely played at the end from Na'Vi.
Yeah, massive round for Na'Vi. That's really what they needed. And it's kind of funny. I was talking to Moses about this, you know, how there's seems to be a connection between teams taking timeout and then winning the upcoming round. I don't really, there's not really anything very different that Na'Vi did that round to spur them to a victory, except sees, you know, actually clutching that 1v1.
Oh,
but apparently that's just the way to go for him.
This could be huge. Guardian finally was in the right place at the right time, at least at the beginning of these rounds. Two players pushing up by long here, but he's had to back away. That early flash just gave him control, but he's going to catch a glimpse of them crossing over. Perfect opportunity. He does strike, takes down Shox, backs away, but he's lost control towards his right side. He needs to fall back now, and Titan once again just... The trades are always in their favor. Now, Edward has to rotate off B. They have to try and split up their numbers. He's still got Maniac testing the water over by that B side. This is always so tough for them.
Yeah, and he's actually spotted out Flamey. I'm surprised that he leaves the position, because now he knew where Flamey was, to the point where he could have waited, had a teammate come over, they could have naded, done something to just remove Flamey.
And there we go. Edward tried to retake some control by long there, but RPK just finds him earlier on, and now Guardian has to be the last bastion of this A site. Three players encroaching towards him. He's going to have the chance towards the first. Once again, not hitting it, but hits it on the second time of asking. And that is brilliant from Guardian. Two back-to-back, leaving Flamey in this 1v2. But we know that he was on the other side here.
Yeah, already tagged up. No nades at all to use as well, and gets caught out by Maniac. So Titan, yeah, you know, not necessarily that they fooled anyone. They obviously rotated over towards the E-bomb site. That's kind of why Maniac bailed from and left Flamey to live for you know, a couple of another seconds. But they didn't really fool Na'Vi with what they were doing. They didn't get the rotation they wanted to, because there were still two players from Na'Vi on that A-bomb site. Luckily for them, though, Guardian leg-shotting RPK once, and the fact that they do get the first frag once they commit to the A-bomb site.
And the MAC-10s are back out. Smith, Shox, and RPK fancy just, I don't know, raking up some money here, and why not? They know they're against a slightly weakened side. There is head armor and a lot of body armor going around for the CTs, but it doesn't really matter. Zeus has found Maniac, though. Smith leaps into the action quite literally, and does at least find one there towards Flamey, as RPK did find the other. So it's a 3v2. Zeus has recovered the rifle. This is a little more dangerous than I can imagine Titan would have hoped for.
Oh, it definitely is. And, well, if Edward manages to get to Existence here, not going to happen, though. Sue's still in a pretty decent position to pick up the bomb here before it makes it to the site, but...
Wow.
Mac 10 power.
Yeah, who needs a rifle when you can just give them a Mac 10 and they'll just go wild anyway. So 8-2 scoreline-wise. We saw Na'Vi taking that time out earlier. They're out of those options. Money's now pretty scarce. It's really not looking so good here. Titan are just looking like they're building confidence. You said that T-side, if it starts going well for them early, can really spiral. It can build into quite a big thing for Titan, and it looks like they've found that sort of form here early on. But what can Na'Vi do? With money so sparse, how do they make this work?
Well, right now they just have to, you know, bite that sour pill, really, and go for a full eco. They need weapons to actually fight Titan.
Simple as that. Flamey still doing work there, but you're not going to be able to achieve too much, as they've already singled out this B-side. Taylor line, Guardians found Smiths. It's a 3v3 now. RPK going to have to try and maybe take a more aggressive shot here, but Guardian's still challenging. These guys are fighting out, and Guardian's going to find RPK. I thought it was going to be a bit of a cakewalk, but no. Na'Vi doing some damage here, but Shox finding the perfect angle towards Seized as Edward and Guardian left in a dire predicament. Smoke in the way, and there we go. Nicely cleaned up in the end, Titan, but that got a little bit scary towards the end. They do manage to recover both of the AKs there, so not losing out on too much, but still, you don't want to start giving away even small things towards Na'Vi. If they, you know, smell a bit of blood in the water, they'll certainly go towards it. But once again, they're down a lot of rounds. They're back on the buy here. Not ideal. Guardian not be able to get the AWP in hand. Not the best utility. This is when they started to make the impact, but Titan just seem to be more and more confident these rounds go on.
Yeah, I think Titan have kind of fed off at the fact that Na'Vi have been doing a good job of actually dealing damage to Titan during these eco rounds and during these low economy buys. But, you know, it's not far-fetched to say that they easily could have had a couple of more rounds. But Titan just barely eking it out each and every time, that's just going to boost your confidence to the fact where you feel like, well, we can mess up as much as we want, but we're not actually losing rounds. We're kind of invincible right now.
Well, it's C's, I think, has been in a 1v1 2 times now, lost out on them both, and I think it was Shox being one of them, just that headshot on B, just claiming over that side. So, as you said, fairly close rounds, but close doesn't equate to a round at this point, and already 9-2, quite the daunting scoreline, but still, it's going to be Titan trying to take control on towards that B side. Existence does get the opener towards Zeus, but it's exchanged out. Now, Edward just runs out of bullets there, just doesn't have the power to pull it through, and once again, the CT side left to rotate over. They're locked out of the bomb side. Bomb is going down. Good little bit of a flash coming over those doors, giving them a chance to get a foot in, but still, these 3 players, their position's known, but they're making it work here. Flamey, once again, doing damage. RPK down. Can they get any more? This would be sloppy if they do, and Shox and Existence now last 2 standing positions. Well-known Flamey is doing everything he can, and he gets the 4th. Brilliant play coming out from Flamey, single-handedly bringing Na'Vi back into this game with a chance here.
Yeah, that was just amazingly done by Flamey, and definitely unexpected, because Na'Vi goes for the gamble with playing 3 people on that A-bomb site, which is, you know, definitely not the normal way of going about it. And in an afterplant like that, it should be really hard for Na'Vi to actually get into open spaces where they can, well, find easy picks.
Yeah.
But Flamey just doing work right now, and more or less willing Na'Vi into this.
Well, we're going to see Guardian back on the AWP. Hopefully we get to see him finally make a real impression here. You did say he's had a little bit of a quieter run of form, considering he has been arguably one of the best AWPers recently, you know, prior to this touch of a slump. It's always sad to see him being a little bit quieter, but still, once again, Maniac makes it out completely unscathed towards that platform. Let's get a little bit of a challenge from the Molly coming in, gonna just tuck him in towards the corner, but no one's even spotted him out here, and Titan just rinse and repeat. It looks like they're being slowed down a touch by the utility, but Edward's just not finding anyone, sadly. They're just in the smoke, behind the box. Maniac's gone and found one of them. That's gonna be Flamey down, the man who made such an impact before, and Titan just breaking the hell in. None of what Na'Vi is doing is making any sort of difference. Guardian and C's once again left out in the cold. It's just not going well for them.
It really isn't. And weirdly enough, like, when you end up in a situation like Titan does there, where you can get kind of bogged down at the plateau, oftentimes it's pretty easy pickings for the CTEs,
yeah.
But they just couldn't seem to find any sort of kill, and all of a sudden Maniac, who's basically been, you know, the target. Here we go. He might actually, okay, no, he might actually let him go, but kind of makes his presence announced, and well, now he's in a really rocky place.
Certainly is. Guardian got picked up at long and seized. About to be assaulted on all fronts here, left, right, and center, and it will be RPK to find him. So Na'Vi get away with absolutely nothing from that round. It's going to be devastating here for them, because they're back once again with no money.
It's the classic one, you know? Win one, try to, you know, feel like you might have a chance to get back into this, and then you get instantly steamrolled the next round. And yeah, you can see that's been the story of the entire game. So it's just been overall really rough. And, you know, barring that or eco win, or force buy win, after Titan won the pistol, everything's just been going downhill for Na'Vi.
They're finally in the right place, but I don't know about the right time here. Caesar's going to have to make this one a bit of a magical round, but none of that can be happening. Does get one on towards Smiths, but Guardian, what a shot there, finding RPK. Flamey's going to find Maniac, and they seem to do more work
with
on these, on these pistol rounds. I don't know how they manage it, but they do seem to catch off guard. Titan down to 2, Shox in existence, still standing, looking towards that A side. Bomb has crossed, but Zeus, perfect little bit of a tag towards Shox, getting him down so low here, but existence holding long, expecting a player to make their way forward, but no, the 2 players are already edging towards the site. He's gonna be on his own, he's gonna have to make the magic happen pretty damn fast, but no, here we go, 1v2, existence down to absolutely nothing. Molly's gonna come down. I don't know if they've got time for this. Oh my God, that is absolutely ingenious from existence. Edward's gonna go hunting, but there we go, Edward finds it, but time is of the essence. They do not have a kit, but they should have time for this.
Yeah, they should be fine. That got really scary for a second there. Precision throw from existence to make it land just outside of the smoke and get into that cubby.
But it just allowed him a second of a chance there. He was so low on HP.
Yeah, if you can get one of the 2 guys remaining from Na'Vi, then he can play cat and mouse from that point on. But it's like you said, Na'Vi are doing more damage with pistols than they are with actual weapons.
I can't believe it, and it must be gutting for them as well, knowing this factor. But maybe they just need to take a little bit of a touch of what they've been doing in those previous rounds, maybe get a little more aggressive, maybe push up a touch more. I don't know, but sitting back and being passive has just not really worked out for them, as we've seen time and time again on this B site. Edward is going to try and take some control here. Going to have to be a little bit cautious, though. That Molly in place, Titan taking their time, Normally when they know they don't get control of the platform, they've been focusing towards drop a fair bit, maybe trying to break through that way, and they certainly single out Seeds if they do manage that, but still. Titan in no rush here.
No, they have all the time in the world right now, and they've already made Navi use quite a bit of an, you know, a utility here towards the B bomb side, so they're happy to just rotate around. They could feel pretty confident a rotation might happen. And here we go, C's getting caught off guard, very aggressive in mid, and well, Zeus has to find at least 2 frags here if he wants to hold it in place for Navi.
Well, he does at least find Maniac. That's a small silver lining, because at least for now, Titan can't freely cross. They're going to be able to at least get some forces back for Navi to try and deny the easy path through. But Guardian's going to find Shocks, and now RPK finally finds his form. He's going to get 2 down, open this one back up, but Edward's got himself in a great little spot here. He's gone around the back. He expected one to be to the right, but no, he picked up the first. Bomb was loose. Nade comes out. He does connect as well. And actually, he's going to maybe... Oh, he doesn't sneak through just yet. RPK's got to get through. Oh, Edward! Beautiful play coming out. That 1v3 should never have happened. But just perfect play, out-aiming RPK just brilliantly. And you just don't see that. That is something you do not see. And time again, we've seen, what, Flamey do it once now? And,
yeah.
and Edward pulling off? I don't know how the hell they're bringing these situations back into their favor. It just shouldn't happen.
Basically, the rounds Navi have won have been ecos or, you know, a
Flamey
force
or
fight.
Edward.
Or, yeah, exactly. That's what they have to show for it. That's not really something you can be confident going into the next half, but we know that Navi have a pretty good T side on Cobble. We know they're actually one of the teams that like going towards the A bomb side a lot more than B, because we've seen so many teams just, you know, bomb rush that plateau side and just brute force their way onto a site. Navi, on the other hand, they like to slow things down, go towards A, have Guardian kind of scope out things with his op. But the question is if they're ever going to get to a point where they can actually have the economy to do so.
It's a big question, and I can imagine Time here a little bit gutted about that final round. They could have done a little more with that one, but as you said, Navi picking up rounds where necessarily they really shouldn't, and Guardian's going to kick this one off with a bang. Perfectly taking down Maniac, going to cause Shocks to kick into action to try and regain some control towards that A side, but not going to have the time, but he does buy a little bit for his teammates. Smith's going to find Zeus, peeks backs out, he knows where the bomb is as well, but it's going to be Existence to do the damage. Now, Flamey and Seized kind of locked in. They do have the bomb at least. They can back out of this and maybe readjust. There's still a minute on the board.
Yeah, no, that was just Titan doing a really good job of holding them back. Obviously just getting just enough picks all the time. And Smith gets caught out. That does give a bit of information for the French guys. But right now, Navi are in a pretty good position to toy around with Titan.
Ooh, and wow, RPK getting the better of Flamey even with that Tech 9 there. Just ducked under his view a little earlier on. But this may ring alarm bells that Seized was considering going up there, but we're going to find out if they keep that in mind, because his position was fairly unknown until right about then, but he gets the better of RPK. That's going to open things up again, but Existence position is a little unorthodox to say the least. He's around the back of them. There was a Tech 9 loose at some point, but doesn't opt for it. Going to stick with that P2K, and C's taking his time.
Yeah, he's expecting Existence to be at the B bomb side.
Oh, brilliant from Existence. Just took his time with that. Brilliant positioning to boot, and that's exactly what Titan would want to start this second half off. Just 11-5 already, just taking any confidence away that Navi might have built in those first couple of kills, maybe feeling a little bit better about it. And yeah, RPK and Existence being the top of the board, something you don't see all that often.
Up there, not something you've seen that often, but as of late, he's just been playing better and better. RPK slowly showing that, you know, old glimpses of himself, you know, from what, especially us, we know him as back in Source.
If he ever finds that form. Well, it's the same with the whole of the Titan team to a degree. You know, you've got Shock still here. If you add that to the RPK of old, you've got a monstrosity of talent on that team that can just go off. But at the moment, let's see what they can achieve from this one.
Yeah, I think they're going to be in a pretty bad situation if they end up losing this round. It's like similar to what they did in the first half. I think that's going to be worse for them at this stage because it's so much more expensive being on the CT side. So they could end up in a bit of a pitfall like Navi did.
4 SMGs though, 1 rifle. The rifle's in the hands of Existence. There's going to be Maniac and Shocks holding by long. Maniac holding a little closer, keeping Shocks' back tight here. It's going to be the perfect angle as well. He will manage to find Zeus, expecting a little bit more pressure coming through them, but already Shocks around the back. This is going pretty damn a bit of a disaster for Navi at this point, but Guardian's going to find Smiths. There we go, Flamey finds Maniac. This is better. They're starting to piece together all of the elements, but Shocks again lurking around perfectly. Didn't give away the game either. His position still completely unknown, and the amount of flank work we've been seeing coming in this event has been unreal. He will make the most of it, at least for a touch taking down Flamey, but you know, Get Right did it earlier to the absolute maximum, but now we're seeing someone like Shox playing off, but it is a 1v1.
No
C's,
armor on C's though.
but C's has the M4, he should be able to put this to use, but he's not going to be able to. The spam coming out from Shox alone, and he does get it in the end. 9 seconds left, Titan. Push to the limit, saying you said how dire that would be if they lost that. Economy-wise, it could have spiraled, and that could give Na'Vi the way back in. But they do close out the round, even if they did lose out on everything, barring one gun and one man.
Yeah, and you know, Na'Vi, they smell the blood in the water right now, so they just want to continue with the pressure. Titan, again, once again, they eke out a win where they, in a round where they should be able to build their economy. And, you know, Na'Vi tried a very cute thing, buying in a Galil and then dropping it. But look at the tempo from Na'Vi coming in here.
All right, let's see if they can catch anything out. I think LPK has just stamped no on everything they just tried, being met by P90s, MP9s, and a whole lot of SMGs and bullets, leaving just Guardian standing. His position well and truly made aware of as he's trying to at least find one way out. He does take down Maniac with some style, but it doesn't matter. Titan make a hell of a lot of money and get another round on the board. This is looking very one-sided so far, and Na'Vi, once again, not great money here to work with.
Yeah, and again, they're chancing it. Similar to what they did in the Force Buy, instead of having everyone buying up with Tech 9s and armor, they dropped the Galil for Zeus, which left Cease without armor, which is why you saw that kind of bit of an awkward 1v1 versus Shox there. And again, dropping around weapons, Guardian actually dropping an AK off to Edward, so you can see he's only got a deagle. No armor, no nothing. So Na'Vi are basically banking their entire game on this.
And Edward, the one with the actual rifle, the AK, already getting tagged up by that molly. He's going to go down straight away to Smiths. This is going so badly wrong for Na'Vi. Cease is going to try and find a little bit of hope in this by finding at least one of the opponents, RPK, who's been a big factor here, but Smith's feeling confident. Why not? Flashes up, gets control. That's brilliant stuff from Smith. It's just showing how confident these guys are. Why not? Sadly for Na'Vi, they're in pieces right now, and Seized getting caught out through the smoke. Maniac gets flashed in. Sheer confidence, sheer brilliance from Titan, and look at this. Round the back we go. It's going to be Shox greeting them with a smile, and Titan taking it further. Na'Vi are in real dire straits here.
Yeah, no money, no bomb plant, no nothing really. Well, I guess if you want to look at the positives here, Na'Vi have done better with pistols in their hands than they have with rifles.
You're really finding a silver lining on it. You're trying to find a positive any way you can.
Yeah, you're really trying to have a positive outlook for Na'Vi here, but honestly, it's not looking great. And you can see again, Flamey with an AK, no armor, and well, Galils and Tech 9s galore.
It feels as though this might be the kind of road to the end for Na'Vi if they don't break the back somehow of Titan, who now have pretty much everything they need. Their economy's great. They have a lot of utility. They don't need to be too fast right now, but you don't want to give Na'Vi that little bit of glimmer of hope. We know what these guys can achieve individually. They've yet to have a round as a team, though, to come into their own. But it looks like they're slowing things down here.
And Na'Vi kind of going towards what we normally see from them, which is slow play with Seized hanging out by the B-bomb site. He's just going to stay there pretty much the entire round while the rest work towards A, and eventually he's going to become the lurker that tries to mess up rotations for Titan. But all of this relies heavily on Na'Vi actually getting anything done in A-apps.
That's a big question as well, considering Maniac's the one who'll be waiting on the other side. Flamey's going to be edging his way forward, going to go for the peak there, but Maniac does come off the best there. Zeus finally breaks in with the Tech 9, but Shox so close behind, doesn't get the first shot either, it doesn't matter, he gets the double, switch up to the Deagle. He doesn't manage to make that one connect. Guardian just brute forces his way in towards it, but can't get through towards the site. Now just Seized alive. He does at least get the bomb, but he knows this one's going to be an uphill struggle. He has had some brilliant rounds before this, though, individually doing well, but can he do it again? He's going to get the first, that's RPK down, but expecting where these two players are going to be is going to be almost impossible. He almost got Smiths then, but it doesn't matter. As soon as he turned tail to run, Smith shut him down, and we are already on match point.
Yeah, and from this point on, it's a kind of similar field as you saw with Envy versus BP. Even though one team gets on a run like Envy did in their second half, you feel it's too late. It's too big of a gap for this, and I think that's the case for Na'Vi. I think it's too much of a deficit to actually come back from.
Well, it's the first time we're really seeing them with maybe rifles, and you can see what they can achieve, don't get me wrong, you know. Guardian just pinned down Maniac as he went for the peak then, but it feels as though it's almost too late in the day for this. It feels like, you know, Na'Vi just didn't turn up today, or at least in this game, should I say, as they've finally got a little bit of work to do here and the tools to do it, but already Shox picking up that AWP, not going to find the shot there, opening things up again. Guardian's been doing great early work this round, but 3 players left standing. This could be at least some redemption for Na'Vi.
Yeah. Na'Vi are able to actually spread Titan out here, and even though they haven't committed to anywhere at all, Flamey just follows it up with a pick on to Smiths, and now, well, it's down to RPK in existence. Now it's all down to RPK with 8 HP, and there's no way he's actually going to be able to close this out for them.
No,
so
definitely not.
Navi actually pick up a round. And,
a gun round?
Yeah, an actual rifle round. That's uncommon. That's not something we said a lot during this game.
And it's such a shame because when Navi get going, they are such a beautiful team to watch in these sort of games, but they've just been having, you know, so many bad rounds. They've been picking up a couple of ecos here and there, but they're just not making it count when they needed to. Now Titan, on the other hand, still looking fairly good, and the Shox is going to be going once again for early shot. Going to get flashed out though. Has to back away. And both him and Maniac stacking out down here by that underpass towards that A site. And Navi going pretty darn close here. No AWP in the hands of the opponents, but Guardian's doing so well with the rifle. I guess he doesn't need it just yet. Shox down to 17 HP. Glass Cannon's going to come out, but he's going to get picked up. Now Maniac has a hell of a lot to do, but he can't hold them back. Guardian again. 2 kills coming through. Single-handedly doing so much damage for Na'Vi, but it's such a long road back here.
Yeah, and this round pretty much plays out identically to how the previous round went. Guardian fixing 2 frags on that A bomb site. Titan has to spread out. You can see how thinly they're spread right now. Only 1 guy towards B, so they're kind of banking everything on Navi ending up towards A like they did last time around. But right now, this is, you know, potentially a situation where Titan wants to save. Sure, they have a lot of rounds to play around with, but you don't want to play with fire.
Well, we saw how quickly it spiraled for Na'Vi on their CT side when money became an issue. So keeping hold of these 3 guns could be absolutely massive for Titan. Smith's is a little bit of a predicament, though. He's got 3 players around him. They've got 30 seconds for Na'Vi. They should be able to pull this one off fairly cleanly. I say that. There we go. Seized will find Smith. So that's the one player who was on B down and out now. And already missing out on one of those rifles for the Titan side is quite an issue. And you can see Na'Vi really running that clock down so late, trying to get themselves in a position maybe to catch out some of these remaining players.
Yeah, and I think they have a good idea of what's going on as well, especially with Edward kind of playing the role of the faker towards A there. So they know that they know the area where the 2 remaining Titan members are going to be, and already both of them Titan members have been found. Existence yet to die as of now, and he's actually doing a pretty good job of holding Titan or Na'Vi members back. So this could get really expensive for Na'Vi.
It really could, and you can see that Edward then just slowed down a touch. Guardian's going to make the peak with Existence again. Nicely done. Couldn't do it all, sadly. He will finally go down to Edward, but we are seeing Existence playing very well, but it doesn't seem to matter for, you know, Titan overall. Everyone's having a good game here. RPK sitting up on almost top. I think 24 kills. I think he is actually almost the top of the scoreboard. So big game for him, but they're on match point here. They're almost to the point where they're going to face Fnatic in their next game. Another tough opponent, of course. Probably one of the toughest, you'd argue. But for Na'Vi, they've started to build. It's a long way back. They should be able to get this round. But then again, it just feels like they can't do anything with...
It's still a mountain.
Yeah.
And, well, a bit of a stack from Titan coming over here towards the B bomb site, and Na'Vi doing kind of a similar thing to Titan. They're just kind of running in blind.
Oh my god, Existence as well did find one. I started to get a little nervous then, but at least Edward and C's kick into gear. Don't allow any troubles to come into place. After watching Na'Vi get so many close ecos against the other team, or at least kind of, you know, just, you know, this little cheeky pistol bios with the CZs and such, it does get a little nerve-wracking, but still. Edward will eventually find Shox. Bomb will go down, and Na'Vi putting up a little bit of bank, but that was, you know, resounding noise of match point against you does start getting a little bit devastating after a while.
I do think you get tired of listening to that sound.
It's a horrible
repeated.
noise, isn't
Yeah, exactly. Like over and over again. It's like, it's all right. I know.
You don't need to remind me. But now they're up against a board up Titan. This is the first time we can see kind of these 2 teams on these, you know, gun rounds on this side at least. And I'm not sure what to make of it. Na'Vi really have to be so careful.
Yeah, and you can tell they're playing really passively towards it. They're expecting, you know, Titan to do something aggressive at the beginning. Maybe push up aggressively with an op in mid, like Shoxy's tried to do a couple of times. And there are actually 3 people towards A. This is a big stack from Titan.
Oh, but now will Na'Vi expect anyone else here to be on long? That's the question. There's going to be the flash coming through. I don't know if we can expect Maniac. If anyone baits out for him, he can have the chance. But no, Edward's going to come in, find Maniac. Now, Existence, sure, it's unorthodox, but they're still checking it. They're still thinking, you know, why was Shox and Maniac here? Is there anyone else waiting? And yes, there's Existence. He's going to find Zeus. Backs out at least, tries to even up a little closer. But Na'Vi haven't really gone towards the side just yet. They've certainly weakened A, though.
Yeah, actually, this feels very similar to what we've seen in the previous buy rounds because Na'Vi get 2 frags. Titan have to spread out, and Na'Vi just slow everything down and just play it calmly.
And it's working out brilliantly now.
Oh, yeah.
Seized does find RPK. Existence, last man standing, 1v4. We've seen a few of them today already, at least in this game. I don't want to say too much, but he is down to, you know, half HP. Doesn't have the head armor to work with either, and 0 utility. So it might be a little bit of a stretch here, and Seized might be at least under pressure now. He does get picked up.
And he's going to opt to save.
Yeah,
or no, is he? Oh, he's trying to make this as expensive as possible for Na'Vi.
And he's making it certainly a little more pricey. That's 3 in the bag for him in this round. Faking out a little.
Yeah, he's just using all the tricks.
Try and do anything he can, any chance. He's down so low, he has to get the advantage in some aspect. And sadly for him, Guardian knows all the tricks in the book. He's going to find him eventually and keep the 2 remaining weapons there in the hands of Na'Vi. And it's round by round, brick by brick here for Na'Vi. It can't slip at any point. That's the biggest issue. There's no room for errors. It's always possible. There's nothing saying you can't come back from someone being on match point against you. There's nothing there. It's just the fact you cannot make one singular mistake. And well, looking at Titan, they don't have a great deal to work with. No armor to be seen, just the pistols.
Yeah. And what's really been the downfall of Titan on their CT side so far is the fact that their aggression has not paid off at all in any of the rounds, really. At best, they've gotten a 1-for-2 trade, which is obviously not something you want to come out of. So, I don't know, like for Titan to maybe, grab that last match point, they kind of have to slow things down.
Let's see if they can slow it down in their gun rounds. Something that we haven't seen just yet, at least when they had real weaponry in hand. Now they've got the pistols, P250s, 5.7s, flash with existence, but that's about it. But it looks like the bomb's heading over towards A. There is one player pushed up by Long.
And I like this really like this from Na'Vi, using Molotovs to just clear out any sort of, icky position that could potentially mess you up badly.
It's so worthwhile at this point, especially when you have to be so cautious, but Maniac getting a little close for comfort. Their Guardian does go down to his hand, but it's a 4v3. They should not allow anyone else to pass here. There should be no more deaths on the board. And there we go, Edward just spraying wildly towards the smoke while flash. At least we'll find Smiths as existence now, last man standing. He's once again going to try and make it expensive, but there's only so much one man can do here with one pistol.
Yeah, and also the fact that I guess the money isn't really that important for Na'Vi, seeing how if they lose a round,
it's done.
Yeah, it's going to be done. But obviously, you don't want to get to the point where you have to buy Galils and that type of thing because you're just barely scraping by in every round. So stacking up that, having the potential to get Guardian a new op every time he dies, that type of thing, that's going to be big for them. And you can see, yeah, even though Existence has done his best, to try to decrease the bank size, really, of Na'Vi, it's not really working out. You can see Edward sitting on 10K, and that's after dropping weapons.
And credit to Edward, having a good game himself, not shying away at all in this one. But this is going to be a fairly well brought up Titan this time. We're going to have Shocks with the orb down by Long. This is a 4-man sack towards B coming out from Titan. This is a little different here. They haven't done this on a full buy yet.
Yeah, this is the first time Shocks is being left alone. And I think that's mainly because he has an op, so he has the potential to play, somewhat aggressively, be the kind of the first point of contact for Na'Vi, and then just fall, back into, first by the stairs, then stay on top of the side, watch down towards middle, that type of thing. Like, he can stop Na'Vi at several instances. So that allows Na'Vi, or Titan, to play with one guy there. And there we go, on top of the roof, picking off in mid.
That's not what any Na'Vi fan would want to see there. Guardian going down, who's been brilliant at opening up these rounds, picking up 2 kills time and time again towards A, but Maniac now starting to get that control by Long, at least peeking into it, maybe looking to regain a little of this map, because they've lost a lot of control here. They do have that one player on towards B by the platform, but Smith's coming over as well. They're starting to get a good idea of what's going on.
Ooh, did Maniac see that?
I don't think he saw him in the end. If he did, he might have acted on that a little sooner. There's 2 players there now. Great little pop flash comes in from the back lines. Will allow him to find Edward. I don't know if he knows Zeus and the others are still residing here. Shocks catches a glimpse of one. Now they know the plan is up. Na'Vi have to make this work. They're down to 2 players, and Flamey's coming alive. That's 2 down. 3 left standing. Smith's in a perfect little spot at the back here. Gonna make him buy time, gonna slow him down. RPK watching the cross. None of this is gonna be pleasant for Na'Vi. And there we go, Smiths makes a peek. Flamey's still alive, but it's Smiths to close it down for Titan. They're gonna pick up the victory in the end. Na'Vi just crumble under the pressure, sadly. And well, Titan having a good game there. We saw them really showing what they're made of in this one.
Oh yeah, that was definitely, I guess, what we want to see from Titan. Still think there's a lot to be done with their
There's
CT
a lot
side.
to be seen, yeah.
Yeah, but their T side was definitely really, really good. I want to say that that's not the Na'Vi that I expected to see. I think they kind of dug their own grave, and Titan was willing to help out with that, obviously. But great to see Titan not ending up in disappointment once again.
Yeah, they've shown that potential is there. RPK having a big game as well. It's always enjoyable to watch that man having a great performance himself individually. But looking on the other side of things, they're going to face Fnatic next. Now, that's a task to anyone. There's no disputing that. No one wants to face Fnatic, even if they've already lost down today to a previous team. It doesn't mean you feel any better about facing those boys. That's going to be a tough task, but it will be tomorrow, of course. There's a little bit of time to prepare for these guys. Maybe go back, think about the matchup coming, but for Na'Vi, not exactly the best display again on Cobble.
No, it's not what they wanted to showcase, and that's unfortunate. But like you said, I guess it might have been for the best, given how they are going up against. If they would have won, they would have been going up against Fnatic, and that's going to be a pretty tough task in itself.
It certainly is, but I can see people waiting on the stage. Let's hear from the players themselves with Sean on the stage.
Thank you so much, Lauren. I am joined by Macho. Maniac, how are you doing, sir?
Pretty fine. I'm very good.
Now, you've got to be feeling pretty good after that. That was a good win. All as planned?
Well, I think the T side was a little bit easier than what we expected. But in my perspective, Cobblestone is a very like steamroll map, like momentum-based. If you can win like one strategy, then you have the counter strategy to use, and then. So I think we won the important rounds. They had to eco. Maybe we won like 4 or 5 anti-eco. So I think that explained how we got 10 rounds ST.
Well, you played phenomenally. Now, of course, we know Fnatic is waiting for you guys. Is that something that plays in at all, or you're just, hey, go home, chill out, enjoy this?
Well, I think the first challenge for us was to survive Na'Vi. They beat us quite frequently. They beat us at Gaming Paradise and stuff. So we were not really thinking about Fnatic. We just wanted to win that match. Now it's done. And now we are given a chance to play a best of 3 against Fnatic. So just enjoy it. Take the best out of it. And if we can upset them, then we are totally fine.
Now, Alex and Moses were talking during the game about some of the roster changes that you had. How have they been playing out for you?
Well, I think that, and maybe we can see that with the result, we are slowly but surely finding our way. We are figuring out how to use the players. We've been adjusting a lot. And now we are finding a little bit more consistency in our results, but we are totally not where we want to be. But I think we are in a good way, and it took more time than Envy. I think Envy has had like directly very good results, and I congratulate them for that. But I'm really happy that now we are starting to feel the game and feel the strategy that we like, the setups that we like. So we just have to work that way, and I don't know where we can end.
Now, I have to ask the question, of course, a lot's been made of this crowd being here, in this very unique setting. How have you been enjoying Dubai so far?
Well, to be really honest, it's like a dream. It's like you're not supposed to have buildings that high just next to you, and you're not supposed to see that, and that's the hotel and stuff. So I'm just like daydreaming, walking, seeing stuff, not really understanding what I'm seeing. My brain is like, are you sure it's that hotel? Are you sure it's that high? So it's just pure pleasure. People are really nice. The venue here is beautiful, so I hope we can enjoy that as long as possible.
Well, we absolutely love having you, as always. The fans love having you. I'm sure that the guys are going to have plenty to discuss over at the analyst desk, and of course, that's with you, Machine.
Things starting to come together for Maniac there, and a smile on his face is, of course, the real challenge that is Fnatic does lie in their tracks, but it does seem like that in itself was an achievement for them. And the first point we have to make is Mr. Moses sitting at 100% success rate with your, is it 2 calls you've made so far?
2 for 2.
2 for 2. We'll take that. It's better than your 1 for 1, 100%.
Yeah, doubled it.
So, I mean, you called it. You said, time, we're going to pick up that win. Not everyone would have agreed with you before that game went on. So can you maybe just kind of say what was going on in your mind when you made that call?
Well, I mentioned it before the match started that I just think that Na'Vi hasn't been playing up to their level, and they strike me very much so as being very similar to the situation that Cloud9 finds themselves in, where they had that very brief period where they were, world beaters. They were at the top of their game, and they were, they were winning all these matches. They were, they won ESWC. They've played well, and now they're just kind of in this slump right now. And I don't know what it's going to take for either of those teams really to get out of it. But something's obviously not clicking for them. Where just recently it seemed fine. It seemed perfect, and it's just kind of surprising.
Yeah, and it's all about that honeymoon period, like you're saying. Like when Flamey joined the team, they were performing really well. And I remember back before the major started, they actually had to take a break from their boot camp because their frustrations were running really high. They were getting really annoyed with each other. So it takes some time to themselves to really figure out what they need to do coming into the major. And it seems like those problems are sticking around since then.
Yeah, kind of at each other's throats. I think I was kind of gripped to this 20-minute vlog as Zeus did, where you just made it clear.
Yeah, and just to build on that, one of the things that does, and it's one thing that I've noticed with Na'Vi is, you know, we just saw Fnatic on Dust 2 against TSM go down 8-0 and make this comeback. Na'Vi is a team, when you see them get beat up early on, you don't, I mean, they don't recover from it. And part of that is possibly some of that internal strife, you know, whether it's bad attitudes, whether it's losing focus, whatever it might be. I mean, there was a match they played TSM this morning, or not TSM.
Fnatic.
Fnatic, yeah.
On Overpass.
Oh, no, TSM, yeah, so TSM played Na'Vi on Overpass, then we had Titan play against Fnatic on
Yeah,
Cobble.
when Na'Vi and TSM were playing, and it was so early on in the match, and I saw, you know, Na'Vi won the first gun round, and then TSM responds, wins the next one. They're down like 4-1, 5-1 really early on, and I'm just like, Na'Vi lost. Too hard to recover from that. And Maniac mentioned it. Cobble's a map that he feels is very momentum-based. You can steamroll on that map, and you saw it on that T side. They steamrolled them for a good period of time, and now Na'Vi was able to get those 5 rounds, but just not enough.
And, you know, we were talking a little bit about, you know, about how, you know, the bad stuff for Na'Vi. We should talk about the positives for Titan. You know, Sean talked to Maniac saying, you know, how's the team really been progressing together, synergizing well? And he said, you know, it's really starting to pick up. You're starting to see good results. And I think it goes back to what we were talking about as we cut off before the game, is that the whole Shox RPK combo, you know, having a partner for Shox to work together to hit these sites. You know, Shox is starting to gets a little bit more comfortable. He finally has the drive again, which is really important to have as a player if you want to be successful. And then helping bring RPK up to his level. I mean, the thing is, RPK is a strong player, so it's not like bringing it up to his level, but bringing out the potential that he had back in Source into CSGO.
Right, and it's yeah, and they all played well. I mean, and Maniac mentioned it, they're adjusting a lot. You know, they're kind of going on the fly right now. They're figuring out what's working and what's not, and all of them had some good rounds in that tournament, and a lot of it was helped on teammate. You saw Maniac on that very last round playing very aggressive and very close over towards those A tunnels and waiting for a pop flash from his teammate, you know, making sure he's peeking with it. They're obviously communicating very well, so they're improving every time we've seen them. It's just how high is that ceiling going to go, because that's the question. I mean, you look at how these roster changes panned out. Envy got all the talent and those changes. That team is stacked on talent.
It's terrifying.
And Titan's going to have to do it in a different way, because they don't have that 5-man top-to-bottom talent. They're going to have to do it tactically.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you ask about that ceiling. That ceiling may very well be reached with their next game up against Fnatic. It is a best of 3, and I think Maniac made it clear that the opportunity to play Fnatic in a best of 3 in any scenario is great for them. You just said that they are working on building that up. Seeing them in a best of 3 will be a good building block for them, come win or lose. But we have already said goodbye to 2 teams in this tournament. We now wave goodbye to Na'Vi as well, of course, losing Cloud9 earlier on in the day. Apologies to both of you. I realized that that's going to be a little part of your heart.
The eagle inside me just cried a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. So we still have 6 left, but saying goodbye to Cloud9 and Na'Vi has already suggested that this is going to be one hell of an event. 2 teams you wouldn't necessarily have called, being the first 2 eliminated. So already a couple of surprises potentially here in Dubai. It's been a fantastic first day for the ESL ESEA Invitational, and I think a quick shout out to our sponsors that have made this possible is most definitely necessary. It's going to be down to Dubai Tourism, ENG, Sennheiser, and of course Do as well. But before we do go, I think we have to quickly remind you what's going to be going on tomorrow, which is going to be a real exciting day, starting a little earlier than before, starting this time at 12:15 local time. So, you know, Google that, work out where that is for you, because this is a worldwide thing now, esports. So do be sure to check it out. 12:15 local time, and we're going to be kicking off with the Group A side of things. So that's going to be fantastic. So do be sure to set those alarm clocks early. I know we all are going to be doing the same. Moses, sorry you don't get your 7 p.m. wake up or whatever it was you were planning on doing.
It's going to be rough. It's tough.
He was going to go see the entirety of Dubai. Now you've got to
I was going to go water jetpacking tomorrow morning. You
could water jetpack?
Yeah, I was going to do it. Not anymore.
Okay, so no water jetpacking. We're going to be seeing you guys bright and early tomorrow afternoon, because it's bright and early in gamer time, and we'll see you then. Bye.